Chapter 1. Shaya the Scion. In a realm of gray, devoid of any glimmer of light, Shaya found himself uncertain of how long he had lingered in this abyss. Was it a year, two, or perhaps even longer? The passage of time had become a nebulous concept. Since his arrival, he had been aimlessly adrift in this place, shrouded in utter darkness. Flecks of light, both bright and dim, floated past him like ephemeral wisps, and Shaya strained to draw nearer to these luminous orbs. Yet, just as he seemed to approach them, they swiftly vanished into the void. He could not comprehend why he pursued these lights. It was merely an instinctive yearning to escape this oppressive darkness. In his previous life, Shaya was an ordinary office worker, adhering to the mundane routine of 9 to 5, navigating the bustling city like countless others. On that fateful day, as he concluded his workday and passed by a marketplace, he intended to purchase some treats as a reward for himself. However, at that very moment, a sheet of tempered glass fell from above, striking him squarely and rendering him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in this strange, shadowy realm. An avid reader, Shaya possessed a robust mental fortitude and was well acquainted with the misfortunes of protagonists in novels. Thus, upon realizing his sudden emergence in this vast expanse of darkness, he felt a flicker of excitement. Had fortune smiled upon him, transporting him to the legendary Chaos era? Would he, then, encounter Pangu, cling to his coattails, and vanquish gods and Buddhas alike? Yet, as time unfolded, Shaya learned the harsh truth. The tales spun in novels were mere fabrications. He had not encountered any legendary deities, nor had he discovered even a scintilla of tangible light. Gradually, the grim reality of his situation dawned upon him. This was not the fabled Chaos era, teeming with treasures rather. It was a bleak, hopeless prison, and he was irrevocably ensnared within its confines. A wave of despondency washed over him as he pondered when he might find a way to escape. Calculating the time, a new light should soon appear. This time, I must exert all my efforts. Surely I can break free from this place. Shaya motivated himself fervently, his gaze fixed intently on the darkness ahead. Suddenly, a brilliant light emerged, gradually expanding. It was an extraordinarily large orb of light, and Shaya was certain he had never encountered one so immense and radiant before. What a magnificent light! I must give it all. My escape depends on this moment. With a firm clench of his jaw, Shaya summoned every ounce of strength and propelled himself toward the colossal orb. The stinging winds lashed against him, and a deep-seated pain gnawed at his very soul. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Just a little more, I will reach it soon. Shaya's distorted visage was fixed firmly ahead, his eyes shimmering with determination as he pressed forward, enduring the punishing winds. As he drew near, he was astounded by the sheer magnitude of the light before him in its presence. He felt as inconsequential as an ant. I've finally arrived. I can leave this wretched place, Shaya exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he inched closer. At the moment of contact with the orb, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through him, binding him firmly to its surface. Intense pain seared his soul, and simultaneously, the murky currents of darkness rushed toward him. Overwhelmed by the dual agony, Shaya's face contorted as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Little did he know, as he fell into darkness, two streams of gray, potent energy began to intertwine and merge, meticulously reshaping his soul, enhancing it at an astonishing pace. Then, with a swift motion, Shaya vanished, absorbed into the heart of the gigantic orb. The dim, shadowy space fell silent once more, save for the occasional flicker of tiny lights that would materialize and swiftly dissipate. Planet Vegeta, infant incubation chamber. This was a realm of advanced technology where all newly born Saiyan infants would spend a period of time before being dispatched to various planets according to their aptitude for tasks. Due to its significance, King Vegeta spared no expense in deploying a substantial force for its protection, along with the most sophisticated monitoring systems available on Planet Vegeta. Suddenly, a stir was detected at one of the incubator beds, prompting the computer to register an unusual energy signature, and alarms blared ominously. "What is happening?" inquired a middle-aged scion who was responsible for guarding the infant chamber, rushing over to the aliens nearby. The crocodile-faced aliens quickly examined the computer, then scurried to the alarmed incubator, meticulously cross-referencing all data displayed. "It's nothing. It seems there was a minor glitch in the incubator's data detection system, causing a false alarm. A simple replacement of the incubator should suffice." "What a scare. Your Dada Star's technology leaves much to be desired. Hurry and replace this child's incubator." The middle-aged scion scoffed, chastising the aliens to expedite their work before swaggering away. The Dada Star aliens exchanged glances of exasperation, shaking their heads in resignation. "What are we waiting for? Let's quickly replace the incubator. We don't want to provoke the scions," the lead alien exclaimed. The remaining Dada Star aliens jumped into action, hastily bringing in a new incubator and transferring the scion infant before carefully exiting the chamber, continuing to monitor the infant's data without a moment's respite. Such was the tragedy of the week. These Dada Star aliens were part of a lesser cosmic civilization, spared from annihilation after their homeworld was conquered by the scions, allowed to remain due to their decent technology to care for the newborn scions. Given the scions' notorious brutality, the fate of Dada Star was a stroke of luck for weaker planets that had been invaded. In contrast, other less valuable worlds saw their indigenous populations systematically exterminated, with the planets repurposed for sale. After the Scion Guard and Dada Star aliens departed, the infant scion in the replaced incubator opened his eyes, a look of incredulity shimmering within his youthful gaze. "This is Planet Vegeta. I become a scion infant," Shaya exclaimed in astonishment, never anticipating that after traversing the vast orb of light, he would find himself in the Dragon Ball universe, reborn as a scion. "I wonder what era it is now. How many years until the plot begins?" This was the question that weighed most heavily on Shaya's mind. However, since Planet Vegeta had yet to meet its doom, it suggested that the narrative had not yet commenced. Nonetheless, an overwhelming sense of urgency surged within him. This was the Dragon Ball universe, inhabited by formidable beings capable of plucking stars from the sky and annihilating planets with ease. Shaya quickly regained his composure, meticulously contemplating his next steps. "First, I must ascertain the timeline of the Dragon Ball universe. I need to know how much time remains before Planet Vegeta's destruction. If there is ample time, I may be fine, but if not, it could be perilous." In the face of the impending cataclysm, Shaya could not guarantee he would possess the same fortune as Goku to escape unscathed. All he could do was silently hope for ample time. Then, Shaya noticed the transparent display screen on the incubator, which revealed basic information about the scion infant. ID 102-686-5268. Name, Shaya. Parents, Brent, Beatrice. Aptitude, Intermediate. Battle Power, 89. Evaluation, above average intermediate, recommended for 3 years of training on Planet Vegeta before being sent to a low-level planet. Chapter 2. Becoming Strong. In the following month, Shaya quietly resided within the infant incubator, gradually growing stronger under its care. Although scions were inherently aloof, they exhibited exceptional nurturing instincts toward newborns. The cultivation pods are all equipped with the latest technology from Dada Star, featuring mattresses as soft as silk and a gentle, comfortable growth environment. These pods regularly dispense specially treated, high-dose nutritional fluids to ensure that the infants thrive and develop at an accelerated pace. A month later, Shaya gazed intently at the transparent display before him, which indicated that his combat power had reached 95, an increase of 6 points compared to a month ago. While this figure may seem modest, it is quite commendable for a newly born scion infant. Shaya was aware that his potential positioned him among the elite of mid-level warriors. Although he could not rival the high-level warriors whose combat power exceeds 100 at birth, he was certainly among the better performers among all newly born infants. On Planet Vegeta, approximately over 10,000 scion infants are born each year, with only a meager fraction being high-level warriors, fewer than 100, while the vast majority are low-level warriors, accompanied by a small number of mid-level warriors. Upon completion of their training period, these low-level warriors are dispatched to execute tasks on lesser planets, while mid-level warriors remain on Planet Vegeta for 3 years of rigorous training before being sent on missions. As for high-level warriors, they belong to the esteemed families of Planet Vegeta and are treated like precious treasures. They receive the finest training and care until they emerge as the most exceptional warriors of the Saiyan race. It is a harsh reality, but this is how the Saiyans manage their next generation. After the training period, the hierarchy among Saiyans becomes starkly apparent, with high-level warriors receiving the best care, while low-level warriors are sent out to struggle for survival until they possess sufficient strength to return to Planet Vegeta. The Saiyans adhere to the brutal principle of survival of the fittest. They are an inherently warrior race that has no need for the weak. Only the strong can carve out a place for themselves on Planet Vegeta. During this past month, Shaya had the opportunity to meet his parents, a quintessential Saiyan couple, whose belief in the survival of the fittest ran deep within their bones. After a brief encounter with Shaya, they quickly departed to fulfill their missions. Shaya simply watched in silence, closing his eyes quietly once they had left. However, to his surprise, he encountered Bardock. At this time, Bardock was still quite young, appearing to be under 20 years old. He had come to visit the newborn child of a comrade. Bardock's youthfulness indicated that there was still a substantial amount of time before Frieza would obliterate Planet Vegeta, at least over 10 years. This period would provide ample opportunity for him to gradually grow and eventually leave Planet Vegeta. This revelation filled Shaya with exuberant joy. There are at least several more years before Planet Vegeta's destruction. Plenty of time for me to become a formidable warrior, Shaya exclaimed, his youthful face breaking into a delighted smile, his eyes shimmering with confidence. Next, I will undergo 3 years of training on Planet Vegeta and then be dispatched to some remote planets for missions. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to sneak away to Earth, Shaya contemplated, only to shake his head and dismiss the immediate plan to travel to Earth. For now, it was still too early to go to Earth. He intended to wait a few more years until he had grown a bit more. More importantly, every Saiyan spacecraft is equipped with a tracking system, and he feared that venturing to Earth at this time might attract Frieza's attention prematurely, thereby increasing the risk of exposing Earth. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball world and fortuitously become a Saiyan, Shaya had no intention of settling for mediocrity and perishing alongside Planet Vegeta at Frieza's hands as an ordinary Saiyan. He aspired to become a powerful being, one who could master his own destiny. Frieza, the androids, Majin Buu's adversaries would serve as stepping stones on his path to becoming a strong warrior, obstacles that must be vanquished. He intended to surpass the original narrative, emerging even more powerful than Goku and Vegeta. At present, Shaya needed to carefully strategize to ensure that his growth would proceed steadily and smoothly. Among the Saiyans, those born with a combat power below 30 are classified as low-level warriors, those between 30 and 100 as mid-level warriors, and those exceeding 100 as high-level warriors. The circumstances of Saiyan's birth largely dictate the heights they may achieve in the future. Low-level warriors typically attain combat power below 2,000, mid-level warriors between 2,000 and 5,000, while only high-level warriors can reach or exceed a combat power of 5,000. Thus, high-level warriors hold a particularly esteemed status among the Saiyans. They represent the noble families of the Saiyan race and embody its highest combat capabilities. Currently, there are fewer than 20 warriors on Planet Vegeta whose combat power exceeds 1,026,865, and they are all distinguished elites among the Saiyans. Shaya does not deny the significance of innate talent. Exceptional aptitude can indeed facilitate more efficient cultivation. However, without proper guidance, it becomes a most formidable hindrance on the path of the strong. Yet he also comprehends that talent is by no means the sole criterion for measuring a person's future accomplishments. Particularly among the Saiyans, numerous examples abound. Bardock, the father of Son Goku, was merely a low-level warrior, yet during the destruction of Planet Vegeta, his displayed combat prowess far surpassed that of many elite warriors. This was an achievement born from years of relentless battle and the breaking of his physical limits. Then there is son Goku himself, a mere low-level warrior who repeatedly transcended his limits, ultimately becoming one of the strongest beings in the universe. Is this merely constrained by talent? No. While talent may gauge the achievements of the average individual, it is not the determining factor. The environment of growth plays a crucial role. Why is Son Goku able to break through his limits time and again? Certainly, the Saiyan bloodline plays a part, yet there are others in the universe whose bloodlines surpass that of the Saiyans. Before Son Goku, despite Saiyans being labeled as a warrior race, how many could truly be deemed universe-class super warriors? Without Frieza's intervention, it is likely that even Captain Ginyu alone could have annihilated the entire Saiyan race. Possessing Saiyan blood does not equate to dominating the universe. Ultimately, it comes down to the depth of one's foundation. Shaya believes that the cultivation methods of Earthlings are remarkably advanced, unlike the crude energy attacks of most races in the universe. The cultivation techniques on Earth are more subdued and better suited for the training of the strong. Perhaps a combination of Saiyan blood and Earth-esque cultivation methods would yield even greater results, allowing for a gradual accumulation of strength that leads to continuous breakthroughs. Once his body has fully matured, he plans to find an opportunity to learn the cultivation methods from Earth. He pondered. Shaya gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 3. 3 years in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and Shaya was finally able to leave the incubation chamber. He was lifted from the pod by someone who was not his parents, but rather by a pair of unfamiliar Saiyan couples. Little Shaya, your parents perished during a mission. From today onward, Aunt Rebecca will take care of you, said a fair-featured female Saiyan as she cradled him gently. Rebecca's husband picked up another Saiyan infant and placed both children onto a mobile bed, departing the incubation room together. At the tea that moment, Rebecca's husband, Edry, remarked, though Brent and his companions have fallen as their comrades, we shall take good care of their children. This way, Shieling will have a companion, and they can be arranged to accompany each other during future missions. Yes, I hope the 2 little ones will get along well. Rebecca smiled as she looked at the 2 infants on the bed. So, my biological parents died during a mission, and now I'm under the care of their former comrades. Shaya mused quietly. The loss of his parents did not bring him much sorrow. Perhaps there was little emotional connection beyond blood ties. Instead, he felt a greater sense of closeness to the Saiyan couple who had adopted him. Turning to the other infant beside him, he noticed her sucking her little finger, her bright eyes watching him intently. When she realized someone was looking at her, the little one let out a few coos, releasing her finger from her mouth to touch Shaya's lips, babbling excitedly. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shaya exclaimed, swatting away the Saiyan girl's finger, but she seemed to be having a wonderful time and extended her hand once more. "Look, Rebecca, doesn't Shieling like little Shaya very much? I believe they will get along splendidly." Edry chuckled heartily. "Indeed," Rebecca smiled at the joyful antics of the 2 little ones. "How can you tell we will get along well?" Shaya silently protested. Rebecca's home was located in the prosperous area of Planet Vegeta, not far from the royal city, and typically, families residing here were of intermediate warriors or higher. Both Rebecca and Edry were elite warriors, and their house was among the most luxurious in the vicinity. For the convenience of missions, members of the same squad typically lived nearby. Shaya's original home was also in this area, only a few streets away from Rebecca and Edry's residence. During their last mission, Edry's squad had fallen into an ambush by hostile forces on a remote planet. After a fierce battle, 7 out of 13 squad members perished and 4 sustained severe injuries, leaving the squad in a state of devastation. Among the fallen were Shaya's parents, rendering Edry's squad virtually defunct. Upon returning to Planet Vegeta and delivering condolence payments to the families of the deceased comrades, Edry disbanded the squad and took up a position as an instructor at the training camp. It was then they learned of Shaya's existence, and so they brought him home to care for him alongside their daughter. Shieling, upon arriving at Rebecca and Edry's household, Shaya's life became exceedingly comfortable. It would have been even better without the little Saiyan following him around. For reasons unknown, since their first meeting, the little Saiyan named Shieling seemed to have found a delightful new toy in Shaya, trailing him everywhere and refusing to be separated from him even during meals and sleep, prompting Rebecca to frequently comment on their apparent compatibility. Before long, the time came for Shaya and Shieling to begin their training. Under Edri's arrangement, they entered the training camp. Except for elite warriors who had independent training facilities, all intermediate warriors shared a common training ground. Since both Shaya and Shilling were intermediate warriors, they were placed in the same training camp, which comprised 100 Saiyans, all intermediate-level children, with combat power generally ranging from 60 to 70. Few, like Shaya, approached a combat power of 100. These children would train under the guidance of adult Saiyans. And the days in the training camp proved to be exceptionally grueling. After a period of training, Shaya immediately experienced the stark contrast between Saiyan training methods and those of Earthlings. This was not training. It was sheer punishment. Each day consisted solely of beatings, with adult Saiyans showing no mercy whatsoever. Regardless of who you were, the moment you stepped onto the field, you were met with a barrage of blows. Devoid of any targeted instruction, this truly the training method of a warrior race. Were it not for the robust physiques of the Saiyans, such training would yield no results. Shaya shook his head in resignation on the training grounds. During this time, while his combat power did not see significant improvement, his resilience to blows had certainly enhanced. In his view, this training was a complete waste of time. Regrettably, he lamented, could the cultivation methods in the universe be this archaic? No wonder they couldn't even utilize energy. Alas, he had to endure this life for another 3 years. For someone like Shaya, who was determined to grow stronger, it felt like a squandering of life. Several times, Shaya inquired with Edri about alternative training methods, but Edri merely looked at him in astonishment and replied, "This is the best growth method for Saiyans. Many life forms in the universe have matured through such training." Shaya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Consequently, he began to discern the disparity in training methods between the Saiyans and the Earthlings. The training techniques of the Saiyans were rather rudimentary and primitive. Yet they remained the most popular form of training across the cosmos. In stark contrast, the Earthlings' approach to cultivation could truly be deemed as a profound practice. The strong hone their skills, while the weak rely on their wits. The Earthlings' method of training, born from their existence on a lower-tier planet and shaped by years of struggle, exhibited a remarkable level of intelligence, setting them apart from the cosmic beings. Was no wonder that the vast majority of extraterrestrials had forsaken the use of ki. In his predicament, Shaya could only rely on his past experiences of watching Dragon Ball animations to navigate the situation. He bound weights to himself, as he was unaware of any more sophisticated techniques. Fortunately, under the tenfold gravity of Planet Vegeta, the results were immediate. He swiftly surpassed his contemporaries in the intermediate warrior training camp. Meanwhile, his ever-enthusiastic companion, the little tailing girl Shilling, observed Shaya strapping a bag to himself and found it amusing enough to do the same. Soon becoming so encumbered that she could barely walk, with tears welling in her eyes, she glared at Shaya with a look of discontent. Shaya insisted that it was truly not his fault. At long last, the 3-year training period came to an end. Nearly 4 years old, Shaya had already surpassed half a meter in height, with a combat power that had reached a remarkable 410 points, making him stand out in a training camp where most intermediate warriors barely exceeded 200. It is noteworthy that this level of combat power far surpassed that of Son Goku when he defeated the second-generation Demon King Piccolo during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. And Shaya had only just turned 4. This achievement was largely attributable to his innate potential as an intermediate warrior, though it was also a testament to Shaya's relentless efforts. Following closely behind him was Shilling, boasting a combat power of 370, which also placed her significantly ahead of her peers. The accomplishments of the duo were already more impressive than those of many advanced warriors, as the 3-year term concluded. The mission for Shaya and Shilling was dispatched. Under the auspices of Edri, their assignment was to eradicate the primitive races inhabiting the remote planet Selma, located in the southern region of the North Galaxy, and subsequently hand over the planet to Frisia's forces for sale. Put it bluntly, the Saiyan race was merely a cadre of enforcers for Frisia, disposable at a moment's notice. It was said that every 1,000 years, a golden-haired Super Saiyan would emerge among their ranks, a rumor not entirely to be trusted, even by the Saiyans themselves. However, Frisia harbored genuine concerns regarding this prophecy, believing it prudent to keep the Saiyans under close surveillance while studying their habits. Thus far, no individual among the Scions had captured his interest. Otherwise, Frisia would have likely sought to eliminate them first. As the impending mission approached, Shaya felt an exhilarating thrill within him, for he was on the verge of departing Planet Vegeta, marking the first step on his journey to becoming a formidable warrior. As for the task assigned to him by Planet Vegeta, he felt no urgency to rush. He believed he could afford to delay it. Once he left Planet Vegeta, what could possibly bind him? He could choose when to report back at his discretion. Perhaps he would first hone his skills on Selma before venturing to other corners of the universe. The prospect of visiting Earth or Namek seemed equally enticing. Shaya's mind bubbled with excitement as he began plotting how to allocate his upcoming time. Soon enough, the day arrived for Shaya and Shilling to embark on their journey. On this day, the couple, Rebecca and her husband, personally escorted Shaya and Shilling to the spaceport located on the opposite side of the royal city. The spaceport, known as Fire Sky Avenue, spanned several kilometers and represented the main conduit connecting Planet Vegeta to outer space. Towering structures resembling lighthouses dotted the landscape, while rubberized depressions marked the landing spots for spacecraft. As Shaya and his companion entered the spaceport, dozens of spherical flying vehicles began to land and take off in succession. Shaya, once you arrive on Selma, be vigilant that do not let your guard down, just because it is a lower-tier planet. If you encounter danger, flee if possible. Do not engage recklessly. Edri advised earnestly, having undergone a significant shift in his perspective on missions and survival since the annihilation of his team. Seeing Shaya nod in acknowledgement, he turned to his daughter Shilling, cautioning, "Your strength is not on par with Shaya's, so be sure to listen to him and refrain from mischief." "Understood," Shilling replied with a cheerful blink of her eyes. "Shaya, take good care of Shilling and return quickly after completing the mission," Rebecca said, her face filled with reluctance as she embraced both children. "I will look after Shilling well," Shaya promised solemnly, before stepping into his designated spacecraft. The small, spherical vessel sealed its hatch automatically once Shaya reclined inside. Through the azure-tinted glass, he could see Rebecca and her husband waving at them from a distance that a wave of bittersweet melancholy washed over Shaya as he felt his eyes grow misty. He waved back at the exterior of the spacecraft and pressed the ignition button. Instantly, a powerful force pressed down upon him as the vessel shot straight upward. In no time, they had breached the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, entering the vast and dark expanse of the cosmos. Due to the incredible speed of the spherical spacecraft, a long trail of white light followed in its wake. Through the glass, Shaya watched as the dark red hue of Planet Vegeta rapidly receded behind him, soon shrinking into a mere speck of light before vanishing entirely from view. Not far behind, another spherical craft closely trailed his own. Shilling's vessel, that moment, Shilling was pressed against the glass, her little face darting around in curiosity. Her gaze inevitably directed toward him. It seemed the little girl was feeling somewhat anxious. Shaya smiled faintly and sent a message to Shilling through the spaceship's communicator before entering sleep mode. The distance from Selma Star to Vegeta Star was vast. The spacecraft would require 7 months to reach its destination, while it took only a month to travel from Earth to Namek. Selma Star was merely a low-tier planet. According to the classification of celestial bodies in the universe, planets with a maximum combat power below 1,000 are categorized as low-tier, those with combat power ranging from 1,000 to 1,026, 865, 268 as mid-tier, and those exceeding 1,026,865,268 as high-tier. Thus, the combat power of the beings on Selma Star should all be below 1,000, with Shaya and Shilling's current combat powers of 410 and 370 respectively. As long as they exercise caution, they would not encounter any significant danger. It was estimated that in just a few years, Shaya's combat power would surpass the highest on Selma Star, in the vastness of the boundless universe. Countless stars twinkled, adorning the dark sky like a grand tapestry unfurling in the night. 2 bright streaks of light swiftly darted past and vanished almost instantly. They were 2 milky white spherical spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, 7 months had elapsed since Shaya and Shilling departed for Vegeta Star, and Selma Star was now within close reach. With a beep, the spaceship automatically exited sleep mode. and Shaya gradually awakened from his slumber. Before him lay a magnificent azure planet. Could that be Selma's star? Shaya mused in astonishment. Compared to the dark red hue of Vegeta's star, Selma's star's color was far more elegant and beautiful. Selma's star resided within a binary star system, graced by two suns, resulting in prolonged daylight. This unique planetary position bestowed upon Selma's star a landscape unlike any other. Its atmosphere was azure, while oceans covered less than 40 of the planet, with the remainder being land. Excluding the icy regions at the poles, the rest of the planet was adorned with lush vegetation, making it a vibrant green paradise. On this day, an unexpected roar shattered the tranquility of Selma's star's sky. Suddenly, two spherical objects radiating a red glow plummeted from the heights, followed by a resounding crash. The violent impact sent a cloud of dust and debris soaring, quickly obscuring the view. Vast stretches of forest were obliterated in the collision, and a powerful shockwave radiated from the impact site, bending countless towering trees to the ground, uprooting them entirely. Gradually, as the dust settled, a nearly 100-meter square expanse of exposed rock and sand came into view. In the center of this barren landscape lay two circular impact craters, each 30 meters across and 5 meters deep, where two spherical spacecraft were partially buried, emitting wisps of smoke from the sand. With a click, the hatch of one spacecraft opened, and a child clad in combat attire with a tail emerged, brushing off the sand clinging to him. Shaya coughed lightly before moving to the other spacecraft. He knocked on the cabin of the ship, only to discover that Shiling's vessel had crash-landed upside down, the hatch pinned beneath it. He then flipped the spacecraft to expose the hatch. With a snap, the hatch opened, and Shilling crawled out. "Brother Shaya, is this our destination?" she asked, covering her mouth to disperse the surrounding dust, her brows furrowed in discontent. Chapter 5. Rising difficulty indeed. This is Selma's star. Our mission is to eliminate the indigenous species here. Let me assess the strength of these primitive beings, Shaya replied with a smile, then soared into the air, ascending over 300 meters above the ground. As he gazed around, he beheld a lush expanse of primordial forest, a dense jungle encircled by rugged mountains. Shaya landed on a protruding rock ledge. He tapped the lens of his energy detector affixed to his ear and activated it. The beeping electronic sounds resonated in his ears as a series of data representing positions and energy levels appeared on the lens. 456, 289, 358, 985, 650 to the cascade of figures flickered before him. And as the data continued to flash, Shaya's brow furrowed, particularly when the number 985 flashed by, prompting an involuntary gasp of surprise. The combat power of Selma's star's natives was astonishingly high. Shaya's expression grew serious. He had initially assumed that, as a low-tier planet, the natives' combat power would be impressive if it reached 600 or 700. However, he was taken aback to discover beings with combat powers nearing 1,000, which was alarmingly close to the standard for mid-tier planets. Turning off the detector, Shaya regarded Shilling with a grave expression and remarked with a wry smile, "It appears this mission will be quite challenging. According to the data I just gathered, there are over 100 energy sources on this planet with combat powers exceeding 400 and nearly 20 surpassing 800, with several approaching 1000. In short, the difficulty of this mission is exceedingly high, and a moment's carelessness could prove fatal. Damn it, this is clearly a task suited for high-tier warriors. Why has it been assigned to us?" Shaya cursed inwardly. Though he understood why Vegeta Star had entrusted him with this mission, it was primarily due to their outstanding performance in the training camp, where even ordinary high-tier warriors paled in comparison. What should we do then? Does that mean we won't complete the mission for a long time? Shilling's mood plummeted at the realization. The rising difficulty of the task meant they could not return to Vegeta Star, which implied a long separation from her parents. For ordinary mid-tier warriors, it typically takes 6 to 7 years to reach a combat power of 1,000. However, our training methods are more effective than those of typical Saiyans. So perhaps 2 to 3 years will suffice, Shaya replied calmly. When he left Vegeta Star, his combat power had already reached 410, while Shilling's was 370 after more than 7 months of long-distance travel. Although they had spent most of that time in sleep mode, the natural growth of their Saiyan bodies had still afforded them some enhancement in their combat power. Just moments ago, Shaya had also assessed their combat strength. His power had risen to 460, while Shiling's had reached 420. It's worth noting that they were still just over 4 years old. Other Saiyans their age typically only boasted combat powers just above 200. However, that still requires a significant amount of time. Shiling's voice dipped in disappointment, but she quickly rallied her spirits, her energy returning as she declared, "Brother Shaya, I won't slack off anymore. I will train diligently." Seeing Shiling so invigorated, Shaya nodded and smiled. Realizing that pressure indeed breeds motivation, Shiling had finally taken the initiative to request training. However, her next statement made him realize that he might have celebrated too soon. "Therefore, Brother Shaya, you must work even harder. I need you to reach a combat power of 1,000 in 1 year. No, in 2 years, so that I can return home sooner. Do you think combat power can simply be increased on demand? Even 2 years may not guarantee a breakthrough." With a hint of irritation, Shaya pressed his palm atop Shiling's small head, relentlessly tousling her soft hair into a disarray. "How annoying! Don't mess with my hair," Shiling exclaimed, her face revealing a fierce expression of discontent. Observing their surroundings, Shaya remarked, "All right, let's set aside the matter of our mission for now. It seems we may be here for quite some time. First, we should relocate the spacecraft to a safe hiding spot, and then address our needs for food and shelter. To be frank, my stomach is already growling with hunger." Indeed. I've been famished for quite a while." At the mention of food, Shiling's eyes sparkled, her worries instantly forgotten. Shaya shook his head in exasperation, and together they began to search among the nearby mountains. Finally, they discovered a serene canyon beside a towering cliff. Not too far from a tranquil pond, the environment was quite pleasant, making it suitable as a temporary dwelling. As Shaya surveyed the tranquil scenery around him, a look of satisfaction graced his features. Channeling a bit of energy within him, he conjured a ball of azure ki, which he casually tossed towards the distant cliff face. With a thunderous explosion, a plume of smoke erupted, leaving a broad cavity approximately 5 meters deep in the steep cliff. Subsequently, the two returned to the site where their spacecraft had crashed, dragging the 2 spherical crafts and hiding them within the cave formed by the cliff. These vessels were crucial for their escape from the Selma planet and required proper safeguarding. After securing the spacecraft, Shaya flew through the primordial forest to gather some dry vegetation, establishing a makeshift living area within the cave. Once everything was set, he clapped his hands with satisfaction. Surveying their rudimentary abode, though modest, it resembled a livable space. Who would have thought my arrival here would lead to a genuine wilderness survival experience? Now, it's time to hunt for food. To Shiling, come with me to hunt. Today, you'll get to sample your brother's culinary skills. That imim. Upon hearing that food was involved, Shiling nodded eagerly. Shaya then activated the energy detector, and after a series of beeping sounds, they swiftly flew southeast. Approximately 5 kilometers away lay an energy source with a combat power of only 67 points, clearly indicating a potential food source. Not long after heading southeast, Shaya spotted the energy source, a 10-meter-tall, earth-colored dinosaur. An earth dragon. This will make for a hearty meal, he grinned. However, the earth dragon had also noticed Shaya and Shiling, letting out an ear-splitting roar as it perceived them as prey. As the local apex predator, its thunderous bellow startled a multitude of birds into flight. Chapter 6. The Fury. The earth dragon, thoroughly enraged, raised its fearsome head, towering above the forest, and roared at Shaya, exposing its menacing jaws filled with sharp fangs. "That you're asking for trouble." A glint of cold light flashed in Shaya's eyes as he gathered blue energy in his hand, forming a fist-sized ki blast. Let me do it! Let me do it!" Just as Shaya prepared to strike, Shiling leapt forward, her small frame contrasting starkly with the massive earth dragon. Observing her eagerness, Shaya nodded, dissipating the ki blast and stepping aside with interest. "Then it's all yours. Be quick about it." "Got it," Shiling exclaimed, tilting her head back to gaze at the gargantuan earth dragon, her small face breaking into a bloodthirsty grin. "Now, be a good meal for me." The innocent tone of her voice belied the chilling intent behind it, and oh sooner had she spoken than, with her gleeful laughter echoing, numerous dazzling energy orbs rained down upon the earth dragon. The moment the energy orbs struck, deafening explosions erupted, accompanied by the dragon's anguished roars and the violent tremors of the ground, as smoke enveloped the area. When the smoke cleared, a vast area lay in ruins, marred by cracks, debris, and the remnants of the explosion. The unfortunate Earth Dragon, having borne the brunt of Shi Ling's direct assault, lay battered on the ground, emitting wisps of smoke, its wounds singed from the heat. All you had to do was kill that Earth Dragon. Why make such a racket? Look at how you've ruined the meat, Shaya scolded, grabbing Shi Ling's head. His tone conveyed only concern for the quality of the meat, showing no sympathy for the fallen dragon. This behavior was intrinsic to the Saiyan nature of survival of the fittest. Even with memories of his past life, Shaya was undeniably influenced by his Saiyan heritage. Shi Ling pouted and broke free, unbothered. All right, Shaya brother, you should hurry and handle the food. You're such a glutton. Shaya playfully tapped her head, receiving an indignant glare from Shi Ling, before focusing on the dragon's carcass. With a swift motion, he unleashed several blade-like energy slashes, cleaving the Earth Dragon's body into multiple segments. Picking up a few choice cuts of meat, he brought them back to the canyon where they had set up their temporary shelter. After washing the meat in the pond, he built a fire and skewered the pieces on sticks to roast. The blood-red meat gradually turned golden under the flames, with transparent fat dripping down, filling the canyon with a rich aroma of grilled meat. Shi Ling's eyes widened as she stared at the roasting meat, her throat swallowing in anticipation as she frequently glanced at Shaya with a pleading expression, reminiscent of a hungry kitten. All right, it's ready to eat. Shaya rolled his eyes, waving his hand in resignation, at Shaya's command. Shi Ling transformed into a blur, darting to the roasted meat and grasping a piece larger than her own body, devouring it with fervor. It's delicious. I haven't had such tasty food in ages, she exclaimed, her face smeared with grease as she spoke with her mouth full. In no time, the roasted meat disappeared into their bellies. One couldn't help but marvel at the Saiyant's remarkable digestive abilities, as the food was nearly fully digested shortly after consumption. After the meal, Shi Ling lay back on the grass, her little belly protruding in satisfaction, utterly unwilling to move. Shaya chuckled and shook his head, lifting Shi Ling and carrying her to the pond's edge, ready to give her a bath. However, even a Saiyan child was still a child. During the bath, Shi Ling's playful antics extended the simple task to a whole hour. Shaya couldn't help but ponder how they would manage the days to come as dusk fell. Shaya and Shi Ling lay on the straw within the cave, and soon the gentle sound of the little girl's breathing filled the air. Looking down, he noticed Shi Ling clutching his arm, her little nose twitching as she had already drifted off to sleep. Observing her contented expression, Shaya couldn't help but smile inwardly. This little foodie was quite easy to please. How adorable she was in her childhood. Imagine how she would be when she grew up. Does this count as nurturing a lowly? A night of silence passed. The following day, the glimmer of dawn gradually lifted the veil, heralding yet another splendid morning. The planet Selma resides within a system housing 2 suns. Its nights are but a fleeting 3 hours, evidently insufficient for the rest of its inhabitants, particularly for children who require ample sleep. Thus, after the sun had risen and 5 hours had elapsed, Shaya gently guided the drowsy Saiyan to the edge of a pool, commencing the activities of a new day. After a modest breakfast, Shaya secured the entrance to their cave and activated the energy detector, which instantly revealed a multitude of energy sources flashing before his eyes. After scanning for a target, he turned to Saiyan and said, "Let us begin our hunt with those of lesser combat prowess. Be cautious to avoid engaging with those of greater power during our skirmishes. Brother Shaya, there's an energy source with a combat power of 243 moving over 100 kilometers to the northwest, with no other sources nearby. Then we shall choose that one." Shaya also detected the target. During the battle, do not rush to eliminate the opponent and refrain from using the energy detector to observe them. Why? Saiyan inquired, puzzled. There exist myriad life forms in the cosmos that possess a plethora of peculiar abilities, some of which evade detection by the energy detector. If they conceal their combat power, the detector will be utterly ineffectual. Therefore, I wish to seize this opportunity to hone our combat skills and enhance our sensitivity to energy, which will prove invaluable when we venture into the universe in the future. Saiyan tilted her head, still bewildered. After all, At just over 4 years of age, the concepts Shaya spoke of were exceedingly complex for her. "Just be obedient," Shaya replied earnestly, his keen gaze fixed firmly on the horizon. For him, Selma was a rare training ground, abundant with formidable prey that did not greatly exceed his capabilities, making it the ideal venue for his cultivation. He was consciously refining both his and Silin's combat techniques. For the battles here were genuine life-and-death encounters, requiring bloodshed, unlike the sheltered training at the Vegeta Star training camp. Simultaneously, he aimed to heighten his sensitivity to energy, although he could not attain the acute perception of ki that Earthlings possessed. He hoped to lay a solid foundation to this moment. Shaya wished for his energy growth to decelerate slightly, enabling him to gradually grasp the essence of ki. Yet, this was evidently improbable, as both Shaya and Silin were intermediate warriors, destined to reach combat powers between 2,000 and 3,000 upon maturity. A stark contrast to the situation on Earth. On Earth, martial artists like Master Roshi required decades of relentless training to cultivate ki, as they possessed limited reserves and generated it at a sluggish pace, allowing for a more profound understanding of ki. Each strand of ki was meticulously studied by them. In this case, what was lost in one aspect might be gained in another. The Saiyans, along with the vast majority of beings in the universe, were endowed with tremendous strength from birth, and their rapid growth often led them to overlook many substantive elements, merely treating ki as a form of energy for utilization, employing crude methods and techniques. What Shaya needed to do now was to establish a robust foundation to better learn the application of ki in the future. Chapter 7. Growth once the target was locked. Shaya and Silin soared into the sky, transforming into two radiant beams of light as they headed northwest, soon arriving at a vast expanse of woodland. Unlike the previously rugged and mountainous primitive forest, this woodland was far more orderly, with rows of verdant trunks arranged with meticulous precision, as if crafted with care. There, Shaya scanned the surroundings and spotted their target beneath a grand tree. It was a saber-toothed tiger, its size tenfold greater than that of an ordinary specimen, its body cloaked in black fur that concealed explosive muscles. That moment, it lay in slumber beneath the tree's shade, a nearby mound of bones towering high. As Shaya and Silin flew overhead, the saber-toothed tiger abruptly awoke, its muscles tensing instantaneously, its fierce gaze sweeping the surroundings before locking onto Shaya and Silin, an aura of dread emanating from its presence. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger released a thunderous growl, its sharp claws glinting ominously as it vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. The sound of rustling echoed as the beast swiftly navigated the forest. Suddenly, the dark figure appeared behind Shaya, its claws slicing through the air with a haunting elegance. With a thud, Shaya swung his arm, launching a punch backward without looking, and the saber-toothed tiger let out a mournful cry as it was sent flying. Boom! Upon hitting the ground, the creature sprang back up, its pupils constricting sharply, a more feral essence flashing in its golden gaze. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger lifted its head, unleashing a torrent of crimson shockwaves from its maw. Shaya did not respond, yet Silin, standing beside him, was already in action. Her small hand slightly curved into a palm, she faced the incoming red shockwave head-on, slicing through it with a swift motion. With a resounding boom, the shockwave dissipated into a swirling mass of crimson energy. Ouch, that hurts, Silin, realizing too late, touched her reddened palm, noting a tingling sensation in her arm. Brother, I want to drink tiger soup. Yes, you wish, Shaya shrugged nonchalantly. With that, a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent fixed fiercely upon the source of the chaos. Under the piercing gaze of Silin, the saber-toothed tiger felt the temperature around it plummet, its primal instincts igniting fear as it shivered and began to retreat. Kill! A crisp whisper escaped Silin's lips, and she lunged towards the saber-toothed tiger. Thus, a cacophony of strikes echoed through the forest, accompanied by the beast's mournful howls as robust trees were cleaved in two, and the ground bore deep craters. Swish, swish, swish! Brilliant energy beams darted through the trees, igniting them into flames as smoke billowed upward. Giggles and laughter resonated within the woods as Silin unleashed her full might, reveling in the chaos. Amidst her reckless assault, the saber-toothed tiger leaped and bounded, yet could not escape her relentless onslaught. While Saiyan delighted in her frolicsome play, Shaya attentively observed the movements of both parties, gently closing his eyes as he endeavored to sense their actions without external aids. However, he found himself unable to replicate the Earthlings' ability to fight with their eyes shut. How do Earthlings perceive the existence of Ki without specific training methods? He pondered, realizing the need for a visit to Earth in the future. After several attempts, Shaya reluctantly conceded defeat to end the original narrative. Vegeta had merely observed Goku and his companions utilize Ki a few times before independently grasping its application, so it should not have been overly difficult. Why was he struggling to learn? Was Vegeta's aptitude truly such that he could learn from a single demonstration? No, there must be some elusive secret he had yet to comprehend. Although Vegeta is a genius, Shaya believes that his own comprehension is not inferior to that of Vegeta. At this moment, the battle on Shiling's side had concluded. Under Shiling's brutal assault, the unfortunate saber-toothed tiger was no match for her and was swiftly vanquished, observing her face, smeared with blood yet adorned with an innocent smile. She felt an exhilarating satisfaction from the unrestrained combat. Shaya furrowed his brow. The Saiyan savagery seemed ingrained in their very bones, as even a child just over 4 years old could exhibit such brutality in battle. Go wash your face. You look as if you've crawled out from a pile of corpses. Shiling, however, chuckled heartily, allowing Shaya to lead her to the riverbank for cleansing in the following days. Shaya took Shiling out daily to hunt prey. Their quarry's combat power steadily rising from the initial 1 or 200 to now match their own, of course. Aside from hunting to fulfill their tasks, Shaya placed greater emphasis on his own training. Thus, no matter how much Shiling pleaded, he remained steadfast in his insistence that she accompany him in weight-bearing exercises for over half a day. In the evenings, he would meditate for more than an hour. Recalling the training methods taught by Bobo when son Wukong ascended to the temple, he sought to grasp the tranquility akin to the sky and the swiftness akin to lightning. Perhaps this was a method of sensing Ki. Although it was arduous, the daily growth in strength filled him with a profound joy. The effects of his training became evident. Not only had Shaya made significant progress in combat power, but he also seemed to have gained some insight into Ki, as he could now faintly sense the flow of energy within others. 2 months later, on a vast plain, the sounds of battle echoed incessantly as Shaya and Shiling engaged in a fierce exchange. Their movements swift as the wind, both suspended in midair, gazing intently at one another. Shaya assumed an attacking stance, his palm trembling slightly, the energy within him surging like a tidal wave. A powerful air current formed between his palms, compressing the surrounding air, and suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted with blinding intensity. Kamehameha! Shaya thrust his palms forward, the scorching energy exploding forth, the ethereal blue light conjuring towering waves, unstoppable as it surged into the distance. Creating a sudden vacuum in the air, boom. The vacuum reverberated with deafening explosions. The Kamehameha swirled in the air like a dragon, its terrifying energy expanding wildly, its might directed straight toward the horizon. Energy slash, with a fierce shout, Shiling's petite figure appeared before the Kamehameha. Facing the oncoming energy wave with a manic smile adorning her small face, as the two waves collided, the blinding brilliance engulfed everything as if the sun had risen. In an instant, a massive energy orb expanded, followed by a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens and earth, the cataclysmic energy spreading ferociously as if to consume all. When the smoke cleared and the dust settled, what lay before them was a desolate landscape ravaged by the fury of battle. Craters resembling cannon blasts scattered across the cracked plain. At this moment, Shaya's combat power had surged to 550, an increase of 90 points from 2 months prior, while Shiling had also made rapid progress, reaching a combat power of 520. Chapter 8. Transformation into the Great Ape at night. The deep sky revealed an ethereal light, calm like the tranquil depths of the ocean. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Shaya and his companions had been on Selma Planet for over a year. Not long ago, the one-eyed giant, the strongest warrior on Selma, had perished at the hands of their combined efforts. the tasks assigned by Planet Vegeta were nearing completion. However, Shaya had no intention of returning to Planet Vegeta immediately, as he considered the potential repercussions of such a return to be too great. For many years, Planet Vegeta had never seen a mid-level warrior like Shaya, who at such a young age displayed such extraordinary prowess. A moment's carelessness could draw the attention of King Vegeta and the Frieza forces lurking behind him, a scenario Shaya wished to avoid. With his current strength, he was ill-equipped to confront the might of King Vegeta and his cohorts. Fame brings with it unwanted scrutiny. To evade the notice of King Vegeta and Frieza, Shaya needed to remain low-key for several more years, waiting until the eventual destruction of Planet Vegeta before departing. "Brother Shaya, I need to use the restroom," Shilling murmured, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Shaya turned over and led her out of the cave. The night was hazy, and the dense forest was filled with the soft sounds of insects. In the distance, a full moon rose, like a bright lantern suspended high in the sky. "What a beautiful moon!" Shilling exclaimed, gazing at the radiant orb, but her words trailed off as she suddenly appeared dazed. Shilling, sensing something amiss, Shaya softly called her name, but she did not respond, her gaze fixed blankly on the distance. "What is going on?" A flicker of unease crossed Shaya's mind, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Could it be? Shaya's heart raced as he turned to see a luminous, full moon hanging in the night sky, its glass-like rays filtering through the leaves, mingling with the newly rising mist, rendering the night especially hazy. "This is bad. How could there be a full moon here?" Shaya's mouth opened in shock, his expression shifting dramatically. Selma Planet resided within a binary star system, and the night lasted only a brief 3 hours. While a moon existed, in the year they had spent on Selma, they had never encountered a full moon. Today, however, was the night of the full moon. Shaya's demeanor became increasingly frantic. He was uncertain whether he could retain his rationality after transforming into a great ape. Based on the original manga he had read in his past life, only high-level warriors and a few mid-level warriors could maintain their sanity while transformed. Thump, thump, his heart raced, and his blood seemed to boil in an instant. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Turning his gaze to Shilling, he noticed that brown fur had begun to sprout from her body. "No, I cannot lose control at this moment." Gritting his teeth, Shaya fought to suppress himself, but the primal nature of the Saiyans was overwhelming, and he found it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Hiss! In a critical moment, Shaya decisively grasped his tail behind him. A flash of blue light flickered, and a section of brown tail fell to the ground. He had chosen to sever his tail. Fortunately, his reaction had been swift. He had narrowly avoided losing his rationality. As the Saiyan tail was indeed the greatest variable, he gasped heavily, feeling a sharp pain searing through his backside. Yet he managed to retain his human form, avoiding the transformation into a colossal ape. He could scarcely fathom the terrifying chaos that would ensue if both he and Shilling were to lose their sanity and become mindless giants at this very moment. The transformation of a Saiyan into a great ape could yield an approximate tenfold increase in strength. Yet it harbored immense risks. Aside from a handful of elite warriors and royal Saiyans, typical low-ranking and mid-level fighters would succumb to madness, becoming nothing more than ruthless, destructive killing machines, fully revealing the Saiyans' inherent ferocity. Roar! Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose in the distance, its orange hue distorting the light, the thunderous explosion jolting him back to reality. Before him stood a gigantic ape over 20 meters tall, bellowing in rage. Wielding a massive tree and swinging it wildly, IT exhaled a surge of energy, and with a resounding boom, another mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Indeed, it had lost all reason. Shaya sighed at the sight before him. A brilliant light erupted on the horizon, akin to a blazing sun crashing down upon the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. The shockwave from the explosion followed closely behind, bending the trees in the forest and shattering rocks into gravel. In an instant, the scene was one of utter devastation, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. His blurred vision could no longer distinguish heaven from earth. A tempest bore down upon him, and as Shaya pressed his hands against his forehead, his black hair was tossed about wildly. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that Shiling's power level had soared to over 10 times its previous strength. Utilizing his scouter, an astonishing number soon materialized on the lens. 9,370 battle power. Shaya was taken aback, murmuring to himself in disbelief. Shiling's transformation into a great ape had granted her such formidable strength that it was beyond his capacity to contend with. Over the past year, under Shaya's rigorous training, both their powers had surged, breaking the 900 barrier. Yet now, faced with Shiling's battle power of 9,370, he could only manage a bitter smile. The tenfold disparity left him feeling utterly helpless against an adversary boasting a terrifying power level nearing 102,686,5268. The great ape had spotted him, unleashing a beam of energy from its maw. This was bad. He had been targeted. Shaya's expression darkened as he swiftly maneuvered his body, the searing heat singeing his face as he narrowly evaded the attack. Boom! The energy wave collided with a mountain peak, producing a deafening explosion and sending a mushroom cloud spiraling upward. The small canyon reverberated, and debris cascaded down in a chaotic shower. Seeing Shaya evade its assault only enraged the great ape further, causing it to leap and thrash the massive tree in its grasp, before charging toward Shaya once more. Shiling, oh how I have coddled you! Shaya cursed under his breath, knowing that battling within the canyon would wreak catastrophic havoc, potentially damaging the spacecraft hidden in the cave. Thus, he began to maneuver, attempting to lure the beast toward the outer forest. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled with continuous explosions, and the scorching air began to incinerate the forest into flames. Shaya exerted every ounce of effort and finally managed to lead the great ape into a vast primordial wilderness. Thud! A flicker of rage flashed in the great ape's eyes as it stomped down forcefully, its foot plunging into the earth, shattering the subterranean rocks with a thunderous crash. The ground buckled as if it had borne the weight of hundreds of tons plummeting from a height of 10,000 meters, leaving a deep crater and creating extensive fissures all around. The chaotic pile of stones erupted violently, smaller fragments disintegrating into dust, forming a massive explosion pit. Caught off guard, Shaya was struck in the chest by a flying rock. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he felt a searing pain radiate through his upper body, rendering his movements sluggish. Seeing its prey severely wounded, the great ape roared with deafening fury, unleashing a tempestuous wind that dispersed the clouds and generated shockwaves that spread outward. With a resounding crack, the great ape swung its arm, its brutal claws descending with unstoppable force, reaching Shaya in the blink of an eye, sending him flying. Cough! Shaya crashed into a bare rock, leaving a deep dent in its surface. Despite his grievous injuries, his gaze remained fixed on the great ape, contemplating how to create an opportunity for retaliation. Dahaha! Defeating me so easily is no simple task. He laughed maniacally, coughing up blood. His only strategy now was to find a way to sever Shiling's tail, yet approaching her proved to be a daunting challenge. Chapter 9. The Blue World? Whoosh! Shaya and the great ape locked eyes from a distance. The gentle breeze stirring up dust and dead leaves as it danced through the air. Suddenly, the gentle wind transformed into a violent storm, enveloping the still battlefield in a shroud of chilling dread. Reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, Shaya focused intently, a chilling glint flickering in his bright eyes as his mind raced to find any opportunity to approach the great ape. He secretly mobilized the energy within him, ready to strike back at the first chance he got. The surging airwaves roared like a tidal wave, ruffling the dark strands of hair on his forehead. Crack! Leaves were torn asunder in the wake of the powerful gusts, creating faint sounds that echoed in the silence. Shaya sprang into action. His movements were as swift as the wind, launching a ferocious assault on the great ape in an instant, his illusory afterimages scattering across the battlefield. The sound of fists and feet striking flesh filled the air as a blurred figure danced around, attacking with unrelenting ferocity. Roar! The great ape emitted a painful yet predominantly furious howl as its indiscriminate attacks began to spread once more. Faced with the almost frenzied onslaught of the great ape, Shaya's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. A whirlwind of energy surged from his feet, lifting his small frame skyward. with the wind howling in his ears. Ha! Shaya hovered in midair, his fingers splayed like claws, then slowly brought his palms together at his chest. In the next moment, a dazzling blue light flared between his hands, intensifying until it resembled a beacon of life amidst the darkness. The pressure between his palms steadily increased as the searing energy was compressed, transforming into a blinding white light. The radiant glow continued to swell, growing brighter and hotter, akin to a newborn sun gathering immense heat. "Kamehameha!" he shouted, thrusting his palms forward with all his might. The brilliant white energy projectile shot forth like an arrow, slicing through the air with a sharp crack. "Da-da!" The great ape seemed to sense the imminent danger, unleashing a guttural roar as it spewed forth a massive wave of blood-red energy from its throat. Boom! The two energies collided mid-air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very foundations of the earth. Shaya's energy blast had harnessed nearly all of his power, yet the energy wave emitted by the great ape was equally formidable. The collision unleashed a terrifying spectacle, reminiscent of the creation of the universe itself. The sky was torn asunder, fragmenting into numerous pieces and forming vacuums that resembled shattered mirrors that a prime opportunity had arisen. Amidst the chaos unleashed by the cataclysmic explosion, Shaya seized the opportunity to lunge towards the tail of the colossal ape. A delicate blade of energy coalesced in his hand, poised to sever the beast's appendage. However, at that moment, a shadowy figure intruded upon his vision, sending a chill coursing through his spine. It was the giant's hand. Alarm surged within Shaya as he recognized the impending danger, and he attempted to extricate himself. Yet, the ape's combat prowess far surpassed Shaya's, its speed astonishingly swift. Before he could alter his course, the massive brown claw ensnared him like a vice. The giant ape scrutinized Shaya, its mouth twisted into a grotesque grin, blood-red pupils glimmering with a frenzied bloodlust, before it forcefully slammed him into the ground. The earth split open, and Shaya found himself engulfed in the rocky depths. A torrent of blood erupting from his mouth as excruciating pain assaulted his mind, nearly rendering him unconscious. That blow had undoubtedly shattered several bones. Grimacing, he crawled out from the rubble, the agony twisting his features. The disparity between his combat power of 900 and the ape's 9,000 felt like an insurmountable chasm, one that sheer willpower could not bridge, even though the transformed shieling was merely a mindless creature of destruction. The tenfold difference was beyond Shaya's capacity to confront. Moreover, he was already grievously injured. Just when misfortune struck, the giant ape prepared to launch another attack, lifting its massive paw to crush him beneath it. If caught, Shaya would surely meet his end. Yet in that critical moment, something peculiar transpired. A blue luminescence ignited within his obsidian eyes, enveloping him in a delicate glow. Everything before him morphed into a surreal blue panorama. And strangely, the world around him appeared suspended in time. Leaves, dust, and even the giant ape froze within this azure realm. What was happening? Shaya had no time to ponder. The dwindling energy within him surged forth, and he realized he could not afford to hesitate. A sense of urgency gripped him, for he sensed that once his energy was entirely expended, this blue world would shatter along with him. Swiftly, he maneuvered despite the pain, darting towards the ape's tail. Just then, the blue world began to splinter, and reality returned to its previous state, but an opportunity had materialized for Shaya. "Shieling, once you awaken, I shall ensure you receive a proper reprimand." With the last vestiges of his strength, Shaya conjured a thin blade of ki energy, its gossamer edge tracing a graceful arc through the air. With a resounding thud, he struck the ape's colossal tail, sending a plume of dust spiraling into the air. But a mournful howl erupted from the giant ape as its form began to shrink, soon reverting to Shieling, who lay sprawled on the ground. Soundly asleep, at long last. It was over. Shaya collapsed on the ground, breathless and weary. He felt utterly beleaguered by the night's calamity. How could such chaos unfold on an otherwise tranquil evening? The planet Selma, with its fleeting 3-hour night, bore witness to a full moon, a rare occurrence that he and Shieling happened to behold. Truly, it was a stroke of misfortune. Without a healing pod, his injuries would require months to mend. With a bitter smile, Shaya grimaced as pain radiated through him. He knew he had at least 6 or 7 broken bones. The impact from Shiling's grasp had inflicted internal injuries, and even the slightest movement tugged at his wounds. Had he not possessed a robust physique, any other individual would likely have succumbed to the brink of death. Reflecting on the perilous moments he had just endured sent a shiver down his spine, and he realized his back was damp with perspiration. Yet, what had that blue world been? In that instant, it felt as though time itself had been suspended. Could it be related to the very essence of time? After the crisis had passed, Shaya began to contemplate the extraordinary events that had unfolded. It was as if time itself had halted. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the Blue Realm, he might not be standing here today. When that blue world materialized, his energy had rapidly dwindled, and he had exited it after approximately 2 seconds of stasis. This was a form of temporal superpower, Shaya surmised, akin to Guldo from the Jinyu Force, who could manipulate time with his own abilities. But why did he possess such a power? The only distinction between himself and the Scions was his journey through time. Having lingered in a dark, enigmatic realm for an extended period before arriving here, was it a consequence of that shadowy space? Shaya murmured to himself, still uncertain about the nature of that mysterious domain and how he had come to be there. Never mind the details. Possessing this temporal ability could serve as an invaluable trump card. Yet if time was a capability he possessed, could there be other latent powers waiting to be discovered? Perhaps he could experiment when the opportunity arose. A wave of relief washed over Shaya, akin to a suffocating individual finally inhaling fresh air that moment. Shilling, who had been napping nearby, awoke with a start, her eyes wide with surprise at the devastation that surrounded them. Scorched earth and ruins, as if a battle had transpired. Chapter 10. Healing Shilling's drowsiness vanished in an instant upon witnessing Shaya, battered and sprawled on the fractured ground. "Brother, what happened to you? Who did this?" she exclaimed, rushing to his side, her expression fraught with concern. Hesitant to touch him for fear of causing further harm, her hands hovered awkwardly. "Cough, cough. Do not fret. I am fine. Shilling, please assist me in getting back to the cave," Shaya reassured her, warmth blooming in his heart at her worry. Gently patting her arm, Shilling nodded obediently, carefully helping him rise as they slowly made their way back to their dwelling. Upon returning to the ravaged valley, Shaya beheld the transformation. The forest and pond had vanished, replaced by gaping chasms and scattered debris. The earth bore deep fissures, resembling black serpents entwined in a fierce struggle. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, they found it blocked by a pile of fallen rocks. With Shilling's help, Shaya cleared the entrance, and upon inspecting the interior, he was relieved to discover that, despite some scattered stones, the area housing their spacecraft remained intact. After checking the condition of the 2 spherical vessels, he noted that all systems were operational, allowing him to relax. Thank goodness the spacecraft was unharmed. Without it, they would have no means to escape this perilous situation. This moment, he profoundly realized the constraints that the absence of a flying vehicle would impose upon him. A sense of envy welled up within him as he recalled the instantaneous teleportation ability of Sun Wukong from the original tale. If only he could harness such a power, numerous limitations would vanish into thin air. After all, the world of Dragon Ball is vast, with the northern galaxy alone, governed by the North Kai, being immensely expansive, not to mention the entirety of the Milky Way and even larger galaxies beyond. Relying solely on a flying vehicle for transportation would result in a significant temporal burden. It seemed that the superpower he currently possessed was related to time, since time and space are often intertwined. He pondered whether he might also harbor spatial abilities that had yet to be uncovered, acquired during his traversal between worlds. This required further exploration, and the prospect excited him as Shaya gazed at the 2 spherical flying vehicles. His mind began to wander. The battles he had previously experienced had revealed to him that many undiscovered secrets lay dormant within him, secrets that he would need to unearth in the future. However, the ability to teleport was an essential skill he intended to acquire. Even if he ultimately failed to master spatial abilities, he planned to travel to the planet Adrelant to study further. "Shilling, please gather some hay and fruit for me. I need to rest and recuperate for a while," he instructed. Shilling obediently set off to procure the necessary supplies. Once everything was prepared, she helped Shaya lean against the rock wall, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. "Brother, what exactly happened? Why is our home transformed so drastically? Who could have inflicted such injuries upon you?" Shilling had been filled with questions throughout their journey, but her concern for Shaya had kept her silent until now. She could not comprehend how the once lush, primordial forest had been ravaged as if it had endured a cataclysm, leaving only a desolate wasteland in its wake. Who was responsible for her brother's grievous injuries? Could there be an unknown master lurking on this Selma planet? In response to Shiling's inquiries, Shaya could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, whispering to himself that it was not her fault. Yet he knew he could not voice this thought directly. After a brief silence, he resolved to reveal the truth to Shilling, to prepare her for the future and ensure that such an incident would never repeat itself. "The root of this calamity lies with the full moon," Shaya stated, taking a bite of fruit. Shilling tilted her head in confusion, her eyes wide with uncertainty. What does the full moon have to do with this? We Scions possess an innate transformation ability. When exposed to the light reflected by a full moon, our cells undergo mutations, allowing us to transform into great apes that in this state. A Scion's combat power surges to 10 times its normal level. Shilling's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, "Doesn't that make Scions invincible?" Shaya shook his head. "It's not that simple." Without delving into how high a Scion's combat power can reach in grade ape form, one significant weakness limits most Scions. What weakness? Though we are a warrior race, the majority of Scions, apart from elite warriors and a select few mid-tier fighters, do not possess particularly high potential. As a result, once transformed into a great ape, they are often overwhelmed by their primal instincts, losing all rationality. Unfortunately, today coincided with the full moon. Seeing her brother's grave demeanor, Shilling quickly connected the dots, covering her mouth in disbelief. "So you were injured by me in my great ape form?" "Indeed, my combat power reached 9370, and it nearly exhausted me," Shaya confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Shilling could no longer contain her sorrow and burst into tears. "I'm so sorry, brother. It's all my fault." Shaya gently ruffled her shiny black hair, offering comfort. "There's no need to be upset. Look, I'm fine. Moreover, I've severed your tail, so as long as you lack it, you won't transform even under a full moon." "Really? You don't blame me?" Shilling asked cautiously. "Of course not. You're my beloved sister," Shaya reassured her softly. However, while Scion's tail allows for transformation into a great ape and grants tenfold combat power, it poses a significant risk for ordinary Scions. It would be wise to remove it if the opportunity arises. "Understood." Shilling nodded vigorously, though she felt a pang of regret. Yet, since it was Shaya's suggestion, she trusted it implicitly. "I must focus on my recovery for the next few months. So I will leave the tasks ahead to you to be cautious. Although the Selma planet currently lacks any biological threats, one must remain vigilant. There exist many life forms in this world, similar to Scions, that possess transformation abilities. These beings may appear weak in their normal state, but when they transform, they can become formidable adversaries." Shaya spoke earnestly, emphasizing the seriousness of his warning. Numerous races throughout the cosmos possess transformation abilities, often suppressing their combat power for various reasons until faced with genuine threats, at which point they unleash devastating attacks. Frisia and his minions, such as Shamber, exemplify such cosmic beings, particularly Frisia, who possesses 3 transformation stages, instilling fear in all who hear his name. Selma was already an exceptionally low-tier planet, and Shaya worried that it might still harbor unknown dangers. "Rest assured, Shilling will be careful," she declared confidently, puffing out her chest. Shaya nodded, taking a piece of fruit and eating it with a sense of reassurance. Shilling's combat power was already among the highest on this planet. As long as she remained cautious, she would be just fine. In the time to come, Shaya would focus on his recovery while also taking the opportunity to reflect on his combat experiences. Chapter 11. 2 superpowers as time flowed and the days passed. 4 months swiftly elapsed. The power of time has the ability to transform all things. It turns the vast seas into fertile fields, reduces towering mountains to marshes, and allows the desolate valleys to flourish once more in vibrant greenery. Though the forest may no longer be as dense as it once was, it still presents a vibrant and lively scene. Over the course of 4 months, thanks to the Saiyans' indomitable vitality and robust recovery capabilities, Shaya's injuries have completely healed, and the fractured bones have mended, rendering his physique even more formidable. After enduring a near-fatal battle 4 months prior, Shaya's strength has surged remarkably. Within this brief span, his combat power has skyrocketed to a staggering 1,700, an astounding feat for a Saiyan yet to reach the age of 6. However, the most significant achievement for Shaya during these 4 months has not been the enhancement of his combat prowess, but rather the development of a new type of superpower. Through persistent research, Shaya has ascertained that he possesses 2 distinct superpowers. The first, previously discovered, is the time ability known as Time Pause, which allows him to halt time within a specified area for 3 seconds. The larger the area of effect and the stronger the opponent, the more energy it consumes. At his peak, he estimates that his Time Pause ability can freeze a target with a combat power of up to 102,686,5268 for 3 seconds, after which it would deplete all his energy. This will serve as Shaya's trump card, to be used sparingly and only in critical moments. The second superpower, as he suspected, is a spatial ability. After extensive development, he can now teleport within a range of 10 kilometers, though there are still many aspects that remain unrefined on this day. While Shaya was practicing his instantaneous movement ability, he spotted Shilling soaring towards him from the horizon. Her arms raised triumphantly as she dragged a wild boar many times larger than herself, emitting joyful cheers as she flew. With a resounding thud, the boar crashed to the ground. Shaya, brother, this is what I just caught. Today, I want to feast on roasted pig, Shilling exclaimed, tugging at Shaya's arm. All right, I hear you. But afterwards, you must train diligently. If you don't meet your goals, I won't prepare any delicacies for you, Shaya replied. Upon hearing this, Shilling puffed up her cheeks, her eyes reflecting her dissatisfaction. I understand. With a practiced hand, Shaya swiftly gutted the boar, removing its entrails and skin, cleaning it before securing it on a spit. With a swift flick of his fingers, a key blast ignited the kindling, and soon the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the as it neared completion. He sprinkled it with unique spices from Planet Selma, resulting in a delectable roasted pig. Shilling watched with gleaming eyes, heedless of the heat, as she tore off a large piece of meat, devouring it eagerly. Shaya, brother, when are we returning to Vegeta? She asked between bites, having long missed their parents on Planet Vegeta. Shaya wiped his mouth, setting down his food, and replied, according to our mission plan, we should be able to return to Vegeta once we eliminate all the indigenous tribes on Planet Selma. However, I fear that returning too soon might provoke unfavorable circumstances for us. What could possibly be unfavorable? Shilling inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Shaya sighed and explained, look at how old we are and how much combat power we possess. Yes, Science, we are a warrior race. But greater strength does not always equate to safety. There are numerous political implications to consider that if we draw too much attention, even Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Edry may not be able to protect us. At this point, Shaya's combat power had reached 1,700, while Shilling had attained 1080, both still in their youth. They had yet to enter the Scion's rapid growth phase, yet they were already formidable. One could only imagine the power they would wield upon reaching adulthood, likely surpassing 102,686,5268 in combat power. They had only just entered the golden age of Science, and the potential for future growth was beyond estimation. Would this be a scenario King Vegeta would welcome? King Vegeta himself possessed barely over 10,000 in combat power. It was evident that their strength could threaten his reign. The elite warriors on Planet Vegeta, boasting combat powers exceeding 102,686,5268, typically did not achieve such strength until well into their 30s. Their potential largely capped. These were the types of warriors King Vegeta favored. If Shaya and Shilling's power became a significant threat, he would undoubtedly reveal his fangs and eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. King Vegeta had acted decisively to order the death of Broly and his father when he perceived their immense potential as a threat to his rule. He would not hesitate to do the same to Shaya and Shilling for similar reasons. Even if he could not act openly, orchestrating special missions to eliminate them would be a subtle endeavor. Shilling wholeheartedly believed Shaya's words, her small face furrowing in concern after hearing him speak. However, my primary concern is not King Vegeta, but rather that scoundrel Frieza. Frieza? Shilling pondered, finally recalling that he was the one to whom the Saiyans pledged their loyalty. Brother, why are you worried about Frieza? Could he pose a threat to us? As she spoke, a hint of ferocity flickered in her eyes. Shaya's expression grew grave as he nodded. Indeed, Frieza is cold-hearted and calculating, and he is most wary of us Saiyans. Fearing the emergence of a legendary Super Saiyan among us, if not for his interest in studying Super Saiyans, he would have eradicated our race long ago. Thus, upon our return, our first obstacle will likely be Frieza, with King Vegeta undoubtedly complicit in this. What shall we do? Frieza claims to be the emperor of the universe. His strength must be formidable, Shilling said, her concern evident. Oh, not fret too much, Shaya reassured her, gently ruffling her hair with a smile, that I know of a place where we can learn to control our internal energy. With a bit of disguise, our energy will go undetected. Really? Shilling's eyes brightened. Of course, we should also minimize our use of energy detectors, as they might have been tampered with by Frieza. Shilling nodded earnestly, and Shaya smiled, knowing she had absorbed his words, having arrived in the Dragon Ball world over 5 years ago. He felt no sense of belonging to the Saiyans. His only concern lay with the couple, Rebecca and Shilling. After their meal, under Shaya's insistence, Shilling began her training. Although the method they developed together was rather rudimentary, it was remarkably effective in honing their strength. Perhaps sensing the pressure, Shilling trained with even greater diligence than usual. Meanwhile, Shaya focused intently on developing his spatial superpowers, aiming to perfect his instant transmission ability so he could avoid using a spacecraft and elude Frieza's watchful gaze while reaching a certain azure planet. Earth, located in the southern region of the North Galaxy, known as Harmony. His version of instant transmission differed from the technique utilized on Yardrat. One relied entirely on superpowers, while the other was a sophisticated art born from extensive studies in cosmology, chaos theory, and spatial structure. Thus, Shaya had to continuously refine his superpowers to gradually enhance this technique, somewhat akin to Gibbet's instant transmission under the East Kaishin's command. However, unlike Gibbet's version, Shaya's instant transmission had a significant flaw. He needed to know the exact coordinates of both the starting and destination points. Otherwise, any miscalculation could result in him becoming lost in the vastness of space. Scientifically speaking, his superpower essentially created a wormhole tunnel between 2 points in the universe for instantaneous travel, in the future. He hoped to integrate Yardrat's technique, which effectively utilized Ki to determine direction, a clear advantage that, despite its reliance on sensing Ki, consumed no energy when activated, something Shaya's spatial superpower could not achieve. Each had its merits, indeed. Chapter 12. Arrival on Earth on a desolate plateau of Selma, where the landscape was riddled with weathered, cracked rocks. A young girl, seemingly no older than 6 or 7, was diligently training with her punches and kicks. Perspiration glistening on her forehead. Perched atop a mountain peak, a diminutive figure floated 3 meters above the ground, with shards of stone rhythmically rising and falling around him. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the air, causing the pressure at the mountain's summit to fluctuate dramatically, producing a series of high-pitched squeaks as the stones quivered, revealing tiny fissures. With a thunderous boom, the stones erupted, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. And from their former position emerged a menacing dark red fissure, pulsating with cold electric light, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, seemingly intent on devouring everything in its path. This fissure was a manifestation of spatial tear. Filled with thunderous destruction, scatter, a soft command echoed, and the terrifying rift trembled before reluctantly vanishing. Shaya furrowed his brow at the place where the fissure had been, attempting to channel the energy within him. Suddenly, a faint golden aura enveloped his body, a tempestuous force sweeping away the surrounding dust. Beeping electronic sounds filled the air as a series of data appeared before his eyes. 2,530 battle power. Over 2,500 battle power, comparable to that of an average adult mid-level warrior. A slight smile crept on Shaya's lips as he exhaled a long breath of stale air. After years of relentless effort and countless hardships, his battle power had increased more than fivefold since his arrival on Selma. However, what truly made him formidable were the two enigmatic superpowers he had developed. Through prolonged cultivation, Shaya had become adept at utilizing his spatial superpower, having created a new technique called Spatial Slash based on instant transmission. This technique was a fearsome move that was nearly impossible to defend against, boasting practicality on par with Time Stop. Turning off the energy detector, he gazed at the vast, barren plateau located on the western edge of Selma, where yellowish gravel blanketed the ground, and the wind stirred up clouds of dust, evoking a sense of grandiosity akin to a vast, boundless sky. Having spent over 3 years on Selma, it was time for him to depart. With a thought, he abruptly vanished from the mountaintop on the plateau. Xiaoling continued her vigorous practice, her energy radiating and creating a hissing sound as it stirred the atmosphere. Beads of sweat trickled down her hair, hitting the ground and releasing wisps of steam. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind, tied back with a ribbon, while a few strands clung to her flushed cheeks. With a whoosh, waves of air surged and rolled around Xiaoling, causing the pressure in the center to drop dramatically. Clouds of dust swirled as if a desert storm had descended upon them, as Xiaoling's punches and kicks quickened in tempo. A series of explosive sounds echoed, and the area within several hundred meters resembled boiling water. Boom! A figure appeared in the sky, descending gracefully. The individual extended a hand, and in an instant, the tempest was shattered. The fierce winds dissipated, and the swirling debris, now subject to gravity, settled to the ground. Shaya landed on one foot and approached Xiaoling. "Brother!" Xiaoling exclaimed, her expression sour, clearly displeased by the interruption to her training. Shaya chuckled, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Do not be upset. I have come to tell you that we are about to leave this planet." Upon hearing this, Xiaoling's demeanor brightened slightly, and she quickly inquired, "Brother Shaya, have you perfected your superpower? Do we not need to take a spaceship?" Now, Xiaoling had matured and realized the necessity of holding sufficient trump cards. Understanding she could not fully trust King Vegeta or Frieza, concealing their battle power was essential for their journey to the distant Earth. Shaya nodded earnestly. "Indeed, if I exert my full superpower while carrying you, we should reach Earth swiftly. When shall we depart?" "Once we secure the spacecraft, we can leave at any moment." Xiaoling nodded in agreement, then sprang into the air, soaring toward the valley where they resided. Shaya followed closely behind, observing the decisive manner in which the young girl acted, shaking his head in wistful lament. "Little Xiaoling has grown up, no longer dependent on me. Whatever happened to her adorable childhood self?" Typically, he indulged Xiaoling's whims, so she should have become more attached to him. Yet she appeared increasingly independent. Had his upbringing skewed her development, or was it merely the pronounced individuality of the Saiyan nature? Upon returning to the small valley they had inhabited for 3 years and confirming that both spacecraft were securely in place, Shaya found a large stone to block the entrance. After completing these tasks, he took Xiaoling's small hand and said, "Hold on tight. I am about to initiate instant transmission." Xiaoling responded with a soft acknowledgement, stepping forward to embrace Shaya. Burying her head in his chest, Shaya opened his arms to wrap around Xiaoling's waist, while his other hand, with fingers pressed together, rested against his brow, his demeanor unusually solemn. With a mere thought, a peculiar ripple of energy enveloped the two. A fleeting flash of light passed. They vanished into the serene depths of the valley. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a gossamer-like Milky Way cascaded from the northeast to the southwest, studded with twinkling stars that sparkled like countless diamonds scattered against the night sky. Earth, a cerulean planet nestled within the southern region of the northern galaxy, was deemed a lowly celestial body, disregarded by any advanced civilization. The inhabitants of Earth, even armed, possessed merely a pitiful combat strength. Yet within this seemingly insignificant world lay profound martial arts wisdom. This moment, in a hilly region of the northern hemisphere, a radiant light flickered in the air like a star. Following this brilliance, 2 figures abruptly appeared suspended in midair, only to plummet straight down to the ground. With a thud, Shaya landed, collapsing onto the earth and gasping hungrily for the vital energy in the air. Regret washed over him as he thought, "I miscalculated. I nearly lost my way in the void of space. I mustn't act so recklessly in the future. Although he had pinpointed Earth's coordinates from the spacecraft, he had underestimated the complexities of interstellar travel. Had it not been for their good fortune, they might have been lost forever among the stars. Shaya had traversed several planets en route, finally arriving at their destination. Such extensive, instantaneous travel was immensely draining, leaving him nearly depleted of energy, teetering on the brink of failure before his journey had even begun. From now on, I must be more cautious with my teleportation, Shilling murmured, her gaze scanning their surroundings, her delicate brows furrowed. Is this truly the Earth my brother spoke of? The gravity here is only 1/10 that of Vegeta, even inferior to Selma. Is there really a remarkable martial arts training method here? After a brief respite, Shaya stood, his strength replenished. Not underestimate Earth, he replied. Though it may be a lowly planet, its martial philosophies are anything but simple. If we can thoroughly comprehend them, we could easily overpower not just King Vegeta, but even Frieza himself. Shiling's eyes widened. She had never seen her brother hold a planet in such high regard. It seemed this world indeed possessed some merit. Shaya surveyed their surroundings and suggested, "Let us first find a populated area to procure suitable attire before we seek out a training ground." Chapter 13. The sacred land of Karen the Sky was lofty and clear. A gentle breeze caressing their faces. The azure heaven shone like a flawless mirror, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled spots of light upon the forest floor. In the lush green jungle, rustling sounds echoed as slender creatures, startled, scurried deeper into the woods. A small human settlement lay a mere 10 kilometers from where Shaya and Shiling had descended, nestled beyond a range of towering snow-capped mountains. Although the town was only a short distance from the forest, it was isolated by the rugged peaks, and few ventured beyond the snow-capped heights, save for the occasional hunter. The townsfolk lived in tranquility and peace. Warm sunlight poured down, gradually melting the ice and snow, while at the other end of the mountain, 2 straight beams of light pierced the sky as Shaya and Shiling entered the small human town. Upon landing, Shaya beheld the familiar sights of tractors clattering in the fields, farmers toiling with hoes, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him as he momentarily glimpsed his past life. Despite the world's transformation, humanity continued its age-old routine of rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Yet, such a life felt increasingly distant to him. With a faint smile, Shaya shook his head and remarked, "This way of life is not what I seek." Having experienced the mundanity of existence and the helplessness of weakness, Shaya's resolve solidified that he was determined to seize his destiny, to rise above the world's turmoil. The path of the strong was fraught with challenges, but he would persevere. Gazing into the vastness of the starry sky, he understood that the boundless waves of the cosmos were his true pursuit. I never expected the humans on this planet to resemble this. Were it not for their lack of tails, they could almost pass for Saiyans, Shiling mused, astonished. The universe was indeed full of wonders, and she was taken aback to find a race so similar to Saiyans in this distant corner of the cosmos. She promptly retrieved her energy detector and scanned the humans in the distance, only to find the readings astonishingly low, mere single-digit numbers. Frowning, she tested again, but the results remained unchanged, with the highest combat power not exceeding 7 points. Turning off the device, she scoffed, "I can't believe their combat power is so abysmal. They're nothing more than a superficial species. Brother Shaya, I now question whether this planet holds what we seek." "Do not be deceived by their low combat capabilities," Shaya replied with a chuckle. "Humans are remarkably intelligent beings. Some martial artists among them possess many extraordinary techniques, which are precisely what we need. Now let us find some suitable clothing." Shaya glanced at their somewhat tattered battle attire and smiled gently. Though crafted from advanced technology on Dadar Star, allowing for flexibility with growth, it was evidently no longer appropriate for them. As they entered the town, despite its remote location and distance from larger cities, the streets were lined with shops brimming with an array of goods, showcasing a remarkable variety. Shiling, captivated by the unfamiliar items, wandered excitedly, akin to a beggar discovering a marketplace for the first time, her eyes wide with wonder as she longed to grasp everything in sight, just as she prepared to resort to force to claim her desired items. Shaya intervened. "What are you doing?" Shiling protested, Annoyance etched on her face. Shaya grasped her arm firmly and replied, "If you want something, you must buy it with money, not resort to theft, but I don't possess such a thing as money." She retorted that not worry. Leave it to me. However, you should learn how to navigate a civilized society, Shaya replied, casting a sidelong glance at an essay race of warriors. Scions were inherently ruthless, and Shaya wished to shield Shilling from the malevolence akin to Frisia's nature. Unprovoked slaughter and forced plunder were not his ideals. Nor were they the way to survive in the cosmos. Since Shilling had chosen to accompany him, he felt it was his duty to guide her properly. Subsequently, Shaya teleported into the primordial forest, hunting down some rare beasts, and exchanged their pelts for Earth's currency, using this money to procure the essentials they required. Given that the Universal Capsule Corporation had yet to expand significantly in this era, they could not fit their purchases into compact capsules, so they bought only what was necessary to replace their worn-out attire, also tidying their hair in the process. After their makeover, the two truly resembled innocent children just entering elementary school, if not for the brown tails trailing behind them. Shaya donned a white short-sleeved shirt beneath a black jacket, paired with casual trousers, while Shilling sported a neutral t-shirt and a gray outer layer, complemented by petite jeans. Her black hair was tied back in a ponytail, adding a touch of feminine grace. What a hassle. We could have simply taken what we wanted by force. Yet here we are, complicating matters, Shilling grumbled. Shilling pouted, her face a picture of impatience. Tugging at her sleeve, she remarked, "Why must we dress in such a manner? These garments are utterly flimsy. They will tear at the slightest tug during battle." Shaya displayed a cheerful smile, despite Shiling's apparent dissatisfaction. He was well aware that she was secretly pleased, stubbornly refusing to admit it. Observing the sky, Shaya determined a direction and said, "Enough of the complaints. Our next destination is the sacred land of Earth martial arts. The Karen Holy Land, located in the Northern Hemisphere. There stands a Karen Tower, and our goal lies atop it. With that, the two ascended into the air, swiftly transforming into two radiant beams, racing towards the Karen Holy Land. Shaya's journey to the Karen Holy Land was not only to learn the methods of chi manipulation from the cat sage, but also to acquire the miraculous healing herb. The Senza Bean. In the earlier arcs of Dragon Ball, the Senza Bean seemed to hold little value, merely staving off hunger. However, in later arcs, it became a life-saving treasure, capable of rapidly restoring stamina and instantly healing any injury. Unfortunately, by the later stages of Dragon Ball, the production of Senza beans drastically decreased, leaving a meager supply. Goku and his companions would often wish to split a single bean in half to share. Thankfully, at this moment, the Senza beans had yet to be squandered by Yajirobe, so there should still be a considerable stock available. The Karen Holy Land is situated on the vast plains on the other side of the earth, diligently guarded by the indigenous Indian tribes. In ancient times, the Karen Holy Land was the birthplace of Earth martial arts, attracting a steady stream of warriors eager to challenge the Karen Tower. Although martial arts on Earth stagnated over the past few centuries and a catastrophic event occurred 300 years ago, the spirit of progress among Earth martial artists never waned, with individuals arriving every few years to test their mettle against the Karen Tower. Today, the Karen Tower welcomed two new guests. After a fleeting shimmer, the smooth horizon came into view. Shaya and Shilling hovered above the Karen Holy Land, gazing at the slender tower that soared into the clouds. Disappearing into layers of mist, the Karen Tower, truly this high, Shilling exclaimed in astonishment. Shaya, equally taken aback, considered the legend that one could only reach the tower's summit by climbing it barehanded. Initially skeptical, he could not help but admire the achievements of ancient Earthlings upon witnessing the tower's seemingly endless ascent into the sky, a feat that could likely only be accomplished by deities. Chapter 14. The temple above Shaya and Shilling paused only briefly beneath the Karen Tower, then accelerated upward along the ivory structure towards its pinnacle, the top of the Karen Tower. Within a bulbous building, the cat sage stood beside a water tank, his expression grave as he leaned on a staff. The tank displayed the rapidly ascending figures of Shaya and Shilling. Their speed was astonishing. The whirlwind they generated scattered the clouds surrounding the tower, and they were swiftly nearing the summit. My goodness, where did these monsters come from? They're about to reach the top in no time. Compared to them, The demon King Piccolo from 300 years ago is utterly insignificant. Beads of sweat formed on the cat sage's forehead as he paced anxiously, filled with unease. The sudden arrival of such formidable beings on Earth was a source of both concern and curiosity. Since Shaya and Shi Ling did not restrain their energy signatures, their presence had already been noted by the cat sage and the higher celestial beings upon their initial appearance on Earth. The overwhelming aura emanating from the duo left the cat sage and the celestial beings in a state of shock, as they had never encountered such terrifying power before. It was positively suffocating. They could only hope that these newcomers would not pose a threat to Earth. Considering Xiaoya's battle power of 2,530 and Shiling's 1980, it was unfathomable to the cat sage and the celestial beings. With their powers barely exceeding 260, the impact of their presence was akin to a cataclysm. They're here. The cat sage jolted, redirecting his gaze from the tank to see two youthful figures floating outside the tower's pinnacle. To think they passed the Karen Tower's trials so swiftly, truly remarkable. The cat sage approached Xiaya and Shi Ling, who were both observing the rotund white cat before them, with Xiaya silently noting, "So this is the cat sage. I've heard he is over 800 years old. May I inquire what brings you two here?" The cat sage asked cautiously, meanwhile, within the temple atop the Karen Tower. The celestial being regarded the scene below with a serious expression, accompanied by Bubbles, who attentively remained by his side. "Cat sage, I have heard that the Karen Holy Land is the cradle of Earth martial arts. We have come today to seek your guidance on the path of cultivation," Shaya said with a smile, getting straight to the point. The cat sage visibly relaxed, responding, "Your strength far surpasses mine. I fear I have little to teach you." "That cannot be the case," Shaya insisted. "Due to certain inherent reasons, our clan possesses immense power, yet we struggle to control our energy. Thus, we wish to learn how to master it." He continued to elaborate on their situation that he did not underestimate the cat sage, simply because of his battle power of less than 200, as a being who had lived for over 800 years. The cat sage possessed a wealth of experience surpassing even that of the celestial beings. Upon hearing this, the cat sage sighed in relief and nodded, saying, "Very well, let me witness your true strength." While he could gauge their approximate power from the aura they exuded, the true extent of their capabilities could only be grasped through direct experience. "That I'll go first," Xiaya declared, immediately channeling the energy within him. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth from his being, transforming into a tempest that swept through the surroundings, sending items atop the Karen Tower tumbling about. The cat sage was momentarily stunned by the intensity of Xiaoya's aura. The energy he had previously sensed paled in comparison. Having never encountered such a formidable presence, the cat sage found himself momentarily immobilized. "That should suffice," Xiaya said, retracting his aura, only to discover that many items had been displaced by the gusts. "Now, it's my turn," Shi Ling softly chimed in. Although she held reservations about the white feline's capabilities, she unleashed her energy with all her might. A powerful aura erupted from her, strong enough to astonish the cat sage. Albeit weaker than Xiaoya's. "Enough, enough. I cannot fathom where you two originated. You're simply terrifyingly strong." The cat sage wiped the cold sweat from his brow and paced around the tower, stating, "I do have some cultivation methods available, but you will need to start from the very beginning. However, with such overwhelming energy, suppressing it will be no simple task. The greater the energy, the more unruly it becomes, and mastering it entirely becomes increasingly difficult." The methods the cat sage possessed required starting from scratch, placing him in a difficult position. "Leave that matter to me." An ancient voice resonated beside them. The cat sage turned, only to find two additional figures had mysteriously appeared outside Kylinda, the celestial being, leaning on a staff, and Bobo, both standing atop a flying carpet that hovered mid-air. The celestial being cleared his throat. Indeed, such formidable beings had emerged on Earth that even the celestial being could not resist making an appearance. "Greetings, dear friends from afar. I am the celestial being of Earth, and perhaps we in the celestial realm can offer assistance with your difficulties." That a warm smile spread across the aged face of the celestial being. Shaya, too, wore a smile as he replied, "In that case, we would be grateful for your help. It is no trouble at all. Please accompany me to the temple." The celestial being nodded, his heart finally at ease. As long as the visitors were not malevolent, forging a benevolent connection with Earth would be advantageous. The celestial being then addressed the cat sage, saying, "Kylan, this matter is of great importance. You should accompany us as well." "Certainly," the cat sage nodded, leaning on his wooden staff as he stepped onto the flying carpet. The temple was situated directly above Kylinta, and they wondered if they would travel together or if they would ascend independently. "Of course we shall fly up ourselves," Shaya said, feeling exuberant. With the guidance of the cat sage, the celestial being, and Bobo, he was confident that he would soon grasp the mysteries of energy. "Shieling, let us go together." With that, he and Shieling soared rapidly toward the temple, cutting through layers of thunderclouds until they arrived at the hemispherical temple, which loomed high in the sky, its architecture predominantly red. The air here was thin, the atmosphere pressure low, and the temperature cooler than that below. Is there truly such a place? Shieling began to marvel at the wonders of Earth. Although life forces on this planet were exceedingly low, neither Kylinta nor the current temple could have been constructed by mere mortals. Perhaps there truly existed wondrous martial arts here. Shortly thereafter, the celestial being and the cat sage arrived. "Please wait a moment," the celestial being said courteously, then turned to Bobo, instructing, "Bobo, please fetch the weighted training suits." Bobo acknowledged and entered the temple, returning shortly with 2 sets of orange martial arts uniforms. The celestial being explained, "These were prepared long ago for martial artists challenging the temple. They possess an extraordinary weighted effect, approximately equivalent to 15 times the force of gravity." Shaya gazed in astonishment, accepting the uniform and donning it. Instantly, a tremendous weight pressed down upon him, rendering even walking a challenge. "What an incredible force of gravity. I feel as though my entire body is filled with lead." Shaya's expression darkened as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead after just a few steps, his breathing becoming labored. It is worth noting that Saiyans naturally lived in the tenfold gravity of Planet Vegeta, exhibiting an innate adaptation to gravity. However, the 15-fold gravity was still somewhat overwhelming. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong only began to adapt to 20-fold gravity when he set off for Namek, at which time his battle power exceeded 8,000, far surpassing Shaya's current battle power of 2,530. Thus, 15-fold gravity posed considerable pressure for them. Shieling experienced a similar struggle, finding her movements hampered once she donned the weighted suit. Chapter 15. Training upon wearing the enchanted weighted suit, Shaya's body felt as though it were enveloped by a mystical gravitational field, necessitating greater effort to counteract the weight imposed on every cell. As a result, he could no longer freely harness his power, and his previously surging battle strength diminished significantly. It was akin to how Frieza suppressed his uncontrollable power through transformation. After shedding most of his energy, the amount Shaya could truly command had become minuscule. Controlling this energy was now much simpler. Observing the two, though their movements were somewhat labored, still exuded a fierce and formidable aura. The celestial being's expression softened, a glimmer of astonishment appearing in his deep-set eyes. He had never contemplated taking advantage of their weakened state to eliminate them, for he understood that such a notion was utterly impossible. While Shaya and Shieling's powers were currently utilized to offset the weight of the suits, this did not mean those powers had vanished. Rather, they lay dormant within their deeper selves. Moreover, the integrity inherent to the celestial being forbade him from such a despicable act. Let this be a means of forging goodwill with Earth. Perhaps one day, Earth may require their assistance. The celestial being mused quietly, leaning on his staff as his ethereal voice floated gently through the air. "Dear guests, from here onward, Bobo and Kylan will conduct your training that I hope it will prove beneficial to you. You may call me Shaya, and this little one beside me is Shieling. That we appreciate your help," Shaya said politely, nodding at Bobo and the cat sage, his youthful face radiating confidence. Though his internal strength had considerably diminished, a lesser quantity meant it could be more easily controlled. And no trouble at all. The cat sage licked his fur and stroked his beard, pondering the nature of these two youngsters. What race were they that they could withstand such a 15-fold weight? It had been centuries since he had encountered such individuals. At that moment, Bobo, who had been silent and standing to the side, stepped forward, His calm eyes regarded Shaya, and shieling as he spoke, "You will first train under Kylan for a while. Once you have grasped the energy within you and understood what she is, I will then take over your training." "Understood." "Yes. Kylan, I leave it to you," the celestial being said, supporting himself with his staff, a smile illuminating his weathered face. After exchanging greetings with Shaya and the others, he returned to the temple. Once the celestial being departed, the cat sage glanced at the two seemingly youthful yet undeniably formidable children before him, contemplating how to proceed with their training. After a short while, the cat sage produced two bells from seemingly nowhere and secured them to Shaya and shieling. He then retrieved a water bottle and hung it from his staff. Completing this, the cat sage, smoothing his fur, said earnestly, "Your task is to seize the water bottle hanging from my staff. You may do so while I am asleep or distracted. Any means are permissible, as long as you manage to take the bottle from me. You will have succeeded. However, I have but one requirement. You must keep these bells attached at all times during your actions, and you must not allow them to make a sound. Otherwise, you will not pass." Shaya nodded upon hearing this. The training method was reminiscent of how the cat sage had trained Sun Wukong in the original tale. However, compared to that instance, the cat sage's current approach was far more stringent. Just a tiny bell had increased the difficulty of the training 100-fold. To move without producing a sound from the bells would require achieving a state of absolute tranquility, akin to the serenity of the sky, a feat of immense difficulty. Through such training, they would unwittingly grasp the essence of In fact, Shaya had previously attempted this method himself, yet he remained unable to master it. Any movement would cause the bells to ring, leaving him perpetually at a loss. It seemed that personal guidance from someone knowledgeable in Qi was essential. Qi is, in essence, a form of energy, a power contained within a living being, yet most individuals fail to recognize its true nature, wielding it in a crude and savage manner. The cat sage's training method, though seemingly simple, contained profound principles. This was a realm where earthlings far surpassed beings from the cosmos. It was precisely what Shaya sought to attain during his visit to Earth. "Kylan, let's begin." Xayah nodded at the cat sage, then teamed up with Shieling to begin their endeavor to seize the water bottle. Although the training under the cat sage was ostensibly simple, they soon discovered the challenges that lay ahead. With each attempt, Xayah either missed his target or the bell emitted a resounding chime. To prevent the bell from ringing, they had to meticulously control their movements. Coupled with the thin air at the temple's lofty heights and the substantial weights they bore, it wasn't long before both were left panting in exhaustion. After a brief respite to regain their strength, the duo resumed their struggle for the water bottle suspended from the cat sage's staff. Yet, they frequently faltered, at times nearly grasping the bottle, only to have it slip from their fingers as the cat sage swayed slightly. Days passed, 6 or 7 to be precise, and life in the temple proved to be exceedingly monotonous. However, both Xayah and Shieling possessed remarkable fortitude in enduring solitude, remaining unperturbed by their surroundings. During this time, they absorbed the martial wisdom imparted by the cat sage like sponges soaking up water, reshaping their understanding and control of power from a crude instinct to a refined precision. On the 9th day, as they continued their attempts to seize the water bottle, they had significantly improved, managing to keep the bell silent, an impressive feat compared to their initial efforts. The cat sage observed in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the extraordinary progress made by the pair. Even with a commendable martial background, the cat sage found himself profoundly affected by their rapid advancement. He understood that his training method was far more challenging than those employed in the past. Typically, it took challengers 2 to 3 years to succeed in this endeavor. Yet, adding the requirement of keeping the bell silent was a novel challenge, one typically set by the heavens for those who dared to confront the temple. "This will not do. You must learn to regulate your breathing. A disordered breath leads to a disrupted rhythm, revealing vulnerabilities in your movements." The cat sage shook the water bottle in his hand, his feline eyes narrowing into slits he demonstrated by launching an attack towards Xayah and Shieling, his soft claws striking with a flurry of sounds, sending their bodies flying several meters before they skidded across the ground. To master the regulation of breath, one must first cultivate a tranquil heart. The air in the heavens is exceedingly thin, Even the slightest extraneous movement can burden the body and disrupt breathing. Once you achieve a state of serene stillness, akin to the calm sky, you will gain control over every action of your body. The cat sage waddled closer, his rotund figure dragging the staff behind him. It was remarkable that the water bottle remained perfectly still, not a drop spilled. Xayah stood there, deep in thought, a glimmer of inspiration flickering in his eyes. Sweating profusely yet undeterred, he shouted. Once more, Xayah launched the first attack. Moving like a swift wind, a flash of orange light streaking through the air, arriving before the cat sage in the blink of an eye, then shifting position to strike at the target on the staff. The cat sage's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing as he prepared to evade. Suddenly, the cat sage's expression shifted, his white fur bristling slightly. Just a step away from him, Xayah astonishingly altered his stance, leaving a lingering shadow in midair as he inexplicably appeared behind the cat sage. A slender hand reaching for the target. That critical moment. The staff was pulled down, and Xayah's hand grasped at nothing but air. With a resounding thud, the cat sage's ample body rebounded slightly. One foot kicking toward Xayah, who was uncontrollably flung away. After repelling Xayah, the cat sage exhaled deeply, casting a glance at the still wobbling water bottle, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Oh dear, that was quite sudden. Had my reflexes not been sharp, you might have succeeded in seizing the bottle. The cat sage regarded Xayah with a newfound wariness. What a formidable little imp. He nearly succeeded. When the celestial beings ascended the temple, it took them decades to wrest the bell from Bobo, and these two are no ordinary challengers. Meanwhile, Shilling observed Xayah's every move intently. Witnessing him come so close to success only to falter at the last moment filled her with regret. Yet she pondered deeply over the cat sage's previous words, increasingly aware of their profound significance, a depth far surpassing the teachings from Vegeta's star. Earth, indeed, proved to be an extraordinary place that a spark of joy illuminated Shilling's bright eyes. Perhaps accompanying Xayah to Earth was indeed a judicious choice. Chapter 16. The feeble Earth time slipped away like fine sand, imperceptibly passing in the blink of an eye. Half a month had elapsed since Xayah and Shilling commenced their training under the cat sage. Under his guidance, both Xayah and Shilling experienced rapid growth, diligently addressing their foundational shortcomings, grasping the essence of Qi, and learning to master the energy within them. After half a month, their energy had become more contained. No longer as ostentatious as when they first arrived on Earth. On the 16th day, having mastered the intricate use of Qi, Xayah was the first to seize the water bottle from the cat sage, followed by Shilling on the 19th day. Thus, the cat sage's training reached its conclusion. Your rate of progress has truly exceeded my expectations. It is astonishing that you have achieved this stage in merely a few days. Now, you may remove your weighted garments and unleash your full strength for me to witness. After the training concluded, the cat sage ambled over with his plump form swaying. No problem, Xayah replied enthusiastically. Swiftly unfastening his weighted attire, the garments fell away. The peculiar gravitational force that had enveloped him vanished, and the power that had been suppressed within surged forth with fervor, with a resounding crackle. Xayah's body echoed with sounds reminiscent of popping beans. Suddenly, a torrent of power erupted, as if the floodgates had opened, cascading forth like a deluge. That moment, an overwhelming aura radiated from Xayah, engulfing the entire temple, while the tranquil sky appeared to have been struck by a bomb, instantly roiling into chaos as the temple began to tremble. Feeling the exuberant energy coursing through every cell of his being, Xayah couldn't help but laugh heartily, a satisfied grin illuminating his face. Yet his expression shifted, and the surging waves of energy intensified once more. This force coalesced into a tangible presence, the wind howling with an unparalleled pressure. The cat sage, positioned not far from Xayah, was the first to bear the brunt of this overwhelming force. His face stiffened, a chill coursing through him, as if the blood in his veins had instantaneously frozen. Enough! Quickly! Rein in your energy! The cat sage, leaning on his staff and shielding his forehead from the fierce winds, called out loudly. In a mere 20 days, Shaya's combat prowess had astonishingly surged once again. surpassing his initial strength upon arriving on Earth by a significant margin that a rough estimate suggested that his battle power had likely exceeded 3,000. Having begun his training from scratch, Shaya distinctly felt his foundation becoming increasingly solid. Although his previous strength had been formidable, from his current perspective, he suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. He realized that his prior might had been an illusion, akin to a massive sponge that appeared grand on the surface, but revealed its true insignificance upon a slight squeeze. That brand of power was superficial. It sufficed against the weak, allowing him to maintain his superiority. Yet when confronted with genuine strength, it would deflate like a punctured balloon. In contrast, Shaya now possessed a grounded sense of his abilities. This feeling was invigorating, as he took a steady step forward on the path of the strong. Shaya, tell me honestly, how many warriors like you exist in the universe? The cat sage, observing Shaya and Shiling's incredible aptitude for cultivation, inquired with curiosity. Warriors like me? Shaya paused momentarily before responding candidly. To be truthful, my strength is hardly noteworthy in the vastness of the universe. Shiling and I hail from a planet called Vegeta, inhabited by a warrior race known as Saiyans. We are merely adolescent mid-tier warriors among the Saiyans, and there are at least 100 to 200,000 who surpass us in strength. Although we Saiyans are regarded as a warrior race, our influence in the universe is merely above average, far from those cosmic overlords capable of cataclysmic destruction. Unintentionally, the cat sage gasped in astonishment at Shaya's revelation of such insignificance amid his own race. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given their youthful appearances, they could not possibly compare to adults. Yet this fact only heightened the cat sage's concern that a child from a cosmic race was already more powerful than the deities on Earth. And according to Shaya, the Saiyan race's standing in the universe was merely middling. Just how many formidable civilizations existed within the cosmos? In that moment, the vastness and might of the universe left the cat sage speechless, casting a profound shadow over his heart. If Shaya's claims held true, Earth was indeed perilously vulnerable. As if sensing the cat sage's apprehension, Shaya smiled and reassured him, but you need not worry too much. Earth is simply a forgotten low-level planet, and generally speaking, extraterrestrials do not venture here. The cat sage, hearing this, felt a sense of resignation. Being labeled a low-level planet was ironically good news, as it meant Earth was overlooked. How ironic indeed. Chapter 17. The hyperbolic time chamber. Well, now that I am aware of these matters, you should go seek Bobo. He will guide you in your training from here on out. I must say, do not be deceived by Bobo's seemingly dull exterior. His abilities far exceed mine, the cat sage said, his enthusiasm waning. Having been disheartened by Shaya's revelation, he had lost the will to assess Shiling's progress, though it was likely she had not lagged behind much, given their remarkable talents. Thank you, Karen. We shall seek out Mr. Bobo, Shaya replied with a smile, casting a knowing glance at Shiling, who nodded in understanding. Together, they proceeded deeper into the temple. Watching their retreating figures, the cat sage stood silently, murmuring to himself, I must relay this information to the deity to ensure he is prepared. Alas, there are far too many strong beings in the universe. I hope none set their sights on Earth. Speaking of which, the martial arts on Earth have truly declined over the past few centuries. The cat sage stretched lazily and ambled towards the deity's residence. In the temple's corridor, Bobo sat quietly, resembling a meditative monk. Upon noticing Shaya and Shiling entering, he rose, his copper-like eyes devoid of emotion, and gazing harmlessly at them. I have witnessed your earlier performance. Conventional methods are beyond my teaching capabilities. Now, follow me, he instructed, turning toward the inner sanctum of the temple. Shaya and Shiling exchanged glances and promptly followed suit, trailing behind Bobo as they navigated through several corridors and intersections. Delving deeper into the temple's heart, Shaya glanced back, realizing the path they had taken had become a convoluted maze, easily disorienting. Where is Bobo leading us? After such a lengthy walk, we must be nearing our destination. Shaya pondered internally, aware they had reached the temple's lower level. As he contemplated, Bobo halted before a grand golden door. Pushing it open, he announced, inside is a hyperbolic time chamber. 1 day outside equates to 1 year within. The environment is exceedingly harsh, and I will be accompanying you for a year. The revelation of the hyperbolic time chamber stunned Shaya. He had envisioned numerous training methods, from transporting them to alternate realms to traversing storm-ridden valleys. Yet he had not anticipated being brought directly to the hyperbolic time chamber. It is crucial to note that the conditions within the chamber are extreme. Thin air, temperatures fluctuating between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius, and gravity 10 times that of Earth. While such conditions might be deemed severe for others, for beings like them, it posed no true hardship. The real test lay in their psychological endurance. Spending a year in an expansive yet barren environment would be a monumental challenge for the mind. Those with weak wills or scattered focus could easily succumb to hallucinations that end the original narrative. The hyperbolic time chamber was designed primarily to gain time before confronting foes, lacking inherent training significance. However, Shaya was now filled with anticipation, for what he lacked most was time. Having been in the Dragon Ball world for over 7 years, he knew that if events unfolded as per the storyline, it would not be long before Frieza grew impatient and destroyed Planet Vegeta. Although he was uncertain of the precise timeline, it was clear that time was running short. He needed to amass sufficient strength to at least evacuate Rebecca and Edri before Frieza's onslaught, if not to thwart him altogether. Shaya, what is the hyperbolic time chamber? Shilling inquired, a look of confusion on her face. The hyperbolic time chamber is an alternate dimensional space constructed by the gods. Time within passes significantly faster than outside. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside, making it ideal for urgent breakthroughs in training. However, one can only enter the chamber twice in a lifetime, and only 2 individuals can enter at a time. Bobo interjected before Shaya could respond. What a remarkable place! As Bobo opened the golden door, revealing the hyperbolic time chamber, the view beyond appeared a dark blur, as if some energy obscured their vision. Bobo turned to Shaya and Shilling, stating, "Since only 2 can enter at a time, you will need to go in separately. That I shall take the lead," declared, leaping ahead. Dust shrugged, reasoning that a day or 2 hardly mattered. Since was so eager to enter, he decided to let her go first. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Mister, did you not mention that one can only enter twice in a lifetime? May I ask how many times you have ventured inside?" Given that was present during the construction of the spiritual time chamber, he was not bound by such limitations, replied in a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, felt his pupils constrict. From his words, he gleaned much. If had been there during the construction of the spiritual time chamber, then it could be inferred that he was at least several thousand years old. A lifespan long enough to have seen through many things. However, this raised a new question. If could enter and exit the spiritual time chamber without restrictions, why then was his combat prowess so minimal? Could it be due to his status as a divine servant? Confounded, shook his head, deciding to ponder no further. His gaze settled upon as he said, "Then hurry in. It shall be my turn after a day." Chapter 18. The divine being nodded and proceeded into the spiritual time chamber alongside. As they entered, the golden doors of the chamber thunderously closed behind them, understood that the flow of time within the chamber had now diverged from that of the outside world. 1 day outside equated to an entire year inside. With nothing to occupy his time, he sat idly in the temple's corridor for quite a while before beginning to wander along the circular white jade staircase within. The exact date of the temple's construction was lost to history. It could have been several thousand years ago, or perhaps even longer. Yet, time had left few marks upon the temple, which was perhaps its most enchanting quality. Along the walls of the spiraling corridor, half-meter-high golden motifs were embedded, their intricate reliefs teeming with life, reminiscent of ancient Incan murals, primarily depicting scenes of humanity's primitive struggles with nature and the art of hunting. As he meandered through the labyrinthine hallways, he encountered a resplendent door every few meters, each leading to various chambers. Some are ordinary storage rooms, while others, like the spiritual time chamber, were enchanted spaces. After a lengthy exploration of the corridors, navigating the convoluted paths, he finally returned to the entrance of the temple. That moment, the celestial deity approached, leaning on a staff. "There you are. Has just informed me of your situation. I never anticipated that there were so many formidable beings in the universe. By comparison, Earth seems exceedingly weak." The aged face of the deity displayed a hint of helplessness. Ever since learning about the immense power of other life forms in the universe from the cat sage, his heart had been in a state of tension, the intimidation of the strong looming over him, fearing that extraterrestrials might one day invade Earth. Indeed, Earth's overall strength is so low that it is likely among the most primitive planets in the universe. Replied candidly. However, you need not belittle yourselves. While the individual strength of Earth's inhabitants may be lacking, you possess certain advantages that are hard for beings from other planets to match. Your martial arts philosophy is far more advanced than that of the extraterrestrials. If you can capitalize on your strengths, I believe Earthlings will not be inferior to those from the cosmos. His assessment was quite objective. The weakness of Earth's inhabitants was not a permanent condition. When the Dragon Ball warriors truly rose, pure-blooded Earthlings would undoubtedly surpass the majority of beings in the universe. Of course, this required the right opportunities. The deity was taken aback. He had not anticipated to hold such a favorable view of martial arts on Earth, and a smile crept onto his face. Nevertheless, the scarcity of strong individuals on Earth was indeed concerning. In the past few centuries, true martial artists had been dwindling, and those worthy of cultivation were exceedingly rare. With this thought, the deity sighed once more. In the realm of martial arts, the Turtle School and Crane School were renowned, yet a gap had appeared among the younger generation of martial artists. A concerning phenomenon for a planet that might face alien invasions at any moment. Since realizing Earth's precarious situation, the deity had been contemplating ways to enhance the strength of its inhabitants. By the way, I have heard that you possess many wondrous spells, and I need your assistance, said with a sheepish smile, feeling somewhat guilty for repeatedly asking for help. Yet, he remained unaware that, in the eyes of the weak, it was entirely natural and even an honor for a strong individual to request their assistance. The universe was a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong enjoyed numerous inherent privileges. For example, the notion that the weak serve the strong was considered quite normal and logical by both the strong and even the weak themselves. I do have some knowledge of magic. I wonder what you require, the deity inquired with curiosity. To turn around, and a brown, furry tail detached from his waist, swaying in the air. After having severed it during the full moon it had grown back after several months. This is the tale of my Saiyan heritage. I wish to harness your abilities to prevent it from growing back. The deity had never encountered a human with a tail, so he scrutinized it closely, contemplating that it might be a characteristic of the Saiyan race. However, at that moment, an image of an enraged giant ape surged into his mental consciousness. A violent and savage aura inundated him, relentlessly assaulting his psyche. The deity's eyes widened in terror as he quickly averted his gaze. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he spoke. What a terrifying mental shock. What on earth was that giant ape? That ominous presence nearly shattered my mind. First, sever the tail, and then I shall cast a spell to prevent its regrowth. Agreed. Nodded, cooperating fully as he conjured an energy blade, slicing through the tail in one swift motion. Blood flowed from the severed wound. The deity, noting his decisiveness, nodded in approval, as the next step required him to cast a spell. Extending his arm from his white robe, he held 2 fingers upright and chanted an incantation. A glimmer of luminous light flickered a few times before darting towards wound. With a soft pop, the magic envelops body, its warm, gentle touch soothing his flesh. The shimmering green glow pulsed rhythmically, gradually dimming until it vanished entirely, leaving the wound on his posterior completely healed. After moving around a bit, immediately sensed a difference. Without his Saiyan tail, his control had noticeably improved. Thank you, heavenly deity. Should Earth ever find itself in trouble, simply inform me, and I shall come to its aid. In high spirits, generously made his promise, though whether he could fulfill it would depend on circumstances later. However, he knew that at least before the events of Dragon Ball Z, Earth was unlikely to face any major crises, and after Dragon Ball Z, it was likely that the others would also have grown stronger. With assurance, a smile spread across the deity's face. I shall need your assistance in the future. Thus, the two engaged in a quiet yet fruitful exchange, alleviated the potential instability brought by his tail, while the deity secured a promise of support from him should Earth ever be threatened. A mutually beneficial arrangement. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, raised several questions regarding his training, to which the deity provided thorough answers. While the deity's power was not on par with, his extensive knowledge of martial arts surpassed in many respects, proving to be immensely beneficial to him. After receiving guidance from the celestial deity, a profound clarity dawned upon his heart, and many of his previous doubts vanished in a thin by this time. The better part of the day had already elapsed. Noticing that there was still ample time before Shieling and the others emerged from the mental time chamber, Shaya contemplated briefly and departed from the temple, making his way directly to the summit of the Korin Tower below. His purpose for visiting Korin Tower was to obtain the healing sacred beans, known as Senzu, from the cat sage. Previously, he had been preoccupied with his training and had not sought out the cat sage for the beans. Yet they were an essential objective of his journey. The Saiyan physique, combined with the healing properties of the Senzu beans, promised an unparalleled synergy. Korin Tower, with its bulbous apex, housed the cat sage, who was leisurely reclining on a bench. Suddenly, the sage sensed a formidable aura approaching. Opening his eyes, he beheld Shaya, who had mysteriously appeared before him. The cat sage, accustomed to the encounter, let out a habitual yawn, rose from the bench, and inquired, "Shaya, why have you come down here instead of continuing your training up top?" After spending several days together, the cat sage believed he had come to understand Shaya's nature, and thus spoke with an air of casual familiarity. Shaya cut straight to the chase, asking, "Korin sage, I have heard whispers of substance known as Senzu. Might you be able to spare me some?" "Senzu?" The cat sage's half-closed eyes widened slightly, and he nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed, I possess such beans. Consuming one allows a person to forego food for 10 days. If you desire them, I can certainly offer you a few." "Just a moment. Let me locate them. I recall having them nearby." As he spoke, the cat sage began rummaging through his belongings. After unearthing a plethora of miscellaneous items, he finally retrieved 5 sealed ceramic jars, each emblazoned with the characters for Senzu in red. When opened, they revealed an abundance of verdant, dried beans within. Chapter 19. An abundance of Senzu, such a multitude. Upon seeing the 5 large jars of Senzu beans that the cat sage had unearthed, Shaya's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a destitute soul stumbling upon a trove of gold. His gaze brimmed with fervent desire. The jars contained no fewer than 70 to 80,000 beans. In the early days of Dragon Ball, Senzu beans had not been regarded as particularly valuable, often frivolously consumed merely to stave off hunger. However, as the story progressed, they became indispensable lifesavers, capable of swiftly restoring stamina and instantaneously healing various injuries. Reflecting on the later arcs of Dragon Ball, where Goku and his companions would scarcely share a single bean, the thought was truly heart-wrenching. Thus, when Shaya beheld such a bountiful supply of Senzu beans before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to collect them all, lest they fall into the hands of the gluttonous Yajirobe. Next, the cat sage tossed a single Senzu bean towards Shaya. He caught it deftly, popped it into his mouth, and crunched down to it had a texture reminiscent of roasted beans and lacked any distinct flavor. Yet as he chewed, a wondrous energy surged within his mouth, followed by a warm sensation spreading throughout his body. The gnawing hunger vanished inexplicably, and his mental fatigue dissipated entirely, leaving him invigorated and brimming with vitality. Testing his strength, he realized he was in peak condition. The effects of the Senzu beans were indeed miraculous. Having personally experienced the extraordinary properties of the Senzu beans, Shaya's longing for them intensified. His gaze fixed hungrily upon the jars. He wondered if the Korin sage might be willing to part with a few more. "Oh, certainly, no problem at all." The cat sage waved his hand dismissively and tossed several jars of Senzu beans toward Shaya. This left Shaya momentarily speechless. He had merely intended to request a modest handful of beans. Perhaps a few thousand his astonishment. The cat sage had generously bestowed upon him all 5 jars, which must contain around 70 to 80,000 beans. It seemed that fate had bestowed a fortuitous connection between him and these beans. Overjoyed, Shaya quickly collected the Senzu beans. With a flick of his finger, he created a smooth rift in the air, akin to slicing through a thin sheet of paper, through which he carefully placed the 5 jars of Senzu beans into a dimensional space. This was a new technique he had developed during his training in the temple. While lacking offensive capabilities, it served perfectly for storage. The cat sage observed the floating rift with mild surprise and chuckled. Ah, your tricks are quite impressive. This technique could indeed be a formidable weapon if wielded wisely. Haha, merely a trivial skill. I owe you my gratitude. These sins of beans will be of immense benefit to me. Shaya laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. Receiving such a bounty of sins of beans was a delightful surprise, significantly enhancing his resources for training. It was akin to an experienced racer on Akina Mountain acquiring multiple high-value insurance policies, allowing him to attempt previously daunting training regimens without fear. The cat sage waved him off nonchalantly. These sins of beans were originally intended for challengers who ascend Corinne Tower to restore their stamina and alleviate hunger. However, as no one has scaled the tower in many years, they would go to waste, so it is better to give them to you. Thus, you are indeed squandering a treasure. Shaya chuckled and curiously inquired. What is the yield of these sins of beans, if I may ask? Having acquired such a substantial number of beans was not enough. Shaya's aspirations extended even further. The cat sage, seemingly anticipating his thoughts, shook his head and replied, the cultivation of senzu beans requires divine water for irrigation. I have a small plot atop Corinne Tower, but it only yields around 100 beans annually in recent years. The yield has decreased even further. The beans you hold are the result of several centuries of accumulation. That's so, Shaya nodded, somewhat regretfully. However, upon recalling the tens of thousands of sins of beans now in his possession, his mood brightened once more. After a moment's reflection, he kindly suggested, Corinne Sage, these sins of beans are a remarkable treasure. Their benefits extend beyond merely alleviating hunger and restoring stamina. I believe their healing properties are of utmost significance. I recommend you consider expanding their cultivation. It may prove invaluable in the future. The cat sage stroked his beard, nodding thoughtfully. Shaya's words had indeed awakened him to a realization. In the past, Earth had been devoid of formidable adversaries, leading to the senzu beans' importance being overlooked. However, just because they were unnecessary then did not imply they would remain so, especially now that Earth was exposed to the cosmos, potentially attracting the attention of countless powerful beings. As a healing sacred medicine, senzu beans were undeniably essential. Yes, I understand. I will endeavor to expand the cultivation of senzu beans. However, divine water is necessary for irrigation and is not easily condensed, so the extent to which we can increase the yield remains uncertain. Why not give it a try? Shaya beamed with a radiant smile, his face gleaming with persuasion. As long as the cat sage was willing to enlarge the cultivation area for the senzu beans, the yield would inevitably increase to some degree. Furthermore, once the cat sage recognized the importance of the senzu beans, it was likely that he would no longer heed Yajirobe's whims as he did in the original story, allowing him to squander the beans without a second thought. Shaya's acquisition of such a wealth of senzu beans was, in truth, buoyed by the cat sage's unawareness of their true significance. After bidding farewell to the cat sage, Shaya made his way back to the temple. Upon returning to the temple, Shaya suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that he had forgotten to inquire with the cat sage about the super divine water. That substance could unlock one's potential. What a missed opportunity that would be. He then shook his head, dismissing the thought. Perhaps it was for the best. Super divine water appeared to be anything but safe. For an ordinary person, super divine water was akin to poison. It is truly overwhelming how it inspires potential. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong faced near-death experiences, relying solely on his Saiyan bloodline to endure. Xayah even harbors doubts, suspecting that it was the consumption of the super divine water, coupled with the excessive strain from repeatedly using the Kaioken technique, that led to Sun Wukong's premature myocardial fatigue and subsequent viral heart disease. To be candid, as a warrior race, how could the Saiyan's vital core, the heart, suddenly falter? For any individual with extraordinary combat prowess, common external pathogens should pose little threat. Their immune systems are exceptionally robust the moment a pathogen enters their bodies. It is swiftly engulfed by immune cells and their bodily fluids. The fact that Sun Wukong has contracted viral heart disease likely indicates some weaknesses within his constitution due to certain factors. Although this is merely speculation, Xayah believes it prudent to exercise caution. The allure of immediate convenience should not lead to future peril. There are numerous methods in the universe to unlock potential. Perhaps in the future, a visit to Namek to seek the Elder's assistance in cultivating one's abilities would be wise, as it bears no side effects. Could it be that the super divine water is the sacred liquid used by the cat sage to nurture the divine beings? While in the temple, Xayah found himself lost in thought. Chapter 20. 1 year later in Shieling, before Shieling emerged from the room of spirit and time, Xayah sat cross-legged, suspended in midair, striving to comprehend the clarity of the sky and the swiftness akin to lightning. Legend has it that the temple is situated beyond the Earth's atmosphere, within a unique subspace, enhanced by divine power. It is inaccessible without genuine prowess, in the vast, empty void, a solitary hemispherical structure, resplendent in crimson and reminiscent of Incan culture. Floated alone, due to its elevated position, the surrounding clouds were sparse, and the air was exceedingly thin. At the temple's center stood a row of magnificent, opulent halls, flanked by several rows of plants that appeared somewhat monotonous in comparison to the grandeur of the temple. With a spacious plaza at its heart, this moment, Xayah floated in midair, his demeanor serene and unperturbed, with not a whisper of wind, yet the distant plants seemed to sway as if pulled by an unseen force. With a deep breath, Xayah exhaled, releasing a cloud of stale air. He opened his eyes, his toes gently touching the ground, and sighed. I had hoped to emulate Bobo's state of mind to elevate my martial arts realm. Yet his understanding is profound, and the more I contemplate it, the more I realize its complexity. Speaking of which, it seems that the divine attendants in the Dragon Ball universe surpass the deities they serve. Aside from the Isekai's attendant, Jebbet, both Bobo and the angel Whis are far stronger than the gods they attend, and to some extent, they have all served as teachers, the god of destruction. Beerus was taught solely by Whis. What manner of beings are these divine attendants? If they are so powerful, why are they merely attendants? Pondering this, Xayah felt a slight headache, but then smiled wryly to himself. Why dwell on such matters? Regardless of their purpose for existence, it seems unrelated to him. At that moment, the atmosphere around him suddenly stilled, only to be instantaneously cleared by an external force. Xayah paused, caught off guard, when an overwhelming, terrifying aura seemed to descend from another realm, akin to colossal mountains crashing down from the heavens, causing the entire temple to tremble in its wake. In the face of this power, Xayah's prideful strength felt diminutive, as his warrior bloodline trembled in response. This force momentarily stunned Xayah. He was all too familiar with this presence. Shieling had emerged, and her aura had grown immensely powerful. It was reminiscent of the time he faced her transformed into a great ape, and the disparity had widened astonishingly. Xayah's expression grew serious, yet excitement surged within him, as the blood coursing through his veins boiled with exhilaration. How splendid! The training in the room of spirit and time had proven remarkably effective. No, it must be attributed to Bobo's guidance. Xayah! Shieling's voice echoed from the corridor as a small girl stepped out from one side of the temple. Her hair, reminiscent of clouds, danced gently, with elegantly arched brows and bright eyes that sparkled like stars in the moon. Perfectly adorning her face, her flower-like visage shimmered like jade, and although her body had yet to fully mature, she already possessed the graceful contours of a young girl. Is this truly Shieling? Xayah gazed at the small girl, now standing a height of 1.50 meters, momentarily entranced. The girl who once trailed beside him had unknowingly matured. Yet considering their ages, it was not surprising. They had been over 7 years old when they arrived on Earth. And after a year in the room of spirit and time, Shieling was now over 8. Given that Saiyan females typically mature earlier, this was hardly unexpected. Shieling, your power has increased remarkably, due to her unrestrained aura. Standing beside Shieling, Xayah felt a tremendous pressure. If calculated by combat power, it was likely nearing 10,000, a pinnacle strength even among the warriors of Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Shieling proudly lifted her chin, her delicate features radiating satisfaction. Of course, I am now far superior to you. Xayah. Enjoy your moment of glory. When I emerge from the room of spirit and time, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Xayah retorted nonchalantly, unfazed by Shieling's boast. After all, he possessed a vast supply of divine beings, allowing him to train without restraint. In the original tale, Sun Wukong managed to elevate his combat power to 180,000 within a mere month before heading to Namek. Xayah believed he could not match Sun Wukong's remarkable luck, but he was confident in multiplying his own power several times. We shall see. Upon realizing her progress had gone unacknowledged, Shilling haughtily scoffed, turning her face away. "You're becoming less adorable," Xayah mused, recalling how the once cherubic Shilling had seemingly vanished. He playfully tugged at a strand of her hair and whispered in her ear. This immediately provoked her ire, as she retorted loudly, "What do you mean by adorable? Wait until you surpass me before you speak." Shilling's Saiyan tendencies were becoming increasingly pronounced, yet she was still far better than other Saiyans. It seemed the influence of recent years had indeed made an impact. Xayah chuckled inwardly, his eyes glinting mischievously, and refrained from teasing her further. He said, "Shilling, I just obtained some marvelous items from the Cat Sage. Here, take a few, but be sure to use them sparingly." With that, Xayah produced a small pouch, tied securely, containing dozens of divine beans. "What is this?" Shilling inquired, peering inside to find some withered beans. "These are divine beans. No matter how grievously one is injured, as long as they are not dead, consuming one will restore them to peak condition, and they can go without food for 10 days. "Really?" Shilling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she snatched the pouch, joyfully stashing it away in her pocket, then curiously asked, "If you've given me all these divine beans, do you still have any left?" Having acquired the divine beans, she hesitated, realizing that such a precious item could be life-saving in critical moments. If she took them all, wouldn't Xayah be left without any? Shouldn't she perhaps return a few? Noticing Shilling's indecisiveness and her expression of concern, Xayah chuckled, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I've kept some for myself. Just be sure to safeguard those. They are quite precious." How could they not be precious? He had only around 70 to 80,000 left. Understood, with a vigorous nod. Shilling wore a deeply touched expression. Shaya smiled appreciatively. He refrained from revealing the exact number of magical beans he possessed to Shilling, for he knew that should she discover the extent of his hidden stash, the young girl would undoubtedly turn against him, demanding the return of her heartfelt gratitude. "All right, let's discuss this further once I emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber. By then, we shall see how you maintain your bravado in my presence." Shilling furrowed her brows playfully, sticking out her tongue adorably, then gazed at Shaya's departing figure, her small face betraying a hint of anticipation. Chapter 21. A Major Breakthrough. "Mr. Bobo, it's now my turn to enter. Tiet. Indeed, since Mr. Shaya is prepared, please follow me inside. However, there's one point I must clarify beforehand. Bobo will only provide guidance. The specifics of your training must be explored by yourself." As Shaya approached the doorway, Bobo suddenly interjected, "I understand that a master may lead one to the door, but the journey of cultivation lies within the individual." Shaya replied, nonchalantly with a smile. As they conversed, they stepped through the grand entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. With a resounding thud, the door sealed shut, completely separating the two realms. Possessing the dual powers of time and space, Shaya was particularly attuned to the fluctuations of reality. Just as the door to the chamber closed, he keenly sensed a subtle ripple in the fabric of time and space. The hyperbolic time chamber was aptly named for its connection to the mind, rather than simply being a time chamber. The original architect likely drew inspiration from the disparity in time flow experienced on a mental level compared to reality, combined with the application of temporal energy, resulting in the creation of this unique chamber. Perhaps in ancient times, there existed celestial beings who mastered the intricacies of time and space. Shaya pondered to himself. He understood that the structural integrity of the hyperbolic time chamber was not infallible. Although the chamber permitted an individual to enter only twice in their lifetime, this limitation applied to the majority. For those capable of transcending the barriers of time and space, such constraints were utterly inconsequential. For beings as formidable as Super Saiyan 3 or Majin Buu, the regulations of the chamber appeared trivial, as their immense power was sufficient to shatter spatial limitations. This exemplified the principle of overwhelming force breaking through all obstacles. Yet, Did a realm exist that even a Super Saiyan 3 could not breach? A sudden thought crossed Shaya's mind. He held a strong confidence in his own temporal abilities, believing that with continuous research, he could eventually develop an impenetrable time-space prison, perfect for confining or sealing away adversaries. However, it was premature to dwell on such notions, and Shaya shook his head, casting the thought aside. As Shaya and Bobo continued onward, they traversed a narrow corridor, emerging into a vast expanse of white, an immense space characterized by oppressive heat, low atmospheric pressure, and a gravity tenfold that of the outside world. They found themselves in a grand two-story palace, a residence for practitioners to dine and rest. Yet even this magnificent structure seemed diminutive in the context of the expansive emptiness surrounding it. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, sustenance consisted solely of water and dry flour, stored within a pantry. Bobo reminded him, the usual provisions here comprise merely of water and dry flour. Upon hearing Bobo mention food, Shaya suddenly recalled a crucial point. The most arduous aspect of training within a hyperbolic time chamber was not the extreme temperature fluctuations or the solitude, but rather the torment of having no proper sustenance. With only water and dry flour available, how could a Saiyan endure without meat? It was no wonder that Goku had only managed a few months in the chamber before succumbing to hunger. Had it not been for the dire threat posed by the androids, he would never have returned. Food is indeed of paramount importance. Perhaps the deity who constructed the chamber had limited provisions due to the inability to preserve food, opting instead for mere water and flour. Thus, one could refer to it as rations. In the days that followed, Shaya began his training under Bobo's guidance. This moment, in the vast, white plaza, two figures stood at the center. I have already gathered insights from Shieling regarding your previous training methods. Though somewhat rudimentary, they have shown some effectiveness. Kalen should have instructed you on maintaining rhythm in battle while minimizing unnecessary movements. Shaya nodded, acknowledging Master Kalen believes we have grasped the essentials quite well. Then, I would like you to continue acclimating to this space for a while longer. Before that, allow me to elaborate on the philosophy of martial arts. Bobo, as ever, maintained an expressionless demeanor, yet Shaya could sense the goodwill emanating from him. With a slight bow, Shaya listened as Bobo, embodying the essence of a martial arts master, expounded upon his understanding of energy and mental state. Bobo must surely be a formidable philosopher. This was Shaya's impression after absorbing Bobo's teachings. Bobo's guidance was comprehensive, addressing each of Shaya's shortcomings. Due to the extreme temperature variations, thin air, and gravity 10 times out of the outside world, the impact of wearing weighted clothing was particularly pronounced on Shaya. What he once considered flawless movements now revealed unavoidable flaws. Here, and here, these are superfluous. Your strikes lack decisiveness. Energy application should be more restrained. One must cultivate a calm mind, steady body, and fluid energy. Bobo observed Shaya's movements, offering occasional corrections, prompting Shaya to grasp the essence of Bobo's teachings and continuously refine his actions, striving to achieve a state of effortless grace and tranquility. In truth, Shaya was already a commendable martial artist, yet he lacked direction for the future. With Bobo's guidance, he rapidly assimilated the knowledge necessary to address his deficiencies. Time flew by. Each day, Shaya experienced growth. And soon, a year had passed within the hyperbolic time chamber. Clad in his orange-red weighted attire, he stood upright, legs straight, floating in mid-air, arms crossed over his chest, head bowed in deep contemplation, sweat beads forming on his forehead. Surrounding him, ripples of transparent energy emanated like a mirage, subtly distorting the entire space. Boom! A surge of white energy erupted, a chilling wind sweeping through, stirring the dust that floated around them, creating a whirlwind of force. Suddenly, deep crimson rifts in space appeared, stretching outward in all directions. These dark fissures resembled bloodthirsty serpents, hissing menacingly, their sanguine hue sending shivers down the spine. Not far away, Bobo stood, expressionless as he observed the unfolding spectacle. At the moment the spatial rifts manifested, a flicker of astonishment crossed his otherwise calm eyes. Taking a deep breath, Shaya opened himself to the newfound power coursing within him, satisfied as he reigned in his energy. As he withdrew his aura, The ominous rifts began to dissipate, gradually mending under the stabilization of the space around them, swiftly returning to their previous state. The vast, empty expanse of the chamber regained its tranquility after Shaya's energy had been retracted. The earlier spectacle resembled an illusion, appearing swiftly and vanishing just as quickly, leaving no discernible trace within the chamber. The origins of the hyperbolic time chamber are now lost to time, within its dual-layered palace meant for habitation. It remained desolate, a stark whiteness enveloping everything, the living conditions harsh. While it could not compare to the extreme environments of the universe, it served as an excellent training ground, particularly during critical moments when every second of training counted. In the center of the arid, expansive plaza, Shaya stood immobile, eyes closed, attuning himself to his own power, breathing in and out with simplicity and natural ease, like a tender sprout on the verge of breaking through the earth. It requires merely a touch of sunlight and a sprinkle of dew to thrive. Chapter 22. A battle power of 12,000. Observing Shaya in deep meditation, Popo chose not to disturb him, instead settling at a respectful distance. Within the expansive confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, while Shaya's previous movements had caused localized disruptions, the overall stability of the space remained unscathed. Genuinely breach the structural integrity of the hyperbolic time chamber. Shaya would need to ascend to at least the level of Super Saiyan 3, that although the spectacle of the spatial rifts had seemed formidable, it was merely a superficial manifestation of spatial manipulation, resulting in the creation of a minuscule dimensional layer within the chamber, rather than a true disruption of the void to forge new rules. After all, his current powers still fell far short of the formidable Majin Buu. In Shaya's understanding, the Dragon Ball world is a realm teeming with formidable warriors. While it may not be overflowing with deities, the abundance of powerful beings is an undeniable reality. The criteria for being deemed strong vary across different eras. However, one thing remains certain. The top-tier deities, if one is not vigilant, may emerge unexpectedly from some obscure corner of the vast universe, leaving one to ponder the reasons for their unnoticed existence. While deities may be few, the presence of even one can be fatal. The Dragon Ball universe is perilous. A momentary lapse can lead to one's elimination. Hence, Shaya despises the notion of being forced into training by the pressure of adversaries, as it contradicts his nature that he prefers to seize the initiative, surpassing all others before threats materialize. Some may interpret this as a psychological inferiority complex or paranoia stemming from a lack of self-confidence. Yet in truth, it has little to do with confidence. Knowing the dangers of the Dragon Ball world, it would be foolish to wait until the situation becomes dire to exert oneself to thrive in this realm. Strength is an unwavering self-imposed imperative. The most formidable foes in Dragon Ball include Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, with the potential addition of deities such as Beerus and Zeno, aware of the might of his opponents. He has no reason to remain idle. The first challenge he must confront is the imminent battle for the destruction of Planet Vegeta, where he'll face the first major boss of the Dragon Ball universe. Frieza. Of course, to avoid drawing Frieza's attention and to gain precious time for growth, Shaya could opt to evade this confrontation, postponing it by several years, in a game of shadows, with knowledge of the enemy's intentions. He is free to dictate his actions, relishing the autonomy that comes with such choices. At this moment, he no longer regards King Vegeta, a mere footnote in his journey, with any significance. The sky above the temple remained as tranquil as ever, the azure expanse appearing immaculate as if freshly washed by rain, with wispy white clouds gracefully drifting in the distance, elegantly surrounding the crimson temple, on the plaza paved with white stone slabs. Two solitary rows of palm trees stood sentinel on either side of the temple. Not far away, a petite girl tirelessly practiced her punches and kicks, her fierce movements slicing through the air with a series of thunderous cracks, causing the leaves to rustle and whipping up a whirlwind that momentarily overwhelmed the surrounding trunks. Suddenly, Shiling's expression shifted, her delicate brows arching slightly, as her silky black hair danced in the breeze. "This energy, Shaya, has emerged," Shiling murmured to herself, a glimmer of joy creeping into her features. As expected, at the entrance of the temple, an orange figure appeared, revealing Shaya approaching her with a warm smile. As he drew nearer, Shi Ling furrowed her brow upon realizing that his height had once again surpassed her own. "Look at you, drenched in sweat, your hair all matted," Shaya chuckled, gently touching her cheek and casually placing his hand on her shoulder. Offering a half-embrace, Shi Ling's mood soured at this, and just as she was about to voice her displeasure, she sensed the overwhelming, tumultuous energy radiating from Shaya's being. Her expression shifted to one of complexity as she coolly remarked, "Shaya, release all your energy. Let me see just how strong you've become." Shaya was taken aback for a moment, gazing at the girl's graceful yet serious countenance, silently acknowledging Shi Ling's competitive spirit. And he shook his head in resignation. Taking a few steps back to maintain a respectful distance from Shi Ling, he began to unleash his power. Whoa! Shaya suddenly unleashed his energy, a suffocating aura erupting within the temple, causing the entire structure, including the Kalen Tower below, to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. A shimmering white light lingered mere inches from his skin, a soft golden glow enveloping his form. The stone slabs beneath them quivered and strained against gravity, as if they might float away at any moment. "That's enough," Shi Ling called out, sensing that Shaya's aura had far surpassed her own. Donning an energy scanner and activating it, she quickly saw the readings materialize before her eyes. 1026865268, over 12,000 battle power. Shi Ling thought in astonishment, incredulous that Shaya's year of training within the hyperbolic time chamber had propelled him so far beyond her own measly 9,600 battle power, of which she had been so proud. Reflecting on the fact that King Vegeta's power level was only slightly above 10,000, she realized that Shaya was now nearly his equal. Brother has become the strongest among the Saiyans. Shi Ling felt a surge of conflicting emotions, a wave of inexplicable pride swelling within her. Yet to mask her inner turmoil, she cleared her throat and feigned indifference, declaring, "Humph, your energy has certainly increased significantly. But who knows how you'll fare in actual combat? Don't let your words outpace your abilities. How about we spar?" Shaya teased. "Not a chance. Who want to train with you?" Shi Ling retorted, her voice faltering as her irritation gave way to trepidation, prompting Shaya to burst into laughter. "Oh dear, you two should cease your bickering. Honestly, that energy just now sent chills down my spine. Your progress is nothing short of remarkable." The Supreme Kai approached, leaning on his staff and observing Shaya and Shi Ling with a gentle smile. Despite their playful squabbles, their bond was evident. Chapter 23. A Feast of Delicacies. The Supreme Kai couldn't help but marvel at the rapid evolution of their powers. In just a few days, their strength had become incomparable. Was it possible that the innate talents of extraterrestrial beings were so exceptional? It's all thanks to Mr. Popo and the other for their guidance these past few days. Otherwise, we wouldn't have progressed so swiftly. Shaya replied cheerfully, casting a glance at Shi Ling to be by the way. Shi Ling's tail also needs the Supreme Kai's assistance. Tail? Upon hearing Shaya mention the tail, Shi Ling couldn't suppress her curiosity, turning her gaze to Shaya's back. She was astonished to discover that his tail had mysteriously vanished. Shaya explained, "The Supreme Kai's magic is remarkable. It acts like a switch that can seal away the tail. Given our current philosophy of simplicity in all things in training, having a tail is merely a burden, so it's best to seal it away." Shi Ling blinked in understanding, though she hesitated. "But won't it hurt to sever the tail?" Shaya chuckled, grasping her fluffy tail and swiftly severing it. Shi Ling frowned slightly at this process and shot him an incredulous glare. Subsequently, the deity, much like when he sealed away Shaya, employed his magic to seal West Ling's Saiyan tail as well. The deity was quite eager to perform this task, as it was merely a trifling effort for him. Furthermore, he understood that the more the other party accepted his assistance now, the more they would endeavor to help when the Earth faced future calamities. The Earth would undoubtedly rely on them in many respects in the times to come. After sealing the Scion's tail, Westling curiously moved about a bit and discovered that it did not hinder her abilities. In fact, she felt lighter when executing her techniques, prompting her to smile contentedly. "All right, it's time for us to depart." With their energies restrained and combat power compressed to around 800 or 900, Shaya bid farewell to the deity and Bobo, then took West Ling's hand and leapt down from the temple. They pierced through the dense clouds below and reached the Corinne Tower. They exchanged greetings with the cat sage before continuing their descent along the slender tower. Soon, a vast expanse of the lush forest of the Corinne sacred land unfolded before their eyes. Gazing at the seemingly endless verdant wilderness, West Ling furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where are we headed now? Aren't we returning to the Selma planet?" Shaya, with his dark eyes fixed on the horizon, displayed a unique glint in his distant gaze. He shook his head. "No, life requires a balance of work and rest. Solely training will not yield deeper insights. After years of solitary cultivation, it is time for us to experience the communal life of humanity. Who knows? It might even aid in the growth of our energy. Besides, I've heard that the food on Earth is exceptionally delicious. I intend to reside here for a while." Since Shaya had expressed his intentions, West Ling naturally had no objections. After all, they had lived on Selma for many years without engaging with civilization. IKT would be a splendid opportunity to experience life on Earth, particularly the delectable cuisine. In fact, the latter was of utmost importance. However, prior to this endeavor, they needed to procure some financial resources for their daily needs. Conveniently, Shaya recalled a place where a significant treasure trove of gold and silver was buried, an underground pirate treasury that he and General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army had once entered while dealing with the Red Ribbon Army. Although this particular storyline lay many years ahead, the treasures should have accumulated by now. Without hesitation, he took West Ling's hand and activated his instant transmission, causing the two of them to vanish from the Corinne sacred land. After his power had significantly increased, his spatial abilities had also enhanced, making instant transmission more effortless. However, his temporal powers, despite being awakened earliest, had remained stagnant without any breakthroughs, perhaps due to the intrinsic mystery of time itself. In the northern hemisphere of Earth, amidst a vast azure ocean, the figures of Shaya and West Ling materialized in midair. This where the treasure you spoke of lies?" West Ling asked skeptically, her gaze sweeping across the roaring waves of the magnificent ocean. "That, of course. I observed it clearly from the temple. It should be nearby." Shaya casually fabricated a response, relying on his memory to begin the search. After circling the entire sea area a few times, he roughly pinpointed the location. Then he dove downwards, piercing through the surface with a splash, and quickly located the treasure's entrance based on his recollections. Upon entering the pirates' underground treasury, they found that the various traps set by the pirates were still quite rudimentary. After deftly avoiding these mechanisms, they soon arrived in the subterranean chamber filled with gold and silver treasures. Indeed, several shining treasure chests were stacked within, all plundered by the pirates from various raids. Looking at the vast pile of riches before him, Shaya grinned widely, waving his hand to open a rift in the air, absorbing all the treasures into it. Once their task was complete, he clapped his hands and said, "Let us go. We'll exchange this gold and silver for currency in the city that I'll treat you to exquisite delicacies. I assure you, no one in this entire universe appreciates food quite like Earthlings do. The cuisine here is simply divine. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry." Clearly, the allure of gourmet food immediately captivated the young girl's heart, prompting her to urge him to depart. From that day forth, a tale spread throughout the culinary circles of Earth, recounting how a pair of young adventurers had swept through numerous eateries, feasting until the chefs collapsed from exhaustion, leading many restaurants to refrain from offering buffet-style promotions for years. Yet the instigators of this phenomenon were currently savoring a mountain of food, their table overflowing with plates. The clattering of chopsticks and the clinking of dishes echoed incessantly. "Boss, another serving of roasted pig, please. Bring me another plate of mixed noodles. I want a roasted leg of lamb as well," Shaya bellowed, but the restaurant owner trembled at their shouts and approached, sweating profusely. "Dear guests, we truly have no more ingredients left. Perhaps you could check other establishments? So soon out of stock?" Shaya's expression darkened upon seeing the owner's distressed demeanor, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, you're running a business. How could you not have sufficient supplies?" Yes. The restaurant owner nodded vigorously, wiping his brow, secretly lamenting that the quantity they consumed could sustain them for a week. After settling the bill, Shaya and West Ling exited the establishment, while the owner, gazing at their departing figures, finally succumbed and collapsed onto the ground. The nearby waiter hurried over to assist, but the owner shrugged off the help. Irritable. What are you still doing here? Quickly clean up and close the shop. I'm taking a week, no, a month off. I begged these two little deities to leave. Shaya and Westling lingered in the city for over 10 days, exhausting every restaurant they could find. Each time they entered, the staff wore faces as if mourning a death. Westling, see, I told you Earth-S food is the most delicious. The girl nodded vigorously, relishing the most indulgent eating experience since her birth. Shaya, can't you store food in your dimensional space? Why not try to see if you can preserve some? Her suggestion sparked a realization in Shaya. Indeed, his spatial abilities could be utilized to store food. Let us hurry to shop. Once we leave Earth, we want to have access to such delightful cuisine. Thus, for a period afterward, they busily scoured the markets for food. It proved that Shaya's spatial abilities indeed allowed for the storage of food, with time within the space effectively frozen, preventing spoilage no matter how long it was kept. This revelation intensified their desire for food, leading to the rapid depletion of their finances. Ultimately, 2 months later, all the riches acquired from the pirate treasure were spent on food, filling Shaya's private space with enough provisions for them to feast for 3 to 4 years. Chapter 24. Wutai Do. One day, on an island far from the mainland, majestic green mountains stood tall in the center, surrounded by layers of smaller peaks. This island was home to a modern city, where the ocean breeze carried the unique moisture of the sea, nourishing the urban landscape. The azure waters seamlessly melded with the sky, creating a shimmering tableau where one could behold the beauty of the blue ocean and the clear heavens. Accompanied by the soothing sounds of the waves crashing against the shore on a quaint stone path adorned with blooming peach blossoms, the vibrant petals resembled the smiles of youthful maidens, exuding a fragrant and serene aura. As Westling walked along this tranquil and picturesque path, a joyful smile illuminated her face, and she exclaimed to the person beside her, "Look at the beauty of this place. Shouldn't we settle down here? After completing our missions, we could reside here for a while." Her profound affection for this place is largely attributed to the allure of Earth's delectable cuisine and the breathtaking scenery before her. Let us settle down then. Shaya shrugged his shoulders, conceding to her whims, for ever since Shieling matured, she had become increasingly resistant to his guidance. After emerging from the room of spirit and time, she no longer referred to him as brother, but directly by his name, Dada. How children grow more independent as they age, Shaya mused, standing atop the mountain. Gazing down upon the entire island, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu regarding this island, as if he had encountered it before. Yet this was his first visit to Earth. Any familiarity would undoubtedly stem from the original story. Shaya sought out a bookstore and procured a guidebook on island cities, finally uncovering pertinent information about this coastal city. Was this not the very island where Sun Wukong trained under Master Roshi? A look of astonishment crossed Shaya's face. Although referred to as an island, it was in fact merely a peninsula with a portion connected to the mainland. There were not many renowned islands in the original tale. The first was Roshi's Game House, followed by the island where Sun Wukong and Krillin cultivated their skills under Roshi's tutelage. The third and fourth were Papaya Island, the site of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and Southeast Island, the venue for the 23rd tournament, along with the southern city island introduced later in the Android Saga. If this was indeed the island where Sun Wukong and his companions would eventually train, then Game House must be nearby. How fortuitous! A smile unwittingly graced Shaya's lips. He had unexpectedly wandered close to the residence of Master Roshi. Yet he had no intention of intruding. Firstly, the objectives of his journey to Earth had been largely fulfilled. He had acquired ample senza beans and training methods, rendering a visit to Roshi unnecessary. Secondly, even if he were to meet Roshi, the old master's frail abilities would hardly benefit him, so he chose to disregard the thought. Subsequently, to satisfy Shieling's wishes, Shaya marked out a plot of land on a hillside of the island and constructed a simple wooden cabin using timber. As the sun began to rise, its brilliant rays enveloped the landscape in a warm embrace. The gentle sunlight cast a soft glow upon the green stones scattered across the ground, while mist swirled among the blades of grass. refracting into a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's illumination. The vibrant pink blossoms of peach trees resembled the radiant smiles of youthful maidens, imbuing the entire island with enchanting splendor. A lush, verdant hill rose gently, with a path of stones winding down its slopes that a clear stream emerged from the rocks, nourishing the flora along its banks before converging into a babbling brook of crystalline waters. Having not set foot on Earth for so many years, Shaya marveled at how remarkably advanced technology had become. In a shaded nook halfway up the slope, beside a stone bench, an elderly man with silver hair and a white beard donned a pristine martial arts uniform, gazing with a smile at the vibrant life below. Embroidered on the upper left corner of his uniform was the character for martial arts in bold red. Yet, what was most peculiar was the golden halo that floated above the old man's head, an ethereal signifier indicating that he was a spirit from the afterlife. The realm of the afterlife is a wondrous place, connecting heaven and hell, with a mystical pathway leading to the higher dimension of King Kai's planet. Souls arriving in the afterlife, regardless of their prominence in life, must undergo judgment by the King of Hell. Those deemed virtuous may ascend to heaven, while the wicked are cast into hell, and those of neutral disposition are immediately reincarnated. Only those who accomplished great deeds or possessed noble virtues in life are granted the halo, signifying their eligibility for ascension to heaven. The identity of this silver-haired elder is far from ordinary. He is the legendary martial arts master Wu Tai Do, who 3 centuries ago defeated the Demon King Piccolo. Saving the world, he is also the mentor of Master Roshi and Master Crane. After sealing the Demon King, Wu Tai Do exhausted his strength and perished, yet his remarkable deeds could have earned him an immediate ascent to heaven. However, he chose to linger in the afterlife, for today marked the day of his return to the mortal realm, after which he would be reincarnated. Upon returning, Wu Tai Do did not seek out his 2 disciples, Roshi and Crane, but instead wandered silently between cities, unknowingly arriving at this coastal island city. Observing the flourishing and peaceful world 3 centuries later, Wu Tai Do felt a surge of joy, especially upon learning that both of his disciples had established their own schools and become renowned martial arts figures. At that moment, his attention was drawn to 2 figures on the opposite side of the path, a boy and a girl, both quite youthful. From them, Wu Tai Do sensed a fervent energy that ignited his spirit. "Dear young friends, may I inquire as to which school you hail from? To possess such prowess at such a tender age is remarkable." Following the voice, Shaya turned in astonishment to find the silver-haired elder smiling at them. Who is this venerable figure, whose aura surpasses even the deities? Sensing the profound strength emanating from the elder, Shaya was taken aback. This energy approached a combat power of 6,000. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable master on Earth. Noticing the prominent character for martial arts on the elder's uniform and the ethereal golden halo above his head, Shaya's expression shifted as he seemingly deduced the elder's identity. Could it be the master of Roshi, the legendary Wu Tai Do? Indeed, only Wu Tai Do could possess such capabilities, suggesting that he had not relinquished his training even in the afterlife. Shaya was resolute in his belief. The elderly master, astonished, had not expected that someone would still recognize his name. "You, young friend, know my name?" Chapter 25. A return to the past. Shaya offered no response, merely chuckling as he pointed skyward, leaving it to the elder to speculate whether he meant the heavens or outer space. Wu Tai Do, understanding the implication, nodded, mistakenly believing that Shaya and his companion hailed from the celestial realm. If they were indeed from the divine palace, it would not be surprising for them to know his name, as they likely heard it from the gods. Observing the youthful appearances of the 2, Wu Tai Do could not help but marvel. Who would have thought such talent still flourishes in the divine palace in this era? It appears that martial arts on Earth have not waned. Wu Tai Do understood well that the celestial beings residing above the Kirin Tower were enigmatic figures. 3 centuries prior, when he ascended the tower to defeat the Demon King Piccolo and developed the Mafuba technique under Master Mutant Roshi's guidance. He had heard mention of even greater deities dwelling within the divine palace above the tower. At that time, Wu Tai Do had firmly believed that the gods were powerful entities, unaware that he had long surpassed them. Realizing that Wu Tai Do had misconstrued his origins, Shaya simply smiled and refrained from clarifying. After exchanging a few words with Wu Tai Do, they bid each other farewell. Both were exceptionally profound martial artists, and they had already gauged each other's abilities through their respective auras. Given his own overwhelming strength, Shaya felt only mild astonishment at Wu Tai Do's prowess and found no desire to engage in combat. As for Wu Tai Do, he had endured countless battles, both grand and trivial, and had no intention of taking action again. Moreover, today marked the final day of his existence, and merely knowing that such formidable experts still roamed the earth sufficed for him. Upon witnessing Wu Tai Do's departure, Shilling rummaged through her backpack and pulled out some snacks, munching away as she remarked, "That old man is truly peculiar. Not only is his aura far stronger than that of Earthlings, but he also possesses a bizarre halo atop his head." Shaya cast her a sidelong glance and explained, "That's because he is not a living being, he's a figure from 300 years ago, who just happened to return to the mortal realm today." "Wait, are you implying that old man came from the underworld?" Shilling exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, so taken aback that she forgot to eat her snacks. "Is there any doubt? That elder is Wu Tai Do, a great martial artist who saved the earth 3 centuries ago. Just think of how many years he must have trained in the underworld. How could he possibly be weak?" Shaya chuckled as he observed Shilling's reaction, then proceeded to explain the concept of souls entering the underworld for judgment by Yama after death, particularly detailing the standards for the virtuous ascending to heaven and the wicked descending to hell. "So death isn't the end. Souls must undergo judgment by Yama? What about us Saiyan? Chances are, most of us would end up in hell." Shaya shrugged nonchalantly. "Saiyan have served Frisia, committing numerous heinous acts, according to the rules of the underworld. Such individuals invariably descend into hell after death." Shilling's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of sheer astonishment. However, reflecting on the Saiyan's deeds, she realized that if souls were truly judged, they would all likely face the same fate. Therefore, to avoid descending into hell in the future, one must either maintain a balance between good and evil and thus reincarnate, or ensure that one never dies, thereby evading Yama's judgment altogether, Shaya jested. "Then I must refrain from committing too many misdeeds." Shilling stuck out her tongue, contemplating her future and deciding to limit her unwarranted violence. Yet, the notion of guaranteeing eternal life as suggested by Shaya struck her as a mere jest. What perplexed her was how Shaya seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge, despite being just a child like her. In response to Shilling's curiosity, Shaya chose not to elaborate. His origins from another world were not something he could reveal to others, at least not until he had amassed sufficient power. Thus, he deftly shifted the topic. "By the way, we have been on Earth for over half a year now, that we have accomplished everything we set out to do, and it's time to return to Vegeta. Are we going back?" Shilling exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. Having been away from Vegeta for so long, she could hardly contain her eagerness to return as soon as the topic was broached. Shilling's attention was swiftly diverted, and Shaya silently sighed in relief, realizing he could no longer afford to appear as if he knew everything, as it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Indeed, it is time to return after all these years. However, once we arrive on Vegeta, remember to conceal your battle power so as not to attract unwanted attention, Shaya advised. Shilling nodded. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. Having accompanied Shaya for so long, she had naturally grasped the principle that prominence invites peril. Yet, the thought of leaving Earth stirred a tinge of reluctance within her, particularly for the delectable treats it offered, though other matters hardly weighed on her mind. Leaning slightly closer to Shaya, she rested a hand on his shoulder. In response, Shaya placed his hand on her slender waist, the sensation of her form radiating a delicate fragrance that lingered in the air. Steeling himself, he activated his spatial abilities, a fleeting shimmer of light illuminating their surroundings before they vanished from Earth. Unlike their initial chaotic arrival on Earth 6 months prior, Shaya now exuded an air of calm confidence. Having grown noticeably adept at utilizing instantaneous movement, with a vast reservoir of energy backing him, executing the technique had become significantly less daunting. He leapt back through the planets in the order they came. And after half an hour, Shaya and Shilling reappeared on the distant Selma planet. Upon returning to the familiar terrain of Selma, Shaya inhaled deeply. While instantaneous movement was undeniably convenient, it paled in comparison to the efficiency of Atlantean techniques, and could not hold a candle to those of Vegeta. He mused to himself, recognizing that his own ability required prior knowledge of the target area and expended considerable energy for spatial transmission, rendering it inferior to the Atlantean method, which merely required locking onto a target's aura. However, he was confident that as his strength grew, he would surpass the abilities of the Atlanteans. Perhaps I could integrate the Atlantean technique into my own. The fusion of both might yield results akin to Vegeta's instantaneous movement. Shilling, let us first retrieve the spacecraft, he instructed. Okay, Shilling nodded enthusiastically. Shaya then transported them back to the site of their initial descent. The familiar valley greeted them, though the vegetation appeared denser than when they had departed, suggesting that it would not be long before it returned to its former lushness. Returning to the valley after an absence of over half a year, Shaya couldn't help but reflect. Though their departure had only spanned 6 months, accounting for time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber meant they had actually experienced a year and a half. In terms of power, he had transformed from a battle power of over 2,000 upon leaving Selma to nearly 13,000 now, marking a significant increase in strength. Chapter 26. Return to Vegeta with a press of a button. Shaya opened the entrance to the cave and retrieved 2 massive spherical spacecraft from within. As he activated the controls, the door of the spacecraft opened with a hiss. The quality of the Saiyan spacecraft was undeniably exceptional. Even after so many years, the interior remained pristine. After reprogramming the navigation system for a return to Vegeta, the spacecraft's alarm began to beep, followed by an automatic system check. Shilling, adjust your energy to 850 battle power. We will increase it to over 900 once we reach Vegeta, Shaya instructed. Understood, Shilling replied earnestly, finding it remarkably simple to control her energy levels. In no time, she had calibrated her power to around 850. Shaya nodded approvingly at her proficiency before adjusting his own power. Now at the age of 8, they would be nearly 9 upon their arrival on Vegeta. Attaining 900 battle power as a mid-level warrior was commendable. Yet it would not raise undue suspicion among others. All right, let us return now. Vegeta, here we come. The 2 individuals entered their respective spacecraft, given that these vessels were of a standard design utilized by the Saiyans. Even adults found no sense of confinement within them. Upon pressing the button, the spacecraft's hatch slowly closed, and an intense tremor coursed through the vehicle as a tremendous force suddenly pressed downward, propelling the craft out of the atmosphere of Selma Star in an instant. Gazing at the receding, cerulean orb, Shaya gently closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber, knowing he would not awaken until they reached Vegeta Star. 7 months later, the surroundings were enveloped in vast darkness, with stars emitting a captivating pale glow, their clarity rivaling that of tiny diamonds scattered across a black canvas, revealing an exquisite tranquility. Within a colossal star system, a massive crimson planet orbited steadily. This dark red world was Vegeta Star, originally known as Zufu Star, seized from the Zufu inhabitants by the Saiyans. Renamed Vegeta Star, it had become a renowned stronghold for the Saiyans throughout the cosmos. The spaceport of Vegeta Star buzzed with activity, spherical spacecraft taking off and landing in a continuous stream. Suddenly, 2 more vessels pierced through the crimson atmosphere and descended upon the spaceport, under the guidance of the air traffic controllers. The spacecraft landed precisely at their designated spots. As the hatches opened, 2 figures emerged. After many years, Shaya and Shilling had returned to Vegeta Star. The spaceport was teeming with people, amidst the Saiyans returning from missions and those awaiting their assignments. There were also numerous aliens with long noses and large eyes, their appearances quite peculiar. Most of these extraterrestrial beings were slaves captured from planets like Dadar, while some were subordinates sent by Frisia from the headquarters to assist the Saiyans in their daily management. After all, the technological prowess of the Saiyans was not particularly high. Aside from their combat skills, they lacked mastery over advanced technology, much like savages confronting creations of a more advanced civilization. Many high-tech devices required the specialized handling of these aliens. Of course, it was uncertain how many of these extraterrestrials were sent by Frisia to monitor the Saiyans. Shaya, I've already contacted our parents with a communicator. They're waiting for us at home. At the edge of the spaceport platform, Shilling pressed the button on her energy detector, her cheeks flushed with excitement. This device not only measured the energy levels of living beings, but also functioned as a communicator. All right, let us head back immediately. Shaya glanced at her with a smile, knowing her heart raced with anticipation at the thought of reuniting with her parents. In truth, he too felt a surge of excitement. It had been over 5 years since they left Vegeta Star. Although a year and a half of that was consumed in interstellar travel, they had not seen Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Edric during that time. The two made their way across the platform and ventured toward the exterior of the spaceport. Shiling's home was situated in the bustling district of Vegeta Star, amidst the upper echelon of society, not far from the royal city. However, the journey from the spaceport to Shiling's residence would take some time. To conceal their battle power, Shaya and Shiling could not fly at full capacity nor utilize instant transmission to hasten their journey. Traveling at a regular speed, they traversed much of the city and eventually landed in a vibrant residential area. Navigating the verdant pathways, entwined with ivy and swaying trees, they inhaled the faint, fragrant air. Familiar scenes from her childhood flashed through their minds until they arrived at a spacious 2-story house, which was Shiling's home. Knock, knock, knock. They rapped on the door a few times. A cheerful chime resonated from the electronic panel, and the door swung open, revealing a figure who swiftly dashed out and embraced Shaya before he could comprehend the situation. Shiling, Shaya, you've finally returned. Let me have a look. Aunt Rebecca, seemingly not very articulate, expressed her emotions with her arms. As a warrior race, the strength of female Saiyans was no less formidable than that of their male counterparts. When they unleashed their fury, they were truly fearsome. Particularly Rebecca, a high-ranking warrior and a former member of Edri's team, despite not having undertaken missions in recent years, still possessed an impressive strength that was not to be underestimated. Caught in Rebecca's embrace felt akin to being ensnared by countless unyielding ropes, rendering Shaya and Shiling rigid and immobile. Naturally, with their current prowess, escaping would be a trivial matter, yet they had no intention of doing so. Ahem, Aunt Rebecca, you ought to let us go now. If you keep this up, we might suffocate. Shaya rolled his eyes, slightly exasperated. Yes, Mother, please release us. Oh, right. Look at me, come in. Aunt Rebecca, realizing her oversight, quickly loosened her hold and ushered them inside. Once inside, Rebecca began to inquire about the children's lives over the past few years, with Shiling sharing highlights of their experiences. Whenever she reached a pivotal moment, Shiling animatedly illustrated the events. Although her gesture struck Shaya as somewhat clumsy and amusing, Rebecca frequently gasped in astonishment, despite her daughter's somewhat lackluster descriptions. She listened attentively. Shaya remained by the side, maintaining a calm demeanor with a gentle smile. Shiling's account was edited. She omitted any mention of their training on Earth. This had been a prior agreement, for they had been away from Vegeta Star for so long that many circumstances were unclear. They decided to clarify the current situation on Vegeta Star before revealing everything to their parents. Mom, you won't believe it. There was a moon on Selma Star. One night, a colossal full moon traversed the clouds, and when I stepped outside, I saw it and transformed into a great ape. Oh my! Did you lose control? Yeah, I did lose my mind. Shiling spread her hands innocently. Fortunately, Shaya reacted quickly and severed his tail first. Then he cut off mine as well. In the end, he was still gravely injured. According to Shaya, my battle power at that moment had skyrocketed tenfold. Shiling chuckled as she recounted the events. You know, had it not been for Shaya's decisive action, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Rebecca said, cradling Shiling and gently pinching her cheek, causing Shiling to squirm and protest. Zaya, you must have had a tough battle after Shiling transformed. Rebecca released Shiling and turned her concern toward Shaya. Shaya nodded, recalling the harrowing experience with a shiver, remarking, Indeed, that battle was the most arduous I faced upon arriving at Selma Star, had I not seized a fleeting opportunity at the last moment. The outcome would have been dire. Even so, I was injured and bedridden for several months. Rebecca nodded in deep agreement, acknowledging that the transformation of Saiyans into great apes was indeed a double-edged sword. While it proved advantageous in combat against foes, it also posed a risk of injuring allies. Consequently, during offensives against advanced planets, It was customary for elite warriors to lead the charge, allowing them to assume their great ape forms to launch attacks in critical moments. At such times, lower-ranked and mid-tier warriors were required to retreat, lest they become mere cannon fodder, by the way, whereas Uncle Edrei, I thought he was home as well, after such a long return. It is strange not to see Edrei, Shaya inquired with curiosity. Oh, there's still a bit of business at the training regiment. He'll be back shortly, Rebecca replied. Shaya nodded in understanding. Ever since the disbandment of Edrei's squad, he had taken on the role of an instructor at the training camp, primarily responsible for training younglings with the potential of elite warriors, frequently taking these children on simple missions. Of course, it was the Saiyan children who engaged in combat, while Edrei merely oversaw their safety. This also highlighted the distinction in treatment between mid-tier and elite warriors. Unlike Shaya and his peers, who were dispatched on missions after just 3 years in the training camp, they did not enjoy such privileges. After a brief conversation, Rebecca began preparing dinner, and at that moment, Edrei returned from work. Upon seeing his long-absent daughter and nephew, a broad smile illuminated Edrei's somewhat weathered face as he approached them warmly, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, it's been ages since I last saw you two. Ah, you've both grown sturdy. Little Shaya, you're starting to resemble your father more and more." "Daddy," Shilling joyfully called out. "Uncle Edrei, excellent, excellent. Ha ha, you've finally returned. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." Edrei laughed heartily, his voice booming. He was well aware that the mission on Selma was anything but simple, fraught with dangers. Initially, he had expected the children to take much longer to complete their tasks. So their return in just over 5 years delighted him immensely. Their safe return signified they had passed the trial, which filled Edrei with joy. The early trials for Saiyans were crucial, directly influencing their future development. After all, wasn't he himself an exemplary figure who had successfully completed his own trials and subsequently risen to become the captain of Edrei's squad? He patted Shaya and Shilling on the shoulders and, reaching into his pocket, produced a simple energy detector, placing it to his ear. "Let me see just how much your combat power has reached." With a smile, Edrei pressed the device's switch, and it beeped to life, displaying the data .962, 987. Edrei was momentarily taken aback by the readings and then erupted into joyous laughter. Well, remarkable. Your combat power is impressively high. Indeed, such strength is certainly not to be underestimated, even compared to elite warriors. Quite promising. Who knows, perhaps our family will produce 2 extraordinary figures in the future. While Edrei had anticipated that Shaya and Shilling would possess considerable combat power upon their safe return to Planet Vegeta, the actual readings filled him with astonishment. It was astounding to think that his daughter and nephew, not yet 9 years old, had achieved combat powers nearing 1,000. Their futures were indeed limitless, destined to become formidable warriors. Oh dear, in all this talking, I've neglected my hunger. A hearty meal is a prerequisite for science in battle. Rebecca, do hurry and serve the food, Edrei declared, taking on the role of the family patriarch as he ushered everyone to the dining table. The dining experience among Saiyans was nothing short of fierce. During dinner, the 4 Saiyans engaged in a spirited struggle for food, instantly transforming the table into a battleground. The clattering of plates echoed as an entire spread of food vanished at an astonishing pace. The scene was truly remarkable. The speed of their contest was so swift that faint afterimages seemed to flicker in the air. Any Earth martial artist witnessing this would surely remark that it resembled a form of training. A Saiyan family's daily food consumption was staggering, and without a dedicated food supply system, Planet Vegeta would quickly descend into chaos due to shortages. Thus, there were specialized extraterrestrial beings responsible for food provisions on Planet Vegeta. After dinner, in the living room, the family of 4 gathered on the sofa. Edrei perused a data receiver resembling a tablet, reviewing the day's information while planning the upcoming training schedule, all the while listening to Shilling animatedly recount her exploits. Rebecca sat quietly beside them, occasionally providing Shaya with insights about the circumstances on Planet Vegeta. Shaya listened intently, cognizant of the necessity to grasp the current situation on Planet Vegeta to make better plans. Through subtle inquiries, Edrei and Rebecca shared with him and Shilling the events that had unfolded over the past few years on their home planet. From Edrei's account, Shaya learned that the overall situation on Planet Vegeta had not changed significantly. They continued to assist Frieza in conquering various planets, their misdeeds causing considerable alarm among their targets. However, there have been notable developments, such as the birth of Prince Vegeta, the son of King Vegeta, who had been born over a year prior. While not entirely unexpected, Shaya's expression grew serious at this revelation, for he understood that the birth of Vegeta signified that the day Frieza would annihilate Planet Vegeta was drawing nearer. Edrei spoke with a hint of envy, recounting how, upon Vegeta's birth, the detector had registered an astonishing combat power of 280, an exceptionally rare high talent for an elite warrior. This brought immense joy to King Vegeta, who even named the planet after his child and held grand celebrations in the palace for several days to honor Vegeta's arrival. Moreover, it was only a little over a year since his birth, and Vegeta's combat power had already skyrocketed to 420. Such rapid growth was almost unheard of in Saiyan history. Prince Vegeta was indeed a prodigious talent, and it was anticipated that he would reach a combat power of 1,000 within a few years. A prospect that left Edrei reflecting on the rarity of such potential. He had never encountered a Saiyan with such exceptional aptitude, and as the prince, it was evident that King Vegeta had a worthy successor. As Edrei glanced at his daughter and nephew, he couldn't help but compare them to Prince Vegeta. Although both children were remarkable in their own right, they paled in comparison to the prince. Shaya and Shilling would likely reach 1,000 combat power only around the age of 9, while Prince Vegeta might achieve that milestone by 5 or 6. A mere 3-year difference could lead to vastly divergent futures. Yet, despite his musings, Edrei maintained a smile, recognizing that in comparison to their peers, his children were indeed exceptional. How could he possibly compare his own children to a royal prince? The tiers of achievement were simply not on the same level. If Shaya and Shilling could surpass him and reach combat power of 1026865268, he would be eternally grateful. Unbeknownst to Edrei, Shaya and Shilling's true capabilities far exceeded his expectations, making his aspirations for them a delightful misunderstanding. One could only wonder what expression Edrei would wear if he were to learn the truth. Chapter 28. The future of the Saiyan Vegeta. Upon hearing Edrei's reflections, Shaya's eyes narrowed in contemplation. The birth of Vegeta indicated that the day of Planet Vegeta's destruction at Frieza's hands loomed ever closer, perhaps within the next 2 or 3 years. That he recalled the original tale, noting that when Planet Vegeta was obliterated, Vegeta would likely be around 5 or 6 years of age, perhaps even just 5. Next, Shaya needed to pay attention to the situation of Bardock's family. According to speculation, at this time, Goku's elder brother, Raditz, had likely already been born. To Goku's birth coincided with Frieza's assault on Planet Vegeta. However, what troubled Shaya was that Bardock's family resided far from his current location, meaning he would not be able to ascertain their circumstances for the time being, which posed quite a dilemma. Moreover, Vegeta, the prodigy among Saiyans, exhibited astonishing battle power even at birth. In just a few months, his power level would likely surpass 500. Tisk, possessing a battle power of 500 at just over 2 years of age. If his trajectory continued, he might reach a battle power of 1,000 before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. It was no wonder Frieza took him as a hostage in his quest to study the Super Saiyan phenomenon. Shaya silently calculated, if the plot continued to unfold in this manner, Vegeta would undoubtedly surpass a battle power of 1,026,865,268 upon reaching adulthood, which bore little deviation from the original narrative. In other words, this butterfly had yet to stir the winds of change in the storyline. Of course, this was to be expected, as his own origins were trivial within the Saiyan community, especially considering he left Planet Vegeta at a very young age. Thus, his potential impact was minimal. Reflecting on his own training, Shaya felt a twinge of melancholy. Vegeta's starting point was significantly higher than his own, yet the time it would take for both to reach a battle power of 1,000 would likely be quite similar. Shaya surpassed 1,000 at just over 5 years old. While in the original story, Vegeta also triumphed over the Metamorans at that age. The time frames were almost indistinguishable, though in reality, Shaya had the advantage, having ascended from a battle power of less than 100. However, The gap between them would soon widen significantly. Due to Shaya's experiences on Earth and his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his battle power had already exceeded 1,026,865,268 at an early stage, an achievement Vegeta would not attain until adulthood. Had he returned directly to Planet Vegeta instead of choosing to go to Earth, it was highly likely he would have drawn the attention of King Vegeta and his entourage by now. Shaya pondered quietly, feeling a sense of pride in his foresight. Life was not filled with hypotheticals. Even if King Vegeta wished to eliminate him to maintain his rule, he would have to consider whether he possessed the capability to do so. By the way, Uncle Edri, what do you think of Frieza's attitude towards us Saiyans? Shaya inquired deliberately. Edri, clearly taken aback by Shaya's question, cast him a surprised glance. After a moment of contemplation, his brow furrowed slightly as he replied. Frieza is indeed the quintessential cosmic emperor. Serving alongside him has brought us nothing but advantages, yet his attitude towards us is quite cold, bordering on disdain. Edri was a perceptive individual. The alliance between the Saiyans and Frieza stemmed more from mutual necessity. The Saiyans, being a warrior race, relied upon the vast networks Frieza had woven, while Frieza valued the Saiyans' combative spirit. Treating them as mere tools, to claim there was any genuine affection between the two factions would be utterly unrealistic. Edri had long discerned Frieza's true nature and understood that, in the eyes of the Cosmic Emperor, Saiyans were but insignificant vermin. Yet he could not foresee that Frieza's contempt for the Saiyans extended beyond mere disdain, reaching depths of madness and malevolence that could lead him to desire their annihilation. What concerns me is that King Vegeta has harbored discontent towards Frieza for quite some time. I fear he may ultimately lead the Saiyans in rebellion. Edri stated, abruptly halting, as the topic was no longer suitable for further discussion. Shaya looked at Uncle Edri in astonishment. He hadn't expected this rugged man to unravel the essence of the issue with such clarity. Such insight was rare among the Saiyans. What if King Vegeta truly instigates a rebellion? Rebecca questioned anxiously. Frieza is known as the Cosmic Emperor. Can the Saiyans truly achieve victory if they were to win? That would be one thing, but what if they failed? Would the Saiyans still have a place to survive? If we cannot win, we can always flee. Shilling nonchalantly suggested. Such foolish talk. How can a Saiyan retreat without a fight? Would that still make us Saiyans? Edri reprimanded with a frown. However, Shaya found Shilling's sentiment quite valid. One must preserve their resources for future endeavors. He should alert Edri and Rebecca, facilitating their future actions. Thus, he contemplated and said, but I've heard that Frieza has never harbored goodwill towards the Saiyans. The reason he keeps us close is merely out of concern that a legendary Super Saiyan might emerge among us, threatening his dominion. The legendary Super Saiyan. That is merely a myth. Edri chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Although such rumors had circulated among the Saiyans for ages, no one had ever witnessed a true Super Saiyan, and gradually, faith in the legend had waned. Nonetheless, you are correct. The Saiyans cannot coexist with Frieza. Edri murmured. King Vegeta must have been preparing for this for quite some time. Regrettably, they remained unaware of Frieza's true power. This rebellion would ultimately fail, and the consequence would be the obliteration of Planet Vegeta, of Shaya's mind world with countless thoughts. The following day dawned bright and sunny, after a comfortable slumber beneath the covers. Shaya rose early and began exercising in the backyard. Although this low-intensity workout offered little in the way of tangible benefits, he diligently performed each movement as if it were second nature. Soon, Shilling joined him, and the two sparred playfully, thoroughly enjoying themselves. A vigorous whirlwind swept through the backyard, bending the surrounding vegetation. Moments later, with the sun climbing high in the sky, they paused, standing still, breathing evenly, their faces unflushed, as though they had not engaged in any strenuous activity at all. The previous exertions barely qualified as warm-ups. Rebecca was still preparing breakfast inside, and the delicious aroma wafted through the air. Shilling, enticed by the scent, dashed off towards the kitchen, leaving Shaya behind. What a glutton! Shaya muttered softly to himself, settling onto a stone bench in the backyard. Closing his eyes to meditate quietly, a series of jingling bells interrupted his tranquility. Hey, you there! is Master Edry at home?" A haughty voice rang out. Shaya opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his dark pupils. Before him stood a small figure clad in a snug battle suit. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?" The figure grew impatient, their voice sharpening. "That if you wish to inquire about someone, show some courtesy. I want to entertain such an attitude," Shaya replied, resuming his meditation. Unconcerned with the intruder, the figure faltered momentarily, then scoffed, their pride unabated. "Humph, I see now. You must be the intermediate warrior from Master Edry's household. Just so you know, I'm a high-level warrior, not someone you can offend. If it weren't for you lot, Master Edry would have taken me on a mission today." So, she was one of the Saiyan children under Uncle Edry's tutelage. A mere toddler. Chapter 29. Shaya assessed the newcomer. She was an exceedingly young girl, likely around 2 years of age, with long hair tied messily at her waist, her delicate face displaying an expression of haughty disdain as she regarded him. Was this child truly a high-level warrior among the Saiyans? How precocious! He shook his head, lacking interest in engaging with such a young girl, and stated, "Uncle Edry is inside. You can find him yourself." "Umph," the young girl huffed with a cold expression, her proud little face nearly tilting skyward as she strode past him with an unwavering gaze, completely disregarding Shaya, staring wide-eyed in astonishment at her departing figure. Shaya clicked his tongue, suddenly finding the situation rather amusing, and remarked, "Which family's child is this?" Her self-perception is rather inflated. After sitting in the courtyard for a while, the sun's rays began to feel somewhat oppressive, prompting Shaya to rise and head indoors. In the kitchen, Rebecca had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast spread. Shilin quietly sat at the dining table, eagerly devouring her meal with bowl and chopsticks in hand. Upon noticing Xiaoya's entrance, she glanced up briefly before returning to her feast. In no time, the mountain of food before her had been completely consumed. "Where is Uncle Edry? Why hasn't he come out?" Shaya casually inquired as he took a seat and picked up a piece of roasted meat. Rebecca approached with a platter of food and explained his previously scheduled tasks have been delayed for a few days. So his students came looking for him, that he is currently occupied with arranging their subsequent assignments. Students? Shaya recalled the haughty little girl from earlier. She must be the one Rebecca referred to. Since he and Ling had completed their mission on Planet Selma and returned to Planet Vegeta, Edry had postponed the training schedule for the following days, intending to spend quality time with his children during this interval. "So that arrogant little brat is actually my father's student? How unimpressive! What is there to be so proud of?" Once Ling finished her breakfast, she wiped the grease from her mouth with a napkin. Her eyes brimming with disdain, that it was evident she had encountered the little girl before and held a strong dislike for her. Though she herself was also proud, she simply chose not to display it in front of those around her. Nonetheless, her innate arrogance made it intolerable for her to accept such an attitude from someone, especially when that person was significantly weaker than herself. He'll be honest. Given Ling's current strength, she could only look down upon others. It was inconceivable for anyone to regard her in such a manner. The little girl's gaze had clearly irked her. That child, Myers, is quite the genius. At birth, her combat power surpassed that of her peers by a considerable margin. And her aptitude rating is only slightly lower than that of Prince Vegeta. She is undoubtedly a top-tier talent. Remarkably, she is also exceptionally dedicated to her training. Edry is very pleased with this student. And despite her somewhat arrogant demeanor, she is genuinely a good person, Rebecca said with a smile. The strong possess privileges. It is only natural for the powerful to regard themselves as superior to the weak. And Rebecca firmly believed in this notion. Thus, Myers' attitude towards others seemed entirely reasonable to her. Myers? Shaya murmured softly, the name rather pleasant to the ear. After hearing Rebecca's description, Shaya gradually gained some insight into the girl named Myers, yet another prodigy. Provided she does not falter along the way, her future accomplishments could be significant. However, it is unfortunate that she was born at such a time, destined to emerge during the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta. A genius is only remembered and celebrated if they ultimately become a formidable force. After musing for a moment, he resumed his breakfast, casting aside the name that might fade into obscurity with time. Before long, Myers emerged from Edry's room, glaring fiercely at Shaya with her dark eyes as she passed by, then leaving with an expression of discontent. What was that about? I don't believe I've offended her. Shaya thought, rolling his eyes in bemusement. What is going on? She has no manners. Shi Ling exhaled sharply, her tone tinged with irritation. Huh. Do not blame her. That child is simply upset with me for postponing her training schedule. She's just throwing a tantrum. Edry chuckled as he approached the dining table, clearly in high spirits. With two exceptionally gifted children and an outstanding student, along with his own commendable strength, Edry had little reason to feel discontent. Regardless, that does not give her the right to take it out on me, Shi Ling exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table in frustration. This outburst elicited hearty laughter from the entire family, a scene of warmth rarely witnessed among the Saiyans. After breakfast, Shi Ling assisted Rebecca in the kitchen, bustling about to clear the dishes, although Shaya perceived her efforts as more of a hindrance than a help. In the living room, Edry reclined on the sofa with one leg crossed, a pot of hot beverage in hand, and remarked, Shaya, it has been many years since you last lived on Planet Vegeta. Coincidentally, my training tasks have also been postponed for a couple of days. How about I take you both to explore the nearby city? Once new missions arrive, you may not have much time to spare. Nodding in agreement, Shaya inquired, Uncle Edry, do you know what our upcoming mission will entail? After a moment of contemplation, Edry replied, according to protocol, after the conclusion of the first mission, there will typically be a series of scattered extermination tasks. The higher-ups will assign a few additional Saiyans to your group, allowing you to form a new task team. Given your performance, you may even be appointed as the team leader. By the way, have you submitted your previous mission report? If not, you should take the opportunity to do so at the management office shortly. Not yet, Shaya shook his head, explaining that they had returned home directly after arriving on Planet Vegeta. Without stopping by the task management office to submit their report, the Saiyan mission mechanism had been operating for many years, boasting a well-established management system. Even the spacecraft left at the spaceport was handled by dedicated personnel, requiring no concern from them. Edry nodded and continued. The first mission for Saiyans is the most challenging. Many lower and mid-level warriors never return after their initial task, hence it is also referred to as the survival mission. This is a test of blood and grit. Only those who have successfully completed their first survival mission can truly be called warriors. Even those with the qualifications of high-level warriors must undergo rigorous trials. Albeit under the guidance of retired instructors like you, as he spoke. Edry's voice was imbued with an air of indifference. Shaya listened intently, finding Edry's descriptions provided him with a more vivid understanding of the brutality among the Saiyans. The principle of survival of the fittest was deeply ingrained within them. Before the demise of Edry's team, both Edry and Rebecca adhered strictly to this rule. However, following the team's collapse, especially after Shi Ling and Shaya joined this newfound family, their coldness began to gradually thaw. Chapter 30. The Taijin people of the Planet Vegeta was divided into several sectors, with the most prosperous being that of the royal city. The Saiyans constituted a minority race, with the total number of native Saiyans and those dispatched on missions barely exceeding 1 millionth. The district where Shaya and his companions resided was renowned for its vibrancy, hosting a particularly large population of Saiyans. In the following days, under Edry's guidance, Shaya and Shi Ling explored various locales within the bustling city. This kind of life was a distant memory from his childhood, having not experienced it for several years. The azure sea and sky enveloped them, accompanied by the soothing sound of waves crashing against the shore. The brilliant sunlight pierced through the dark red atmosphere, casting a warm glow that made Shaya feel an intense heat akin to that of the scorching sun. With his feet sinking into the colorful shell sand, a soft crunching sound accompanied the delicate yet slightly abrasive texture, providing a moment of long-forgotten comfort for someone weary. This secluded beach, located in the southern part of the city, was relatively untouched by human traffic, allowing the natural landscape to retain its pristine beauty. On this day, Shaya took the opportunity to visit the nearby mission management office to submit his report on the task he had completed on Planet Selma. The building was a 3-story dome structure, supported by 12 white stone pillars resembling strongmen. Between each pair of pillars stood a large door of glassy hue, arranged in a circle around the building, through which the bustling interior was visible. Given the already small population of Saiyans and the presence of multiple mission management offices, Shaya encountered only a short queue upon his arrival, and it wasn't long before it was their turn. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of wood being struck echoed. "And oh, need to knock. I can hear you." An impatient alien responsible for registration poked his head out, his green eyes sparkling like two radiant gems, emanating a piercing and profound glow. This alien, with a long, pterosaur-like beak and devoid of any white in his green irises, had 6 slender arms that moved with remarkable flexibility, as if lacking bones. Without turning his head, he deftly operated the high-tech equipment behind him. His movements fluid and mesmerizing, yet devoid of chaos. The aliens at the Mission Management Office were Tajan people dispatched from Frisia's headquarters, skilled in the operation of various high-tech devices, and belonged to an advanced technological civilization. However, due to their unpleasant demeanor and harsh manner of speaking, they were not well received by the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. "Hey, I need to submit a task. Name and task number," the Tajan alien inquired in a mechanical tone. His voice grating and unpleasant, akin to a rooster's crowing while being throttled. The Tajan's attitude was decidedly poor, his tone rigid, as if looking down upon them. Shaya furrowed his brow, but replied honestly. "Executor, Shaya, Shieling, task number XL1026866528, extermination mission on planet Selma." Upon hearing Shaya's response, the 6 arms of the Tajan began to tap rapidly on the instrument, swiftly retrieving their task details from the database. Upon viewing the task details displayed on the screen, the Tajan emitted a cacophonous cackle. "Ha ha ha, an ultra-restricted extermination mission. I must say you seem rather impressive, TSK, to have survived and returned." He continued, "All right, Saiyan Brat, your task has been successfully recorded. Someone will verify it shortly. Oh, and remember to collect your new task record in 5 days. Otherwise, it will be your own misfortune." The Tajan waved his appendages haughtily, his attitude consistently irksome. What kind of way is that to speak? Shilling exclaimed, her temper flaring at the Tajan's demeanor. She turned to confront him, her eyes radiating a chilling glare, and a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from her, causing the temperature in the entire hall to plummet several degrees. "Shilling, don't be reckless." A warm hand rested on her head, tempering her bloodlust. "Why not?" Shilling asked in surprise, but upon seeing Shaya shake his head, she reluctantly subdued her anger. "Damn Saiyan monkeys," the Tajan cursed inwardly, feeling a twinge of fear but refraining from voicing it. Compared to other aliens captured by the Saiyans, these Tajan were certainly more self-assured. They were aware of their backing from the formidable Frisia. Sent to Planet Vegeta for daily management, in their eyes, they considered themselves the true elite under Frisia, viewing the Saiyans merely as primitive, uncivilized brutes, fit only for labor. However, when faced with Saiyan wrath, even the Tajan had to acquiesce. After all, against the fury of the Saiyans, their power was negligible. Even if they were killed, it would likely be in vain, as Frisia would not punish the Saiyans for one Tajan's offense. "Let us go. We'll return in 5 days," Shaya stated as he exited the Mission Management Office. "Humph," Shieling scoffed, throwing a fierce glare back at the Tajan before following suit. Once the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, the Tajan let out a sigh of relief, feeling a dampness on his back as he murmured, "Damn Saiyan monkeys. One day Frisia will have his reckoning with you." "Humph, just you wait." Imagining Frisia's terrifying power, a sense of satisfaction arose within the Tajan, as if he could already envision these savage Saiyans meeting a grim fate at Frisia's hands. After leaving the office, Shaya no longer needed to worry about the proceedings, although the Tajan looked down upon the Saiyans. They dared not openly defy Frisia's orders. The personnel at the management office would verify the completion of the tasks, as per protocol. The clear waters lapped against the shore, and the warm sunlight enveloped them in a comforting embrace. Yet Shaya's good spirits were soon disrupted. "Shaya, why did you stop me?" "Those aliens were utterly disgusting. They should all be killed," Shieling exclaimed, her fists clenched in confusion. Had Shaya not intervened, she would have certainly taken action. There were many aliens on Planet Vegeta, but she had never encountered such an insufferable lot. Shaya exhaled deeply, shifting his mood. "There's no need. They are ultimately just weaklings." The Tajan looked down on the Saiyan savagery. "Yet I look down upon their frailty. When Planet Vegeta meets its end, they shan't escape either." Chapter 31. Edri's vigilance. "So, were you disgusted by the Tajan's attitude?" as Shaya felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. He turned to discover it was Uncle Edry who had approached him. With a smile, Edry remarked, "You need not concern yourselves with the words of those Tajian beings. Their mouths are perpetually foul. Were it not for their affiliation with Frisia's headquarters, their unreasonable demeanor toward Saiyans would have led them to their demise countless times over on Vegeta. Indeed, it is best to avoid contact with them, to evade any misfortune." Edry's words were laced with disdain for the Tajian individuals. However, given their backing from Frisia and their control over the communication channels between Planet Vegeta and Frisia's planet, the Saiyans could only tolerate the Tajians' arrogant behavior for the time being. Nevertheless, the accumulating resentment would inevitably lead to a reckoning, unbeknownst to the Tajians, who continued to adopt an overbearing attitude towards the Saiyans. "So you are aware of the Tajians' conduct," Shaya remarked, rolling his eyes after hearing Uncle Edry's words. "No wonder they sent us to submit our tasks while they went swimming. They clearly wish to avoid their presence." He continued, "By the way, tomorrow I will be taking Mel's out on a mission, and I fear I may be gone for quite some time. If you encounter any issues regarding tasks, you can consult Rebecca. She has accomplished numerous challenging missions in Edry's squad and can provide you with valuable insight." Edry meticulously conveyed his instructions. "Understood. Rest assured, if we have any uncertainties, we will ask Mom," Shaya and Shieling readily affirmed, having grown accustomed to Edry leading training missions for several months during their younger years. "Which planet will Uncle Edry be heading to this time, and how long will you be away?" Shaya inquired. Edry considered for a moment before responding. "This mission is relatively close to Vegeta, taking place on the nearby Red Rock planet. The round trip will likely take about a month. A month does seem quite swift," Shaya pondered quietly. The proximity of Red Rock planet to Vegeta meant that the spacecraft could reach it in just a few days, making it one of the closest habitable planets under Saiyan control, thus serving as one of the few training bases for young Saiyans. Of course, these training bases were designed for elite warriors. An ordinary low-level or intermediate warriors would not receive such privileges. "Uncle Edry, I have something for you." After a moment's hesitation, Shaya produced a small brown pouch from his pocket and placed several dried senza beans into it. Much to Edry's confusion, Shieling, watching quietly, immediately understood Shaya's intentions and beamed a captivating smile. "What are these?" Edry asked, examining the small pouch with curiosity. Like tea that moment, Shieling eagerly urged Edry to accept the senza beans, exclaiming, "Dad, you must take these. They can save your life in critical situations." Edry, now even more puzzled, looked at the seemingly dried and flat beans, wondering why they would elicit such urgency from his daughter. Shieling elaborated, "These are called senza beans. No matter how grave the injury, as long as one still breathes, consuming one will restore them to peak condition. They're truly remarkable." She then reiterated the bean-specific properties. "Such an extraordinary item exists in this world." Edry exclaimed in astonishment. Gazing at the beans in his hand, he did not doubt Shieling's words. Rather, he recognized the profound implications of these unassuming beans. As a seasoned Saiyan warrior who had faced numerous life-and-death situations, he understood the immense value of a medicine capable of swiftly healing injuries. It was akin to gaining a second life, potentially influencing the outcome of a battle. Without hesitation, he accepted the small pouch of senza beans and carefully stored it away. Turning serious, Edry warned, "The existence of these senza beans must remain known only to us. We must not let this secret slip, for it could lead to endless troubles. Wealth can tempt the heart, especially for something that can save lives in critical moments. The fewer who know, the better." In truth, Shaya was already aware of this principle. His intention in presenting the senza beans was to consider those close to him, not to make them widely available. Although he appeared to possess many beans, they would diminish with each use, necessitating careful management. He would not hesitate to share with his family, but others would not have the same privilege. Indeed, the matter of the senza beans will remain between the three of us, and I do not intend to disclose it, Shaya affirmed. However, I believe the current situation for the Saiyans is perilous. King Vegeta's actions will only exacerbate Frisia's impatience with us. It is the Saiyans who may soon find themselves in true danger. This was not the first time Shaya had expressed concern over Frisia's potential malice towards the Saiyans. Upon hearing his words, Edry's expression grew serious, leaning towards the belief that there might indeed be cause for concern. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "If Frieza truly intends to take action against the Scions, our strength alone will be insufficient to defend ourselves. It appears we must prepare an escape plan. Moreover, those energy detectors are likely outfitted with listening devices, clearly indicating ill intent towards the Scions." Shilling interjected, having listened intently for some time. "Did you say what? They have placed listening devices on our detectors?" Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Edri's demeanor darkened, and he sensed the seriousness of this revelation. What are Frieza's intentions? Does he truly harbor such distrust towards the Scions? Edri's expression shifted to one of grim determination, his energy surging uncontrollably, resembling the eye of a storm as it stirred surrounding waves into a tempest, transforming the previously calm sea into a tumultuous expanse. As the waves crashed against his face, Shaya observed in awe, recognizing that Edri's power level must exceed 8,000, an impressive display of strength. After a long moment, Edri released a deep sigh, dissipating the energy that had enveloped him, and the atmosphere returned to calm, as though the earlier turmoil had merely been a fleeting dream. Chapter 32. A new mission if Frieza has indeed installed listening devices on our detectors. Then his animosity towards the Scions has likely existed for quite some time, and our every move may be under his watchful eye. That Edri's expression remained somber as he gestured for Shaya and Shilling to remain uninvolved in the matter. "I will verify this with Rebecca. Given the significance of this issue, it is best that you two do not interfere." The remainder of the journey passed in silence. Edri's thoughts were consumed by the future of the Scions, leaving no room for inquiries regarding the source of Shaya's senza beans. Upon returning home, Edri and Rebecca entered a room, emerging only later that evening with troubled expressions, clearly burdened by worry. The following day, as dawn broke, Edri had already departed from Planet Vegeta with his student Mels aboard a spacecraft, heading towards Red Rock Planet for their training mission. Certainly, another of his objectives was to attempt to contact some of the more rational Scions to collaboratively contemplate the future of their race. The first individuals that sprang to his mind were those comrades from years past. They must first ascertain the true extent of Frieza's power, if they couldn't even accurately gauge their adversary's strength. Then recklessly attempting a rebellion like King Vegeta would undoubtedly lead to devastating consequences. The war that concerns survival must be waged with a thorough understanding of both oneself and the opponent. In this regard, Shaya could indeed offer them assistance, but he could not disclose the information directly. The Scion temperament is one of pride, often single-minded. If he were to tell them outright that Frieza's power was so formidable it could annihilate the entire Scion race with a mere wave of his hand, they would be unlikely to accept or believe such a notion. Moreover, even if Shaya were to clarify his sources, they would likely assume, as is their nature, that Scion warriors are only meant to perish on the battlefield and would never entertain the idea of retreating in the face of danger. The wisdom of preserving one's life to fight another day is a concept that they might only grasp after they have personally sought the truth and witnessed Frieza's despair-inducing might, at which point Shaya could gently guide them towards a decisive conclusion that in the distance, the undulating mountains stretched infinitely. The sun quietly peaked over the horizon, its rays filtering through the thick mist of the forest, casting a dazzling array of colors upon the earth. Following a brief rain the previous night, tiny droplets clung to the leaves. As the wind rustled through, the droplets slipped from the foliage, instantly creating a fine spray of mist. The verdant branches and leaves unfurled gracefully within the dense forest, shimmering in the hazy atmosphere, brimming with the essence of life. The West Ling residence, within a hemispherical training arena. This was a place where Scions typically honed their skills. Measuring over 10 meters in both length and width, the semicircular walls were crafted from the most advanced alloy materials, coated with a special energy-absorbing paint designed to capture excess energy emitted during training. The entire arena gleamed with a silvery luster, exuding a modern aesthetic while remaining pleasing to the eyes. That it was an unremarkable training room, lacking any additional air, temperature, or gravity control devices. Such was the nature of training facilities for cosmic beings, who had yet to recognize the significance of these seemingly trivial factors on their training outcomes. This moment, on both sides of the curved training room, biomechanical robots had fully activated, their crimson single eyes flickering with a chilling scarlet glow, while energy emitters in their chests brimmed with power, radiating a faint blue light. In the center of the training ground, two diminutive figures darted swiftly across the arena, engaging in fierce combat, while simultaneously evading sudden assaults from the biomechanical robots. Their movements were so rapid that afterimages continually flashed around them, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The biomechanical robots moved in a systematic fashion, blue energy beams emanating from their chest-mounted emitters, weaving an expansive net in mid-air, akin to casting a fishing net towards the two combatants at the center. With a slight pause in their aerial maneuvers, they altered their trajectories with fluidity, evading the energy beams at astonishing angles. Shaya observed the girl before him with delight, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Ling's exquisite visage bore a serious expression, although it was merely a casual sparring session with a subdued aura. Shaya's presence revealed to her a different kind of martial artist, graceful, imposing, and exuding a palpable aura of strength. Whoosh! Shaya's figure abruptly vanished from Ling's view, her eyes darting around as she tracked his movements. A sudden punch appeared at her waist. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she leaned back slightly to evade the blow, the force of the wind striking the ground with a series of thuds. With agile finesse, she dodged a barrage of attacks that surged forth like a pack of ravenous wolves, roaring and howling relentlessly. With a swift retreat of several meters, Ling regained her stance and launched herself towards Shaya in a dive. Shaya's gaze flickered as he focused intently on her movements. Bang! Ling's fist came hurtling towards him, but alas, her strike was intercepted by Shaya's dual elbows, observing her unpretentious and decisive assault. Shaya couldn't help but nod in approval before swiftly counterattacking. Clang, clang, clang. A series of urgent chimes echoed throughout the training arena as dozens of biomechanical robots seemingly received a simultaneous command, converging towards the walls of the training ground. A silver arc suddenly opened, and several robots seamlessly integrated into the gleaming wall. Rebecca stood quietly nearby, and when she saw Shaya and Ling conclude their training and exit the arena, she offered them 2 towels with a smile. Here, take these to wipe off your sweat. I didn't expect you both to manage simultaneous attacks while contending with 32 biomechanical robots. Each of those robots possesses over 800 energy units. Achieving this indicates that your combat strength is nearing 1,000. Only 1,000 combat strength, though. It's still quite a distance to go, Shaya remarked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. If it weren't for suppressing my own energy, I wouldn't have broken a sweat from even the slightest exertion. By the way, Mother, have our new mission assignments come through? Ling inquired with a clear voice. Taking a sip from a bottle of water, Rebecca smiled, producing a sheet of paper to hand over. Here, this is your new mission. You are to eradicate a primitive tribe on the planet Dodoria. The mission level is intermediate, which means you will need to form a Saiyan squad. And here are the members of your team. Shaya accepted the form, scrutinizing it closely, his brow furrowed slightly before quickly relaxing. Dodoria is a planet nearing intermediate status, with strength comparable to the Selma planet from their previous mission. However, this time the Task Management Office had instructed them to deploy a Saiyan squad to Dodoria. These assignments were directly issued by Frisia's headquarters based on the Saiyan situation. Although the Tadrins at the Task Management Office were quite irritating, they dared not defy Frisia's directives in such matters, and certainly wouldn't embellish the mission details. Chapter 33. Who is the captain? An intermediate mission means that the indigenous life forms there are likely approaching 1,000 combat strength. Ling's voice was somewhat languid. In truth, such low-tier battles no longer stirred her anticipation. Rebecca frowned. Her daughter's attitude was concerning, as it could lead to perilous consequences. She admonished, Ling, don't let the success of the Selma mission inflate your ego. The missions issued by the Task Management Office are carefully considered. Since this time necessitates the formation of a Saiyan squad for the task, Dodoria may be extraordinary, and being careless could easily result in disaster. Feeling uneasy, she further cautioned Shaya, Little Shaya, you must keep a close watch on her. Indeed, I will ensure her safety. Ling retracted her nonchalant demeanor. While the planet of Dodoria may not pique her interest, she could not afford to appear overly indifferent. Subsequently, Shaya and the others organized their gear and, after bidding farewell to Rebecca, proceeded towards the assembly area designated for their team. In the outskirts of the city, far from the towering structures of technology, lay a desolate plain. Approximately 100 kilometers from the urban center and even farther from the spaceport. The environment here was less than ideal. The predominant hue was a dull yellow, and the riverbed had cracked open in several places due to desiccation. As the wind blew, scattered tumbleweeds rolled chaotically across the barren expanse, where a few straight, unbranched trunks stood tall, branching out into spherical canopies only after extending several meters upwards. From a distance, they resembled enormous lollipops planted in the arid landscape, a common sight in the desert. Beneath the shade of a sprawling tree, a large patch of darkness offered respite from the scorching sun. In a cool corner, a group of Scions gathered, 2 males and 2 females, all clad in dark brown battle attire, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years of age. "Hey, Balit, do you know who our captain is this time?" inquired a somewhat gaunt Scion, raising his voice. The Scion, named Balit, shot him a glance, retorting brusquely, "How would I know who the captain is, Rita? Just don't drag me down during the mission. All right? I certainly don't want to be hampered before we've even completed our task." "Oh, how can you say that? My battle power has reached 750. If anyone's dragging behind, it would be you, useless Balit," the lean Scion Rita mocked. Balit, incensed, sprang to his feet and lunged at Rita, seizing his tail as they began to grapple. "Enough, both of you, settle down, or you will regret it." A cold voice pierced through the air as a tall girl stepped forward, her clear eyes glinting with a frigid intensity, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Oh no, has Atasia become angry? She is definitely furious. We can't provoke her." Balit and Rita immediately shivered, reluctantly releasing each other and freezing in place, much like mice caught in the presence of a cat. Atasia was undoubtedly the most formidable among the 4, boasting a battle power of 840, rendering them hesitant to provoke her. After casting a cold glance at them, Atasia turned to another girl beside her, asking Jelen, "Do you have any information regarding the captain?" The girl named Jelen shook her head, stating that apart from the captain, they were unaware of the Scions participating in the mission. "I don't know. But I heard that Shakta is also involved in this mission." "Shakta, that guy is participating in this mission too." The realization struck them that he must be the captain, as his battle power exceeded 900. Everyone was taken aback. Even Atasia gasped in surprise. Compared to the prodigious Shakta, Atasia's battle power seemed inadequate. They were all from the same training camp, and Shakta's reputation as a genius had been well established. At just 12 years of age, surpassing 900 in battle power was remarkable, placing him among the elite of their cohort. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief. The higher the captain's strength, the greater the likelihood of mission success. Otherwise, with their current capabilities, it would be exceedingly challenging to undertake a mid-level mission. It must be him. Otherwise, how could we possibly complete such a mid-level task? Rita asserted, confidently believing he had deduced the answer. It was not that they underestimated themselves, but with only their 4 battle powers, the task of eliminating the Dahlia Star was indeed daunting. Just then, they noticed a figure soaring towards them from the distant horizon. Dressed in a brown battle suit, with a tall stature and resolute gaze, his hair standing high, a Scion they had previously discussed. Shakta, upon landing and spotting the 4 Scions before him, Shakta's calm demeanor flickered with dissatisfaction as he solemnly asked, "Why is it just you 4 on this team? Where's the captain?" Upon hearing Shakta's question, all of them appeared momentarily stunned. What was happening? Was Shakta not their captain? Rita, surprised, asked, "Shakta, aren't you the captain?" "Of course not." "I also want to know who the captain is," Shakta replied coldly, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. "How is that possible?" "If you're not the captain, then who is?" Balit exclaimed in disbelief. Among their age group, the renowned geniuses were few, and aside from Shakta, there were hardly any other candidates. Could it possibly be Igila, Kyr, or Pabanlais? However, Atasia shook her head, asserting it can't be them. "I know they are currently engaged in other missions." "Could it be someone from a higher class than us?" Jelen suggested. Everyone's eyes lit up, casting appreciative glances at Jelen. Indeed, aside from members of their training cohort, it was plausible that someone from an upper class could be appointed as captain. Given the high difficulty of the Dahlia Star elimination mission, it was entirely reasonable to assign a more seasoned Saiyan as the leader. They did not consider the possibility of a younger Saiyan being chosen. Firstly, they inherently doubted that a mid-level warrior younger than them could possess such strength. Secondly, Shakta was already the cream of the crop among their age group, with everyone's potential being closely matched. Such age disparities were hard to break. Yet, the reality might defy their expectations. As Shakta found a shaded spot beneath a tree, he kept a distance from Balit and the others, who, aware of his temperament, chose to ignore him and continued discussing their mission. Their conversation eventually veered towards their respective training progress. Shakta watched the animated discussions of the others from afar, a frown creasing his brow as he mused. Do these guys not comprehend the significance of this mission? I wonder who will be our captain. I hope they are not too inadequate. It was commonplace for Saiyan teams to execute missions together, enhancing the efficiency of their endeavors. As they matured, mid-level warriors would typically form specific squads before reaching adulthood. And once a team was established, it would remain intact for a considerable duration unless unforeseen circumstances arose. This meant that Shakta and the others would now be part of the same squad. And he certainly hoped their team's strength would be adequate. Shaking his head slightly to cast aside these thoughts for the moment, Shakta exhaled softly, lying back against a cracked stone, his gaze drifting lazily towards the sky. The sky was awash in crimson, the smooth atmosphere devoid of any ripples, while a few clouds tinged with rosy hues floated together, shifting shape with the gentle breeze. As the wind stirred, the clouds began to roll, casting irregular shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, Shakta noticed two black dots appearing on the distant horizon. With a powerful push of his arms, he sprang up gracefully, and soon Atasia, Balit, and the others also perceived the situation. Someone is approaching. Atasia's melodious voice rang out. Could it be the captain? Jillian murmured to herself. Shakta disregarded the sounds in his ears, squinting into the distance, attempting to discern the identity of the approaching figures. As they drew closer, he was astonished to discover that they were two diminutive Saiyans, one male and one female, who appeared to be significantly younger than them. How could it be two children? Could they also be members of our team? As he gazed at the two individuals before him, Rita let out a gasp, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. This is highly improbable. The task management office wouldn't be so reckless. Would they? Balit expressed uncertainty. But look, they are clearly coming towards us. It truly is. Finally, amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Shaya and Shieling landed steadily a short distance in front of them, all signs indicating that these two were indeed members of their squad. Is the management office jesting? They have genuinely dispatched two children that moment. A faint smile graced Shaya's lips as he keenly observed the expressions of everyone present. He approached them, his voice deep as he proclaimed, Shakta, age 12, combat power 925. Atasia, age 12, combat power 840. Rita, age 12, combat power 750. Jillian, age 12, combat power 788. Balit, age 12, combat power 738. Shaya recited each person's name and combat power, a privilege reserved for the squad leader. This implies that he is the leader. The expressions of the Saiyans were filled with disbelief. Shakta's countenance darkened, his icy gaze glinting ominously. How infuriating. These two clearly younger individuals are our leaders. Shakta clenched his fists, his fingers turning pale from the pressure, his body trembling slightly with rage. His voice was cold and harsh. You are our leader. Let me make it clear. I will not accept a weakling as our captain. Atasia glanced at Shakta, her eyes flickering with unspoken agreement. Although she was not the most outstanding among her peers, she was certainly exceptional and would not stoop to being subordinate to someone significantly younger. The others, witnessing Shakta and Atasia's attitude, nodded in agreement to become their leader. One must possess strength. Shaya's smile faded slightly. Being well acquainted with Saiyan temperament, he found their reaction unsurprising. On the contrary, if he were to assume leadership without demonstrating any strength, that would indeed be unexpected. As expected, to earn the recognition of these Saiyans as their leader, one must exhibit tangible prowess. Shaya's smile returned, broader than before. Shieling observed quietly, and upon seeing Shaya's expression, she too revealed a smile, though her smile was unsettling. Indeed, I am your leader. A calm voice emanated from Shaya as he approached Shakta with his hands clasped behind his back, lifting his chin in a manner that exuded an air of profound arrogance. Shakta opened his mouth, sensing an ominous feeling. Just as he was about to say something further, an overwhelming force surged from his abdomen. Staring in disbelief at the fist that had appeared before him, he was soon engulfed by a visceral pain, his body propelled like a cannonball for several hundred meters. Thud, thud, thud. Shakta's form continued to fly backward, crashing through several bushes before colliding with a rocky outcrop, leaving a significant dent as he became embedded within the stone. This scene unfolded abruptly, leaving everyone stunned. Shakta had been ambushed. With a furious roar, Shakta extricated himself from the rock, a surge of energy erupting forth that instantly obliterated the entire rocky structure. At this moment, he finally shook off his stupor. He was enraged beyond comprehension. His hair ruffled in disarray, his eyes bloodshot. He glared with intensity before diving toward Shaya. Witnessing Shakta's reckless actions, Shilling shook her head slightly. Mocking, ignorance breeds fearlessness. With such paltry strength, how dare he strike at Shaya? He is truly courting disaster. A proper lesson will suffice. As Shakta's silhouette loomed larger in Shaya's vision, he reminded himself to temper his actions. For Shakta was also a member of his team, and it would be unwise to go too far. With a clang, he summoned his inner energy, conjuring a bright energy sphere that floated in his palm. Its crystalline brilliance shimmering with a watery blue hue that lent it an almost endearing quality. However, the hissing sound that disrupted the air and the slightly distorted light surrounding it indicated that this azure energy sphere was anything but ordinary. Shaya chuckled coldly, hurling the energy sphere towards Shakta. Instinctively, Shakta regained his composure just as the beautiful energy sphere was about to descend, hastily maneuvering to evade its path. Boom! The energy sphere detonated beside Shakta. An explosion that would be etched in a memory for a lifetime. The azure sphere erupted, orange flames resembling a newborn sun scorching the earth, the shockwave propelling Shakta away from the most perilous zone. Boom! The ground shattered, debris scattering. As the blinding light and thunderous roar faded, the terrain appeared as if it had endured the onslaught of hundreds of small nuclear bombs. Utterly transformed, the earth rumbled and split. Terrifying shockwaves rippling beneath, creating concentric circles of fissures on the surface. Boom! The entire landscape suddenly collapsed without warning. Subsequently, wisps of smoke accompanied by bubbling gases rose from the searing lava below. Everyone stood agape, witnessing the spectacle before them, their gazes towards Shaya filled with a W. And one could have anticipated that this seemingly diminutive individual could unleash such a ferocious and piercing attack in an instant. It was astonishing. Could this fellow be a monster? This thought involuntarily surfaced in everyone's minds, especially for Shakta, who had narrowly escaped disaster. He stood in a daze, still reeling from the overwhelming heat wave, his mind replaying the breathtaking scene, large beads of sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 35. Departure. So, do I now possess the qualifications to be your leader? Shaya said with a cheerful smile, radiating the aura of a successful victor. His grin dazzling in the eyes of all the Saiyans present. Shakta shook his head to clear his thoughts and glanced at the devastated terrain, particularly the deep crater, and smiled bitterly as he shook his head. I always believed myself to be among the best of my peers, fancying that I was not far behind those older Saiyans. Yet I realized now how naive I was. Reflecting on the lightning-fast events that had transpired, Shakta admitted with genuine respect. If even you lack the qualifications to be the leader, then who does? Clapping Shakta on the shoulder, Shaya laughed heartily. My name is Shaya, and from now on, our team's name shall be the Shaya Squad. You are all members of this team. However, let me make it clear, once you join, you must obey orders or do not blame me for being unkind. Rest assured, Captain, we will definitely obey your orders. Shakta and his companions exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. It is only natural for Saiyans to obey the strong. As long as they are not explicitly commanded to march to their deaths, they will adhere strictly to their captain's orders. Simultaneously, a surge of fervor ignited within their hearts. How could they possibly fear missing out on the thrill of battle while following such a powerful leader? With this thought, manic smiles spread across the faces of several Saiyans, and Shakta's lingering displeasure dissipated entirely. The reason Saiyans are dubbed a warrior race lies not only in their deeply ingrained combativeness, but also in their formidable execution capabilities, which command admiration. Saiyans are born mercenaries. When a task is assigned, they excel in its execution. Their motivations are not monetary, for wealth holds no value to them. Instead, they seek the exhilaration that comes with combat. Shaya arrived at this conclusion. He sometimes pondered whether, had the Saiyans been employed by a legitimate galactic organization, such as the Galactic Patrol, rather than under the oppressive regime of Frisia, would their reputations still be so notorious? Shaking his head to dispel such impractical musings, he adopted a serious expression and said, "Now, I wish to clarify the details regarding our mission, that I trust you are all aware that our destination is the planet Dahlia." His gaze swept over each team member, and upon mentioning the name of Dahlia, Shakta and the others' expressions turned grave. This planet, nearing the classification of a mid-tier celestial body, implied that unforeseen dangers could arise at any moment. Should that occur, it might well be that only I, Shaya, and Shakta would be spared from considerable peril, particularly for Raida and Baelite, who possess the lowest combat power. Be especially cautious. Nods of understanding echoed in response. Observing everyone's earnestness, Shaya felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He then pointed at Shaya, introducing her to the group. "Ah, this is my sister, Shaya, also a member of our team, and her combat prowess is hardly inferior to mine." Of course, that was after suppressing her battle power. Shakta and the others turned their gazes toward Shaya, their eyes brimming with admiration, especially Atakia and Jeline, fellow female Saiyans who envied Shaya's formidable abilities. "I wonder how old the captain and Shaya are now, and what their battle powers are," inquired the statuesque Atakia at the T-12. She had already entered puberty, her wavy hair flowing in the wind, her feminine features becoming pronounced, making her the most mature-looking among the Saiyans. With a charming smile gracing her lips, Shaya's melodious voice chimed in, "Shaya and I will soon turn 9 AS for our battle power. Shaya stands at 1,000. While I am at 970. During their recent days on Vegeta, they had managed to elevate their battle power by several points. Though her voice was soft, those remarkable figures struck like thunder, leaving Atakia and the others momentarily speechless. 1,000 battle power, 970 battle power, and they are merely 9 years old. The Saiyans regarded them in disbelief, but the remnants of their earlier terrifying strength lingered in their minds, compelling them to accept the reality of the situation. At only 9 years old, how can you possess such combat power? Surely, you cannot merely be mid-tier warriors. You must be high-tier, Baelite exclaimed dramatically, feeling somewhat humiliated, as he had only reached 738 battle power at 12. Indeed, I doubt even high-tier warriors would be so exaggerated. Raida lamented sympathetically that in truth, their current strengths were not insignificant. Once they entered puberty, they would experience a remarkable surge in power, undoubtedly surpassing 2,000 battle power as adults, placing them comfortably among mid-tier warriors. Yet when compared to some prodigies, it was undeniably disheartening. Shakta chuckled ruefully. "I initially thought achieving over 900 battle power by 12 was impressive, but against you, it pales in comparison." Indeed, Atakia and Jeline nodded in agreement, fully resonating with Shakta's sentiments. Unbeknownst to them, the camaraderie among the Saiyans had deepened considerably, with stalwart figures like Shaya and Shaya standing as formidable bastions. The trivial gaps between them seemed insignificant, uniting them against a common foe as they began to regard their captain with the reverence typically reserved for a genius like Prince Vegeta. "All right, it is time for us to depart. I believe our spacecraft is ready at the spaceport," Shaya declared, his tone adopting the authoritative cadence of a leader. "Yes, indeed. We should set off," they chorused eagerly. "Let us go." I can hardly contain my excitement. The Saiyans chuckled lightly before soaring skyward towards the spaceport. Half an hour later, the seven had entered the spaceport, landing gracefully and following the guide to their designated spacecraft. On a vacant platform, 7 spherical vessels, each 2 meters in diameter, were neatly aligned at the recessed landing points. Opening their respective crafts, the Scions climbed inside. As the hatch sealed, Zaya's voice resonated through the communicator. "Let us embark. May the first mission of Team Zaya be met with resounding success. Set off! Set off!" came the enthusiastic shouts from the communicator, and soon, the 7 white spheres were enveloped in a glowing aura before accelerating rapidly. Departing from Vegeta and entering a month-long journey through the stars. Chapter 36. Planet Dahlia, the lengthy passage of time, sped by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye. A month had elapsed. Surrounding them was an expanse of profound darkness, with stars emitting a captivating pale glow, their crystalline clarity resembling tiny diamonds scattered across the black canvas, showcasing an immaculate serenity. A flicker of light momentarily illuminated the void, and in the tranquil depths of space, this glimmer was striking, revealing the silhouettes of 7 spherical vessels as they drew closer in the grand cosmos. The distances between planets are unfathomably vast. Even the closest worlds are separated by countless light years. Yet, thanks to the advanced technologies of cosmic civilization, interstellar travel in the Dragon Ball universe is remarkably efficient, allowing for the traversal of several star domains within mere days or months. Several star domains away from Vegeta, a terrain-colored planet revolved around a yellow dwarf star at the heart of its solar system. On planet Dahlia, amidst the parched riverbeds, the piercing roar of engines resounded as several crimson-hued spheres pierced through the clouds. Crashing down with a thunderous impact, the earth trembled violently, and a billowing cloud of dust ascended, obscuring the sky. Due to the lack of moisture, the dust lingered long, forming heavy shrouds of haze. Before long, 7 figures emerged from the depths of the enigmatic impact crater. Rita floated above the ground, covering her mouth to disperse the dust-laden air. The scorching sun bore down through the thin atmosphere, creating a searing sensation on her skin, and upon inhalation, she was immediately choked by the hot, dry air, leading her to cough violently. Zaya, Shaya, and the others followed closely behind, covering their mouths to sample the air of planet Dahlia. They surveyed the sparse shrubbery surrounding them, reminiscent of the desolate landscapes of Vegeta. Planet Dahlia is a solid, terrain-colored world, characterized by its long-standing lack of water, resulting in a predominantly arid environment. A rather uncomfortable locale that a gentle voice emerged from the girl, and prior to their arrival, Atasia felt discontent with the surrounding environment. The heat here was oppressive, the air thick with pressure, and a lack of moisture was severely detrimental to a girl's delicate skin. Shieling and Jeline immediately responded. After scanning their surroundings, they found no signs of life. Shakta wore a grave expression. The harshness of this environment made it hard to believe it was a planet approaching mid-tier status. Nature abides by the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. Often, the more inhospitable the conditions, the more resilient the life forms that emerge. Shaya narrowed his eyes, a fleeting smile barely visible on his face. Before pressing the button on his energy detector, the electronic beeping echoed, revealing information about Dahlia Star, Tito the southeast, 170 kilometers, combat power 920, directly south, 56 kilometers, combat power 568, further south, 167 kilometers, combat power 869. The others promptly activated their energy detectors. But they were soon overwhelmed by a dizzying array of data. The small screen was flooded with green numbers. Damn, how exaggerated. Shakta's heart jolted, unable to suppress a curse. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Reluctantly, they had to manually set a lower limit for energy detection, which filtered out the majority of the data, allowing them to gain a clearer view. Nevertheless, apart from Shaya and Shieling, the others remained bewildered. They discovered that the filtered data was not only abundant, but often clustered in groups of 3 to 5, with a small cluster of highlights aggregating dozens of energy sources. This indicated a social structure. Jeline, losing her usual composure, spoke with a quiver in her voice. Even though Scions were battle-hungry, they felt trepidation when faced with an absolute disadvantage. Shakta's expression mirrored her concern, although the number of truly threatening entities among those few data points was limited. The sheer quantity was daunting. One could only imagine the dread of engaging in combat with an evenly matched opponent while simultaneously facing the onslaught of dozens of slightly weaker foes. Since they were organized into tribes, it stood to reason that they were also in a state of hostility toward one another, providing at least a glimmer of opportunity. Analyzing the current situation, Atasia furrowed her brow. The information at hand was too scant for any thorough analysis. Anything said now is superfluous. Thus, we shall divide our forces and first eliminate those solitary primitives. Shaya deliberated for a moment before organizing the team into groups. Shieling and Shakta possess the strongest powers and can act independently. Bailit and Radha have the lowest combat power, so they will team up with Atasia and Jillian. Everyone must exercise caution during our actions to avoid provoking those formidable social primitives. Once we have dealt with the isolated ones, we shall regroup here. Yes. Understood, Captain. The members of Shaya's squad responded in unison. Bailit and Atasia formed one group, while the second-to-last in power, Radha, teamed up with Jillian. Shaya, Shieling, and Shakta, due to their sufficient strength, each formed their own group. The 5 groups quickly determined 5 different directions as their targets. Whoosh, 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 they sped off. After everyone had set out, Shaya quietly closed his eyes, sensing the energies on Dahlia's star, and then flew toward the area with the most intense presence. Under the blazing sun, the scorching rays baked the earth out on a desolate and lifeless plateau. Traces of life were scarce, with only a few dried shrubs swaying in the dry soil. Shaya flew swiftly, radiating a soft yellow glow, and with a swift motion, a beam of light flashed by, leaving behind a translucent shimmer reminiscent of jade. He was gradually closing in on his target. The sensed energies grew increasingly distinct, and suddenly, a formidable opponent, no more than one, detecting the powerful auras approaching him, Shaya adjusted his course, heading directly toward those energies. As he neared his target, he realized he had flown beyond the desert's edge. Visible vegetation began to appear, and signs of water sources were evident in the distance. Shaya sensed dozens of potent auras ahead, each approaching a combat power of 1,000.978, 945, 984. The corners of Shaya's mouth lifted slightly as he smiled nonchalantly. Although this level of combat power was merely an appetizer to him, it undeniably represented the pinnacle of strength on Dahlia's star. Then let us begin with you. In a flash of light, Shaya's form appeared above the energy sources. Below him lay a small primitive tribe, the natives resembling half-evolved apes, their sharp fangs gleaming ominously, and their bodies covered in a layer of greenish fur, their lower halves draped in coarse animal hides, clearly exhibiting a degree of civilized awareness. Upon spotting the figures suddenly appearing in the sky, the natives emitted guttural growls, a sound reminiscent of both language and beastly roars. Chapter 37. Slaughter. This small tribe consisted of only a few dozen natives, but was the most powerful in the vicinity. Occupying the most advantageous geographical position on the desolate plateau, closest to water sources, for a long time, they had thrived without challenge. Any intruder into their territory would face brutal slaughter, and over time, few tribes dared to confront them at the moment of Shaya's arrival. They were employing primitive methods to cook the corpse of a native from a neighboring tribe, and the severe trauma evident on the severed head indicated it had suffered a brutal blow in life. The appearance of Shaya instilled an instinctive sense of crisis in these natives. He donned a dark brown soft armor, subtly shimmering with light, an opulent sight never before witnessed on Dahlia's star. The primitive natives, unfamiliar with the concept of battle attire, were simply awestruck by his splendid garments. Cooking their own kind for sustenance, they were indeed barbaric, descending to a level beneath even that of beasts. Even street dogs do not consume their own kind, yet they were less than that. A chill flickered in Shaya's eyes as he suddenly realized that in his past life, the humble dog was indeed a commendable companion to humanity, far superior in nobility compared to these savage indigenous people. The natives, unable to comprehend Shaya's words, emitted low, guttural growls into the air. When their deep roars proved ineffective in intimidating him, their anger became palpable. They discarded their tools and began to levitate, swiftly surrounding Shaya with dozens of colossal figures. Each of these natives towered over 3 meters, their massive forms imposing a significant sense of oppression. creating an illusion of the strong bullying the weak. The natives unleashed deep, brutal howls, and a tumultuous wave of chaotic energy surged forth, stirring the surrounding air into a frenzy. The once still, warm air suddenly churned violently, reminiscent of a small vessel navigating the ocean. One moment it was calm and shimmering, and the next it was engulfed by towering waves, threatening to swallow the little boat whole and drag it to the depths below, a scene both thrilling and terrifying. Yet, amidst this chaos, Shaya stood resolutely at the center of the tempest, his keen eyes scanning the ever-shifting atmosphere around him, remaining unfazed, his expression betraying little emotion. The energy was too scattered, failing to be utilized effectively. Although he sensed a combat power nearing 1,000, he doubted it would manifest even 900 in true combat. Standing there, he assessed the situation, effortlessly identifying the flaws in these primitive natives with his current discerning insight. With a gentle lift of his palm, he stirred the AI. An overwhelming aura immediately emanated from Shaya, radiating outward with the force of thunder. The ground began to tremble, and fierce winds whipped up, revealing that even at merely 1,000 combat power, a masterful application could precipitate various meteorological phenomena. Upon witnessing the sudden eruption of Shaya's formidable presence, the natives instinctively contracted their pupils and took a couple of steps back. However, quickly recovering from their shock, they thumped their chests and emitted a long howl, their tusks grinding together, producing a cacophony of unpleasant sounds. Suddenly, they huddled together, their furious roars filling the air, transforming sound waves into visible ripples that vibrated the atmosphere. The dry branches and stones, as if caught in a powerful grip, began to lift from the ground, while bushes were uprooted, swirling into the air alongside the debris. The fierce energy storm possessed the potential to consume anything in its path. Unfortunately, their execution relied solely on brute force, devoid of any technical finesse. Observing the native's actions with a mix of astonishment and a shake of his head, Shaya noted that these primitive beings had yet to learn how to harness their innate energy. They resorted to the most barbaric methods of attack, which were ultimately the most ineffective and exhausting. Compared to the beasts of Selma Star, they were vastly inferior. The animals fought on instinct, their formidable strength only enhancing their terror. Whereas these primitives fell far short, and no matter how great their might, it was futile if they could not strike their adversary. It seemed this mission would not be as arduous as he had anticipated. Shaya mused, his demeanor becoming notably more relaxed. Initially, he believed that accomplishing the task of eradicating Madalia would require considerable time, without revealing his true combat prowess, and he had prepared himself for an extended effort. Yet, in the midst of actual combat, he discerned the natives' utter foolishness. They possessed tremendous strength, yet lacked the wisdom to wield it effectively. Given their extraordinary physiques, if they were afforded thousands of years to develop their martial arts, perhaps ascending to a higher planetary status would not be beyond their reach. Alas, they were fated for annihilation. With a gaze sharp as an eagle, Shaya focused intently on the primitive natives, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his dark eyes. His expression remained unperturbed, akin to an invisible black hole in the cosmos, quietly consuming all. Shaya growled, his momentum swelling further, a formidable presence radiating from him as his cold gaze fixed upon the primitives. In an instant, he moved with astonishing speed, unleashing a tempestuous assault. The natives instinctively sensed the encroaching threat, the chill of death vibrating through their nerves, prompting a cacophony of alarm as they scattered in panic. None shall escape. Shaya's eyes narrowed, revealing a cruel smile on his youthful, handsome face in that moment, the Scion's bloodthirsty nature emerged. Countless afterimages appeared in the air, while his true self swiftly tracked the escape routes of the natives. In a flash of motion, he struck out. The sound of his fists slicing through the air echoed like thunder. With each punch, a primitive native was rendered incapacitated. The stark disparity in power pierced the psyche of the primitives. As they endured repeated, violent impacts akin to high-velocity projectiles on the verge of explosion, that IT must end. Shaya murmured softly, recognizing that this battle held little value for him, merely a one-sided slaughter. Raising one hand above his head, fingers spread wide, he exerted a slight force. and a crystalline energy sphere began to coalesce. The crimson halo enveloped the surface of the sphere, resembling a beautiful miniature sun, radiating searing brilliance that it was a beacon of death. With a whoosh, the energy descended. A resounding roar akin to thunder erupted as the sky was suddenly shrouded in a high-energy aura, darkening the atmosphere. While overwhelming pressure obscured the sun, the air distorted like a lens, shielding the scorching rays above. Wisps of green smoke curled upwards, debris littering the ground. As the smoke gradually cleared, the once vibrant oasis on the plateau had vanished, leaving behind a massive circular crater with a diameter of a kilometer, its depth unfathomable. Gazing upon the life he had personally obliterated, Shaya felt no ripple of emotion within, as if he had merely extinguished a few inconsequential ants. He was not a man of pity. He was merely executing a mission, the strong tower over the weak like deities, and to avoid having a higher god above oneself, one must strive to become a god themselves. With a sigh, he acknowledged the elimination of one target. Departing from the nearly desertified plateau, Shaya advanced toward the next objective. The formidable life forms on Madalia were numerous. Scarcely had a few seconds passed before another native appeared within his sights. Before him stood a towering giant with a single eye, over 70 meters tall, resembling an imposing wall, its sinewy muscles exuding tremendous explosive power. This giant reminded Shaya of the cyclopean beast he had slain alongside Shi Ling on Selma Star. Similarly robust and formidable, yet this one stood even taller. With a combat power of 1020, it was likely the most powerful being on this planet. Floating several hundred meters above the ground, Shaya felt a sense of unwavering confidence. Times had changed. A mere 1,000 combat power was no longer a concern for him. Even if he stood there and allowed the giant to strike, it would likely prove incapable of breaching his defenses. Chapter 38. Near completion, as the sun and moon exchanged their places, time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. During this span, Shaya traversed every continent on this planet, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. No formidable life form he encountered could escape annihilation. If he were to venture into the underworld, he would undoubtedly find himself condemned to hell, which contradicted his initial intentions. He found himself once again at the desiccated riverbed, where 7 immense craters, formed by the impact of their craft, remained. Sitting cross-legged atop the white hull of the vehicle, Shaya waited for quite some time. Yet none of his team members had gathered. Under the scorching sun, the air temperature had reached a sweltering 50 degrees. After sending out a signal to each team member via the communicator, he retreated into the craft to rest, where the temperature remained consistently bearable. Approximately 10 minutes later, all 6 team members returned to the riverbed. Upon their arrival, they began chattering animatedly, evidently having discovered the indigenous people's rudimentary use of energy. Particularly, Bailey-Tay and Reda were brimming with excitement, gesticulating wildly, their faces alight with joy. When they had first received their intermediate mission, it was these two who had been the most anxious. However, after several days of combat, their confidence had evidently been restored. Rueda, I tell you, I single-handedly took down many primitive natives with combat power exceeding 800, at least 20 or 30 of them, Bailey-Tay exclaimed, reveling in his achievements. Rueda, of a leaner stature, scoffed disdainfully, Humph, is that all it takes to satisfy you? Truly useless, Bailey-Tay. I wager that had you not been under Atasia's protection, you would have been trembling in fright. Who said that? I personally dispatched a native with a combat power of 850. 850? Mind you, if you don't believe me, just ask Atasia, Bailey-Tay retorted, his face flushed with indignation, then turned to Atasia with a pleading glance. Atasia, without casting a glance, turned her face away. Haha, see? You've been exposed, Radal laughed heartily, as if triumphing over Bailey-Tay was an extraordinary feat. Bailey-Tay, refusing to be outdone, spat in annoyance. Don't talk about me. You're still relying on that girl. Jillian, what is so impressive about that? In a few years, I could easily bring you down. Humph, that's different. Jillian and I are evenly matched in combat power. Our teamwork is what truly counts. You, on the other hand, are merely a hindrance, Radad declared proudly. I this moment, shocked, unable to bear the spectacle any longer. interjected with a cold scoff. Do you think this is something to be proud of? Do you have no ambition? Having scions like you is an utter disgrace. T shocked his words. Both Bailey Tay and Rueda fell silent. His authority had been established since their training camp days, and they dared not utter a word in response. Atasia's eyes sparkled as she turned to Shaya. Captain, what shall we do next? Shall we press on and eradicate the primitive tribes here? After a moment's contemplation, Shaya replied, It is evident that the primitive natives of Madalia Star have not mastered the use of energy, which is a significant advantage for us. Under this advantage, even Bailey Tay can single-handedly defeat opponents stronger than himself. We must make the most of this. But why did the Task Management Office classify this mission as intermediate? It hardly seems to meet that standard. Jeline, a relatively quiet female scion with a sharp intellect, queried Dada. That is quite understandable. The extraterrestrial beings assessing the planet's level do not set foot on its surface. They merely use energy detectors from outer space, thus unaware of the planet's specific conditions. Consequently, they set the mission's difficulty level artificially high. We have merely encountered a stroke of luck, Atasia remarked with a sly smile, revealing her charmingly youthful side. Yet anyone who mistook her for an ordinary delicate girl would surely remember the scion's fierce and violent nature. Shaya, what is our next move? Shilling inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Shaya supported his chin with his hand and stated, At present, we hold a decisive advantage. Over the past few days, we have already annihilated the vast majority of isolated natives and small primitive tribes. What remains are the larger tribes, which will present a significantly greater challenge. Let us do this. Shilling and I will form a team, while Shakta and the other 5 will form another. I want all primitive tribes on Madalia Star eradicated within 5 days. Shaya issued his command with a voice as cold as ice. Understood. The scions responded with solemn expressions, accepting the orders. They then set off in the direction where the energy detector indicated a significant concentration of primitive tribes. After Shakta and his group departed, Shaya and Shilling flew together for a while before parting ways. Their previous partnership had merely been a ruse to conceal their true strengths, yet with their capabilities. It was unnecessary for them to remain together. Shilling, head north. There are over 300 energy signatures clustered there. By the way, if you plan to utilize energy exceeding 1,000 combat power, it's best to switch off the detector. Shaya gently tousled the girl's hair, offering his concerned advice. Got it. Shilling replied softly before accelerating northward without a backward glance. Watching Shilling vanish into the distance, Shaya smiled lightly before altering his course toward his own objective. The task of eradicating the primitive tribes on Madalia Star seemed daunting at first, yet during execution, both Shaya and Shakta discovered to their astonishment that it was not as challenging as they had anticipated. Shaya's mind was as calm as still water, a slight smile gracing his lips that he realized he could save considerable time, no longer needing to squander precious moments on this desolate planet. When Scion teams execute missions, the initial task is coordinated by the Task Management Office, which selects members and appoints a suitable captain. However, for subsequent missions, the captain possesses a degree of autonomy in choosing tasks. Thus, upon completing the Madalia Star mission, Shaya, as the Scion team captain, would be able to select tasks that aligned with his needs. For ordinary Scion teams, this autonomy held little significance, primarily adjusting the intensity and duration of missions. After all, what mission did not involve combat? Scions simply needed to revel in the thrill of battle. However, Shaya was different. He harbored his own aspirations and sought to become a formidable warrior at the earliest opportunity. Fortunately, he had several methods of enhancing his strength already formulated in his mind. Chapter 39. Members of the Edry team, upon emerging from the Spirit Time Room on Earth, Shaya's combat power had surged beyond 12,000. After more than a year of steady accumulation, he had solidified his foundation to an extraordinary degree. It was now time to unleash this latent potential and achieve a breakthrough. At this juncture, he urgently required a gravity device, ideally one capable of simultaneously altering temperature, air pressure, and gravity, among other parameters. This necessitated the assistance of a high-tech civilization. While there were many technologically adept extraterrestrials on Planet Vegeta, Shaya was reluctant to trust them, as their loyalties lay either with Frisia or King Vegeta. He feared that the moment the gravity chamber was completed, he might find himself betrayed. The gravity chamber needed to be constructed without delay. And for the next mission, he would select one related to a high-tech planet. Shaya pressed his hands against his temples, gently kneading them a few times, with an abundance of senza beans in his possession. He pondered the futility of not utilizing them in conjunction with the gravity chamber for training. The combination of senza beans and the gravity apparatus, coupled with his Saiyan physiology, allowed Shaya to envision a meteoric rise in his power. A fervent excitement welled up within him as he yearned to conclude their mission and return to Planet Vegeta post-haste. 0.5 days later, they found themselves once again at the site of the spaceship's crash. The Saiyans regrouped, having successfully completed the extermination mission on Planet Dahlia, a place now devoid of any life forms with battle power exceeding 100. Although merely a fortnight had passed, they had engaged in countless skirmishes. Nonetheless, Planet Dahlia, being of a near intermediate level, had facilitated a significant elevation in their combat capabilities, albeit without serious peril. The battle prowess among them had notably increased, with the weakest member, Belit, achieving a power level of 810, an enhancement of 70 points, while the strongest, Shakta, had surged past 1030, largely due to the strength of his chosen adversaries. In just a few days, such advancements had lifted the spirits of the Saiyans, even prompting the typically contentious Rita and Belit to exchange jovial banter as if they were close companions. Shaya surveyed the cheerful group, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he observed their radiant expressions filled with laughter. Well done, team. Our mission has been splendidly accomplished, and each of you has experienced a corresponding boost in your combat power. It is time for us to return to Planet Vegeta. Indeed, it is time to head back, Belit interjected with a pleading expression. Captain, next time, please select a more favorable mission. You know I was quite anxious about failing to complete it. I eagerly await our next mission with you. Captain, Atasia chimed in, her head tilted back in laughter, her long, wavy hair dancing in the wind, exuding an air of maturity. Jelen stood quietly to the side, her silence punctuated by a sheen of perspiration on her cheeks from the sweltering air. Yet her sparkling eyes betrayed her enthusiasm for the forthcoming task. Rest assured, our next mission will not disappoint you. Shaya reassured, leaping onto the spherical spacecraft nestled in the center of the crater, which was half submerged in mud, its surface marred and charred in places. Let us depart for Planet Vegeta, Shilling exclaimed. Following suit, the remaining members exchanged glances before boarding their respective vessels. In a matter of moments, 7 white orbs ascended into the sky, accelerating in a straight line to an astonishing speed, swiftly breaking free from the gravitational pull of Planet Dahlia and soaring into the serene depths of the cosmos. A month later, on Planet Vegeta, the stars twinkled brightly, suspended high above this moment. One side of Planet Vegeta was enveloped in night. Shaya's team of 7 emerged from the spaceport, traversing the expansive platform. Moving towards the exit, the lighthouse-like structures receding into the distance, their flickering neon lights gradually swallowed by the darkness. Having crossed much of the city, they arrived at the task management office nearest to the bustling urban center. It was the familiar hemispherical 3-story building, where the notoriously irritable Tagians processed their report on the mission to Planet Dahlia, after which the team members prepared to part ways. Captain, I reside in the northern part of the city. If you need to reach me, just contact me through the communicator, Shakta said earnestly, having developed a deep respect for Shaya, who was 3 years his junior, following this mission. In the Saiyan community. Not everyone possesses leadership qualities. True leaders must not only be powerful, but also exhibit composure and sound judgment. Throughout the mission, Shaya had demonstrated an exceptional knack for maintaining balance, a fact readily acknowledged by all. A captain with strategic acumen is a vital factor for the longevity of any team. Jelen and I live nearby, very close to the captain's home, Atasia remarked, adjusting her combat attire and playfully linking arms with Jelen. Jelen responded softly. Only Rita wore a glum expression, lamenting, I'm the one who lives the farthest away and will have to travel for quite some time. Then farewell, everyone. I will contact you all for our next mission. Shaya laughed, taking Shiling's hand and bidding farewell to each member before soaring homeward. This night had fallen. The residential area was unusually tranquil. the only sounds being the gentle rustling of insects and the flickering lights swaying in the darkness. Upon returning home, Shaya was surprised to find the lights in the hall still illuminated in the living room. Alongside the Ader couple were 4 other Saiyans, 2 men and 2 women, whom Shaya recognized as former members of Ader's team. By familial convention, he should address them as uncles and aunts. Upon seeing Shaya and Shilling return, Rebecca joyfully approached them, her face lighting up with surprise. "You two have grown so much. I heard you completed your survival mission, but didn't have time to visit us. I can't believe how much you've matured." "Of course, we completed the mission," Shilling replied proudly, then called out to the 4 Saiyans in the room. "Uncle Baruch, Aunt Lisa, Uncle Pilati, and Alice, hello." Shaya greeted each of them in turn, knowing they were trustworthy allies, having been part of Ader's team. Originally composed of 13 members, Ader's team had suffered significant losses in a mission years ago due to an ambush by hostile forces, resulting in 6 fatalities and 4 severe injuries, including the deaths of Shaya's parents. Following the catastrophic losses, Ader disbanded the team. "Oh my, little Shaya and Shilling have grown so much. I heard you completed your survival mission, but hadn't had the chance to see you until now," Alice exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace both of them. Alice was a petite female Saiyan with a slender figure and a long ribbon-like braid. Due to the extended youthfulness of Saiyans, she appeared vibrantly youthful despite being in her 30s. "Ugh, Aunt Alice," Shilling protested, feeling somewhat suffocated by Alice's embrace. Alice chuckled softly before releasing her, though still keeping a hand around her shoulder. The others greeted them warmly as well. Baruch nodded coolly in acknowledgement, resembling an iceberg in demeanor. "What are you gentlemen discussing so late?" Shilling inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she sidled up to Lisa, her face inching closer. Ader exchanged glances with the others, their expressions somber. Shilling's brow furrowed as a thoughtful glimmer shone in her eyes. "Shilling, why don't you return to your room?" "Shaya will stay," Ader instructed. "Oh," Shilling replied, sensing her exclusion from the conversation. She shot Shaya a look and then obediently retreated to her room. With a definitive click, the door closed, and the living room was once again shrouded in an eerie silence. The group sat around a coffee table, none daring to break the stillness. "What is the matter?" Shaya inquired. Ader sighed deeply. "Did you not mention that Frisia had installed a listening device on our energy detector? We took the opportunity during the mission to investigate. And the outcome?" Shaya inquired with an impassive demeanor. Yet his heart was already aware of the answer. It seemed that the gathering of the Adderley squad here was indeed to discuss countermeasures. Adderley nodded gravely, stating, "We have indeed detected a listening device on the energy detector." At that moment, a male Saiyan named Pilati slammed his fist onto the alloy table, creating a dent with a resounding thud. His voice was laced with agitation as he exclaimed, "If it weren't for Adderley leading us to verify this, we would have remained oblivious to the fact that that scoundrel Frisia was eavesdropping on every move of the Saiyans. It is evident that he has never harbored any good intentions towards us." Alice cast a disdainful glance at Pilati, her expression reflecting her contempt, referring, of course, to Frisia, to whom they, the Saiyans, pledged their loyalty. Adderley interjected, "But this is not what troubles me most. While Frisia harbors suspicion towards us Saiyans, he is unlikely to act immediately. The real concern lies in the fact that if all our movements are under his scrutiny, he is undoubtedly aware of King Vegeta's rebellious inclinations." With a sigh of resignation, Lisa shrugged her shoulders. What was even more difficult to accept was that, aside from the faction preparing to rebel under King Vegeta, the vast majority of Saiyans held a profound trust in Frisia. Even revering his power, if we were to spread this information, the number of believers would be scant, and worse yet, it could directly escalate the conflict between the Saiyans and Frisia. Baruch's words dripped with cold realism, indicating that openly disclosing this information was unfeasible. Yet, given Frisia's comprehensive awareness of the Saiyan situation, including King Vegeta's intentions to rebel, why had he not taken any action? Did he not fear the collective strength of the Saiyans? Alice pondered seriously, leaning against the wall. Perhaps he possesses an overwhelming power that allows him to act with impunity. It because of the Ginyu Force. Everyone fell silent, acknowledging the undeniable strength of the Ginyu Force. which surpassed that of the Saiyans and was renowned throughout the universe. What puzzled them, however, was why Frieza remained unmoved, fully aware of the impending rebellion among the Saiyans. Was he truly waiting for the Saiyans to initiate their revolt before striking? Was it to maintain a facade of legitimacy, to avoid instilling fear in his subordinates? No. Given Frieza's ruthless and tyrannical nature, he would hardly concern himself with the sentiments of mere mortals. Adley and the others shook their heads, recalling their distant encounter with Frieza during a mission. His cold, bloodthirsty gaze pierced their souls like a blade, leaving an indelible impression. Frieza was undeniably a madman, a brutal being. Do you know the extent of Frieza's combat power? Shaya suddenly inquired casually. Everyone froze momentarily. They were well aware of Frieza's formidable strength. T.O.B. dubbed the Emperor of the Universe. He surely possessed extraordinary prowess. Yet, the precise measure of his strength remained elusive, as no one had witnessed Frieza in battle firsthand, and those who had were long dead. Just how strong was Frieza? This question loomed as a colossal shadow over them, without understanding the might of their adversary. Resistance seemed impossible. Shaya, do you know something? Adley looked over, intuition suggesting that Shaya might possess certain insights, especially considering he was the first to mention the listening device, which bolstered his confidence. Indeed, I have some understanding of Frieza's power. It is undoubtedly beyond your imagination. Before we proceed, Uncle Adley, I have a question for you. How much do you know about Frieza's elite team? A Ginyu Force. Adley shook his head. I have not witnessed the true extent of the Ginyu Force's power, but I have heard that each member possesses a combat power of no less than 1,026, 865, 268. The Ginyu Force was a super-specialized unit selected from the universe's elite warriors, each possessing exceptional skills and formidable strength. In the realm of cosmic civilization, a combat power of 1,026,865,268 was already an extraordinary feat thus far. There were very few Saiyans with a combat power exceeding that threshold. Each of them was a battle-hardened super warrior. A crucial pillar of the Saiyans' illustrious reputation throughout the cosmos, seldom departing from Planet Vegeta except for high-stakes assaults on advanced planets. Gazing across the vast expanse of the starry sky, one could discern that the primary forces of the universe remained relatively weak. Advanced planets were not as plentiful as one might imagine, and life forms with combat power exceeding 5,000 were exceedingly rare, typically capable of reigning supreme on a single planet. Indeed, many planets lacked even a single being with a combat power exceeding 1,000, relegating them to the lower echelons of the cosmos. In the original narrative, when Vegeta first arrived on Earth, his combat power barely surpassed 1,026, 865, 268, yet even then he could traverse the universe with little resistance. Despite the possibility of formidable beings lurking in the cosmos depths, capable of annihilating worlds with ease. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the principal forces of cosmic civilization were still relatively weak. The Ginyu Force followed an elite path, comprising only 5 members, each possessing unique skills that warranted consideration. The Saiyans were positioned as somewhat above average within the Milky Way, instilling dread in the northern galaxy, yet they still fell short compared to the Ginyu Force. As Frieza's trump card, the power of the Ginyu Force was indeed formidable. Setting aside the capabilities of the other Ginyu Force members, merely the strength of their captain, Ginyu, had reached an astounding combat power of 120,000. Shaya's declaration was delivered in a soft tone, yet it stunned Adley and the others into silence. Heavens, 120,000 combat power. Shaya, you must be mistaken. How could he possess such immense strength? King Vegeta's power is only slightly over 1,026, 865, 268, and even with his great ape transformation, it barely approaches 100,000. Lisa's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. 120,000 combat power. What kind of might is that? For those of us with only a few thousand in combat power, it is an unfathomable strength. How could such a monster exist in the universe? If Captain Ginyu truly possesses such power as Shaya claims, it would far surpass all Saiyans. I could that level. The sheer number of warriors becomes irrelevant. With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate all life on a planet, rendering the Scions completely powerless against him. Chapter 41. The Terrifying Power of Frieza. There is no mistake. Captain Ginyu's combat power is indeed 120. 000. Shaya affirmed resolutely that in the Namek saga, Ginyu had explicitly stated that the captain's maximum combat power was 120,000. Although that might have been over 2 decades later, it would not have diminished significantly. Shaya's unwavering conviction left the room in utter silence. Adeli's expression darkened considerably. If the captain of the Ginyu Force possessed such terrifying power, how formidable would Frieza, their ruler, be? The eternal truth of the universe dictates that the weak submit to the strong, and the strong dominate the weak. It was evident that Frieza's strength far exceeded that of Captain Ginyu. None present were foolish. They quickly grasped this realization, gasping in shock, feeling a chill creep down their spines as cold sweat trickled down. In that moment, they could hardly muster the courage to inquire about the source of Shaya's information, and the living room was enveloped in an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, Adeli sighed. "Shaya, share what you know with us." Shaya nodded, his gaze sweeping across all present, his calm voice resonating. Frieza hails from a rare race in the universe known as the Ice Demon. The Frost Demons are exceedingly rare upon their birth. They are encased in ice until they reach maturity. To my knowledge, there are only 3 Frost Demons in the North Galaxy, namely the Frieza family, each of whom is a formidable entity capable of dominating the universe. Due to the overwhelming power within their beings, Frost Demons often suppress their combat abilities through transformation, akin to the Great Ape transformation of the Scions. However, while Scions enhance their power through their transformation, Frost Demons use it to temper their might. Shaya shook his head, somewhat wistfully. What a lavish transformation it is. Edri and the others displayed looks of astonishment. Other life forms in the universe strive tirelessly to augment their combat prowess, with transformation capabilities evolving under specific environmental conditions. Yet the Frost Demons must restrain their power due to its sheer magnitude, which is truly enviable. Surveying the faces around him, Shaya continued, aware that what he was about to reveal would strike a heavy blow to them. However, if he did not disclose the truth, the prideful Scions, including Edri, would hardly acquiesce to his forthcoming plans. Frieza possesses 3 transformation abilities. Each time he reverts from transformation, his strength multiplies several times over. In his base form, Frieza's combat power stands at 530,000. Wait, did you just say Frieza's base combat power is what? Lisa asked, astonished. I said Frieza's base combat power is 530,000. A gasp echoed through the hall. Both Edri and Baluk were taken aback by Shaya's revelation. If Captain Ginyu's combat power had already left them feeling powerless, then Frieza's strength plunged them into utter despair, a base power of 530,000, with each transformation exponentially increasing that power, and possessing 3 transformations to boot. How could such an extraordinary being exist? Wouldn't that render the entire universe subservient to Frieza? Lisa lamented. Get out of here. Does that mean the Scions have no hope whatsoever? Parody, with a volatile temperament, seethed, his eyes wide and veins bulging, his bones creaking under tension. Baluk's face turned ashen, his silence heavy and foreboding. Yet this was not the worst of it. Frieza is not even the most terrifying among the Frost Demons. His father, King Cold, and his brother, Cooler, who rule the eastern and northern regions of the North Galaxy, are the true horrors. Frieza, in comparison, appears as an undeveloped child, possessing potential yet to be realized. That he has a father and a brother, Alice exclaimed. Indeed, it is said that Frieza's father is indeed named King Cold, and he does have a brother named Cooler. Edri, well versed in such tales, confirmed. Shaya nodded, stating, "Let us not speak of King Cold for now, but rather focus on Cooler, who possesses 4 transformation abilities. Hence, I believe that King Vegeta's rebellion is destined for failure. The future of Planet Vegeta is bleak. Frieza has yet to act, likely believing the time is not yet ripe. Once the moment arrives, the Scions will surely meet their doom. What can we do now? Who could have anticipated that the once promising future of the Scions would suddenly lead to the brink of extinction? Thus, I propose we prepare ourselves to evacuate a portion of the Saiyans. The Saiyan race is remarkably unique. Their bloodline empowers them to grow stronger in the face of adversity, continually surpassing their physical limits. Though not every Saiyan possesses such talent, those who do are exceedingly rare. To see such a lineage extinguished along with Planet Vegeta would be a grievous loss. While Shaya did not dare to assert grand ambitions, he recognized that to thrive in the universe, it was essential to establish a power of his own. But the question remained, if Frieza is so formidable, why did he initially regard the Saiyans with suspicion? Alice inquired, perplexed. The Frieza clan has always feared the emergence of a golden Super Saiyan among the Saiyans, signifying their capability to confront the Frost demons head-on. Out of fear, they seek annihilation. We must preserve the Saiyan bloodline. We cannot allow the Saiyans to vanish from the cosmos. Having laid bare his thoughts, Shaya had formulated a plan after assessing the situation surrounding Planet Vegeta. He disclosed all he knew about Frieza, believing that under the looming threat, Edri and the others would heed his words. Though the Saiyans are prideful, even to the point of arrogance, they would not recklessly charge into certain death when the odds are insurmountable. That, of course, there are always exceptions. Chapter 42. On the desolate planet, Edri furrowed his brow, his already dark complexion deepening that he grasped Shaya's intention. Preserving the Saiyan bloodline meant sacrificing the majority of their kin. The notion of the gecko shedding its tail to survive resonated here. Shaya's proposal suggested abandoning the very foundation of their civilization to save a few. A choice that would only ensure the survival of a fraction of the Saiyans. For Edri and the others, this decision proved daunting, as it contradicted the teachings they had received throughout their lives, clashing with their spiritual beliefs. Yet, they could not deny the validity of Shaya's reasoning. Frieza stood as an insurmountable foe before the Saiyans, a foe who had been wary of them from the outset and possessed a despairing strength. Are we left with no choice but to flee? That would be the act of cowards. Baluk's expression shifted between hues of green and white, his emotions tumultuous to know. To temporarily retreat from danger is not an act of cowardice. Rather, it is the true folly of the reckless to charge headlong into defeat. Why sacrifice needlessly, knowing the outcome is failure, merely to uphold the so-called Saiyan spirit? Shaya scoffed, labeling such thinking as foolish. To wager the future of the entire Saiyan race for the sake of an ill-conceived ideal is an act of profound selfishness. This is not the time for valiant defiance. The moment to confront the enemy is when the disparity between the two sides is not overwhelmingly vast. In the case of the Saiyans and Frieza, the gap is monumental, rendering resistance futile. Thus, in Shaya's view, to act despite the impossibility is sheer folly. Rather than squander time on such endeavors, it would be far more prudent to lead as many Saiyans to safety as possible. The expressions of Edri's team members suddenly shifted, their disbelief palpable as they gazed at Shaya. Despite his youthful visage, he met their eyes with unwavering courage, igniting a flicker of resolve within them, prompting a collective sigh of resignation. Very well, perhaps you have a point, Edri conceded, shaking his head. For the sake of the Saiyan legacy, he would have to relinquish his own glory. Speak your plan. Baluk crossed his arms, an expectant look upon his face. The scene had turned rather comical, with several adult Saiyans seeking counsel from a mere child. However, since Shaya had articulated his earlier thoughts, no one regarded him as a mere child anymore. We must evacuate. Take with us a select few Saiyans who exhibit potential and whom we can trust, and flee Planet Vegeta. We need to find a secure location to establish our base of operations. And from there, we will devise a plan. Point one day, we shall return and make Frieza pay dearly for his transgressions. But if Frieza can install listening devices on energy scanners, how can we be sure he hasn't done the same on our spacecraft? Where can we possibly escape to? Alice wore a worried expression. Without a doubt, the spacecraft must have been tampered with. Baluk responded with a cold smile, considering this issue was not overly complex. Alas, with so many extraterrestrial beings already present on Planet Vegeta, escape seemed nearly impossible. With a sorrowful face, Alice's well-shaped bosom trembled slightly in indignation. The predicament faced by the Saiyans was indeed a dual threat, both internal and external. Externally, Frieza could launch an attack on the Saiyans at any moment. Internally, King Vegeta was eager to instigate a rebellion. While the overwhelming majority of Saiyans idolized Frieza, it was an arduous task for just a few of them to attempt to save the Saiyans. "By the way, Shaya, how do you know so much?" Rebecca inquired in confusion. Everyone else also regained their focus. Indeed, up to this point, all the information had come solely from Shaya, and it was not necessarily accurate. "Because I possess super abilities." Shaya raised his head and smiled at them, presenting the excuse he had long prepared. Super abilities. There was nothing more convincing than this. In the world of Dragon Ball, superpowers indeed existed, with numerous races possessing the ability to foresee the future, albeit with varying degrees of strength and reliability. You could predict the future. The Adley team regarded him with skepticism. "No, I cannot predict the future." Shaya shook his head. "But I possess the ability of instantaneous movement, and there are races in the universe capable of predicting the future. I consulted them. To be precise, they revealed a portion of the future to me, allowing me to glimpse a limited future." Well, that reasoning is quite compelling. The question remains who could ascertain whether he was fabricating this, as it was fundamentally unverifiable. Moreover, instantaneous movement must be a rather sophisticated ability. Shaya must be telling the truth. At that moment, Shilling, who had been eavesdropping in the room, rushed out, defiantly raising her head, standing firmly by Shaya's side. Shaya truly possesses super abilities. This she had experienced firsthand. As for Shaya consulting aliens for predictions, since he claimed so, it must be true, which also explains why he seemed to know everything. "Uncle Adley, do you have any detectors here that haven't been fitted with listening devices?" Shaya suddenly asked. Adley had not anticipated this question from Shaya, so he nodded and glanced towards Rebecca. Rebecca immediately got up and went to the adjacent room, returning with a frame-style energy detector. "This detector has just been modified. The listening device has been removed." "Shaya, what do you need it for?" Just as Shilling mentioned earlier, I inadvertently awakened certain super abilities while on a mission on Selma Star, and after development, I can utilize a skill called instantaneous movement. "Please hold hands and do not let go," Shaya shouted loudly at the stunned crowd. Although the members of the Adley team did not fully comprehend, they complied and held hands. Adley took Rebecca's hand, followed by Baluk, Parody, Alice, and Lisa, who also joined in, while Shaya grasped Shilling's hand, forming a circle of 8. "I am about to activate instantaneous movement. Everyone must not let go." After Shaya spoke, he closed his eyes, summoning his spatial super abilities from deep within, and whoosh, a whirlwind suddenly materialized, and the smooth space seemed to be adorned with countless neon lights, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. With a thought, Shaya activated instantaneous movement, and several individuals vanished into thin air from the hall. The next moment, on a desolate planet, far from Planet Vegeta, icy winds swept the ground, swirling yellow sand and tiny particles high into the sky. Having just endured an overwhelming storm, the entire planet was engulfed in chaos and disorder. This was a barren, lifeless world where extreme storms could strike at any moment. Strangely, despite the absence of life, a thick atmosphere enveloped the planet. On a towering hill, fierce winds battered the surface, and due to the temperature being perpetually below freezing, the soil had hardened to a steel-like solidity. Rocks gradually cracked and loosened under the erosion of wind and frost. Even the slightest disturbance could cause large boulders to break away and roll down the slope. That a soft, silent glow suddenly appeared atop the hill, and then 8 figures materialized where the glow had vanished. Alice felt a brief moment of dizziness. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing at a desolate, dim landscape. Where on earth are we? How did we suddenly end up here? This was not a scene she recognized. Moreover, it was certainly not Planet Vegeta. Had they truly left? This was the desolate star, at least 10 days' journey from Planet Vegeta. Baluk surveyed the surroundings, relying on past experiences to roughly ascertain their location. The desolate star was a lifeless planet situated just over 10 days' travel from Planet Vegeta. Although there was air present, the harsh conditions frequently subjected it to planet-level storms, rendering it of little value to the Saiyans. Not even qualifying as a transit station, thus remaining abandoned and unclaimed. Is this the power of instantaneous movement? It actually brought us here, Rebecca exclaimed in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been conversing on Planet Vegeta. In the next second, they found themselves on the distant, desolate star. It was known that even traveling by spacecraft would require at least 10 days of flight. Instantaneous movement was indeed a miraculous ability. Chapter 43. Unleashing energy suddenly, a flush of color rose to Adley's face, and he struck his palms together as if struck by a sudden realization, urgently inquiring of Shaya. Shaya, how many people can you bring with you in one instantaneous movement? If we find a suitable planet for life, can you transport many Scions there? Yes, if we identify a discrete planet, we could stealthily bring away numerous Scions. However, this all hinges on whether Shaya has the capacity to transport a large group. Adley and the others felt a surge of excitement, their gazes fixed on Shaya with anticipation. Clearing his throat, Shaya did not disappoint them, beaming a radiant smile as he confidently stated, I can currently transport 10 individuals at once using instantaneous movement. But I will need a transfer planet to rest in between. Although the number of people I can bring is limited, the distance covered in each jump is significant, and a spaceship would certainly be unable to catch up. Moreover, as my strength increases, my super abilities will grow stronger as well. With this, everyone broke into smiles. The distance Shaya could traverse in a single jump would take a spacecraft over 10 days of flight. While the number of individuals transported was slightly reduced, it was still preferable to being unable to take anyone at all. Furthermore, as Shaya's power grew, so too would his instantaneous movement ability. With this thought, Adley's worries began to dissipate slightly. Curiously, each member of the Adley team suddenly felt a peculiar notion arise within them. The Scions believe in gods. Perhaps they do, or perhaps they do not. But they place greater faith in their own strength. If a god were stronger than them, then believing would be acceptable. However, if a god were weaker, what purpose would belief serve? Yet at this moment, with the seasoned Shaya's appearance, they felt a newfound reverence for the unseen forces of fate. Indeed, as the Scions faced the imminent threat of extinction, the sudden emergence of a Scion like Shaya, endowed with extraordinary super abilities, could this be divine providence? If so, then it truly is a blessing from the gods. It seems they could no longer regard him as an ordinary child. Adri contemplated silently. Naturally, Shaya was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Adri's mind at that moment. Shaya was preoccupied with the instantaneous teleportation ability of the planet Yadarat. It seemed that there were no restrictions on the number of people who could teleport together from Yadarat, as long as they held hands, and there appeared to be no significant limitations on distance. Truly a flawless secret technique. Alas, there's an inherent distinction between secret skills and superpowers. Shaya sighed. It seems that a visit to Yadarat is warranted to master their teleportation ability. But first, he must ascertain the spatial coordinates of Yadarat on the desolate planet. The cold wind howled. Icy currents raced by with tremendous speed, and the fierce gales struck their faces. The black hair danced wildly. Yet every Scion present possessed a battle-hardened physique, rendering them impervious to such harsh conditions. By the way, Shaya, why did you ask me to bring the energy detector? Rebecca recalled Shaya's previous mention of the energy detector and held the frame-like device in her hands. Aunt Rebecca, Uncle Adri, there is something I've never told you. A subtle smile graced Shaya's handsome face. In fact, Sheeling and I completed the mission on Selma several years ago. The reason we didn't return to Vegeta immediately was, on one hand, to avoid drawing too much attention to ourselves. On the other hand, after discovering the superpower of instantaneous teleportation, Sheeling and I traveled to other planets to train. Wait, you mean to say you completed the mission several years ago? Does that mean your battle power exceeded 1,000 long ago? Parody asked, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, I surpassed a battle power of 1,000 at just over 5 years old, Shaya admitted candidly. His words immediately drew astonished glances from the elders. Even the usually stoic Baruch cast a side eye. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Achieving a battle power of 1,000 at the age of 5, was he not a mid-tier warrior? Even when compared to Prince Vegeta, he was hardly inferior. Fearing that returning to Vegeta so soon would attract King Vegeta's notice, Sheeling and I fled to train on other planets, Shaya continued. Adri nodded in quiet approval of Shaya's actions. Scions were known for their boisterous nature, eager to flaunt any achievements. Yet those like Shaya, who understood the value of concealing their power, were exceedingly rare. Given the current circumstances on Vegeta, Shaya's decision to mask his battle power proved to be a masterstroke, avoiding the attention of King Vegeta and the scrutiny of Frieza. Adri, now curious, inquired, "So your true battle power is not as it appears. What is it now, then?" "I shall speak." Seeing her father's astonished expression, Shilling proudly puffed out her chest, her face beaming with pride. "After Shaya and I left Selma, we ventured to a remarkably beautiful low-tier planet. While the individual battle power of its inhabitants was negligible, they possessed extraordinary training methods, while learning their martial arts. Shaya and I saw our battle power rapidly ascend." "How did you evade detection by the energy detector?" Liz asked in a hoarse voice. This was a perplexing matter. After all, energy detectors were specifically designed to gauge individual energy. What method could possibly circumvent them? In essence, energy detectors sense the energy that leaked from living beings. Shilling and I learned a type of energy called chi from that planet. Normally, we would condense the chi within our bodies, and as long as it didn't leak. The detector couldn't measure our energy, Shaya explained earnestly, subsequently clarifying the concept of chi. However, despite his repeated explanations, Adri and the others struggled to grasp the essence of chi. Their long-established habits had forged a unique energy operation model, making it challenging to alter their understanding. Perhaps only exceptionally gifted Saiyans, like Vegeta, could master the application of chi in the future. Although they could not fully comprehend what chi was, it did not hinder their recognition of it. It was simply a new and profound theory. Shaya lightly pressed one foot against the ground, and his body surged upwards into the air. The howling winds tousled his hair as he inhaled deeply, then called out to Adri and the others below. "Everyone, take note. I'm about to unleash all my energy." With that, he clenched his fists and crossed his arms before his chest, murmuring a low incantation. In an instant, a formidable force erupted from Shaya, radiating outward like a tidal wave. That moment, Shaya's body resembled a colossal magnet, drawing surrounding rocks from the ground, causing them to float and spiral chaotically around him. The already turbulent atmosphere of the desolate planet became even more chaotic, as the chaotic currents of energy mingled with an incomprehensible, terrifying aura, causing the ions suspended in the air to coalesce into sinuous, dragon-like arcs of brilliant lightning. Boom! A series of thunderous roars erupted from the sky, and violet lightning pierced the dense clouds, leaving a dazzling, winding trail in its wake. Beep! 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 The energy detector registered this surge of power and emitted a flurry of urgent electronic sounds. With the data rapidly climbing 2,000, 3,000, 6,000, the numbers continued to ascend. The expressions of Adri and the others shifted from initial astonishment to seriousness, eventually settling into a grave demeanor. Such figures were profoundly shocking. Yet the data on the energy detector showed no signs of slowing down. Could this not be Shaya's true strength? Would his battle power exceed 10,000? Adri gazed at Shaya, whose body was enveloped in dense energy. Filled with anticipation, suddenly the readings soared to 9,000. 10, 268, 652, 268. Shaya's battle power rapidly surpassed 10,000 and showed no signs of ceasing, leaving both Adri and Baruch exceptionally solemn, their blood surging in response. Shaya is astonishingly powerful. Alice's voice trembled, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a W-I in the distant sky. Shaya shone like a newly risen sun, his overwhelming aura sweeping across the entire continent. The ground trembled slightly, and the energy leaking from him attracted the ions in the air, producing a series of sizzling explosions. Chapter 44. The Future of the Race Boom. A massive fireball ascended. Shaya finally released all the energy within him, reveling in the unrestrained liberation of his full power, a truly exhilarating experience. As a faint smile adorned his face, 10, 268, 652, 268 battle power, Adri gazed at the data displayed on the detector, his whole being enveloped in a state of stupor. Xia, possessing such formidable combat prowess, likely represented the pinnacle of known Saiyan power. What of Prince Vegeta? He paled in comparison. Alice covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with increasing brilliance. Back during their training on Earth, when Xia emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, his battle power had already reached an astounding 1,026, 865, 268. After a year and a half, his strength had now ascended to that very same figure. This was already perilously close to the limit detectable by the antiquated energy scanners, given that most civilizations in the universe possessed battle powers below 10,000. A traditional detector capable of measuring up to 20,000 was more than sufficient. 1,026, 865, 268. Parity, upon seeing the data, appeared even more exhilarated than Alice, letting out a thunderous roar, as if his cry could release all the pent-up grievances within him. Good heavens, a battle power of 1,026, 865, 268. This meant that Xia was indeed the foremost genius among the Saiyans. Baruch murmured, akin to a small vessel lost at sea suddenly spotting a lighthouse, his heart profoundly shaken. In that moment, he could no longer underestimate this young Saiyan, who was several decades his junior. Perhaps he was destined to be the king of the Saiyans. Baruch gazed at him, his eyes ablaze with a fervor that was a mix of excitement and elation. As Xia sensed that he had fully revealed his strength, he retracted his aura, gently landing and approaching the group, asking, "So, what do you think of my power?" "Very impressive," Adri exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. He then recalled Xia's earlier mention of the Super Saiyan. Previously, he had dismissed the ancient legends of the Super Saiyan as mere myths, but witnessing Xia's godlike demeanor at the tender age of 9, he couldn't help but entertain a speculation. Could it be that Xia was the fabled Super Saiyan? If Xia were to learn of Adri's thoughts, he would surely shake his head in denial. He was no Super Saiyan. The true legendary Super Saiyan had yet to be born. He was merely a step ahead of his fellow Saiyans, still far from achieving the status of Super Saiyan. Nonetheless, Xia held the firm belief that he would inevitably become a true Super Saiyan. Since Xia possesses such immense battle power, "What about you, Shilling?" Lisa remarked, noticing the eager little girl beside her. "I certainly have a high power level as well." Under the watchful eyes of several elders, Shilling, with a hint of shyness gracing her delicate features, slowly ascended amidst their expectant gazes. Whoosh! A powerful whirlwind erupted, stirring the atmosphere into a tumultuous tempest reminiscent of a witch's cauldron. Beep! 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 The detector began to oscillate violently, the displayed value climbing steadily. 1,026, 865, 268. The final reading settled at 1,026, 865, 268. Shilling had surpassed a battle power of 10,000. Adri, momentarily stunned, could not suppress his joy. Though it was apparent that Shilling's position was not as elevated as Xia's, and her aura seemed deliberately directed at the members of Adri's team. Under such immense pressure, Adri broke into a cold sweat, whether or not he was silently cursing his unfilial daughter. He could only let out a thunderous shout, enveloping himself in a buzzing aura to withstand Shilling's formidable presence. Consequently, the detector revealed another energy source, albeit significantly weaker than those of Xia and Shilling, registering merely 8,560 in battle power. Swish, swish, swish. In a bid to counteract the tremendous pressure, others unleashed their full energy. A force capable of obliterating the planet erupted, displaying an unmatched ferocity that Baruch's battle power reached 8,369. Parity's power stood at 8,095. Rebecca's was 7,966. Lisa's was 7,750. Alice's was 7,457. Each of them, possessing the potential of high-level warriors, were not far behind Adri in strength. In an instant, the towering hills lit up with tiny suns as fierce winds surged forth, waves of energy crashing against one another, smashing through every obstacle in their path with an unstoppable momentum. The ground trembled violently. The towering hills, unable to withstand the colossal energies, began to crumble. "All right, everyone, let us rein in our powers," Xia called out, observing the surrounding chaos. As soon as his words fell, the others gradually withdrew their auras. Though the residual force of the storm continued to wreak havoc across the desolate planet, at this moment, Shilling joyfully approached Adri, saying, "Father, how do you find my and Xia's strength? You, as high-level warriors, can't even match our battle power. How pathetic. With that, she cast a disdainful glance. Adri chuckled in disbelief, realizing that her latter remark was likely what she truly intended to convey. This girl was utterly full of herself, an unbecoming attitude. Yet, one could understand her sentiments. Both Adri and Rebecca were high-level warriors among the Saiyans, yet they had a daughter of merely mid-level warrior status. It was easy to imagine the insecurity Shilling must have felt. She lamented the missed opportunity to showcase her true potential while in the womb. If only she had exerted herself, perhaps she would have emerged as a high-level warrior. Now, with her mid-level status surpassing that of her high-level father, she naturally felt a sense of pride, a delightful reversal of fortunes that warranted a display of her triumph. Adri understood this well, and, seeing the sparkle in his daughter's eyes, he cleared his throat and generously praised her. Then, turning to Xia, he earnestly stated, "Xia, the hope of the Saiyans may very well rest upon your shoulders. Should you have any aspirations, please communicate them to us directly. Indeed, whatever decisions you make, we will wholeheartedly support you." Baruch nodded in agreement, affirming his stance. With the leaders of Adri's team having voiced their support, Parody shrugged, aligning himself with their sentiments. As for Rebecca, Lisa, and Alice, being women with relatively lesser power, they naturally had no objections. Particularly Alice, who was the youngest in the group and had a fondness for Xia and Shilling. The prospect of Xia growing stronger filled her with immense joy. Before long, Xia led the group in a swift instant transmission, and in no time, they returned to their home on Planet Vegeta. There, they would deliberate on how to preserve the Saiyan race's living forces beneath Frisia's watchful gaze. First, we must consider the option of evacuating the planet, ensuring we remain beyond Frisia's grasp, ideally distancing ourselves from the icy demon's domain. Adri mused, seated thoughtfully on the couch. Post-evacuation, the Saiyans cannot simply remain stagnant on a single planet. They must seek to develop elsewhere, necessitating the selection of a location beyond the reach of the icy demon-esque clan. The vast universe was replete with innumerable planets, each akin to grains of sand scattered across the dark tapestry of the cosmos, forming a breathtakingly radiant tableau. Countless planets were suitable for life, and within the North Galaxy alone, many such worlds existed. Regrettably, aside from a few domains, most areas of the North Galaxy had already been consumed by the icy race. If Adri and his companions wished to find a suitable planet, they might need to venture beyond the confines of the North Galaxy. Leave the matter of the planets to us. Xia and Shiling's primary focus should be on enhancing their battle power. Baluk's voice was as cold and unyielding as a block of ice. Adeli and the others nodded in agreement. In the cosmos, the law of the jungle prevailed. The Saiyans were in dire need of formidable warriors, for possessing a superpower capable of safeguarding their race could quell many nefarious threats. Had the Saiyans possessed sufficient strength, they would not have been forced by Frisia to flee from their homeland. Meanwhile, Shaya and Shilling found themselves at an enviable new starting point, with their foremost task being the enhancement of their combat abilities. Regarding the personnel for evacuation, you must exercise meticulous discernment. The number of individuals we can rescue is limited, and it is imperative that we do not attract the attention of King Vegeta and Frisia during our selection process. Otherwise, all our efforts may come to naught, Shaya cautioned, since they intended to discreetly extract a portion of the Saiyan populace. It was essential to keep their actions under wraps. Otherwise, the pressure from King Vegeta and Frisia would leave them exhausted, not to mention the relentless pursuit they would face if discovered. We will diligently screen the personnel. The group replied with solemn nods. Furthermore, these individuals must remain largely out of King Vegeta's sight. This stipulation immediately excluded the majority of elite warriors and those with exceptional potential, among 1 million Saiyans. The number of elite fighters constituted less than 1%, with each one being an invaluable asset. Most of these promising Saiyans were already on King Vegeta and Frisia's radar, under special scrutiny. And to minimize the impact, they could not be evacuated. Of course, Adeli and his comrades could not leave without taking any of them. Doing so would significantly deplete the Saiyan potential. Thus, the criteria for selection would be far more stringent for elite and intermediate warriors. And if necessary, they might even resort to feigning death to extract a few. Additionally, There was the issue of the gender ratio among the Saiyans, which pertained to the survival of their race. Although Shaya himself was not particularly concerned, Adeli and the others took it very seriously and felt it necessary to consider. Ultimately, being able to evacuate 2,000 to 3,000 individuals would already be a considerable achievement. With the total Saiyan population being less than 1 million, the disappearance of several thousand kin would certainly catch King Vegeta's attention, necessitating extra caution during their operations. For now, let us proceed in this manner. Next, everyone should subtly engage with those Saiyans who could potentially be evacuated, ensuring that no information is leaked that it is uncertain when King Vegeta will initiate a rebellion. Our time is limited. Adeli sighed somewhat. Having hope is certainly better than having none at all. Bullock's face remained stoic, as if the world owed him a great debt. Within him, emotions churned like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. The proud Saiyan was forced to flee, which he found utterly humiliating. This predicament was all due to Frieza. Frieza, we shall ensure you pay for your transgressions. 10 days later, on the desolate planet, biting. Frigid winds stirred up a cloud of dust, while heavy ominous clouds obscured the sky, casting an eerie yellow hue across the landscape. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The ground trembled violently, and a massive orange-red mushroom cloud erupted on the distant horizon, radiating heat and brilliance akin to a radiant sun rising, illuminating dozens of kilometers around. The shock waves swept across the terrain, striking first at the towering peaks, where the hard soil shattered like glass under the force of the penetrating wave, causing massive boulders to tumble down, each weighing several tons. Amidst the dim visibility, 2 indistinct figures darted through the air, one large and one small, constantly shifting positions as they launched attacks against one another, vanishing and reappearing in an instant, battling from the sky to the ground and back again. With each clash, cataclysmic waves of energy erupted forth. Laughter erupted as the elder warrior, despite his tattered battle suit and bloodied skin, reveled in the sheer exhilaration of combat. The younger figure, though appearing far less battered, still bore signs of struggle. Uncle Adeli, you truly remain as sharp as ever. Indeed, combat is the finest form of training, Shaya exclaimed, his complexion flushed as the blood coursed through his veins like a boiling torrent. Haha, had you not suppressed your power, I would have likely succumbed after just a few exchanges. Adeli chuckled heartily, wincing slightly as he moved, his injuries still tender, yet disregarded in the face of exhilaration. Here, Shaya tossed a senzu bean toward him. Adeli caught it and promptly consumed it, the energy surging through him, healing his wounds and restoring his vitality. These little beans are truly miraculous. I feel reluctant to use them, Adeli remarked with a twinge of regret at having expended such a precious item for a mere scratch. Shaya laughed heartily. Using a senzu bean during training is precisely its intended purpose. By the way, Uncle Adeli, how much has your power increased? Clenching his fist and reveling in the surge of strength, Adeli grinned widely. I'm nearly at 8,800. Remarkably, I've gained over 200 in just 10 days, something I would never have dared to imagine before. Shaya smiled knowingly. Indeed, the previous methods employed by the Saiyans for enhancing their prowess were rudimentary at best, yielding subpar results. Now, with Shaya's training techniques, Adeli's accumulated potential had erupted forth, leading to such significant progress in merely 10 days. However, Shaya understood this growth would be fleeting. Once Adeli exhausted this reservoir of potential, his rate of improvement would inevitably slow. Unfortunately, the theories you mentioned regarding Char are far too complex for me to grasp, Adeli lamented, scratching his head in frustration. As his ingrained thought patterns proved resistant to change, understanding Chi necessitated early exposure, making it difficult to comprehend later on. Here, Shaya exclaimed, brushing off the fine grains of sand clinging to his battlesuit, as he retrieved a substantial bag of senzu beans from his dimensional space, containing even more than he had previously given to Adeli. Take these senzu beans, distribute them to Uncle Baluk and the others when you have the chance. Adeli peered into the bag, astonished to find over 100 beans within. Oh, many senzu beans? I wonder just how many you have stashed away. Not too many, but please, Uncle Adeli, don't mention this to Shieling. Otherwise, she'll surely pester me for some. Shaya chuckled, recalling Shiling's greedy obsession with the Senza beans. Fearing a significant loss if she were to discover his stash, I want to interfere. You'll have to explain that to her yourself. Adderley replied with a smile, finding amusement in the playful banter between the two young ones and even encouraging their camaraderie. Uncle Adderley, which civilizations in the universe are adept in high technology, particularly those capable of constructing large training facilities? Well, the capability to create large training rooms is no small feat. Adri contemplated for a moment before speaking. In the Northern Galaxy, the organization that boasts the highest level of technological advancement is undoubtedly the Galactic Patrol. However, they have always been somewhat disdainful towards us Scions, and our interactions with them have been exceedingly rare. Other technologically advanced planets either fall under Frisia's dominion or are affiliated with other hostile factions, making them difficult to locate. Upon hearing this, Shaya frowned slightly. While the Galactic Patrol indeed possesses advanced technology, they have long prided themselves on maintaining peace within the galaxy, which does not bode well for their relationship with the Scions, who are known for disrupting the order of the Northern Galaxy. Furthermore, other factions are well aware of the significance of technological civilizations and have dispatched forces to conquer them early on. Thus, most of these technologically advanced planets now belong to either Frisia's regime or opposing forces, rendering them quite elusive. By the way, Adri suddenly recalled, there's a rather famous planet, but it has recently suffered a natural disaster. I wonder if any life still exists there? What planet is that? Shaya inquired. It seems to be called Fidaya, home to a humanoid technological race, located quite far from Vegeta. The administration originally intended to send Scions to conquer it, but upon hearing reports of a severe geological upheaval on Fidaya, they subsequently canceled the mission. Fidaya, Shaya murmured, asking, what is the level of their technology? I'm not certain, but it should be quite advanced. When the mission was formulated, it was classified as a high-level task, so I believe the administration wouldn't have exaggerated its importance. Adri replied. That is true. Shaya nodded thoughtfully in the quest to find a technologically proficient planet within the galaxy. He realized it was no easy task. Regardless of the situation there, he felt compelled to investigate. Perhaps life still thrived in some form. Following this, Shaya and Adri exchanged a few words regarding their training, sharing insights from their respective combat experiences, as Adri's extensive battle knowledge was precisely what Shaya lacked. Upon reaching the other side of the desolate planet, they were greeted by a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, with thunderous roars and swirling sands engulfing the in the heart of the storm. Jagged purplish lightning connected heaven and earth, appearing like a soaring dragon, a force of nature that descended from the highest altitudes. The purplish glow of the lightning trailed a bluish luminescence, momentarily bridging the divide between the sky and the ground amidst the chaotic winds. Within the tempest, Shieling and Rebecca panted slightly, pausing only to unleash another fierce clash. Two indistinct figures engaged in brief contact within an environment so dim that light could scarcely penetrate. Each distant encounter ignited an exceptionally intense battle. As Shaya and Adri arrived, the tempest was in full fury. Small stones flew past them like bullets, crackling with a sharp sound. The ground beneath their feet suddenly sprouted a series of tiny holes. These deep, densely packed voids surrounded by pebbles had transformed into flowing molten lava due to extreme friction. Nonetheless, Shaya and Adri remained unfazed by the scene before them. Once the battle began to subside, they waved their hands to disperse the thick smoke that lingered in the air. Your combat power has indeed improved, Adri exclaimed. But Shieling, you still lack combat awareness during battles. You must make fighting your instinctive response. With a piercing gaze, Adri discerned her daughter's shortcomings. Although Shieling's combat prowess was formidable, her greatest weakness lay in her lack of experience, particularly in life-and-death struggles. Such a deficiency was perilous. While she found it easy to prevail against those weaker than herself, when faced with opponents of equal strength, her chances of victory dwindled significantly. Let alone against those stronger than her. In such scenarios, merely surviving would be a commendable outcome. Rebecca took out a Senza bean and consumed it, the rich energy immediately revitalizing her. With a smile, She remarked, Shiling's starting point is set too high. Most of her opponents cannot match her, which ironically hinders her from fully realizing her potential in battle. Shaya and Shilling listened intently, acknowledging their significant shortcomings. The training on Earth had allowed them to uncover the hidden potential residing within their bodies, leading to rapid increases in combat power. However, it also meant they lacked the rigorous trials of struggling at the precipice of life and death at each stage. Gains often come at a cost, and now Shaya and his companions needed to quickly address these deficiencies. The traditional Saiyan method of power enhancement is brutally aggressive, especially in adulthood, where nearly every increment of combat power is acquired through battle. This implies they constantly face danger, a harsh yet effective training method that relentlessly extracts potential from the brink of life and death. Most races in the universe adopt similar training methodologies. The Saiyans, renowned as a warrior race, exemplify this approach, endowing them with ample combat experience and the courage to confront mortality. In contrast, the training on Earth appears much more refined and understated, aligning closely with nature. Qi, as defined in Taoist philosophy, represents a part of nature, the foundation of all things, a concept that is profoundly ethereal. It encompasses both the spiritual and physical realms, nourishing the body and unlocking potential. These represent two fundamentally divergent paths of cultivation. Shaya harbored a suspicion in his heart. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong's repeated transcendence of limits was not solely due to numerous life and death trials. The cultivation of Qi played a crucial role as well. Otherwise, why would the Saiyans on Vegeta, each possessing superior aptitude to Sun Wukong, seldom manage to surpass a battle power of 100,000? It would be implausible to claim they engaged in fewer battles than he did. Shilling listened attentively to the teachings, occasionally nodding in silent agreement. These past few days, her bouts with her mother, while suppressing her combat power, had proven immensely beneficial. Subsequently, Shaya activated instant transmission, bringing everyone back to their home on Planet Vegeta. By now, evening was approaching. After indulging in a soothing hot bath in the bathroom, the weariness that had enveloped him vanished. As Shaya dried his damp hair and entered the living room, he found Shilling sprawled on the sofa in a petite outfit, her legs raised in a relaxed manner, lazily munching on a snack. The young girl exhibited a complete lack of awareness at home, her attire barely concealing her, revealing expanses of fair, delicate skin. With a playful smack on her rear, Shilling immediately jumped up, clutching her backside and glaring at Shaya with fierce eyes. What was that for? Hey, dinner will be ready shortly, and I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Shilling retorted, irritated by the unexpected swat, feeling as though he treated her like a child. Shaya glanced over, shifting her slightly aside before sitting down next to her. In a few days, we are set to embark on a new mission, so I intend to seek a task near Planet Vegeta. At that time, I will take a detour to investigate Vegeta before proceeding with the mission. I need you to keep an eye on matters related to the mission. Planet Vegeta. Shilling's beautiful brows arched as she inquired. Are you planning to establish a training facility? Indeed, but it's not solely about the training facility. If the Fedayans possess sufficient value, I intend to subjugate them. Shaya candidly expressed his thoughts, for he held the utmost trust in Shilling. Feeling there was no need for secrecy, should Shaya aspire to establish a faction in the cosmos in the future, acquiring scientific personnel would be essential. The Saiyans are a simplistic-minded warrior race. Clearly, they are ill-suited for scientific endeavors, necessitating the involvement of specialized technological beings from the cosmos. He quickly set his sights on the Vegeta aliens, who remained unclaimed by any other forces. Knowing the gravity of the situation, Shilling confidently asserted, "Rest assured, the task will be entrusted to me." Chapter 47. Choosing a new mission. The night had deepened. During dinner, Shaya retrieved an assortment of food procured from Earth, presenting it to the family. They feasted heartily upon a mountain of delicacies, the stacked plates rapidly diminishing until only a few empty dishes and scattered remnants of bones remained, as the entirety of the food found refuge within the bellies of the four Saiyans. Ah, how delightful! Shaya, this food is simply exquisite, Rebecca exclaimed, reclining rather ungracefully in her chair. Having tasted Shaya's offerings, she had lost all interest in the cuisine of Vegeta. "Aunt Rebecca, I hardly brought that much food." "Do be mindful," Shaya replied with a wry smile. The modest provisions he had brought from Earth could have lasted 3 to 4 years, yet they had already consumed a tenth of it within mere days. The appetites of the adult Scions were far more prodigious than he had anticipated, leaving him somewhat regretful for having brought so much. "At this rate, my supplies will soon dwindle. Am I to embark on another journey to Earth for provisions?" Shaya pondered, questioning whether it was rather excessive to make such a trip over a trivial matter. After dinner, Edri approached with a stack of documents detailing the tasks related to the Fedaya aliens and their planet. "Shaya, here are the coordinates for Fedaya. The nearest mission point is merely a 7-day journey away. Additionally, these are several nearby tasks," Edri stated, handing over a mission list published by the Task Management Office. As Shaya skimmed through the list, he briefly compared the tasks before concluding. "Let us select the mission at Longju Star. Its intensity is perfectly suited for our team." Edri nodded and passed along the relevant information for Longju Star. "This is fortuitous. Should the Scions form a team and remain idle for too long, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. You can also assess your team members. They may very well become the backbone of your future endeavors." Edri was aware that, following the eventual departure of some Scions, Shaya would likely assume a leadership role. After all, he alone possessed the ability to teleport, having saved the lives of all Scions. Moreover, Shaya's combat prowess was unmatched among them. Scions naturally follow the strong, making him an ideal candidate for the new leader. At that point, he would inevitably require a competent team, and the current members were all intermediate warriors, thus making them excellent choices if they performed well. In truth, Edri's fervent support for Shaya stemmed not only from their familial ties as uncle and adoptive son, but also from his consideration for his daughter, Shilling. Both were among the most exceptional warriors among the Scions. And conveniently, one was male and the other female. In Edri's mind, if Shaya and Shilling were to unite in the future, it would be a match made in heaven. Of course, the ultimate outcome would depend on their own intentions. Shaya nodded slightly. He was preparing to proceed accordingly, as Shakta and the others were among the first Scions he had encountered, and he found their personalities acceptable, although they exhibited some of the typical Scion arrogance. He deemed these minor flaws inconsequential. Provided they met his standards, he was ready to invest in their development. The following day, dawn broke with a hazy ambience, and a thin mist draped the residential area like a delicate veil, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Early in the morning, Shaya transmitted the details of the new mission to all team members via his communicator, instructing them to gather promptly at the designated location. Before long, Atasia was the first to arrive at the meeting point. Upon seeing Shaya and Shilling, she greeted them warmly and then engaged in a pleasant conversation with Shilling. Since their discussion revolved around typical girl talk, Shaya had little interest in eavesdropping and chose instead to sit on a nearby rock, patiently awaiting the arrival of the other team members. The next to arrive was Shakta, who flew in wearing a new style of sleeveless combat uniform and courteously greeted Shaya. "Captain, I apologize for the wait." "Not at all. We just arrived," Shaya responded with a smile. Shakta was a rather proud Scion, his demeanor reminiscent of Baruk from Edri's team, both exhibiting a similar rebelliousness. Such Scions, once subjugated, would serve wholeheartedly without complaint. We are off on another mission. I've been waiting for this moment for ages. This time, I shall showcase the might of Lord Balit," boisterously proclaimed the robust Balit, whose strength was modest but whose bravado was immense, often engaging in banter with Rita. "Well, just don't come crying when you're exhausted," Atasia interjected, having concluded her conversation with Shilling. Upon hearing Balit's boastful remarks, she couldn't help but tease him. "Why do you say that, Atasia?" "I am a man, destined to grow strong," Balit retorted, his expression faltering under her scrutiny, not daring to counter her further. After waiting a short while at the designated spot, Jelen and Rita arrived in succession. Following a brief exchange, the group, led by Shaya, set off toward the spaceport. They then boarded their spacecraft, heading toward their target, Longju Star. Longju Star is located in the southeastern region of the Northern Galaxy. Positioned quite close to the eastern domain of the Northern Galaxy, the journey would take over 2 months to reach. Due to its location at the boundary of 2 territories, Fedaya Star had not been definitively claimed by other forces. The lengthy journey passed swiftly, and as the dark brown planet came into view, Shaya and the others gradually awakened from their slumber. 7 blazing fireballs broke through the atmosphere, crashing into the surface, generating a colossal shockwave that sent clouds of dust spiraling into the as the dust settled. 7 diminutive figures emerged near the impact site. Upon arrival at Longju Star, Shaya turned to Xiling and instructed, "Xiling, the upcoming task is now entrusted to you." After receiving Shiling's affirmation, he ventured alone into the dense rainforest, quickly vanishing from sight. Regaining her focus after watching Shaya disappear, Xiling addressed Shakta and the others. "The difficulty of this mission is not high. It primarily serves as an assessment for you. Therefore, neither Shaya nor I will intervene, and you are free to demonstrate your abilities with a composed demeanor." Xiling spun a tale to justify Shaya's absence, framing the mission as a test for Shakta and the others, which was indeed a significant factor in Shaya's choice of Longju Star from the various available missions. The overall power structure of Longju Star was not particularly formidable, making it an ideal training ground for Shakta and his comrades. That I wondered why the captain vanished. "It seems this is indeed a test for us. We shall not hold back," Balit exclaimed in realization, clapping his hands together, surmising that Shaya was likely observing them from a concealed location. Then we must put on a stellar performance. I will fight with all my might." Rida laughed heartily, playfully raising an eyebrow at Balit, who naturally bristled in response, the two exchanging glares. "Will you two ever take things seriously?" Atasia sighed, glancing over at them. "Nevertheless, since the captain has chosen Longju Star as our testing ground, we must not disappoint him. Indeed, the disparity between us and the captain is quite significant. We must strive to improve." Shakta felt a stirring within, and a fierce determination flickered in his eyes. Jillian also resolved within her heart. Shakta and his companions held no suspicions, for it was evident that Shaya and Shiling's combat prowess far surpassed theirs. Since they were members of the same team, it was entirely plausible that they had undergone specialized training. If their combat abilities did not improve, it would complicate future mission arrangements. Observing their spirited demeanor, Xiling smiled slightly and found a comfortable spot to construct a hammock with her own hands. Then lay down. Chapter 48. The Fedaya people. Meanwhile, after separating from the group, Shaya navigated through the dense primordial rainforest, effortlessly dispatching a few native beasts that attempted to attack him with energy waves. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings and, upon confirming he was alone, began to focus his mind to initiate instantaneous movement. 7 days' journey away from Longju Star, a small silver-gray, celestial body orbited the sun in a periodic motion. The outer ring of the celestial body was adorned with 2 interlacing silver halos, their brilliant hues making the Fedaya planet resemble a vast pearl set amidst 2 entwined disks, appearing resplendent against the distant starry sky. These 2 intertwining silver halos were, in fact, space corridors constructed with the utmost advanced technology by the Fedaya people. Yet at this moment, they were slightly askew, with several alloy junctions having collapsed, intermittently emitting violent explosions and billowing plumes of crimson fire and smoke from within. On the surface of the Fedaya planet, massive tectonic plates floated haphazardly above the mantle, with seething lava belching forth clouds of steam. Towering lava flows, reaching heights of 1,000 meters, jetted skyward, transforming into a rain of molten rock that subsequently inundated the land. Flowing back into the mantle through the low-lying areas of the plates, the geological disasters on the Fedaya planet were alarmingly severe. Shaya was taken aback by the scene before him. This was no mere geological disaster, but rather the aftermath of a colossal impact on the planet. No. If it were an extraterrestrial body colliding with the Fedaya planet, their advanced technology should have detected it long ago. Yet the current devastation indicated that the Fedaya people had not even had time to react before the surface was ravaged. Shaya's mind was awash with doubts as he quickly dismissed the possibility of an external cosmic impact, realizing that a core mutation would not occur with such rapidity. Someone had launched an assault on the Fedaya planet. Suddenly, the realization struck him that the devastation before him must have been caused by an immense energy shock. What kind of energy impact could inflict such destruction upon a planet? It was worth noting that the Fedaya planet was a massive, hard-shelled world with every vulnerable spot reinforced by advanced technology. Shaya's expression grew solemn. To inflict such extensive damage, the attacker must possess considerable power, likely exceeding a combat strength of 1,026, 865, 268 in the cosmos. That number represented a watershed. Below it, even a large-scale assault could at most lead to the extinction of species on the planet, but utterly annihilating the entire planet was no simple feat. Only an attack from a being with power surpassing 1,026, 865, 268 could wreak such havoc on the Fedaya planet. Indeed, beings akin to Frisia, with a full-force strike, could obliterate an entire planet from existence. Shaya couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He had merely sought to recruit a group of high-tech talents as his subordinates. Yet he found himself embroiled in such turmoil. However, perhaps this was fortuitous, as impending calamity could lessen the difficulty of his recruitment. Subsequently, Shaya began to keenly sense the energy responses on the Fedaya planet. He detected thousands of faint energies, likely belonging to the indigenous Fedaya people, who were precisely the targets he sought. The energy of the Fedaya people was feeble, akin to tiny candles flickering against the overwhelming force enveloping the planet, poised to extinguish at any moment amidst the apocalyptic tempest. Beyond these indigenous energy signatures, he also sensed several hundred powerful auras, each boasting a combat strength exceeding 1,000, with some even reaching 3,000. The Fedaya planet had indeed come under attack from an external force. Suddenly, a bright light flickered in Shaya's eyes as a smile of realization crossed his face. Abruptly, from a much greater distance, an extraordinarily potent aura entered Shaya's sensing range. The moment he felt it, his expression turned grave. The energy exuded a chilling sensation, akin to detecting a massive ice block, sending a shiver down his spine despite the vast distance of several thousand kilometers. What a sinister aura! The intensity of that energy surpassed his own, estimated to be at least 20,000 combat strength. Shaya was taken aback. This was likely the most formidable energy he had encountered since entering the Dragon Ball world. Moreover, surrounding that energy were dozens of other energies exceeding 1,000 in combat strength. It appeared that this planet had already drawn the attention of others. Yet, why had they not eradicated the indigenous Fedaya people despite the passage of time? Were they in search of something? With numerous questions racing through his mind, Shaya swiftly concealed his own energy. He had to be exceptionally cautious and ensure he was not detected as he traversed the shattered city. Continuously spewing lava, his figure emerged in a wide-open square at the heart of the capital city. In the center of the square, a colossal statue lay toppled, fractured into several segments. What once was a vast and majestic open square was now obscured by crumbling ruins. Devoid of the joyous atmosphere that had once filled it, standing amidst the desolation, a sense of melancholy and nostalgia enveloped Shaya. Here, he sensed no signs of life. The inhabitants who once thrived in this space had long since fled. It seemed that the people had indeed vacated. Shaya paused, detecting a large concentration of energy gathered approximately 300 kilometers to the northeast, where an energy exceeding 1,000 combat strength was wreaking havoc, causing the weaker life forms to dwindle one by one inside a massive metallic shelter. The diminutive Fedaya people huddled within their refuge. Outside, a scaly extraterrestrial donned traditional battle attire, wielding a tubular energy weapon strapped to its arm. Dark red energy waves erupted from the launcher. Boom! The metallic shelter was blasted open, exposing thousands of Fedaya people to the alien's gaze. So you were hiding here. How easy it was to find you. Now, be a good little lot, and tell me the whereabouts of the ancient warriors, and perhaps I shall spare you, the alien boasted, its scaly skin emitting a hissing, abrasive sound. The Fedaya people recoiled in fear, their faces etched with terror as they gazed up at the alien hovering above. We truly know nothing of these ancient warriors. Please, spare us, at least grant these children a chance. A figure resembling a leader stepped forward, pleading desperately. The alien scoffed, flicking its long tongue like a lizard. You lowly little creatures dare to deceive the clever Lord Satasi. I assure you, Lord Shambhala has already informed us that you Fedaya people know the whereabouts of the ancient warriors. The extraterrestrial being known as Zetaxi suddenly erupted with fury. Indeed, Zetaxi is an intelligent entity, as Master Shambhwa has already proclaimed. Chapter 49. It is time to send you on your way. Boom! A wave of energy grazed past, striking the faces of over 100 Fidayans, who were instantly robbed of life by the weapon wielded by Zetaxi. We truly have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the ancient warriors. The leader gazed upon his kin, who had perished without leaving even a bone behind, his eyes brimming with sorrow. Yet, the alien did not take his words to heart. Zetaxi, gripping the energy launcher on his arm, revealed a flicker of anger in his golden lizard-like eyes. You foolish little dwarfs dare to deceive Lord Zetaxi with lies. Humph, you claim to know nothing of the ancient warriors. Then, as you wish. Let them all perish. With that, he aimed the energy launcher at the surviving Fidayans, a dark red light shimmering at the muzzle. No, the leader shouted in panic, desperate to explain, but it was already too late. The crimson flash erupted from the cannon, a massive wave of destructive energy racing towards them. It's over. The Fidayans closed their eyes in despair, the adult Fidayans clutching their young ones, shielding their eyes with their hands. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled for several seconds, yet the anticipated pain did not arrive. The Fidayans opened their eyes in astonishment to see a striking young man with black hair standing like a solid mountain before them. That formidable wave of energy had been sent flying by a single punch from a youth, yet no one could discern how he had appeared before them. You! Who are you? The sudden appearance startled Zetaxi, especially since the individual had deflected the energy wave with a mere fist. Zetaxi hastily raised the energy launcher towards him, yet found himself involuntarily stepping back, relying solely on external weapons at a critical moment. A cold smile crept upon Shaya's lips, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes, before he turned to survey the terrified Fidayans. They were a subhuman race, standing under a meter tall, with azure skin, short ears resembling soft tissue, and a pair of tiny black horns protruding a few centimeters from the sides of their heads. His gaze fell upon them. Expressions of panic spread across the faces of those trembling Fidayans, their fear rendering them unable to meet his eyes. How surprisingly timid. Shaya chuckled, noting how these Fidayans had become as skittish as startled birds after experiencing such calamity. Get lost, seeing that he was not regarded at all. The lizard-like Zetaxi cursed angrily. However, with a modicum of intelligence, he concealed his true emotions upon sensing danger. Cleverly, he discreetly used an energy detector to scan the energy of the newcomer, and to his astonishment, the readings displayed a mere 540. Zetaxi's eyes lit up. An overwhelming sense of superiority surged within him, bolstering his confidence that, I thought you were some formidable master. Turns out you're just a little brat. Today, it's your misfortune to fall into the hands of Lord Zetaxi. Zetaxi declared boastfully. Then he swaggered forward, and as he approached Shaya, he looked down from his lofty position, casually placing the energy launcher against Shaya's head. Scoffing, Lord Zetaxi can kill you with a single shot. Then, by all means, feel free to try. A glint of sharpness flashed in Shaya's eyes, a faint smile gracing his face as he vanished in an instant. Then a voice, cold and devoid of emotion, drifted from behind Zetaxi, reminiscent of a death sentence issued by the king of the underworld, brimming with lethal intent. What is going on? Zetaxi gasped in shock, quickly turning around, only to discover that the figure who had just been beneath his very nose had vanished, reappearing behind him. Not good. A chill coursed through Zetaxi, his scales standing on end as he aimed his energy launcher at Shaya's location. Bang! The dark red energy sphere erupted from the cannon, emitting a dull thud upon colliding with Shaya, as if it had struck a thick wall, dispersing into a cloud of crimson smoke. Witnessing the impact, Zetaxi's tone became arrogant once more. Humph, foolishly unaware of your fate. This is the consequence of opposing Lord Zetaxi. However, Zetaxi's expression soon froze as the smoke dissipated, revealing a small figure emerging unscathed. Cough, cough. Shaya gently cleared his throat, waving his hand to disperse the surrounding dust, pointing at his battle suit. He remarked, It seems the power of your energy cannon is rather insufficient. Look, it hasn't even breached my battle suit. Zataxi stared at the slightly charred area on the battle suit, unable to believe his eyes, exclaiming, "How can this be? The energy cannon in my hand possesses a combat power of 2,000. How could you possibly be unscathed? Quite simple, for my strength far surpasses yours." As soon as the words left his lips, Shaya's figure darted like a gust of wind, swiftly appearing before Zataxi, gently tapping his chest with both hands. Boom! A tremendous force surged forth, and before Zataxi could comprehend the situation, his body shot out like a cannonball, crashing into a wall dozens of meters away, creating a massive hole as debris scattered everywhere. Burying him beneath it, a wretched cry escaped Zataxi as he emerged from the rubble, his body riddled with wounds. Gazing up in terror, he met the gaze of a pair of pitch-black eyes that regarded him as one would a mere insect. A wave of cold dread surged from his feet to his brain. He suddenly felt his throat dry, opening his mouth but unsure of what to say. "That I'm going to be killed." Zataxi screamed internally, his body paralyzed with fear. "You can't kill me. I am a subordinate of Master Shambwa. If you slay me, Master Shambwa will not spare you." Zataxi shouted in desperation, invoking his superior in hopes of sparing his life. Shambwa. Upon hearing Zataxi mention Shambwa, Shaya paused momentarily, pondering if the formidable evil presence he had since belonged to Shambwa. Recalling the descriptions of Shambwa from the original text, coupled with the aura he had felt, it seemed without a doubt that the one launching energy attacks on the planet Vegeta was none other than Shambwa. But why would Shambwa, who usually remained alongside Dodoria under Frisia's command, venture to this remote planet Vegeta? Could it be that he was acting on Frisia's orders? Shaya began to speculate. Yes, my lord. I was sent by Master Shambwa to capture these Vegetans." Zataxi cautiously observed Shaya's expression, and upon sensing that he seemed to recognize Shambwa's name, he grasped at the lifeline, hurriedly nodding and spilling all the details. After listening, Shaya inquired, "What is Shambwa's motive for attacking the planet Vegeta? Is it under Frisia's orders?" Upon hearing Shaya audaciously address Lord Frisia by name, the extraterrestrial was instantly drenched in cold sweat, tremblingly uttering, "Why yes, Lord Frisia commanded us to seek the traces of the legendary ancient warriors on Vegeta Star." "Legendary ancient warriors?" Shaya mused, nodding slightly. Lost in contemplation, he pondered what these ancient warriors could possibly be. Perhaps they were akin to the mythical Super Saiyans. He was aware that the Dragon Ball universe only revealed a mere fragment of the vast reality, and the cosmos was boundless, possibly harboring many secrets yet to be uncovered. My lord, Zataxi, the being called cautiously, mindful that a raised voice might incite displeasure. "Oh, I nearly forgot about you." Shaya snapped back to attention, flashing a bright smile. "It is time for you to embark on your journey." "Wait, what did you say, my lord?" Zataxi questioned, doubting his own hearing. Shaya repeated, "I said it is time for you to depart. May you enjoy your time in the underworld." With that, Shaya's aura suddenly erupted, unleashing waves of palpable energy. Within this boundless sea of power, the unfortunate lizard-like extraterrestrial resembled a solitary boat caught in a tempest, utterly overwhelmed and submerged by the overwhelming force. A deafening explosion resounded as Zataxi was reduced to mere particles in the air amidst the colossal detonation. Once the smoke cleared, Shaya turned his gaze indifferently towards the Vegetans, who were now utterly stupefied, their minds reeling from the sheer might Shaya had displayed. They could scarcely believe that the extraterrestrial who had just been flaunting his strength had vanished into dust in the blink of an eye. Such power was beyond their capacity to resist. They had no choice but to comply with his demands that "I hope this lord will not make unreasonable requests." The leader of the Vegetans sighed despondently, pondering the calamities that had befallen their planet. Why had powerful extraterrestrials descended upon their world one after another? "Are you the natives of Vegeta Star?" Shaya's voice was not devoid of warmth, but the aura of strength he exuded intimidated the feeble Vegetans, preventing them from meeting his gaze. The Vegetan leader stepped forward cautiously, responding, "Yes, Vegeta Star is our home. Are you the leader here?" The Vegetan leader hesitated for a moment before affirmatively nodding. One could say that in truth, he was not the true leader of the Vegetans. Their actual leader had perished long ago, leaving him as a makeshift figurehead with authority. I have heard your technology is quite advanced. Can you construct a training room that alters gravity? Shaya's tone softened, losing its prior severity. The Fidean leader was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, "Yes, absolutely. We Fideans are born scientists, exceptionally skilled in technological creation." At this moment, the Fidean leader seemed to grasp Shaya's intentions and endeavored to showcase the value of his people, hoping to secure their survival. Naturally, he dared not conceal or exaggerate any details from Shaya, as it could determine the fate of the entire Fidean race. Shaya was exceedingly pleased with the Fidean's response, stating, "You see, Fidaya Star has caught the attention of the cosmic tyrant Frisia. Remaining here will lead only to your demise. Now, I offer you a choice. Obey my commands, and I shall ensure the survival of your people among the stars." That it was a daunting decision. Either follow their home planet into ruin at the hands of the extraterrestrials, or heed the words of the youth before them and submit. The Fidean leader wore a troubled expression, realizing the gravity of this choice that bore the fate of his entire race. Shaya remained silent, choosing a spot to sit and patiently await a definitive decision. Confident that the leader would arrive at a resolution that refuse meant facing annihilation, while acquiescing would see their entire kin reduced to vassals. The Fidean leader's forehead glistened with sweat as he glanced at the youthful and elderly faces among his people. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, "My lord, we are willing to submit to you. We implore you to preserve the bloodline of the Fideans." "An astute choice," Shaya exclaimed, beaming with a radiant smile. "Rest assured, I shall lead you away from Fidaya's star. By the way, besides those present here, do you have other kin?" Shaya inquired, noting that the Fideans before him numbered only a little over 10,000, far from the expected population of a civilized race. "Yes, my lord. This is merely 1% of our population. Due to the sudden geological disaster, the vast majority of our kin lost their lives, and those who survive have sought refuge in underground shelters to evade the extraterrestrial onslaught. If necessary, I can summon them. Hiding is futile. They possess energy detectors, and gathering in one place will only make it easier for them to locate you." Shaya shook his head. "So they have energy detectors. No wonder they found us. What should we do?" The Fidean leader became flustered. Shaya reassured him. "You should have spaceships, correct? I'll provide cover. You must immediately board your spacecraft and leave Fidaya's star." Shaya understood that if given sufficient time, the Fideans could effectively utilize their spaceships to depart, but the geological upheaval had come so abruptly that they had no time to react. At this moment, Shaya could not help but commend the extraterrestrials. They were indeed professionals, delivering a decisive blow from space before invading the planet, incapacitating the Fideans' ability to resist. "Very well. I understand, and I truly appreciate your assistance, my lord." The Fidean leader's face lit up with joy, and he suddenly felt that submitting to this individual might not be such a dire fate after all. Meanwhile, in another part of Fidaya's star, thick smoke billowed from various regions of the continent. The sky shrouded by a blanket of dark clouds, all composed of the haze of smoke. Amidst the chaotic ruins of the city, the continental plates had split apart, revealing a gaping chasm that seemed to stretch into eternity. Rivers and glaciers severed as if by a great blade that on a relatively flat expanse of land. A disc-shaped, brown-hued spaceship was docked. The underside of the vessel was equipped with several large, dark steel claws that brutally embedded themselves into the hard rock. Resembling wild beasts of the wilderness, the design indicated that it was a specialized disc-shaped spacecraft for high-ranking officials of Frisia's regime. Not far from the ship's hatch, a strikingly handsome man sat at a small table, elegantly sipping tea. This man had long, dark green hair, tied into a braid at the end, his demeanor exuding refinement and gentlemanly grace, yet his cold, indifferent gaze betrayed a cruel and merciless nature. He was none other than Shangwa. Shangwa has assisted Frisia in committing numerous nefarious deeds. Alongside Dodoria, they stand as two of Frisia's most trusted subordinates, their combat prowess second only to the Jinyu force among Frisia's many minions. It is with this trust that Frisia has dispatched him to investigate the legends of ancient warriors on the planet Fidea. At this moment, an alien, who had been observing Shangwa closely, noticed a subtle fluctuation on the energy detector screen. He pressed a few buttons on the device and then turned to Shangbo, saying, "Lord Shangbo, I have just detected that one of our battalion members' energy has suddenly vanished. Before this disappearance, there was a series of erratic spikes on the energy detector. Though they were not particularly high and dissipated quickly, Dodo." Shangbo gently set down his teacup. Displaying a keen interest, he interlocked his fingers beneath his chin and inquired, "What is the combat power of the member who has disappeared?" Sai, a low-ranking soldier, possesses a combat power of approximately 1,200, which can be enhanced to 2,000 when equipped with an energy launcher, the officer reported after a brief investigation. "Well, that is intriguing that it seems that the indigenous warriors of Fedaya do not exceed a power level of 15. Shangbo remarked, a sinister smile creeping to his lips. "Indeed. Haha, it appears a little mouse has infiltrated. Could this be the legendary ancient warrior we are searching for?" One of the aliens suggested. "No, no, no." Shangbo shook his finger, asserting if the ancient warrior that King Vegeta seeks possesses such limited combat power, he would not be so invested in this matter. "Relay my orders. All personnel are to proceed immediately to the location of the energy anomaly. It has been far too long since I have indulged in a game of cat and mouse." A glimmer of malevolence flickered in Shangbo's dark golden eyes as he commanded everyone to fly towards the area where Shaya had appeared. Chapter 51. Encounter amidst the ruins of a once thriving city. Remnants of collapsed buildings lay scattered about. The trees, meant for landscaping along the roads, were severed in half, their broken branches strewn across the ground. As the wind blew, leaves danced with discarded papers, filling the air with a pungent aroma. On a road riddled with cracks and breaks, a large group of Fedayans was trudging forward, the once smooth and pristine mechanized path now fragmented into sections. Fissures spreading like a spider's web, sparking intermittently, with explosions erupting sporadically, sending fireballs soaring into the sky. Witnessing the transformation of their once prosperous city into a desolate wasteland, the eyes of all Fedayans were filled with sorrow. Their feelings of helplessness as the weak lingered in their hearts. "Dakla, is your Fedayan spaceship nearby?" Shaya inquired without turning his head towards the leader of the Fedayans. "Yes, my lord. We shall arrive shortly." The ship was designated as an emergency backup and is docked in the underground dock ahead. Dakla, the Fedayan leader, responded hastily upon hearing Shaya's question, due to the abrupt assault from the aliens. The Fedayans were caught unprepared, and disaster had befallen them before they could react. Consequently, the ships stationed at the spaceport and large fortresses were swiftly destroyed, leaving only the emergency backup ship capable of taking flight. "Hurry, increase your pace. Those aliens possess energy detectors, and if we delay, we may be discovered," Shaya urged, his brow slightly furrowed as he observed them. "Yes, yes." Dakla's expression became serious, and he nodded fervently before shouting for everyone to quicken their pace. Having experienced the brink of death, the Fedayans were now filled with dread towards Vegeta's alien minions. Upon hearing the possibility of an alien pursuit, they all exerted their utmost effort to hasten their steps. Before long, Dakla led the group to a remote area away from the city, in stark contrast to the devastated urban landscape. This area was enveloped in greenery, with forests standing densely arranged, rows of towering trees, exceeding 10 meters in height, stood in neat order, seemingly untouched by the tectonic shifts. "Lord Shaya, beneath this forest lies a metallic structure underground base, where the backup spaceship is docked." Dakla pointed towards the orderly expanse of trees. Shaya nodded slightly, narrowing his eyes in understanding. It became clear that the entire forest was built atop a massive metallic structure, which explained its immunity to the effects of continental drift. "Quickly enter the base. Any delay may lead to unforeseen consequences." "Yes, my lord." All the Fedayans sprang into action, guided by several young and strong individuals, rushing towards the base's entrance that, in no time, over 10,000 Fedayans had successfully entered the facility. Next, these Fedayans were to conduct comprehensive adjustments and maintenance on the backup spaceship within the base, a task of considerable magnitude. Fortunately, nearly every Fedayan was a scientist, making the repair work as simple as drinking water for them. Shaya wandered around the base for a while, and soon beheld the spaceship revered by the Fedayans as their last hope. It was a colossal vessel, over 10 kilometers in length, radiating a silvery gray sheen. From its underside extended numerous metallic mechanical arms, resembling a gigantic white monster from afar. Upon first sight, he was taken aback by the advanced level of Fidean technology. The Fideans seemed to have a particular affinity for the silver-gray hue, as both their planet and space corridors bore this color, even extending to their spacecraft. It was indeed a marvel that the Fideans, possessing such advanced technology, remained physically frail, yet had not been conquered by other forces until now. Shaya pondered quietly. Situated at the junction of the eastern and southern regions of the North Galaxy, Fidaya had managed to evade outright domination by other powers due to its strategic location. Yet in the end, it was inevitable that Fidaya would succumb to the fate of conquest. What a strange occurrence. With the wisdom of the Fideans, it is implausible that they lack any sense of vigilance. Shaya shook his head in confusion. Logically, after so many years of development in this universe, the Fideans could not possibly be ignorant of its darkness. Why then were they so unprepared? Dakla, what was that ancient warrior mentioned by the alien earlier? Shaya inquired directly. Dakla's expression turned bewildered, and he replied with a hint of bitterness. I am not entirely sure. IT seems to be a super soldier created by our Fidean ancestors in ancient times. But specific details have been lost to history. That IT is ironic that the super soldiers created to protect the nation ultimately became the source of nearly obliterating the Fideans. Shaya sighed slightly. Falling silent thereafter, he surmised that these ancient warriors were akin to bioengineered beings, perhaps forgotten legends due to the Fideans' migrations, much like the Scions. Nonetheless, this ignorance could work to his advantage, making it easier to subdue the Fideans when they faced the brink of survival. Suddenly, Shaya's expression shifted as he sensed dozens of powerful auras approaching, one of which was exceptionally cold and formidable, towering above the others like a mountain. It was Shangbua's aura. Shaya's face grew solemn as he murmured, I did not expect Shangbua to come personally. Dakla, immediately instruct everyone to take refuge inside the spaceship and activate all defensive systems of the base. Shaya ordered decisively without hesitation. My lord, what is happening? Dokra discerned an ominous shift in Shaya's demeanor, recalling the earlier mention of an energy detection device in the hands of their adversary. Could it be that extraterrestrial forces were launching an assault? A pallor washed over Dokra's face. Shangbua, accompanied by his extraterrestrial subordinates, was hastening towards their location, expected to arrive in merely 3 minutes. Without further inquiry, execute my orders immediately. A chilling voice echoed in Dokra's ears. And upon hearing that the enemy would arrive in 3 minutes, he felt his body weaken. Yes, my lord, I will make the arrangements at once, Dokra responded, his voice trembling. As Dokra hurried away, Shaya gazed languidly at the sky. In an instant, he teleported to a location over 300 kilometers from the underground base, a crucial thoroughfare leading to it. Shaya intended to intercept Shangbua here. Shangbua, let me witness the extent of your power as Frisia's right hand. Shaya felt his blood surging with excitement, his entire being ablaze with anticipation. Before long, the 3 minutes elapsed. From a distance, several figures soared towards them. Leading the charge was a striking man with dark green hair, Shangbua. Upon spotting the dark-haired youth obstructing their path, Shangbua gestured for his subordinates to halt, then observed Shaya with keen interest. Who exactly was this young man? A cold, indifferent smile graced Shangbua's lips as he floated with his arms crossed. Due to the multitude of humanoid species in the cosmos and the minimal differences among them, coupled with Shaya's battle attire, which was the most popular style in the North Galaxy, Shangbua found it challenging to ascertain Shaya's origins. TSK, I hope this young man can provide me with some amusement, Shangbua mused, his handsome face adorned with a faint smile. Lord Shangbua, this is the energy response detected by the device when Zetas disappeared. But for some reason, the energy intensity only registers at 540 battle power. An extraterrestrial beside him pressed the energy detector, relaying the data. Young man, you must not be from Planet Vegeta. Would you kindly share how you managed to slay that Zetas? Shangbua inquired gracefully, his voice calm and composed, reminiscent of a well-mannered nobleman. Were it not for the knowledge of his true nature, one might easily be deceived by his Fade. Are you referring to that lizard man? If you wish to know, why not try for yourself? Shaya replied with a faint smile. though internally he remained acutely aware of the vast gap between himself and Shangwa. His decision to confront Shangwa head-on was driven by his desire to gauge the disparity in power between himself and the universe's elite, as well as to disrupt Shangwa's plans, granting the Fedayans more time. After all, the Fedayans were among Shaya's first subordinates, and it would be a tremendous loss if they were to be annihilated here. Moreover, a crucial factor lay in Shaya's ability to teleport, an invaluable asset in a crisis. Given the chance, Shaya would gladly engage in a fierce battle with Shangwa, for it is only through genuine combat that a Saiyan can truly grow. Ha ha ha! Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Young man, you ought to understand that not everyone is as accommodating as I am. Shangwa chuckled softly, his tone remarkably calm, yet the malevolent gleam lurking within his golden pupils was poised to pounce. Shaya let out a cold laugh, his entire being on high alert, while his energy began to surge subtly. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, Shaya seized the initiative. His figure abruptly vanished from sight, followed by a cacophony of clashes. The extraterrestrials surrounding Shangwa emitted cries of anguish, plummeting from the sky like tea that moment. The energy detector blared urgent alarms, its display flickering rapidly before stabilizing. Due to Shaya's swift movements, most observers were left bewildered. Yet Shangwa grasped the entirety of Shaya's actions. Applause erupted, as Shangwa chuckled, clapping lightly while exclaiming his praise. Among all present, only he had perceived Shaya's full display of prowess, and thus he recognized that his subordinates stood no chance of prevailing against him. Ha ha! Splendid skill! Young man, you surpass my soldiers by leaps and bounds. Might I inquire if you have any interest in joining Frisia's forces? I could personally introduce you to Lord Frisia, Shangwa said with an air of nonchalance. I have no intention of becoming Frisia's lackey, Shaya retorted. How unfortunate! Shangwa feigned disappointment, shaking his head as he casually approached Shaya. Since you refuse to serve Lord Frisia, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. Shaya's expression grew serious. He sensed an immense pressure emanating from Shangwa's posture alone. Boom! Shaya ceased to hold back, unleashing a torrent of power that enveloped him, forming a dense and indistinct aura. The air crackled ominously, and the atmosphere around him began to warp subtly. The energy detector on Shangwa's ear chimed incessantly, the numbers climbing rapidly until they settled at 026, 865, 268. Goodness, an astounding 026, 865, 268. What species are you? Could you be a Saiyan? No, it's impossible. Scions cannot possess such battle power at a young age. Shangwa speculated about Shaya's lineage. Despite Shaya's striking resemblance to a Scion, the latter's youthful form could not account for such formidable strength. Nor did he bear the characteristic tail of a Scion. With a sudden burst of speed, Shangwa vanished from sight. Shaya remained vigilant, acutely attuned to his surroundings, his gaze tracking Shangwa's movements. He quickly pinpointed Shangwa's location and launched a punch towards him. However, as his fist connected, he realized something was amiss. His blow had struck nothing but air, a mere afterimage. Shaya's expression hardened, and he swiftly pivoted, adopting a defensive stance, his movements fluid and deliberate. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly to his side and swiftly evaded. Bang! Shangwa's fist grazed past him, unleashing a ferocious gust that hammered the ground, transforming the earth into a vast crater, riddled with deep ravines. The extraterrestrials accompanying Shangwa had already been swept away by the violent shockwaves of their battle. That was close. Shaya soared into the sky, gazing down at the transformed landscape, his heart still racing. You managed to evade my attack. Such a tender age. You're truly remarkable. Seems I cannot allow you to live. Unbeknownst to Shaya, Shangwa had positioned himself directly above him. When did he get there? Startled, Shaya's pores tightened instinctively, preparing for defense. Shangwa clenched his fists, aiming a brutal strike at Shaya's head. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Shaya, and his body plummeted rapidly. Just as he neared the ground, he channeled his energy into the earth, using the rebound to stabilize himself. However, Shangwa soon pursued him relentlessly, launching a barrage of attacks. Shaya found himself on the defensive, soon adorned with numerous wounds. Boom! 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 Shaya, and Shangbo exchanged blows, their movements a blur as they engaged in a high-speed battle, leaving only flickering shadows in their wake. The battlefield expands relentlessly, with towering mountains, serene lakes, dense forests, and expansive grasslands laid to waste. Shaya halts, panting heavily. After a brief skirmish, his stamina has significantly dwindled. In stark contrast, Shangbo appears only slightly disheveled, his combat suit showing minor damage. Yet he remains virtually unscathed, his breathing as tranquil as ever. One is a disheveled mess, the other an embodiment of elegance. The disparity between the two is unmistakably vast. A resounding crack, a powerful blow sends Shaya plummeting downward. Boom! The already fractured earth erupts into a colossal mushroom cloud, thick dust obscuring the sun and plunging the land into darkness. A deep crater forms, and Shaya, with one hand braced against the ground, kneels at the center of the pit. "Haha, your resilience is commendable," Shangbo quips, twisting his neck, the bones cracking audibly. In a flash, he vanishes once more, aiming a kick at Shaya's midsection. Shaya's expression turns grave as he intercepts the strike with both hands. Yet in an instant, he is sent flying, barely escaping with his limbs intact due to his formidable physical constitution. The gulf between them is indeed staggering, as a tingling sensation courses through his arm. A wry smile crosses Shaya's face, a fleeting thought flickering in his mind. With a swift motion, he wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and teleports away from the battlefield. Observing Shangbo from a distant vantage point, the initial clash has laid bare the immense chasm separating him from Shangbo. Without resorting to his supernatural abilities, he is no match for him. Shangbo's combat prowess hovers around 1026865268, a staggering 7,000 points above his own. An insurmountable GAPAS of now. Shangbo still seems to be toying with him, not yet unleashing his full strength. If only his tail were still intact, perhaps he could transform into a great ape for battle, but such thoughts remain mere fantasies. Although the transformation would enhance his combat capabilities, it harbors too many uncertainties. Not to mention it would expose his Saiyan identity. He understands the grave flaw in the great ape transformation. Its colossal size severely hampers mobility, much like the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Although energy levels soar and the force of each strike amplifies dramatically, speed does not keep pace. This may not pose a problem in lower-tier confrontations, but in high-speed battles, it could be fatal. If the opponent's speed is sufficiently swift, there are countless methods to vanquish a great ape, with severing the tail being one of the simplest and most direct in the realm of martial arts. Nothing is invulnerable. Only swiftness remains unbreakable. Rather than viewing the great ape transformation as an offensive technique, it is better described as a defensive mechanism rooted in raw power. However, when faced with a true master, this defense is riddled with vulnerabilities. Shaking off these unproductive thoughts, Shaya refocuses, preparing for battle once more. Shangbo's figure swiftly appears before him, a hint of confusion on his face. "Strange. How did you arrive here? I couldn't perceive your movements at all." "Guess." Shaya replies with a hearty laugh, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Shangbo smirks disdainfully, his handsome visage now tinged with impatience. He has grown weary of the cat-and-mouse game. It's time to unleash his full might, that he wonders just how many of his attacks the opponent can withstand. Chapter 53. The envy you cannot attain, seeing the shift in Shangbo's expression. Shaya realizes the other is no longer inclined to continue this playful exchange. He must strike first, seizing the rhythm of the battlefield before Shangbo can react. Otherwise, he would be no match for Shangbo's serious demeanor. As the thought crosses his mind, a ghostly blue light ignites in his dark eyes. His spatial abilities are finally set in motion. Simultaneously, Shangbo senses a flicker of danger, his heart racing momentarily. But he quickly dismisses it with a faint smile, amused by his own inexplicable apprehension. As a significant figure under Frisia, Shangbo has faced countless scenarios. This is merely a brash youth before him, easily dealt with in 3 minutes. No. In one, with that thought, he adopts a mocking expression, preparing to send the young man on his way. Suddenly, he finds himself astonished as the air becomes inexplicably thick, each breath feeling as though it is pressed upon by an unseen force. It is a formidable, binding energy emanating from the spatial realm. What is this? Shangbo's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness as his body becomes ensnared in midair. Every effort to move proving exceedingly arduous. It feels as if innumerable invisible chains are binding his limbs, rendering him immobile. What is happening? Why can't I move? His expression darkens as a sense of foreboding settles in. The days of his suave demeanor are gone. You brat. Did you orchestrate this? Shaya approaches him, expressionless yet wearing a brilliant smile. Correct. Now, prepare to savor the taste of being ravaged, and do remember it well. With that, Shaya's expression hardens, and he launches an assault on Shangbo. Swish, swish, swish. His palms thrust forward repeatedly, conjuring countless illusory hands in the air. Nearly 100 powerful energy waves erupt from his palms, each imbued with a terrifying aura. Boom, boom, boom. An array of energy waves pierces through the air, crashing into Shangbo with unstoppable force, illuminating the sky with dazzling flashes, dispelling the dark clouds as if it were broad daylight. Energy blast, Shaya calls softly, raising one hand as a brilliantly radiant energy sphere shoots forth like an arrow, its speed generating a shrill sonic boom as it slices through the air. The energy blast strikes its target, and in an instant, a gargantuan mushroom cloud rises, the explosion unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sends rippling, translucent waves across the sky, clearing away the dust that had once obscured the sun. A wretched scream pierces the air. As the smoke begins to dissipate, Shangbo's injured form finally becomes visible. He appears utterly disheveled, his dark green hair cascading chaotically over his shoulders, his armor in tatters, and every inch of his body marred. His arms hang limply, clearly broken from their contorted posture. Damn it, I will not let you escape. His anguished roar is laced with boundless rage, as Frisia's right-hand man. He has never endured such humiliation. Even when facing the Jinyu force, he maintained an air of equality. Shangbo quickly regrets his earlier actions. Had he known his opponent possessed such abilities, he would have eliminated him before he could engage in mockery. The thought of his humiliation stokes his anger further. He can no longer restrain himself, his expression morphing into a terrifying snarl as his aura intensifies. A glimmer of insight flashes in Xiaoya's eyes. He perceives a tremor in the spatial forces binding Shangbo. A sense of foreboding washes over him. He senses Shangbo's energy is rising, and his spatial abilities are beginning to falter in their constraint. The intensity of his powers is insufficient. Shaya reflects, recognizing that as his strength grows, so too does his spatial capability, yet his combat prowess requires further enhancement. With a cacophony, the sky shatters like glass. Countless crystalline fragments dispersing into brilliant pinpricks of light, vanishing into the ether. Shaya trembles, an unsettling sensation rising within him. His spatial abilities have been breached, in a realm where space had fragmented. A grotesque extraterrestrial resembling a toad stood there, torrents of blood cascading relentlessly from its limbs and skull, its body marred by a multitude of horrifying wounds. Shangbo, having transformed, had at last shattered Shaya's spatial confinement. You bastard, today I shall make you wish for life, yet find none, and long for death, yet be unable to embrace it. The hideous visage contorted in fury occurs from the abyss issuing forth from Shangbo's lips. At this moment, despite his body being riddled with injuries and his arms shattered, an oppressive aura radiated from him, weighing heavily upon every cell of Shaya's being like an unyielding mountain, defying the pressure descending from the heavens. Shaya erupted into manic laughter, his blood boiling. 1026865268 in battle power. This was nearly double Shaya's own strength. It was no surprise that the transformed Shangbo could break through his spatial restraints. With a whoosh, as the momentum surged, Shangbo's muscles tensed, a series of low, rumbling sounds echoing forth, his golden eyes fixed intently upon Shaya. Such formidable energy. A jolt coursed through Shaya's heart as a violent gale swept through, forcing him to shield his forehead with his arms, his body swaying like a reed in the wind. With a swift motion, Shaya cleaved through the raging winds and roared, his entire being ablaze with raw power. Suddenly, both combatants vanished simultaneously, only to reappear an instant later. Shangbo, filled with wrath, leapt toward Shaya in an instant, the shockwave generated by his ferocious kicks slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Bang! In a flash, Shambwa unleashed a kick, and in the blink of an eye, Shaya crossed his arms to absorb the crushing impact from one of Shambwa's legs. Boom! A tremendous force transmitted through his arms. The recoil propelling Shaya backward several meters. Puffed. Pain coursed through Shaya's entire body, blood erupting from his throat. It was evident he was at a significant disadvantage in this power struggle, as Shambwa's simple strike had already grievously wounded him. Ha ha ha! Perish! Shambwa cackled maliciously, and without pause, he closed in again, delivering another kick. With a resounding thud, Shaya was struck once more, his body propelled like a cannonball. The earth trembled and cracked under the impact, smoke billowing upwards as Shaya, in the moment of collision, sprang back up, charging through the thick haze towards his opponent. As the two clashed amidst the sky and earth, violent whirlwinds surged forth, causing the very planet of Fedaya to tremble. From a distance, the extraterrestrials who had narrowly escaped gaped in shock at the chaotic conflict between Shaya and Shambwa, their energy detectors having long since succumbed to destruction. Cough. Throughout the battle, Shaya consistently found himself at a disadvantage. In truth, he was the one being mercilessly beaten, rarely managing to land a successful strike upon Shambwa. Although Shambwa had lost both arms, the nearly insurmountable disparity in their energies was undeniable, and it wasn't long before he too was left battered and bruised. This is untenable. The difference in combat power is too great. Shaya felt pain radiating through his body with the slightest movement, now acutely aware of the true extent of his power when fully unleashed. And he had come to comprehend the capabilities of the higher echelons of the universe. Thus, it was time to consume a sense of being that in full view of the onlookers, Shaya executed a sudden teleportation from the battlefield, retrieving a vibrant green bean from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. After a few chews, the miraculous sense of being restored him to peak condition, healing all his wounds in an instant. Indeed, the sense of being is an essential item. Shaya flexed his limbs, feeling a marked improvement in his combat power, his body brimming with renewed vigor. Shambwa, bloodied and disheveled, had long since lost the composure and elegance he once possessed. He stared, dumbfounded, at the fully rejuvenated Shaya, disbelief sparking his eyes as he bellowed in rage and sorrow. "Why have your injuries healed so completely?" Shambwa was deeply wounded, both physically and emotionally. Why did this insignificant human possess such extraordinary powers? It was one thing to have immense combat strength, but to wield an inexplicable ability that could inflict such severe injuries upon him was unfathomable. After breaking free from Shambwa's supernatural grip, he had thought he could finally defeat him. Yet here was this tenacious adversary, restored to his pinnacle of power. Shaya cast an innocent gaze at Shambwa, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "This is something you cannot envy." Just then, a blue radiance ignited within Shaya's eyes, more pure and beautiful than the previous deep azure glow of his spatial abilities, resembling a sparkling blue crystal. Chapter 54. The death of Shambwa. With a slight parting of his lips, Shaya coldly uttered, "Time, pause." Suddenly, the entire planet transformed into a realm of blue. Everything on Fedaya was frozen in time. This was the second occasion Shaya had invoked his time manipulation powers in combat. The first had been against the giant ape transformed by shielding, and this marked the second. Unlike his spatial abilities, his time manipulation had not seen significant enhancement over the years, and at his current level of combat power, he could manage to pause time for a mere 3 seconds. Moreover, the duration would vary depending on the strength of the subject being paused. Indeed, upon ensnaring Shambwa, whose combat power reached 1026865268 within the confines of his time suspension, Shaya felt the energy within him rapidly depleting. It seemed he could only maintain the pause for a maximum of 2 seconds. Only 2 seconds. Instinctively, Shaya grasped the limits of his ability, but that was sufficient. With a rough estimate in mind, Shaya transformed into a streak of light, arriving before Shambwa in the blink of an EY in the icy blue realm. Everything except Shaya was immobilized, suspended in midair. Shambwa wore an expression of shock, his grotesque, toad-like face staring blankly ahead. Due to the overwhelming energy radiating from Shanghua, Shaya dared not act recklessly. Instead, he extended his hand, pressing his palm against Shanghua's heart. A glimmer of cold, sharp light flashed in Shaya's eyes as he curled his fingers, channeling energy into his palm, which immediately ignited with a dazzling brilliance. Buzzing, an energy sphere was compressed within his hand. Sizzle! The vast energy ultimately coalesced into a brilliant white flash the size of a peanut, surrounded by shimmering arcs of deep blue electricity. Crackling, the arcs flickered incessantly. This tiny white flash contained over half of Shaya's total energy. And after extreme compression, its power had increased manifold. He believed that this minuscule spark of energy, if unleashed, could obliterate all matter within a 10-kilometer radius. Shanghua, you may meet your demise. A chilling voice resonated as Shaya regarded him with an impassive expression. With a crash, the icy blue realm shattered. That moment, Shanghua regained his senses. For him, time had never truly paused. From his perspective, the enemy who should have stood before him had inexplicably vanished. An ominous premonition surged from deep within. And instinctively, Shanghua snapped back to reality, feeling an inexplicable shiver run through him. Puffed. A slender beam of light pierced through his chest, emerging from his back, and an intense, agonizing twist gripped his heart. Slowly, Shanghua lowered his gaze, only to find Shaya's cold, dark eyes staring back at him, mere inches away. How did he get in front of me? Looking down further, he saw his heart char black, hot blood oozing out, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt flesh. His heart had been pierced? Shanghua could hardly believe it. For the vast majority of beings in the universe, having one's heart pierced signified death. Shangbo's constitution was not robust enough to survive after his heart had been pierced. How was he able to endure? With a slight movement of his throat, a surge of blood erupted from his mouth, and, as his brain began to succumb to the effects of oxygen deprivation, he experienced a dizzying disorientation. Who would have thought that I, Shangbo, would meet my demise at the hands of an unknown adversary? It is solely your arrogance that has led to this, Xia remarked coldly. The sheer number of fortuitous circumstances that allowed him to defeat Shangbo was staggering. Had Shangbo not initially underestimated his opponent, approaching the encounter as a mere game of cat and mouse, and had he instead unleashed his full power from the very beginning, Xia might not have had the opportunity to activate his extraordinary abilities. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I was overly confident, Shangbo coughed, bitterness seeping into his voice. Yet, King Frisia shall not let you escape. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, his consciousness began to fade. It was unimaginable that as a key confidant of King Frisia, he would perish on such an obscure planet. Boom! Shangbo's body began to swell, culminating in a violent explosion that reduced flesh and blood to mere ash. Xia sighed, reflecting that one must exert their utmost strength against even the most seemingly insignificant foes. Shangbo's fate served as a stark warning. Regardless of the adversary's strength, a fundamental vigilance must be maintained. As Shangbo lamented, his death was indeed unjust. Had he not been so careless, had Xia not possessed an array of bizarre abilities, and had Xia not consumed a magical being at the last moment, the outcome could have been entirely different. Alas, Shangbo had no room for ifs. Dozens of kilometers away, those extraterrestrial beings who had followed Shangbo witnessed in disbelief as their once mighty leader fell to a mere boy. Stunned, they gazed vacantly, the scene plunging into an eerie silence. After a prolonged moment, one particularly hairy alien finally reacted, exclaiming in shock, "Lord Shangbo is dead." With that single cry, panic erupted, and the aliens, filled with dread, cast fearful glances at Xia before scattering in all directions to flee. However, Xia would not allow their escape. Dealing with such weaklings, whose combat power barely reached 1 or 2,000, required minimal effort. In an instant, Xia positioned himself before the aliens. "You have caused enough mischief. It is time for you to join Shangbo in the afterlife." With that, he lightly waved his hand through the air, summoning boundless energy that rippled outward. The bodies of the extraterrestrials were inexplicably suspended in mid-air. Suddenly, dark red, gaping rifts appeared in the sky, opening wide like the maw of a primordial beast, devouring dozens of aliens whole. Each rift was a fragment of space, and the sensations within were far from pleasant. Within moments, these aliens were crushed to dust by the forces of the cosmos as they descended onto the ravaged terrain. The Earth bore the scars of battle, resembling a landscape that had endured countless nuclear explosions, with massive craters dotting the ground, some measuring several kilometers in diameter, and molten lava still bubbling in the center. Following Shang Bo's cosmic assault and his fierce confrontation with Xia, the tectonic plates of Fedaya had become entirely destabilized, and it was only a matter of time before they inevitably slipped into the mantle. This planet would remain a hellish wasteland, unfit for any form of life for the foreseeable future. After resting on a boulder of rubble, Xia fully regained his strength and took a moment to sense the presence of other extraterrestrials lingering on the planet. Aside from those who had accompanied Shangbo, there were approximately several dozen aliens scattered across Fedaya, some boasting combat powers reaching up to 3000 eradicate the root of the problem. Xia pondered and then teleported to the locations of those aliens. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Xia, they dismissed him entirely, eager to strike first. The outcome for these extraterrestrials was, of course, inevitable. They were all cast into the spatial rifts, in a mere matter of minutes. All the extraterrestrials on Fedaya had been eliminated by Xia. The loss of over 100 soldiers from Frisia's army, including the high-ranking officer Shangbo, would surely elicit a reaction from Frisia. Xia mused to himself, knowing Frisia's temperament. Any sorrow would be negligible, yet rage was guaranteed. The image of Frisia shattering a wine goblet in anger brought Xia a sense of inner delight. Chapter 55. Frisia's reaction upon returning to the subterranean base of the Fedayans. Xia found them still diligently maintaining the spacecraft. The atmosphere bustling with activity, he sought out a quiet corner to rest. Lord Xia, you have returned. Those extraterrestrials did not trouble you, did they? Dakla approached eagerly. Concern etched across his face that, in truth, Dakla had been deeply worried during Xia's confrontation with Shangbo and the others, his mind replaying the terrifying images of the earth shaking and the sky tearing apart. As if the world were ending, he had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle, and it had left him shaken, fearing for Xia's safety against those formidable foes. That moment, Xia was the only hope for the Fedayans. If even he were to falter against the aliens, their fate would be sealed. The extraterrestrials were far too powerful, and Dakla could hardly bear to contemplate what would happen to the Fedayans if Xia were to lose. Seeing Xia return unscathed, Dakla's heart finally settled, and he breathed a sigh of relief, his anxious expression transforming into one of joy as he hurriedly approached. Those weaklings were my adversaries. Xia shot a cold glance at Dakla. Responding indifferently, it was not arrogance. Rather, he understood that to gain the allegiance of the Fedayans, he must project dominance, convincing them that following him was the wisest choice, while the aliens naturally became stepping stones to solidify his position. Dakla paused, momentarily stunned by Xia's chilling aura, but instead of fear, he was enveloped by a wave of elation. Does this mean, Lord Xia, that you have already dealt with those extraterrestrials? Indeed, it must be so. Dakla's eyes gleamed with realization, though he struggled to articulate his thoughts, words catching in his throat. What is it? Xia inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lord Xia, earlier there were sudden and violent explosions across Fedaya, and the entire planet trembled. I wonder if it was due to your battle with the enemy. Dakla dared not presume, carefully observing Xia's expression as he cautiously inquired. Indeed, those explosions were the result of the energy clashes between myself and the extraterrestrials. Xia admitted without hesitation. Just as I suspected. Dakla's pupils constricted, his face registering shock. He had never imagined that a human could wield such terrifying power through sheer physicality, far surpassing the limits of technology. His breath quickened. Lord Xia, what was the final outcome? As I mentioned earlier, I emerged victorious. There are no extraterrestrials left on this planet, Xia replied, irritation creeping into his tone as he waved dismissively, adding, I simply did not anticipate that the enemy would be so feeble. They fell before I had even warmed up. Such a response was difficult for Dakla to digest. The weakling Xia referred to were precisely the culprits behind the devastation of Fedaya. Suddenly, An overwhelming surge of emotion welled up within him, tears brimming in his eyes as he fell to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably while shouting, "All those extraterrestrials are dead. Lord Zaya has avenged us. Our fallen kin can finally rest in peace. Very well. Your kin shall find peace," Shaya remarked, a hint of comfort in his voice as he raised an eyebrow. Once Dakla's emotions had calmed, he furrowed his brow and continued, "Although I have eradicated all the extraterrestrial invaders from the planet Vegeta, it is regrettable that due to the collapse of the crust, Vegeta is no longer suitable for sustaining life. No, Lord Shaya, your ability to slay those invaders is already a tremendous feat. We are eternally grateful." "Thank you for avenging us." Dakla suddenly straightened, bowing solemnly to Shaya with a serious expression. Shaya accepted Dakla's homage with grace, understanding that he was not merely receiving gratitude, but also the unwavering loyalty of the Fidean people. These extraterrestrials were merely the vanguard of Frisia's forces. Once they received word from this front, even more formidable enemies would undoubtedly follow. Thus, Dakla, you must hasten to gather the remaining Fidean and swiftly assess the condition of our spacecraft. We must depart from Fedaya before the second wave of extraterrestrial invaders arrives. "Yes, my lord," Dakla nodded vigorously, his slender form seemingly infused with boundless energy as he began to fervently direct his kin in their urgent tasks. The evacuation process was inherently tedious and complex, involving extensive personnel accounting and the meticulous calibration of alternative spacecraft, especially under the uncertainty of when the next wave of invaders would arrive. Rendering time exceedingly precious, they had to seize every moment to escape Fedaya swiftly. In light of the intricate and demanding evacuation tasks ahead, Dakla delineated detailed responsibilities, while Shaya observed with satisfaction. The Fidean worked diligently. After Shaya had vanquished the extraterrestrials led by Shanwa, the Fideans' admiration for him had ascended to unprecedented heights, solidifying their allegiance and loyalty. The Fidean frequently interacted with other cosmic civilizations and possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the nature of the powerful. Compared to other beings of strength in the cosmos, Lord Shaya's benevolence was undoubtedly their greatest source of reverence. In the North Galaxy, at Frisia's headquarters, a colossal planet transformed by technology loomed. Against the backdrop of the vast and resplendent cosmos, stars twinkled like luminous pearls, meticulously arranged and traversing their designated orbits. The Frisia headquarters was akin to the heart of the entire empire, an impenetrable stronghold. The planet's defenses were impeccable, enveloped in advanced cosmic technology. Resembling an unyielding fortress, where even a fly would find it impossible to penetrate, in the cosmic expanse, interstellar fortresses swirled around the frozen planet like bastions. Massive turrets, with diameters reaching several meters, loomed ominously in the darkened sky, emanating a chilling glimmer, akin to ancient behemoths roaring in defiance. This moment, within the opulent palace, beside a translucent viewport, Frisia stood at ease, one hand behind his back and the other holding a wine glass. Leisurely sipping while his crimson eyes gazed intently out the window, glinting with a cold, ruthless light. "Mr. Dodoria, I have heard that the Saiyan King Vegeta is preoccupied with rebellion. What do you suggest I do about those Saiyans?" Frisia's voice, frosty and gravelly, broke the silence as he handed his wine glass to a nearby attendant, turning his inquisitive gaze towards Dodoria. "Those Saiyans are insufferably arrogant. If their combat prowess were of no use, I would have already led an assault to obliterate Planet Vegeta." Dodoria scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Frisia chuckled sinisterly, his malevolent smile widening. "Patience, Mr. Dodoria. In due time, we shall eliminate those Saiyans, and you shall witness the most beautiful fireworks in the cosmos." "Indeed, Lord Frisia," Dodoria replied, excitement illuminating his features. The splendor of planets being annihilated by Frisia always thrilled him. "Oh, by the way, I have heard that King Vegeta had a son a few years back, whose potential seems quite remarkable. I believe his name is Vegeta," Frisia inquired. "Yes. How brazen to name his son after the planet itself. King Vegeta certainly harbors grand ambitions." Mr. Dodoria arranged for that Vegeta to be brought to Frisia's headquarters in due time. "At once, my lord," Dodoria's face broke into a devious grin like a T that moment. The grand doors of the palace swung open, and a purple-skinned extraterrestrial scrambled in, prostrating as he reported, "Lord Frisia, new intelligence has arrived from Planet Vegeta." "Oh, what news? Has Mr. Shambwa swiftly received word of the ancient warriors?" Frisia replied nonchalantly, "No, my lord." The extraterrestrial wiped his brow, his voice quivering. "Clarify this matter at once," Dodoria barked. The purple extraterrestrial trembled, nervously stating, "The latest update from the command center reports that Mr. Shambwa encountered formidable foes on planet Vegeta and has been completely annihilated. Mr. Shambwa's energy signature has vanished." With a sharp crack, Frisia's tail struck a nearby attendant, sending the wine glass crashing to the ground. The crimson liquid spilling profusely. Frisia's expression shifted, his scarlet eyes glinting like a demon's, cold fury lacing his voice. "What transpired? Explain the situation clearly." Mr. Shambwa led over 100 warriors from the Frisia force to seek clues about the ancient warriors on planet Vegeta. But just an hour ago, the command center detected a sudden surge of energy on the planet. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Shambwa's signal disappeared, indicating he has likely perished. Impossible. Shambwa's combat power was at its peak, reaching 1,026, 865, 268. Could it be he was unable to transform in time? Dodoria exclaimed in astonishment. As a high-ranking member close to Frisia, Dodoria knew that Shambwa's true strength vastly surpassed his own. It was unfathomable that he could falter on such a minor planet. The detector registered that Mr. Shambwa had utilized his full power before communication was lost. The purple extraterrestrial added, incredulously. Frisia quickly regained his composure, an evil grin playing at the corners of his mouth. "How intriguing. It appears someone has managed to slay Mr. Shambwa. This individual must possess strength rivaling that of the Jinyu force." The purple extraterrestrial stood cautiously, refraining from making any movements, his heart racing as he sensed Frisia's growing displeasure. Indeed, Frisia was far from pleased. He felt no sorrow for Shambwa's demise. Rather, his heart burned with unbridled rage at the affront to his dignity. To him, Shambwa's death was a challenge. Aside from his father, King Cold, and his brother, Cooler, Frisia had never suffered such an indignity. His subordinates were not to be trifled with. Mr. Dodoria, surely Planet Vegeta is merely a lowly sphere. Frisia's calm voice betrayed a hint of murderous intent. Dodoria immediately replied, "Yes, my lord. The Vegetan are mere ants, their combat power scarcely exceeding 15. Yet it was this so-called ant of a planet that had claimed Mr. Shambwa's life." Frisia murmured, "Could it truly be the ancient warriors of Vegetan legend responsible for this?" Mr. Dodoria, immediately relay orders to the Jinyu force to expedite their arrival at Planet Vegeta. "I wish to ascertain the true power of these so-called ancient warriors." What Frisia fears most are the ancient legends of the so-called Super Saiyans that have been passed down through the generations of the Frisia clan, as well as the recent rumors surrounding the ancient warriors of the Vegetans. He has dispatched the Jinyu force to investigate, using them as bait to test the strength of that ancient warrior. Chapter 56. Departure. As Frisia issued his orders, on a distant planet in the far reaches of the North Galaxy, dense clusters of spherical flora grew closely together, with countless smooth trunks reaching heights of 100 meters, their tops branching out at great altitudes. From afar, the vast expanse of this lush forest resembled rolling waves. In a damp, chilly rainforest, Captain Jinyu had just received the command from King Frisia to immediately set off for the southeastern planet of Vegeta. A white-haired alien tapped on the communicator, reporting to Captain Jinyu's. Jinyu chewed on a piece of meat. He spat out a fragment of bone and asked, "Vegeta? That seems like merely a low-level planet. There's no need for us to take action ourselves. JIS, contact Frisia's headquarters and clarify the reason behind King Frisia's orders," he commanded. "Yes, Captain," replied JIS, the white-haired alien, as he established communication with Frisia's headquarters and soon learned the reason. "Captain, I found out that it's because the trusted Shambo was killed on the planet Vegeta." Shambo, the very individual who enjoyed King Frisia's confidence, had met his demise. Bart, the tall alien known for his speed among the Jinyu force, was taken aback, a hint of schadenfreude appearing on his face. The Jinyu force was Frisia's elite unit, equally formidable as the mechanized troops of Kawaira, and thus they looked down upon Shambo, who always lingered around Frisia, gesturing yet lacking significant combat prowess. Indeed, in the eyes of the Ginyu Force members, Shambo was but a minor character with little fighting capability. It was vividly recalled in the original story during the Namek saga, where Vegeta, after successfully slaying Shambo in his transformed state, suffered greatly at the hands of the relatively weaker Ginyu Force member, Rikuum, and nearly lost his life. This illustrates that the Ginyu Force deserve their elite reputation. Each member should not be underestimated. Interesting that Shambo perished on a lowly planet. Perhaps we might encounter something intriguing there. Ginyu mused, stroking his chin, rising to his feet, his robust, light purple form resembling a small mountain, exuding a formidable presence. The two black horns atop his head reflected brilliant rays in the sunlight. Guldo, with 4 eyes, was still munching on food. Noticing Jinyu's interest in Fidea, he set down his meal and inquired, "Shall we depart now? The journey to Fidea will take at least 2 months, and we might not make it in time. What does it matter if we arrive on time? It's a task assigned by King Frisia. We simply need to get there," Bart replied nonchalantly. After all, their prolonged lifespans as aliens meant they were unconcerned about the passage of a month or 2, with most of their strength derived from the accumulation of time. As for avenging Shambo, they were indifferent. "Then let us proceed. We cannot keep King Frisia waiting." The members of the Ginyu Force erupted in hearty laughter, for under the command of King Frisia, all they desired was to indulge in their misdeeds without a second thought. In the southeastern region of the North Galaxy, on the planet Fidea, due to its proximity to the planet Longju, where the Shaya team was undertaking a mission, only a brief 7-day journey separated them. Therefore, to prevent Frisia from dispatching reinforcements from nearby planets to Fidea, Shaya commanded that all Fideans must complete their evacuation within 7 days and promptly launch their spacecraft. Time flowed like water, and 7 days swiftly passed. The adjustments to the spacecraft had been completed on schedule at that moment. Within the underground base, a total of 157,000 Fideans from various regions converged, a number exceedingly sparse, representing only a fraction of the original population, yet it constituted the entirety of the surviving Fideans. Watching the drastically diminished population, Dakla's heart ached, and his resentment towards Frisia's army deepened. He glanced at Lord Shaya nearby, steeling himself and respectfully stating, "Lord Shaya, all surviving Fideans have gathered here. We can depart from Fidea now." Dakla felt immense gratitude towards Lord Shaya for granting them the 7 days for rescue. He understood that a powerful being's time was incredibly precious. Lord Shaya had wasted 7 days on their behalf, a tremendous favor. Had it not been for this time, the number of survivors reaching the underground base would have been even fewer. "Well then, let us set off." Shaya waved his hand lightly, his expression calm as he gazed at the enormous silver spacecraft before him. And no matter how many times one looked at its several thousand-meter-long hull, it was always awe-inspiring. "Yes," Dakla responded solemnly. With Shaya's command, the underground base erupted with urgent buzzing sounds. Red alarm lights whirled and illuminated the surroundings. Upon hearing the alarm, all Fideans hastily moved, orderly boarding the spacecraft under the guidance of the commanders. Buzzing, the green forest above the base trembled. This was likely the last remaining patch of greenery on Fidea. With the continental plates repeatedly bombarded by high-energy blasts, the once stable crust had been utterly deformed. With earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions occurring incessantly, each more powerful than the last, transforming the entire planet into a hell on Earth. Crack. The forest began to undulate. From a distant high vantage point, the once flat forest began to bulge, then split open, revealing a gap as 2 rows of land tilted upwards, resembling a grand door slowly opening. Approximately 10 minutes later, a massive gate over 20,000 meters long and over 10,000 meters wide swung open. The ground trembled, and the green forest could no longer withstand the gravitational pull, sliding apart to reveal the silver alloy structure of the gates. Then came a thunderous roar. The sound of engines igniting resonated as a colossal silver-gray spacecraft ascended from the underground base. Accelerating rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had exited the atmosphere and entered outer space. Clattering on the silver spacecraft, Two mutually perpendicular space corridors began to twist and distort, with explosive detonations at the junctions causing the pinnacle of Phidian technology to shatter into several segments. Some of the severed corridors fell into the atmosphere, some vanished into the starry sky, while others drifted aimlessly in orbit, a poignant testament to the fading brilliance of Phidian civilization. All right, Dakla, next, you shall secure an uninhabited planet for supplies. And then focus all your efforts on researching the gravity chamber. I hope to see your results soon, Shaya instructed. Yes, Lord Shaya, we will do our utmost. Dakla's entire body tensed as he responded loudly. The history of the Fedaya planet had become a thing of the past. Henceforth, they would follow Lord Shaya in their pursuit of progress. He believed that under Lord Shaya's leadership, the Fedaya civilization could undoubtedly rise again. Chapter 57. Return to Longju Star in the blink of an eye. The Fedaya civilization's spacecraft had been traversing the cosmos for a month, in the serene and profound expanse of space. A colossal silver-gray spaceship soared gracefully through the vast starry sky like a mighty dragon. Within the control room of the vessel, the Fedayans diligently utilized their intelligence systems to search for a suitable planet for docking. Their eyes fixed intently on the display screens. Soon, a pale yellow planet appeared on the screens. Quickly projected onto the large display along with its data, a solid planet composed of pale yellow rock. 2.2 billion years old, with a diameter of 8,300 kilometers, characterized by severe climatic storms, rendering it unsuitable for long-term habitation. This was a relatively small solid planet, and its atmospheric conditions were bizarre and unpredictable. It seemed only suitable as a temporary docking point. As Dakla examined the data on the screen, he swiftly calculated the energy requirements for the ship. Indeed, they were now far from Fedaya, and the Frisia Legion would not locate them here anytime soon. They could safely land the vessel on that planet for resupply. The Fedayans were an exceptionally advanced technological civilization. Even with minimal living conditions, they could utilize technology to transform their environment. Unfortunately, such advancements could not be applied on their home planet, as Fedaya had already come under Frisia's watchful gaze. After establishing this base, you shall proceed with the design of the gravity training chamber and expedite its completion. With that, the hatch opened, and Shaya entered, clad in a brand-new battle suit. This latest design from the Fedayans was magnificent and noble in appearance, with a pristine white material that clung to his body, adapting to his movements and minimizing any hindrance during combat. Lord Shaya, Dakla respectfully bowed, a glimmer of joy illuminating his azure-skinned face. The preliminary design of the gravity training chamber has been completed. Once the ship lands, we can organize the scientists for its construction. The gravity chamber can be adjusted to a maximum of 500 times standard gravity, and we have also incorporated temperature, pressure, and humidity regulation features. Shaya expressed his satisfaction with Dakla's arrangements, saying cheerfully, "Excellent. I shall entrust the gravity chamber matters to you. After we land, I will temporarily depart, be vigilant, and conceal your whereabouts. Should anything arise, notify me via the communicator." Estimating that Shakta and his team have been on Longju Star for over a month and should be nearing the completion of their mission, Shaya planned to return to Vegeta with Shieling. His confidence in leaving stemmed not only from his trust in the loyalty of the Fedayans, but also from the fact that he had secretly installed spatial coordinates on the ship, ensuring that he would not have to worry about a potential rebellion during his absence. Understood, Lord Shaya, Dakla responded with fervor, his eyes shining with determination. Shaya smiled and exited the control room. Shortly thereafter, as a colossal shadow blotted out the sun, the massive ship descended to the ground, causing a violent tremor that persisted for quite some time, flattening the soft earth and sinking the ground by over 10 meters. Immediately, countless engineering robots surged forth from the ship like a swarm of locusts, commencing foundational construction on the nearby continent. Standing on the observation deck, Shaya observed the Fedayans and the engineering robots bustling with fervor, nodding in appreciation. After giving Dakla instructions for the upcoming tasks, Shaya vanished from his astonished gaze on Longju Star. Amidst a primordial jungle, Shaya returned to the mission planet. He carefully sensed the auras of all members of his team and discovered that their combat abilities had each improved to varying degrees over the month. In an instant, Shaya appeared beside Shieling. Having not seen each other for over a month, Shilling seemed to have matured considerably. She lay upon a hammock, sound asleep, one exquisite, ivory thigh unabashedly dangling from the edge. Sensing a powerful aura approaching, Shilling immediately sprang up from the hammock, her eyes flashing with alertness. "Shaya, you have returned," Shilling exclaimed in delight, narrowing her eyes in curiosity as she sensed the energy emanating from him. "How is it that your combat power has increased so significantly in just 1 month?" She recalled that a month prior, Shaya's combat power was merely 1,026, 865, 268. It was astonishing that it had surged so dramatically in such a short time. Her sensitivity to energy surpassed that of any energy detector. Despite Shaya's efforts to conceal his power, some energy inevitably leaked through. In essence, he could not disguise that IT was akin to a formidable fighter with a combat power of 10 million. No matter how he suppressed his strength, the energy he emitted would still be at least 10,000. The higher the power, the more energy would escape. However, it was not to say that powerful individuals could not completely conceal their presence. There existed masters capable of doing so, like Beerus the Destroyer. Yet, such mastery was beyond Shaya's current reach. "This is a long story," Shaya replied, a confident smile gracing his lips, though his battle with Shangwa appeared to favor him. Culminating in Shangwa's demise, the perils he faced were not to be taken lightly. Had it not been for his spatial abilities allowing him to escape from the brink of death and the timely consumption of a senzu bean, the outcome could have been vastly different. Shaya was acutely aware that he had come perilously close to death on multiple occasions. Nevertheless, his battle with Shangwa yielded tremendous rewards, not only securing the loyalty of the Fidaean people, but also resulting in a significant boost to his combat power, which he conservatively estimated to now be at 1,026, 865, 268. Upon hearing Shaya's account, Shilling expressed her astonishment, realizing how thrilling events had unfolded in such a brief month that Shaya's strength had surged far beyond her own. A hint of competitiveness stirred within her, and she pouted, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "So, does this mean the Fidaeans will soon complete the gravity chamber?" "Indeed, if all goes smoothly, it shouldn't take long. Once I obtain the gravity chamber, I will not be outdone by you," Shilling declared, her competitive spirit ignited, for Shaya was the only one among the Saiyans who could evoke such a desire for rivalry within her. Others paled in comparison. "Then you must strive diligently," Shaya encouraged. By the way, how has Shakta's training progressed?" Speaking of serious matters, Shilling became earnest. "They have all experienced varying degrees of improvement over the past month that I instructed them to slow down their mission progress and secretly imparted some insights about energy to them. The strongest among them, Shakta, has already reached a combat power of 1,300. Zaya nodded to himself, contemplating the impressive battle power of 1,300 he possessed at just over 12 years of age, predicting that he would reach at least 3,000 upon adulthood, thus marking him as an exceptional talent among intermediate warriors. In Chapter 58, titled Sediment, Zaya engaged in a conversation with Shilling regarding the art of cultivation. By this point, Zaya's combat strength had significantly surpassed that of Shilling, and his broader perspective afforded him unique insights into the training process. The methods of cultivation on Earth emphasize the simultaneous development of both body and mind, reflecting certain Taoist philosophies. Such understanding can only be achieved through practical experience. As the saying goes, a leaf obscures the eye, preventing one from seeing Mount Tai. 2 ears stuffed with beans leave one deaf to thunder. Each phase of life brings its own limitations, especially for the weak, who find it challenging to comprehend the essence of the strong. Thus, the guidance of a powerful mentor can help avoid many detours. Night approached. Zaya summoned Shakta and the others, these young Saiyans, having undergone a period of training and benefiting from Shilling's subtle guidance, had solidified their strength, particularly Shakta, whose power was nearly on par with that of an adult Raditz. Upon seeing their captain, who had been absent for a month, Shakta, Atasia, and the others displayed curiosity but refrained from inquiring about Zaya's whereabouts, believing he had concealed his activities to evaluate their progress. "I am exceedingly pleased with everyone's performance over the past month," Zaya jested. "Even Balit and Rida have achieved a combat power of 1,000. Bullet's expression immediately soured, and he protested, "Really, Captain, even you are mocking us." "Indeed," Raida chimed in. Zaya regarded them with a gentle smile, asserting, "I assure you, I'm not jesting. Your current battle power is something even many lower-tier warriors may not attain after reaching adulthood. You are still quite young, and your future potential is boundless." Hearing such praise from their captain, Raida and Bullet stroked their chins, wearing expressions that suggested, as expected, although they ranked among the lower echelons of Zaya's team, they still fared better than many other intermediate warriors, after offering further encouragement to his teammates. Zaya turned to Shakta and stated, "The mission on Longju Star is nearly complete. For the foreseeable future, I do not intend to undertake any new missions. Upon returning to Vegeta, you must take time to solidify your skills. Incessantly seeking combat may sometimes yield counterproductive results. But Captain, Saiyans grow stronger through battle. Combat is where the excitement lies," Bullet replied, his expression one of confusion, while Atasia and Jeline appeared similarly dejected. Days without conflict would be unbearably dull. Zaya observed their reactions and couldn't help but smile. The Saiyans were indeed a combative race. Even the female Saiyans displayed the same fervor for battle. "Shilling should have taught you how to cultivate energy by now. I expect you to master the energy within you over the next year. I do not require you to achieve perfect control, but at the very least, you should be able to wield it with ease." "Are those techniques truly effective?" "Isn't it overly meticulous?" Atasia questioned, perplexed, breathing patterns and rhythm during combat. "Do those intricate details truly matter? Shouldn't the focus be on fighting freely?" Zaya shook his head. "A solid foundation is crucial for future breakthroughs." Atasia was about to voice further dissent when she suddenly caught Zaya's stern gaze, prompting her to swallow her words. Despite being several years younger, she harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards him, the reasons for which eluded her. Likely due to his overwhelming battle power. Not only Atasia, but even Bullet, Raida, and Jeline felt a subtle trepidation in Zaya's presence. Among them, only Shakta nodded earnestly, recognizing that Zaya and Shiling's strength was rooted in more than mere physical prowess. Otherwise, their displayed talents would have already qualified them as advanced warriors. Yet they were not. The mastery of Ki is a profound and intricate discipline requiring systematic study. What Shilling imparted was merely a fragment of Ki control. The deeper aspects eluded their comprehension. Shakta felt immense gratitude towards Zaya and Shilling for sharing such advanced training methods, envisioning a bright future where surpassing advanced warriors was not merely a dream. "We vow to meet the captain's expectations," Atasia declared, standing at attention with a serious demeanor. "Indeed, who says intermediate warriors cannot surpass advanced ones? We shall astonish those advanced warriors," Bullet and Raida echoed, while even the usually reticent Jeline expressed her determination. Each was filled with ambition, their hearts ablaze with an insatiable desire to achieve greatness. Exchanging glances, Zaya and Shilling nodded in agreement, by the time their achievements captured the attention of other Saiyans. It would likely be near the time of Vegeta's destruction, at which point Zaya would no longer need to exercise such caution. After a night of silence, the following day dawned with a gentle mist enveloping the humid rainforest. As the wind caressed their faces, dampening their hair tips, Zaya and his companions completed their final cleanup of Longju Star before departing in their spacecraft. For an extended period thereafter, Zaya's team would refrain from undertaking missions, allowing each member to focus on consolidating their existing strengths. 2 months later, the spacecraft entered the space domain of Vegeta. After bidding farewell to his teammates upon disembarking from the spaceport, Zaya and Shilling returned to their home in the bustling district. It was lunchtime, and under the fervent gaze of Adili, Zaya skillfully retrieved a plethora of Earth delicacies from the dimensional space. Noticing that the supply was dwindling, he pondered whether it was time to procure more from Earth. After indulging a hearty meal, Zaya settled onto the sofa in the hall and engaged in conversation with Adili and Rebecca, sharing tales of his experiences over the past few months. Meanwhile, Shilling found a comfortable spot beside Zaya, engrossed in a magazine. Upon learning that Zaya's battle power had reached 1026865268, both Adili and Rebecca's eyes widened with astonishment, their gazes towards him increasingly filled with approval. "Adili, uncle, How is the search for a suitable evacuation planet progressing? Shaya inquired with concern, recognizing the importance of this choice for the survival of the Saiyan race. I could see the mention of this issue. Adili shook his head. We have utilized all our connections to find a planet suitable for Saiyan habitation, but the results have been less than ideal. Most planets are unsuitable for our kind. While numerous planets in the northern galaxy can support life, the options dwindle significantly when considering the unique needs of the Saiyan race. Known for their warrior spirit, them, combat is not merely crucial. At times, it is more vital than life itself, necessitating the presence of expansive battle-ready planets. Moreover, it is imperative that these planets do not attract the attention of Frisia's forces or the Frost Demons, making the search all the more arduous. With Adili's connections, a suitable planet remained elusive. Perhaps only by leaving the northern galaxy could they discover a viable planet for the Saiyans to thrive. Shaya mused at this thought. He suddenly exclaimed, I currently have a group of technologically adept Fidayans under my command. Their expertise might assist us in locating a suitable planet for Saiyan habitation that I will have them investigate. That is simply splendid. Upon hearing this, Edri also breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that Shaya had allies skilled in technology made the endeavor of locating a planet significantly easier than they had anticipated. He remarked, over the past 6 months, we have discreetly contacted a group of Saiyans, and currently, more than 1,000 Saiyans have joined our cause. Chapter 59. The gravity chamber, only a little over 1,000? Shaya furrowed his brow slightly, dissatisfied with the figure. There were more than 1 million Saiyans in total. How could merely over 1,000 believe in them? Rebecca explained, to avoid drawing the attention of King Vegeta. We have narrowed the scope of our outreach. These individuals were selected from our familiar circles. Shaya understood at once. Indeed, with the evacuation of the planet still unresolved, it was quite challenging to widely disseminate Frisia's malevolent intentions without risking annihilation. Most of these over 1,000 selected Saiyans were comrades whom Edri and his group had previously encountered and fought alongside. There was another detail. Recently, King Vegeta had been dispatching personnel with increasing frequency, which likely signaled an impending development. They needed to expedite their search for a suitable planet. Edri, unaware of the exact timing of King Vegeta's rebellion, furrowed his brow, feeling as though their time was rapidly dwindling. In contrast, Shaya felt significantly less anxious, for he knew that Frisia would launch an attack on Planet Vegeta when Vegeta turned around 5 years old. Calculating this, it seemed King Vegeta would not rebel in the immediate future. They had 2.5 years left. In the days that followed, Shaya remained at home with Shilling, solidifying their foundation and engaging in the most basic exercises daily. During this time, Edri's student, a boy named Myers, visited them 2 or 3 times. Each visit was marked by his haughty demeanor, his small face radiating arrogance. However, Shaya couldn't help but marvel at Myers' exceptional talent. At just 2.5 years old, his combat power had already reached 440, significantly surpassing Shaya's own when he had just emerged from the training camp. And oh wonder this little brat looked down upon him. Thus, the days passed, until one day, news arrived from the distant pale yellow planet that the gravity training chamber had finally been completed. Upon receiving the message from the Fidaya people, Shaya immediately employed instant transmission to journey to the remote pale yellow planet. After several teleports, he appeared at the temporary base of the Fidaya. Daksha, lead me to see how the gravity training chamber turned out. As the control room door opened, Shaya, appearing weary from travel, approached Daksha. Lord Shaya, Daksha was taken aback that Shaya had arrived so quickly after receiving the news, and he was filled with awe at Shaya's remarkable ability to appear seemingly out of nowhere. When the gravity chamber was mentioned, Daksha's face brimmed with pride. It was the culmination of months of research by their Fidaya scientists. Lord Shaya, please follow me. Daksha respectfully inclined his body and led Shaya to where the gravity chambers were stationed. The two traversed a lengthy, transparent corridor imbued with scientific significance, soon arriving at a colossal assembly workshop standing over 100 meters high. Within this giant workshop, 7 large hemispherical gravity training chambers were neatly arranged. These chambers were impressively large, exuding a dark golden metallic luster, their heights nearing the workshop's ceiling. The 7 chambers stood together like 7 majestic mountains, radiating an overwhelming presence. Daksha pointed at the 7 gravity chambers. His voice filled with pride. Lord Shaya, these chambers have a diameter of 100 meters and a height of 90 meters, as per your specifications. The maximum adjustable gravity within these chambers can reach up to 500 times standard gravity, and they can also regulate to 1,000 standard atmospheres, maintaining a temperature within plus or minus 80 degrees. Furthermore, to facilitate training, the interior of the chambers includes separate spaces for washing, dining, and living, all occupying minimal area. Additionally, there are 100 specialized small robots to assist with training, capable of adjusting speed and attack density based on the user's needs. Excellent work. I am immensely pleased with these gravity chambers. Listening to Daksha's detailed introduction, Shaya regarded him with admiration, his eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to experience the chambers immediately. Thank you, Lord Shaya, for your kind words. Daksha, taken aback by the praise, bowed deeply, his azure skin flushed with excitement. Now, you may leave. I wish to experience the effects of the gravity chamber. Yes, Lord Shaya. Upon receiving the command, Daksha respectfully exited. Shaya nodded slightly, and after Daksha's departure, approached the gravity training chamber. Looking up, he realized just how massive these chambers were. Standing nearby, the sense of their grandeur was even more pronounced, making Shaya feel as minuscule as an ant in comparison. After some contemplation, he arrived at the chamber marked with the numeral 1. 8 enormous steel columns, over 2 meters in diameter, extended from the chamber in all directions, anchoring the massive structure to the ground. Pressing the button at the entrance, a low hum resonated as a vertical circular platform descended from the structure. Standing on the platform, Shaya entered the gravity training chamber. The interior of the chamber was exceedingly spacious, divided into 2 levels. The lower level, while not extensive, was primarily designated for washing, dining, and living. The upper level was the true training area, a vast space with a diameter of 100 meters and a height of over 80 meters, resembling a colossal arena. The floor bore shallow scratches like those of stone slabs, while the ground and walls were composed of a special alloy capable of withstanding intense energy impacts. Approaching a control panel, Shaya began to adjust the chamber's parameters according to the numerical symbols displayed. He first entered 15 in the gravity section. The moment the number was confirmed, the chamber buzzed to life, and a tremendous downward force was exerted upon him. Indeed, it is 15 times gravity. After briefly experiencing the effects, Shaya nodded in affirmation. The gravity within the chamber now reached 15 times standard gravity, akin to his training with weighted clothing back at the temple on Earth. Next, Shaya adjusted the temperature, pressure, and other parameters. After a thorough experience, he found the effects of the gravity training chamber to be exceedingly satisfactory. In many respects, the chamber created by the Fedaya had exceeded his original expectations. Though it had taken several months to construct, every moment had been worthwhile. Exiting the gravity chamber, Shaya called for Daksha once more. Lord Shaya? Yes, Daksha. I am very pleased with the gravity chamber your people have constructed. I summoned you because I have another matter to discuss. Without reservation, Shaya complimented them before adopting a serious demeanor. Please go ahead, Lord Shaya. Daksha straightened, leaning forward to listen intently. In the Northern Galaxy, Frisia's dominance was formidable, aided by King Cooled and Quila, rendering the situation rather unfavorable for them. Thus, I need you to employ all means necessary to locate a habitable planet. Naturally, it must be as far removed from Frisia's influence as possible. As Shaya spoke, his expression turned grave. The time for a direct confrontation with Frisia had not yet arrived. His strength was still vastly insufficient, and he could only temporarily avoid the enemy's might. Lord Shaya, in fact we, the Phaidarians, possess a comprehensive star map of the galaxy obtained through trade with the Zephyrians. Perhaps we can discover a suitable planet within it. Daksha suddenly interjected. Zephyrians? Haven't they been annihilated? Shaya inquired in astonishment. The Zephyrians once cohabited Planet Vegeta with the Saiyans, but they were eradicated by the Saiyans long ago, Daksha explained. This star map dates back several centuries. And since the Phaidarians have had no intention of leaving our home planet, it has remained archived in the Central Intelligence's database. Each recollection of their home planet weighed heavily on Daksha's heart. Nonetheless, the trajectories of celestial bodies tend to remain relatively stable. This star map should still hold some reference value. Upon hearing this news, Shaya felt a surge of unexpected hope, akin to a traveler lost in a desert for days, and suddenly discovering an oasis amidst the arid expanse. Igniting an immediate desire to explore, Daksha organized a team for the selection process at once. Notify me with the results promptly, as I intend to conduct a field investigation. Understood. After giving Daksha a few more instructions, Shaya departed from the temporary base of the Fidarians, accompanied by 7 large gravity training chambers to transport these 7 devices. Shaya exerted all his strength. Ultimately, he had no choice but to move them one by one, taking a couple of hours to relocate the gravity chambers from the Fidarians' base to a desolate planet near Planet Vegeta. Night gradually enveloped Planet Vegeta. Shaya summoned the members of the ADLI team. Shaya, what brings us here? Boomed Pilati, the loudest among them, as he entered. Following him were Baruch, Alice, and Lisa, among others. Knowing Shaya's thoughts were as mature as those of an adult, Baruch, who no longer regarded him as a mere child, calmly asked Shaya, "Did you summon us for something significant?" With a gentle smile, Shaya greeted each of them before nodding. Indeed, this matter is quite important. Previously, I commissioned the Fidarians to create something, and it is now complete. I wish to show it to you. I believe you will be very pleased. Could it be the gravity chamber you mentioned before? Lisa asked, somewhat puzzled, but quickly guessing the answer. Can that gravity chamber truly enhance our combat power? Baruch inquired, furrowing his brow. The group of elite warriors had not seen an increase in their combat power for many years, and they had envied Adeli and Rebecca's rapid ascension in strength recently. It certainly can. Shaya flashed a brilliant smile, revealing a row of white teeth. However, you must be prepared, as a sudden surge in combat power may attract unwarranted attention. That's fine, we simply need to test whether it can genuinely increase our combat power. We can wait until after leaving Planet Vegeta to use it further. Shaya nodded and then instructed everyone to join hands in preparation for instant transmission. The members of the ADLI team, having undergone several instances of instant transmission, were familiar with the process and quickly formed a circle. In the next moment, instant transmission was activated on the desolate planet. The yellow sand swirled, and the climate was erratic. The conditions on this barren world resembled those of the Fidarians' temporary base. But here, the environment was even more extreme, with lower temperatures. Raising their heads and shielding their foreheads with their hands, Adeli and the others were astonished by the sight before them. 7 towering structures, resembling majestic mountains, loomed ahead, their dark golden hue emanating a shimmering brilliance. 8 robust steel claws, akin to powerful arms, were deeply embedded in the soil, securing the 7 magnificent chambers to the ground. Amidst the yellow sands, this scene appeared overwhelmingly imposing. Shaya, is this the gravity chamber you brought back? Westling exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth as she rushed to the front of the chamber, her small hands exploring the thick support pillars, each with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. Observing their astonished expressions, Shaya proceeded to explain the technical parameters of several gravity chambers. Shaya, discussing these details is pointless. Let us experience it for ourselves. Very well. Opening the door of the chamber marked with the number 2, Adeli and the others followed Shaya inside. The interior was surprisingly spacious, allowing several individuals to train simultaneously without any issue. Adeli, uncle, I will activate 15 times the gravity. As soon as he spoke, Shaya adjusted the parameters of the gravity chamber. Suddenly, an immense gravitational force bore down upon them. Adeli and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, yet they remained silent. 15 times the gravity posed no significant pressure for them, and they quickly acclimated, continued to increase the gravity. Adeli urged, his voice steady. Shaya did not hesitate, incrementally raising the gravity. As it climbed, the faces of Adeli and the others grew increasingly pale, their bodies beginning to tremble. We are now at 25 times the gravity. Shaya knew this was the limit of what Adeli and the others could endure, so he refrained from raising it further. After all, even the mightiest among them, Adeli, had yet to breach the threshold of 1026865268. When Shaya released the gravity, Adeli exhaled deeply, his entire body still trembling slightly. I never would have guessed. I feel that once we adapt to 25 times the gravity, our combat power will undoubtedly surpass 1026865268. Adeli exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the gravity chamber was indeed a remarkable tool for training. Adeli, uncle, you can train under 25 times the gravity for now. We can explore higher levels once we leave Planet Vegeta. That seems reasonable. While Saiyans with a combat power of 1026865268 were rare on Planet Vegeta, they were not unheard of. Elite warriors like Adeli breaking through to that level would only cause a minor stir and would not provoke King Vegeta's apprehension. Shifting his gaze to the eager Westling, Shaya noticed the little girl gazing at him with an innocent expression that he smiled gently and said, "Westling, feel free to experiment, but remember to progress gradually. Do not set the gravity too high all at once. Be cautious of affecting your development." "Got it." Westling rolled her eyes playfully before joyfully rushing forward to begin her training. "Now, let us commence our training." The lower level of the training chamber contained supplies to sustain us for a while. Subsequently, everyone found their respective gravity chambers, while Shaya entered chamber number 1. Ready to begin his formal training, in the original story, Son Goku adapted to an environment of 100 times the gravity in a mere month during his journey to Namek, resulting in a dramatic leap in his combat power to 90,000. This was an extreme method of extracting potential, during which he nearly faced death multiple times. Unlike Goku's reckless approach, Shaya had ample time, allowing him to devise a gradual training regimen that he began with 35 times the gravity, adjusting the atmosphere pressure to 10 times the standard. Contemplating within, yet when the formidable force of gravity truly took effect, Shaya realized he had indeed underestimated the situation. His entire skeletal structure creaked, as if each limb were laden with lead, significantly hampering his mobility. Nevertheless, he could still endure. With a resolute gaze, Shaya clenched his jaw and persevered. He commenced his training with fundamental push-ups and running, gradually acclimatizing to the environment of 30 times the normal gravity. Time flowed swiftly, and several months passed. After Shaya had spent over a month in the gravity chamber, Adeli and the others adapted to 25 times the gravity and subsequently activated their auxiliary training robots to engage in sparring practice. 2 more months elapsed as they sustained injuries and fought again. And after numerous trials, their Saiyan potential was finally unlocked, with their combat power surging past 1,026, 865, 268 for those who were already close to that threshold. This breakthrough, though seemingly modest, was invaluable given their prolonged stagnation. As if a grand door had been reopened. Subsequently, they ceased their rigorous training and shifted their focus to consolidating their current combat strength. Continuing to train might arouse suspicion from King Vegeta and his cohort, a scenario Adeli and the others wished to avoid. As time gradually slipped away, after adapting to 35 times the gravity, Shaya made slight adjustments and, following a few days of rest, charged towards 40 times the gravity. Simultaneously, a multitude of auxiliary training robots joined the regiment, increasing from 1 to 5, then 10, until the arena buzzed with a full 100 training robots that a year later, on the desolate plains of the wasteland. 7 towering structures of civilization stood in orderly alignment. The dark golden exteriors had accumulated a thick layer of yellow dust under the relentless sun and wind. Within one gravity chamber, the gravity was set to 120 times with air pressure adjusted to 30 times. The harsh environment suffused the room with a stifling dark red HU. In this extraordinarily severe setting, a black-haired youth fervently swung his arms, diving and crossing, persistently engaging in fundamental training, as crystalline sweat streamed from his body like gentle rain. With a whoosh, the gravity engine powered down, and the room instantly returned to normalcy. As the door to the lower level opened, Shaya emerged, clutching a damp towel. After indulging in a hot bath, the exhaustion that had enveloped him vanished in an instant. The effects of the gravity chamber were evident. After over a year of acclimatization to 120 times the gravity, although not as astonishingly fast as Sun Wukong, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. With a combat power of 120,000, feeling the abundant strength coursing through him, A faint smile graced Shaya's lips. Chapter 61. For planets, a combat power of 120,000. This indicated that Shaya had ascended to the pinnacle of the cosmic hierarchy, belonging to the select few capable of ruling a domain as a super elite. Yet he quickly reined in his smile. Now was not the time for complacency. The situation before him remained dire. Frisia was expected to launch an assault on the Saiyans in about a year, and time was running short. It seemed imperative to expedite the search for a planet of refuge. Thoughts flashed through his mind. And Shaya swiftly redirected his focus to the galactic map mentioned by the Fidayans. He wondered how the selection process by the Fidayans was progressing and decided to inquire shortly. Having shut down all the power to the gravity training room, Shaya walked outside in the dim sky. A cold, desolate wind swirled sand and debris, striking the metallic exterior of the gravity chamber with a delicate clattering sound, leaving faint traces of erosion on the dark golden shell. Due to prolonged exposure to the harsh environment, the lower part of the gravity chamber had become buried beneath layers of yellow dust. Upon inspecting the conditions of the various gravity chambers, Shaya discovered that among the 7, only Shiling's chamber continued to hum with a low engine noise. This diligent individual, Shaya chuckled softly, realizing that Shiling was determined not to emerge until she surpassed him. This was concerning. Shiling was still quite young, in a critical phase of growth and development. He certainly did not want this adorable little one to suffer from any adverse effects in her development. Moreover, training is inherently a gradual process. Excessive bursts of power require time to settle, ensuring long-term, stable progress. Take the Saiyans, for instance. Their combat power does not necessarily see significant increases after each battle. However, their foundational strength accumulates steadily. Thus, when faced with near death, this accumulated potential can erupt, propelling the Saiyans to extraordinary heights after surviving perilous encounters. Conversely, without sufficient accumulation, even multiple brushes with death might not yield substantial enhancements. The rationale lies in the fact that while the mechanism for potential eruption is initiated during near-death experiences, there may be little to draw upon in terms of power. The ongoing practice of refining energy on Earth follows a similar principle. The methods may differ, yet they lead to the same destination. Having trained for such an extended period within the gravity chamber, Shiling's foundation was nearly exhausted, and she too required a period of consolidation. Thus, Shaya opened the door to Shiling's gravity chamber and stepped inside. The upper training room was suffused with a dark red hue, the air stifling and oppressive. In the center, a slender, youthful girl was drenched in sweat, laboriously performing various exercises, throwing punches and leaping with difficulty. The special training attire, crafted from resilient materials, had disintegrated into ragged strips, barely clinging to Shiling's form. As Shaya approached Shiling, an immense gravitational force bore down upon him, 100 times the gravity. Shaya furrowed his brow, recognizing that Shiling was unaware of her limits. This was evidently beyond her physical capacity and could easily lead to injury. Maintaining an impassive expression, he walked to the control panel, gradually reducing the gravity engine's force until it was completely shut off. With a sigh, the room instantly returned to its original state. Shiling glanced at him, her hair soaked with sweat, before collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. Shaya produced a senzu bean and fed it to her. A look of discontent crossing his face as he admonished, "Did I not tell you to gauge your strength? Look at you. You nearly lost half your life, but I currently only have a combat power of 90,000. If I do not push myself, I will never catch up to you," Shiling replied earnestly, her bright eyes fixed on him with determination. Shaya found himself momentarily speechless. Aware of her competitive spirit, he extended a hand to ruffle her hair until she indignantly swatted it away. With a gentler tone, he said, "From now on, you will share a gravity chamber with me, that if I do not keep an eye on you, you will surely overexert yourself." Shiling's eyes flickered, as if a thought had crossed her mind, and a faint blush adorned her delicate cheeks. "Okay," she finally replied, lowering her head in agreement. Next, Shaya instructed Shiling to take a shower. After a moment of hesitation, she glanced around before making her way to the bathroom. This girl had somehow developed a sense of modesty, having previously been so uninhibited. Shaya shook his head in silence. but soon recalled the slightly developed figure of Shieling, realizing that she had grown up and was no longer the little girl who could cling to him at will. Shortly thereafter, Shieling emerged draped in a bathrobe, her damp hair cascading down her back. Having just bathed, the mist emanating from the bathroom added a veil of ethereality to the girl's youthful form. Once she had changed into her clothes, Shieling naturally approached, and Shaya instinctively supported her shoulder, wrapping one arm around her waist, feeling the delicate softness against him. He then activated his teleportation ability, returning to their home on Planet Vegeta. After sharing lunch with the Adri couple and discussing the recent developments on Planet Vegeta, Shaya ventured alone to the base of the Fedayans using his spatial abilities. After more than a year, the results of Dokshaw's selection had finally emerged. In the main control room of the Fedayan spacecraft, Dokshaw addressed Shaya. After over a year of analysis and summarization by our Fedayan scientists, there are a total of 4 planets that meet the criteria for evacuation. He pointed to the galactic map displayed on the large screen. The expansive screen, several dozen meters in size, showcased a comprehensive star map of a galaxy, with 4 red dots distinctly illuminated on 4 spiraling arms. These were the results of over a year of research by the Fedayan scientists. The 4 planets are Qingran Star located in the Western Galaxy, Dokala Star in the Southern Galaxy, Hongshan Star in the Eastern Galaxy, and Tadea Star, also in the Eastern Galaxy. Please provide an overview of these planets. Shaya requested earnestly. Yes, Dokshaw bowed slightly and continued. Firstly, Qingran Star is a medium-sized planet located on the fringes of the Western Galaxy, with 34 of its land area inhabited by a primitive civilization known as the Sharu, which possesses a relatively low level of advancement. The star map on the screen transformed into a pale blue planet, revealing the Qingran Star Dokshaw had described. Dokala Star is a massive planet in the northern part of the Southern Galaxy, approximately 80 times the size of Planet Vegeta, with no evident signs of civilization, remaining in a primal state. Hongshan Star is situated in the northwestern part of the Eastern Galaxy, near the center of the Milky Way, and is a rare binary planet system, orbiting a young central star alongside a planet known as Maishan Star. Tadea Star is a planet located in the southern part of the Eastern Galaxy. Shaya listened intently, contemplating the vastness of the cosmos, where planets abound like grains of sand, with the northern galaxy alone housing countless celestial bodies, let alone the entirety of the Milky Way. The 4 planets have been meticulously selected by the Fedayans from the endless sea of stars, taking into account various factors, truly representing the CR Mida La CR Me. Shaya was exceedingly pleased with these 4 planets as potential sites for the Scion's evacuation, especially since the surrounding star regions were largely free from interference by other powers, ideal for the Scions to recuperate and thrive. Considering the journey, Shaya favored Dokala Star and Hongshan Star, as they were the closest to the galactic center. Dokshaw, please elaborate on the specifics of Hongshan Star. Shaya pondered for a moment before speaking. At your command, the large screen shifted once more, revealing a turquoise planet at its center, resembling the beautiful Selma star Shaya had previously visited. In close orbit, another ice-blue planet appeared, which was Maishan Star, the companion of Hongshan Star. Dokshaw explained, Hongshan Star is a small turquoise planet with a diameter of 6,768 kilometers, where approximately 67 of its surface is covered by oceans, while the remaining 33 includes polar glaciers, leaving only 21 suitable for habitation, an untouched ecological planet devoid of civilization. Interestingly, despite its diminutive size, Hongshan Star possesses an extraordinary gravity approximately 12 times that of standard gravity. Thus, although small, it can exert gravitational influence over the much larger Maishan Star, causing both to orbit together. By the way, Dokshaw paused. While there are no signs of civilization on Hongshan Star, Maishan Star is home to a human race known as the Maishan people, who typically reach an adult height of about 1.7 meters and have an average lifespan of around 100 years. Overall, it is classified as a low-level planet. That sounds quite reminiscent of Earth, Shaya remarked in astonishment, contemplating the implications. All 4 planets appeared highly suitable for evacuation, with no major powers nearby. Yet after hearing Dokshaw's descriptions, Shaya found himself particularly drawn to Hongshan Star. It was not only due to its geographical positioning, but also its structural composition. should Hongshan Star be chosen as a refuge for the Saiyans. They would gain an untouched ecological living world with a nearby human civilization planet that could potentially aid in the growth of the Saiyans. Chapter 62. Hongshan Star. Although Shaya was quite fond of Hongshan Star, the final decision regarding which planet to select would require thorough investigation. In the following days, Shaya would embark on a journey to survey these planets. Departing from the Fidaean base, Shaya immediately teleported to Hongshan Star, located at the northwestern corner of the Eastern Galaxy. Given its proximity to the galactic center, the journey required numerous teleportation jumps. Fortunately, Shaya's power had surged dramatically, and his spatial abilities had undergone a qualitative leap. What previously required 10 jumps now sufficed with only 2 or 3. After a few jumps, Shaya's figure vanished from the northern galaxy, reappearing in the distant domain of the Eastern Galaxy, which was already under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Kai. In the dark and profound expanse of the starry sky, a young star blazed brightly, and within the habitable zone, a small turquoise planet continued its ancient, unchanging orbit, shining like a brilliant gem. That was Hongshan Star. Nearby, a much larger ice-blue planet, Maishan Star, revolved around Hongshan Star. Despite its size, it possessed less mass than Hongshan Star, creating a peculiar cosmic scene where a larger planet and a smaller one orbited together. The center of mass skewed closer to the smaller planet, an odd spectacle indeed. Enveloped in the power of space, Shaya lingered momentarily in the cosmos before directing his flight toward Hongshan Star. As he pierced through the azure and clear atmosphere, an endless expanse of turquoise ocean came into view. A gentle breeze caressed the surface of the sea, creating delicate ripples, while schools of fish appeared like brown silk ribbons. A colossal sea creature leapt from the depths, its massive jaws wide open, crashing back into the ocean, sending towering waves surging high into the air, shattering the tranquility of the ocean. 12 times the standard gravity. Slightly greater than that of Planet Vegeta, Shaya noted as he compared. Stabilizing his form in the air, he inhaled the air of Hongshan Star, which was imbued with a refreshing scent. Suddenly accelerating, a brilliant flash streaked past, like a fleeting shadow, leaving a faint trace in the air before vanishing into the horizon. Ahead lay the land. Shaya gazed at the emerging silhouette with a hint of delight, continuing past the expansive coastline and advancing into the heart of the continent. The undulating mountains began to rise, the terrain shifting from hills to basins, and then to plateaus, revealing a breathtaking tapestry of diverse and splendid landscapes. In the dense forest, the pines and cypresses flourished, and the towering mountains stood majestically, layer upon layer. Amidst the valleys and mountain paths, a myriad of wild creatures flit through the forest. Suspended atop a magnificent peak, Shaya gazes upon the pristine scenery before him, a smile gracing his face. The climate and landscapes of Hongshan Star bear a striking resemblance to those of Vegeta Star, and with a preliminary transformation, it could become a suitable abode for the Saiyans. According to the simulations conducted by the Fidaeans, the climatic conditions of Hongshan Star remain remarkably stable throughout the year, a result of the planet's rotation, the dual stars movement, and its orbit around the Sun. After circling the equator of the planet, Shaya finds himself increasingly satisfied with this celestial body. He lifts his gaze to the sky, where a luminous blue celestial body hangs, and with a swift movement, he transports himself to the nearby moon, Maishan Star. Upon arriving at Maishan Star, Shaya is met with an entirely different vista. The predominant hue is a serene ice blue, with countless unseen microscopic organisms painting the mountains and oceans in a snow-like azure. The verdant forests are adorned with leaves that echo this icy tone. Under the sunlight, these blue leaves shimmer with a radiant luster, evoking a sense of being in a fairy tale, exuding an indescribable beauty. This enchanting scenery truly captivates the heart. Shaya, momentarily taken aback by the sight, soon finds himself entering the realm of human civilization on Maishan Star, where he encounters its inhabitants. These humans bear a striking resemblance to Earthlings. Yet their eyes and hair are a vibrant green, with a gem-like crystal the size of a mung bean nestled between their brows. From this crystal, Shaya perceives a rich essence of life. Astonished to discover that they have concentrated their life force within such a gem, Taken aback, he had not anticipated that the humans of Myshon Star would develop such a unique civilization and way of existence. It is well known that a civilization overly concentrated in its characteristics can easily reveal its vulnerabilities, much like the Saiyan tales. After a moment of contemplation, he brushes aside these thoughts and proceeds to the city inhabited by the Myshon Star's populace. This quaint little town, modest in size, boasts walls crafted from packed earth and stone, encircling a picturesque and ancient abode. The architecture of Myshon Star's inhabitants is profoundly traditional, featuring bamboo houses, wooden structures, and charming small buildings that exude an air of antiquity. Yet the tools in use carry a distinctly modern flair. The civilization appears to be in the electrical era, reminiscent of Earth in a previous life. Observing the familiar scenery, Shaya feels a profound sense of nostalgia, finding everything imbued with freshness. After spending some time on Hongshan Star and gaining a general understanding of its conditions, Shaya sets off for 3 other planets. His first destination is Dodoria's star, also located within the Eastern Galaxy's domain. This planet is relatively primitive and untamed. Despite its ancient age, it has not given rise to any significant civilizations. Dodoria's star is considered a candidate due to the absence of major powers in its vicinity, aside from a few lower and mid-tier planets. However, after witnessing the splendor of Hongshan Star, Shaya's interest in Dodoria's star wanes. Over the following days, he visits Qingran Star and Duokala Star, neither of which particularly satisfies him. Ultimately, after considerable reflection, Shaya decides to select Hongshan Star as the new home for the Saiyans. That night, Shaya gathers Li and others, personally leading them to Hongshan Star. They are quickly enchanted by the dual star scenery, expressing their satisfaction with Shaya's choice. If it weren't for the slightly stronger gravity and the even more beautiful scenery, I might have thought I was still on Vegeta's star, Li Baika exclaims, marveling at the pristine landscapes of Hongshan Star. Li chuckles. Moreover, the distribution of power here is quite favorable. Aside from a few mid-level and low-level planets, there are hardly any high-level ones, and remarkably, no foreign powers have intruded, making it an ideal haven for the Saiyans to thrive. Shaya explains with a smile, this is likely due to its proximity to the center of the galaxy, where the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol is located, coupled with some mysterious, unknown rules that deter ordinary ambition. The center of the galaxy holds a unique status within the Milky Way, unlike the 4 major galactic quadrants, which boast hundreds of star systems. The area surrounding the galaxy's core is relatively small, yet holds significant importance. The 4 quadrants are governed by the 4 kings, while the core is directly overseen by the Grand Kai, who commands a plethora of powerful allies, making it exceedingly rare for lesser forces to encroach upon this territory. By the way, Uncle Li, how many Saiyans have we managed to contact so far? Shaya inquires, shifting to more serious matters. Li's expression grows solemn, his dark visage softening with satisfaction. Currently, over 3,000 Saiyans intend to join us. Although most are low-level warriors, their presence ensures the continuation of the Saiyan bloodline. With the existence of Hongshan Star, the Saiyans essentially have a sanctuary, and Li's spirits are considerably lifted. Shaya nods. 3,000 is quite a substantial number. As for their qualifications, we need not be overly concerned. We possess advanced training methods and equipment. In truth, the issue of qualifications is not as critical as it once seemed. I could see this. Li and the others share a laugh. Chapter 63. The Growth of a Young Woman. The concept of qualifications is quite intriguing. Among the Saiyan race, it is evidently manifested as a disparity in bloodlines that high-level warriors naturally possess superior qualifications, and under the same training regimen, they have a greater potential for breakthroughs. While this holds true, prior to utilizing the gravity training chambers or encountering the training methods disseminated by Shaya, who would have imagined that they could one day surpass a battle power of 1,026, 865, 268. Even if they had the capability, they would not have expected to achieve it so soon. From this perspective, even though the Saiyans being evacuated are primarily low-level warriors, their actual strength will not fall short of that of the original Saiyan race. The only drawback may be the future breakthroughs, as high-level bloodlines are scarce, making it a long process to gradually select superior bloodlines from the multitude of low-level ones. Indeed, While we may not fully grasp Shaya's theory of chi training, its efficacy is evident that if this training method can be disseminated in a tiered manner, the Saiyans are bound to usher in a remarkably glorious era. The usually taciturn Baruch nods in quiet agreement, his heart aflame with excitement. Ever since learning that Shaya and Shi Ling had achieved battle powers of 120,000 and 90,000 respectively, Baruch has become particularly attentive to the training of Qi, subtly viewing it as a treasure for the science resurgence. Of course, such a remarkable training method cannot be universally applied overnight. It requires careful selection, with only suitable individuals being eligible for its teachings. Observing Aide Li and the others animatedly discussing, Shaya exchanges a glance with Shi Ling, each sensing an unspoken understanding in the other's eyes. While the training of Qi can infinitely enhance the science foundation, precisely how far one can advance remains uncertain. Shaya estimates that elevating the general Saiyan level to a battle power of 100,000 may be the zenith. Beyond that, it will ultimately depend on individual potential. However, reaching such heights would undoubtedly represent a significant opportunity for the Saiyans. A battle power of 100,000 is exceedingly rare among individuals in the universe, let alone an entire race. If the Saiyan race as a whole could achieve a power level of 100,000, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a pinnacle species. However, Shaya's aspirations were far beyond such a modest threshold. He yearned to break through to Super Saiyan at the earliest opportunity. This was not merely a matter of cultivating energy. It necessitated various fortuitous encounters and trials. In the original narrative, both Son Wukong and Vegeta endured countless hardships to attain their Super Saiyan forms, though one must exclude the likes of Son Goten and Trunks, who evidently benefited from exceptional genetic inheritance and thus lacked the arduous journey to becoming Super Saiyans. Shaya was acutely aware of the formidable challenges in achieving Super Saiyan status. Yet he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball universe, his ambitions had escalated beyond simply reaching the Super Saiyan level. He aspired to attain a status akin to the God of Destruction. Beerus, Uncle Edry, I believe that after a period of transformation, Red Mountain Star will soon be suitable for Saiyan habitation. Should we not proceed with the initial migration of personnel? Shaya proposed earnestly. Edry nodded in agreement. Indeed, the matter of migration should not be delayed. The situation on Planet Vegeta is becoming increasingly complex, and I sense that King Vegeta is on the verge of instigating a rebellion. We should expedite the relocation of our people. Upon my return, I will reach out to them to arrange for a phased migration to Red Mountain Star. Subsequently, Baluk, Rebecca, and Alice, among others, voiced their opinions. I will swiftly arrange for the Fideans to construct living quarters, ensuring that the Saiyans can reside here safely, Shaya continued. Moreover, I intend for all Saiyans to eventually settle on Red Mountain Star, while the Fideans will move to the nearby Maishan Star. I recognize that the Saiyans are a race that reveres combat, but I hope everyone can exercise a measure of restraint to avoid turning our new home into a chaotic battleground. Shaya issued a gentle warning, and at this juncture, both Edry and Baluk furrowed their brows. This posed a significant challenge. Given the Saiyan temperament, it would be difficult to prevent them from causing disturbances. We can only strive to impose some restrictions, they stated. Shaya nodded slightly, understanding that mere constraints were a temporary solution. Unyielding suppression would not suffice, but lacking a clear plan, they had no choice but to proceed as such for the time being, considering future strategies. Following this, everyone returned to Planet Vegeta, while Shaya visited the Fideans to organize their space travel towards Red Mountain Star. However, given the technological capabilities of the Fideans, traversing from the northern galaxy to the eastern galaxy would require a minimum of 2 years. This was an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor, so to expedite the preliminary construction on Red Mountain Star, Shaya utilized his instantaneous movement ability to transport a group of Fidean scientists and some equipment ahead of time. Having witnessed Shaya's remarkable ability to teleport them to the distant Red Mountain Star, the Fidean scientists gazed at him with reverence, as if he were an omnipotent deity. Ilo, please establish a living area capable of accommodating 3,000 individuals along the coastal continent, and be sure to prioritize the food supply system. Shaya instructed a diminutive Fidean scientist, The Scions had prodigious appetites, and it was imperative to prepare adequately. This scientist, named Ilo, was the deputy of Doxer, who remained behind to manage the Fedaeans and thus sent his assistant to Red Mountain Star. "As you wish, Lord Shaya," Ilo responded, standing tall despite his short stature, his voice resonating. Shaya nodded in acknowledgement, and soon hundreds of Fedaeans operated massive machinery to clear pathways and construct bridges with remarkable efficiency. In no time, a vast, level construction site was established, and larger, more sophisticated machinery commenced operations. Amidst the thunderous sounds of machinery, colossal machines wielded robust steel arms to solidify the foundation, causing the ground to tremble with each movement. The Fedaeans, true to their nature as born scientists, despite their modest stature and individual power, were exceptionally adept at mechanical operations, which explained their ability to construct 2 grand space corridors on their home planet. Several hours later, as twilight descended, the initial framework of a small living area capable of housing over 3,000 people began to take shape. After inspecting the site and finding no issues, Shaya activated his instantaneous movement and departed from Red Mountain Star, entrusting the construction to Ilo, certain that he would fulfill the task. Upon returning to Planet Vegeta, Shaya discovered that Edri and the others were absent. Only Shieling remained in the training room, engaged in basic exercises that it appeared she had heeded Shaya's advice and ceased her relentless use of the gravity chamber for training. Dad and the others went out to contact the others, Shieling said, wiping the sweat from her brow, her delicate features slightly flushed from exertion. Offering her a damp towel, Shaya remarked, "You need not rush your training. A bit of relaxation would do you good." "But I don't want to fall too far behind you," Shieling replied with a playful smile. Shaya chuckled, lightly tapping her on the head and guiding her to sit on the sofa. He gently kneaded the joints in her neck, saying, "Young lady, do not tense up so much. It's easy to injure yourself. Come, let me help you loosen up a bit." The technique of loosening joints was an excellent method for relaxation and influenced by a wise old Chinese medicine practitioner from his previous life. Shaya had acquired a modicum of skill in this regard. Under his ministrations, Shieling closed her eyes in comfort, the joints popping softly as she began to drift into a peaceful slumber. This little one, so fiercely competitive, Shaya thought as he gently lifted Shieling and carried her toward the bathroom. Her soft form naturally nestled into his embrace, and after removing her outer garments, she was left in nothing but simple undergarments. Shaya soaked a towel in clean water, preparing to wipe her down, yet he was momentarily taken aback by the graceful curves of her slender body. Little Shieling had begun to mature, Shaya realized with a start. Having always viewed her as a child, the idea of bathing her now felt incongruous, as he suddenly recognized she was a young lady. Unsure whether to continue, he recalled how this little girl had followed him like a shadow since childhood, and a wave of unexpected emotions surged within him. What does it matter? After all, I have seen her body before. Shaya shrugged off his hesitation, picking up the damp towel to continue gently wiping her smooth skin. Once finished, he carried her to the bedroom, gently covering her with a blanket before quietly exiting the room. Unbeknownst to Shaya, after he stepped out, Shieling's previously closed eyes fluttered open, watching the door close. She let out a soft sound and pulled the blanket over her fair face, revealing only her starry eyes that blinked with curiosity. Chapter 64. The first batch of relocation as evening fell and the sky darkened. Edri and his wife returned from their endeavors, weary yet determined. Upon entering the house, they found Shaya seated in the living room, engrossed in an electronic reader, perusing information about Planet Vegeta. Edri approached with a gentle smile, saying, "Shaya, we have successfully contacted a group of Scions, and they're scheduled to gather in the desert 2,000 kilometers to the west in 2 days. How are things on your end?" In 2 days, Shaya set down the electronic reader, pondering briefly. The Fedaeans have already commenced construction of living quarters on Red Mountain Star, and it should be completed by then. Then we shall initiate the first batch of relocation in 2 days. Upon hearing that there were no issues on Shaya's end, Adilai, with an excited demeanor, remarked that the situation on Vegeta Star had become increasingly precarious. Each passing day posed a greater danger. Thus, Adilai resolved to swiftly cut through the chaos and expedite the relocation of a portion of the Scions. Shaya nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, We shall commence the evacuation in 2 days. That I will ensure that Hongshan Star is prepared. By the way, where is Xiling? It has been quite some time since she returned. Yet she has yet to make an appearance, Rebecca inquired, noting that typically the girl would have rushed out with her usual fervor. She has been engaged in her training. Now she is resting in her room after tiring herself out. Shaya replied with a gentle smile, as he picked up the water jug and righted several cups that had been overturned on the coffee table, filling them one by one. That girl has no sense of moderation. What if she injures herself? Rebecca frowned, expressing her concern. A seasoned warrior, she understood the necessity of balance in training. Overexertion in hopes of rapid improvement was akin to a spring under constant pressure, leading to a loss of rigidity and an inability to return to its original elasticity. Rebecca harbored worries about her daughter's obsessive dedication to training, especially considering that she was still so young, at a stage where growth and development were paramount. Conversely, Adeli praised their daughter's tenacious spirit, asserting that Shiling's drive was commendable. She is progressing remarkably fast. How many Scions can match her? He added, suggesting that Rebecca should refrain from excessive interference. Rebecca shot Adeli a glare, as if questioning whether Xiling was truly his daughter, and then proceeded to remind Shaya to keep a closer watch over Xiling. Shaya readily agreed. However, there was something peculiar about this exchange. It seemed odd that they, as Shiling's parents, would delegate such responsibility to him, almost as if they were relinquishing their daughter to his care, which reflected a certain nonchalance in their parenting that night. The kitchen was aglow with the dancing flames of the stove, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Rebecca had prepared an impressive feast, and given the Scions' enormous appetites, mealtime required a significant amount of ingredients, making it the busiest time for her. This was particularly evident whenever the Scions launched large-scale operations, which posed a considerable challenge for logistical support. Among the Scions, there were also those dedicated to the handling of meat, much like Goku's mother, Jin, in the original story. Shaya, the meal is ready. Please go fetch Xiling for dinner, Rebecca called out as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large bowl of food, which she placed with a thud on the table before addressing Shaya. All right, Shaya responded, setting aside his tasks as he made his way to Shiling's room. He knocked lightly on the door and entered Shiling's chamber. There, he found her lying sideways on her small bed. Clutching the blanket with both hands, her white undergarments and the delicate pink of her thighs were exposed. One foot nestled beneath the blanket. She resembled a child embracing a large pillow, her slothful posture quite unrefined. With a chuckle, he approached her bedside, gently patting her face to rouse her. Aunt Rebecca sent me to call you for dinner. Please step outside. I need to change, Xiling replied, her eyes fluttering open to glance at Shaya before she hastily wrapped herself in the blanket. Her tone flat as she instructed him to leave. Shaya, upon witnessing this, chuckled softly and said, "What are you hiding? I must inform you that during our previous bath, I saw everything, so your modesty is rather futile now." Xiling paused momentarily, then shot him an exaggerated glare, but she ceased to envelop herself further in the blanket. Instead, she threw the entire cover in Shaya's direction, exclaiming, "I need to change now, so please step out." "Ha ha!" Shaya laughed heartily as he caught the blanket and neatly set it aside. "All right, little Xiling is growing up and no longer clings to me as before. I shall take my leave. Do hurry and change." With that, he exited the room, closing the door behind him. At tea dinner, Shaya and the others were voraciously devouring the food laid out on the table, while Xiling alternated between staring at Shaya and digging in her meal. Her demeanor quite amusing. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, 2,000 kilometers west of Vegeta, Star lay a desolate expanse of desert. Even in spring, the scorching sun bore down, imparting a searing sensation upon contact. At this moment, within a parched oasis, over 100 Scions had gathered from all directions, with a few dark figures occasionally soaring in from the horizon. Before long, the oasis was bustling with more than 200 Scions. Among them were both the young and the old, primarily organized by family units, with the majority being low-level warriors and only a handful of mid-level fighters. These individuals had been meticulously selected from Adeli's team, with their battle powers averaging between 2,000 and 3,000. Considered quite ordinary among the million Scions on Vegeta Star, their absence would not stir significant commotion. Adeli conducted a head count and, upon confirming that all agreed-upon members had arrived, stepped forward and clapped his hands. Instantly, the gathering fell silent, everyone awaiting Adeli's command. Under the shade of the trees, Shaya observed this scene and mused that Adeli held considerable esteem among these individuals. This was not a negative aspect. It indicated that there was someone capable of commanding this group of Saiyans. The first batch of personnel has now assembled. I trust everyone is aware of what we are about to face. Our departure is not an act of cowardice, but rather a means to preserve the Saiyan bloodline. One day, we shall return in force. Adeli encouraged the group before turning to Shaya. How many can you transport at once? Should we make multiple trips? No need. I can relocate over 100 at once using instant transmission. Let us first take everyone to the first transfer star, Shaya replied, his demeanor composed as he approached. Nodding slightly, Adeli recognized Shaya's understanding of the situation and refrained from further comments. He then addressed the assembled Saiyans. In a moment, Shaya will initiate his instant transmission ability, so please join hands and form a circle. We need to form a circle as well. The Saiyans exchanged skeptical glances, but since they had come this far, they had faith in Adeli. Under his guidance, they began to position themselves accordingly. In no time, the 200 Saiyans formed two large circles. Shaya nodded, stepping in front of one group, and amidst their astonished gazes, his pupils shimmered with an ethereal blue light. With a swift motion, a cloud of dust erupted. And in an instant, over 100 individuals vanished from sight. Goodness, they've disappeared. The realization dawned that the boy's extraordinary ability could transport so many at once. The remaining 100-plus Saiyans exchanged bewildered glances, and murmurs erupted among the crowd. Chapter 65. Arrival, and the Saiyan branch. Adeli observed the unfolding scene with a smile, his dark complexion taking on a hint of warmth from this moment forth. This faction of Saiyans would embark on an uncertain journey, potentially becoming the last remnant of their kind. Minutes later, a flash of light materialized as Shaya reappeared before them. I have transported those individuals to the first transfer star. Now I will take you all there. The first transfer star was in close proximity to Vegeta's star, merely 12 days' journey away. Following the earlier spectacle, the remaining Saiyans were filled with anticipation at Shaya's command. They promptly reformed into a large circle once more. Indeed, some of the astute individuals among them have subtly discerned the extraordinary nature of Shaya, although he presents himself as a mere child. The ability to wield such miraculous powers surely distinguishes him from ordinary children. The Saiyans gazed at Shaya with expressions not only of wonder, but also of fervent desire. How splendid it would be if they too possessed such remarkable abilities. Shaya, aware of their glances, merely smiled faintly, understanding that winning the genuine allegiance of these Saiyans would require a considerable journey ahead. Haste makes waste. He lacked the innate regal aura of a ruler. And who among them would bow before him in reverence? In reality, such a scenario was utterly implausible. The Saiyans' inherently rebellious nature was an indelible mark of their warrior lineage, and while they might appear fearless, they deeply revered strength that, as long as he could demonstrate overwhelming power, their disobedience would be quelled. Strength, after all, was Shaya's greatest confidence. Proceeding in a similar manner, Shaya utilized instant transmission to relocate the remaining Saiyans from Planet Vegeta. A few hours later, the first batch of evacuees successfully arrived at Hongshan Star, situated in the Eastern Galaxy. The continuous exertion of his instant transmission abilities, even with Shaya's substantial energy reserves, left him utterly exhausted. Although employing the spacecraft of the Fedayans would have been the most expedient method of transportation, the considerable distance rendered it impractical, as the journey would take over 2 years. It seemed he would need to contemplate alternative methods to facilitate the simplest means of transporting individuals to Hongshan Star. After this experience of instant transmission, Shaya pondered quietly. Upon their arrival, the Saiyans had not yet had the opportunity to rejoice when the planet's 12-fold gravity overwhelmed them, catching them entirely unprepared. Fortunately, Saiyans were naturally adapted to withstand 10-fold gravity, and their robust physiques allowed them to endure the 12-fold pressure, though they experienced some discomfort. It was the weaker Saiyans who struggled with labored breathing, indicating they would require time to acclimatize. As all gathered in the living area, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Not far ahead, an ecological dome capable of supporting 3,000 inhabitants had been established from a distance. It resembled a quaint city nestled among the mountains. Surrounding this city, countless construction workers fervently expanded its periphery. Within the city, vast hemispherical structures stood uniformly, each a standard four-story design, complete with dedicated areas for training, living, and leisure, adequately catering to the diverse needs of the Saiyans. Here, Shaya could not help but admire the advanced technology of the Fidayans. A small city had risen from the ground in mere days. An astonishing display of efficiency that was almost unbelievable. Shaya summoned Ailu through his communicator and requested that he provide an introduction to the living area for the Saiyans. This Hongshan star shall be our new homeland. I hope everyone will protect it diligently. Once Ailu concluded his introduction and stepped back, Adili took a stand, addressing all present with utmost sincerity. Among them, only Adili was a high-ranking warrior, possessing the highest combat prowess and exuding great authority. Rest assured, Mr. Adili, we shall safeguard our new home, they proclaimed. Indeed, they could not allow it to meet the same fate as Planet Vegeta. Adili surveyed the crowd before him, his expression turning grave as he continued. Now that you have arrived, I must inform you that the Saiyans of Hongshan Star shall sever ties with those of Planet Vegeta, and your new leader is none other than Shaya, who stands beside me. Noticing the murmurs among the crowd, Adili cleared his throat to recapture their attention. Perhaps some of you may question why I have chosen Shaya as our leader. I guess it merely due to his instant transmission ability. While this is indeed a factor, the more significant reason lies in his combat strength. I firmly believe he possesses the capability to lead us. Adili cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, then unleashed the full extent of his aura. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped everyone, rendering those with combat powers of only 2,000 or 3,000 pale with fear. What an immense sense of oppression. This force was scarcely inferior to that of the peak warriors like King Vegeta. They were astonished to discover that Mr. Adili had grown so formidable. Having previously destroyed all energy detectors, the Saiyans could only gauge Adili's combat prowess through the oppressive aura he exuded. I can inform you that my combat power stands at 1,026, 865, 268. Moreover, every member of Adili's squad possesses a combat power exceeding 10,000. As Adili rained his aura, his declaration fell upon the assembly like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up a frenzy among the Saiyans. Good heavens, does this mean the Saiyans of Hongshan Star will boast 5 warriors with combat power surpassing 1,026, 865, 268? Planet Vegeta had only about 20 of them over the years. If Mr. Adili is so powerful, why allow his nephew to assume leadership? Some Saiyans voiced their doubts, instinctively dismissing the notion that Shaya's combat strength could rival that of Adili, as it seemed utterly inconceivable. Shaya's possession of extraordinary abilities marked him as uniquely gifted. After all, many had awakened such powers throughout the universe, and they regarded Shaya merely as a fortunate recipient of such abilities, overlooking the aspect of combat strength. However, Adili's subsequent words struck them like a thunderclap. I have appointed Shaya as our leader not because he is my nephew. Truth be told, while I consider my combat power respectable, it pales in comparison to that of my children. At this, Adili beamed with pride, declaring, how could a flickering candle dare compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon? Since we Saiyans revere strength, it is only fitting that the leader be the mightiest among us. Shaya's combat power has already reached 120,000, making him the most powerful Saiyan. What? 120,000 combat power? Surely this cannot be correct. How could such a high combat power exist? Shockwaves rippled through the hearts of all present, their expressions one of utter astonishment, doubting their own hearing. If Adili's previous statement had merely stirred ripples on the surface of the lake, this moment ignited a colossal explosion, flattening the entire expanse. Indeed, they had not misheard. Shaya possessed a combat power of 120,000. As Edri cast a knowing glance at Shaya, the latter comprehended that Edri was strategically positioning him to solidify his role as the leader of the Saiyans. In truth, Shaya preferred not to be the center of attention. However, the most straightforward and forceful method to subdue the unruly Saiyans was through sheer combat prowess. Thus, Shaya nodded and stepped forward resolutely. A terrifying aura rapidly enveloped the surroundings, causing the atmosphere to feel momentarily stagnant, while scattered leaves were shredded to pieces by the overwhelming pressure. Accompanied by a resonant hum, Shaya radiated a deep, crystalline light, his hair gently lifted by the shock wave. In that instant, it seemed as though the gravitational pull of Red Mountain Star had vanished, with debris and dust soaring into the air as the ground fissured with numerous cracks. Everyone's faces paled, their bodies trembling under the immense force. Yet their eyes blazed with fervor. Chapter 66. Dragon Ball's time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed in the northern galaxy. On Earth, the weather was clear and the sun shone brightly, with the dawn's light illuminating the land, painting a vibrant and picturesque scene that felt utterly delightful. Amidst a rugged mountain range in the northern hemisphere, a figure darted through the forest, moving with agility, appearing and disappearing, sometimes merely a few feet away, only to be found moments later on a distant peak. Bowsy Mountain should be nearby. Shaya lifted his gaze to the towering mountains ahead, a sense of tranquility settling within him. Here, the peaks stood tall, the environment serene and tranquil, with majestic mountains densely clustered. Only a narrow path led into the depths of the mountains, and due to its remote location, seldom did anyone traverse this area, gradually transforming it into a sanctuary for wildlife. 3 years had passed since Shaya last set foot on Earth, just before the impending destruction of Vegeta Star, and he had his own intentions for returning. Over the past 2 months, Shaya had tirelessly shuttled between Vegeta Star and Red Mountain Star, successfully relocating over 3,000 Saiyans to Red Mountain Star, thereby establishing a preliminary population of Saiyans there. However, the Saiyan community on Red Mountain Star predominantly consisted of low-ranking warriors, with only a handful of high-ranking fighters like Edri, appearing rather modest compared to those for Vegeta Star. While this would not hinder the future development of the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star, the scarcity of elite warriors indicated a lack of foundational strength, suggesting that enhancing the Saiyan bloodline would require considerable time. The most straightforward approach to elevate the Saiyan bloodline would be to transfer high-ranking warriors from Vegeta Star. The problem, however, was that high-ranking warriors were already few in number on Vegeta Star, each representing a crucial resource for the Saiyans, and their sudden disappearance could easily attract the attention of King Vegeta. Though Shaya could disregard King Vegeta's sentiments, he could not overlook the potential repercussions from Frieza should he become aware of the situation. It was prudent to proceed with caution. Shaya contemplated the Dragon Balls on Earth, realizing that utilizing them to wish for the relocation of a portion of Saiyans to Red Mountain Star was an exceptionally astute idea. Of course, Shaya would not transfer too many Saiyans. Each individual would be chosen with careful consideration, as maintaining internal stability among the Saiyans was of paramount importance. That a stable environment was essential for the Saiyans to recuperate and regain their peak condition. Yet, another issue arose. The current era was somewhat premature. The main storyline involving the Dragon Balls had yet to commence, Bulma had not yet matured, and the Dragon Radar was consequently non-existent. Therefore, prior to collecting the 7 Dragon Balls, Shaya needed to prepare a Dragon Radar, but he currently sought to acquire 1 Dragon Ball, allowing the Fidayans to measure its wavelength. With their technological prowess, they should be able to manufacture the Dragon Radar swiftly. In the original narrative, only 2 Dragon Balls were known to have their locations clearly indicated. One was the 4-star ball found by Gohan in a valley, and the other was the 2-star ball located in Bulma's family warehouse. In a pristine forest near Bowsy Mountain, Shaya's figure darted swiftly, navigating through the underbrush, before standing atop a bare rock to survey his surroundings, calming his mind to sense the ambient energy to make tea that moment. Rustling sounds emerged from nearby, as wolves and leopards lay concealed within the foliage, their fierce gazes fixed upon Shaya. With a low growl reverberating through the woods, a flock of dark birds took flight in alarm. Seeking death, Shaya's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, spreading in all directions that a shockwave was unleashed, followed by a thunderous roar, toppling swathes of the forest. The wolves and beasts emitted low whimpers, retreating in fright. After dispatching a few unwelcome intruders, Shaya chuckled softly and continued toward the mountains. Before long, he emerged from the thicket onto a gently sloping hillside, where a narrow stone path wound upward. At the foot of Bowsy Mountain stood a quaint dwelling constructed of bricks and stones, nestled amidst the trees, an abode imbued with an eastern charm. "Ah, I have finally found it," Shaya exclaimed. Sensing an energy nearby approaching his direction, he decided to wait there. A smile graced Shaya's face as he surveyed the tranquil and elegant surroundings, and he couldn't help but admire Gohan's choice of residence, a truly idyllic retreat. Bowsy Mountain, situated in a remote area, boasted a pristine and serene environment, with the air infused with a refreshing fragrance, as the grand disciple of Master Roshi. Gohan was an exceptional martial artist, and it was only fitting that he chose a place conducive to self-cultivation. "Ah, young man, what brings you alone to such a secluded place?" An elderly voice called from behind. An old man, carrying a bundle of firewood, appeared as he descended from the mountain, dressed in traditional Chinese attire. His rosy complexion and a hat adorned his head, while his wispy white beard gave him the appearance of an ethereal sage. "I am here in search of an object known as the Dragon Ball. A crystal sphere of orange hue containing red stars. I wonder if you have seen it." Esteemed elder, Shaya inquired. "A crystal ball with stars," Gohan mused, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a crystal sphere. "Is this the one you seek?" Inside the sphere, for golden red stars sparkled brilliantly. It was indeed the 4-star Dragon Ball. "Precisely. This is the Dragon Ball I am searching for. Might I kindly request to borrow it?" "I assure you it will be returned once I have made use of it," Shaya replied earnestly, gazing at the 4-star ball in Gohan's hand. "Ah, so this is called a Dragon Ball. I found it in a valley a few years back. If you desire it, you are welcome to have it," Gohan said, extending the 4-star ball toward Shaya. "My sincerest gratitude." Shaya's demeanor shifted to one of fervent appreciation as he accepted the Dragon Ball. Although the Dragon Balls on Earth were crafted by divine beings, their patent belonged to the Dragon God, Salama, utilizing the principle of refraction to ensure that the red stars were visible from any angle. "Think nothing of it. Since you are in search of it, it is clear that you have a purpose for its use," Gohan remarked with a carefree smile, seemingly unperturbed by the significance of the Dragon Ball. Gohan's demeanor inspired a deep respect in Shaya. This was indeed the magnanimity of a true martial artist. Upon obtaining the 4-star Dragon Ball, Shaya ceased to disturb son Wukong's tranquility and swiftly departed from the Bun Mountain. With a mere instant of teleportation, he found himself in the bustling metropolis of West City. Although the narrative had yet to unfold for over a decade, West City, as one of the premier super cities on Earth, was already thriving. When speaking of West City, the most notable entity was undoubtedly the recently ascendant Capsule Corporation, established by the illustrious Dr. Briefs in just a few short years. This enterprise had swept across the globe with its miraculous capsules. Hence, in West City, the names of Capsule Corporation and Dr. Briefs were known to all. Casually inquiring with a passerby, Shaya soon located Bulma's residence. Evasive of the guards surrounding the opulent villa, he leaped into an aged warehouse. After a brief search within, a glimmering orange crystal ball revealed itself. Upon counting the stars adorning it, he discovered it to be a 2-star Dragon Ball. He then retrieved the 4-star Dragon Ball from his possession. Placing alongside the 2-star ball, the 2 Dragon Balls seemed to resonate with an enigmatic force, beginning to hum and glow with a golden radiance. With the successful acquisition of the 2nd Dragon Ball, Shaya's spirits soared, and he utilized teleportation to depart from Earth. Aboard the spacecraft of the Fidayans, the ship sped through the cosmos, gradually approaching the red mountain star that a cascade of vibrant colors enveloped the void. And Shaya first emerged from the ether, manifesting aboard the vessel. Having previously inscribed a spatial mark within the ship, he could effortlessly pinpoint his location in the vastness of space, even amidst its high velocity. Lord Shaya, in the command hall, Daksha was orchestrating the technical staff and managing various parameters. Upon spotting Shaya, he promptly approached to offer his greetings. Shaya nodded at Daksha and presented him with the 2 Dragon Balls. "Here are 2 Dragon Balls. Arrange for immediate research. I expect the Dragon Ball radar to be developed post-haste." Though the original tale did not disclose the duration it took Bulma, to create the Dragon Ball radar. Shaya believed that with the Fidane's extraordinary intellect, the task would pose little challenge. Yes, I shall arrange for personnel to begin research immediately. Daksha, his demeanor grave, accepted the Dragon Balls from Shaya. As the two orbs made contact, they began to hum and shimmer. Daksha had never encountered such a wondrous phenomenon, and a flicker of curiosity sparked in his eyes. He swiftly summoned the finest scientists aboard to collectively investigate the Dragon Balls. Although Daksha remained unaware of the true nature of the items entrusted to him by Lord Shaya, he recognized their significance from Shaya's earnest demeanor. Thus, he approached the research with utmost seriousness, deciding to personally oversee the endeavor. After all, the Fidaeans were under the protection of Lord Shaya, and it was imperative for them to demonstrate their worth during critical moments, with the Dragon Balls in hand. He immediately convened the scientists for relentless study, hoping to deliver a response that would satisfy Lord Shaya. As the Fidaeans toiled tirelessly, 15 days elapsed, true to their reputation as a technologically advanced civilization. They proposed a myriad of research directions concerning the Dragon Ball's various properties within just a few days. After deliberation, they decided to begin their investigation, focusing on wavelength and optics, an approach closely aligned with Bulma's invention of the Dragon Ball radar. During this period, Shaya visited to inspect the radar's development. Observing the Fidian scientists engrossed in their work, he quietly departed. Finally, on the 22nd day, auspicious news arrived. The Fidians had successfully developed the Dragon Ball radar. Upon receiving the news, Shaya instantaneously teleported to Daksha's laboratory. However, upon his arrival, Shaya was taken aback by the sight before him that a group of Fidian scientists appeared disheveled, their bodies gaunt, and their eyes bloodshot. Clearly a testament to their mental exertion. Lord Shaya, this is the Dragon Ball radar you requested, Daksha exclaimed with palpable excitement, presenting the newly crafted device with both hands, his cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Shaya nodded, examining the radar, which resembled a bowl-sized detector. The cyan display screen was grid with light green squares, each representing a distinct area. Notably, the display did not present a flat map, but rather a three-dimensional spherical projection. As one maneuvered their fingers across the surface, the spherical model would rotate akin to a globe. At the apex of the radar's central axis were two buttons to adjust the detection area. During our research on the Dragon Balls, we discovered that when placed together, they emit a unique coded electromagnetic wave. By capturing this wave, we were able to fabricate this Dragon Ball radar. Considering the potential vastness of the Dragon Ball's distribution, we designed the radar to project a planetary model, allowing us to present the detection results in a three-dimensional format. Moreover, as one manipulates the surface, the spherical model can alter its orientation. This is a highly user-friendly design. Upon activating the radar, the spherical model immediately illuminated with a crystalline brilliance. The map magnified. The spherical representation increasingly approached a flat plane, ultimately revealing two shining points at the central origin of the void, precisely the two Dragon Balls in Shaya's possession. Despite existing in the cosmos, the radar defaulted the environment to that of a planet. A minor flaw, but inconsequential. With this detection radar, the speed of collecting Dragon Balls could be enhanced exponentially. Shaya pondered silently. He was exceedingly pleased with the Fidian's performance and lavished praise upon Daksha. You have all performed admirably. Create the Dragon Ball radar in such a brief period is truly commendable. The Fidians basked in Shaya's accolades. Akin to savoring a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day, their spirits lifted as they felt their efforts had indeed borne fruit. Lord Shaya, you flatter us. It is our honor to serve you. Rest assured, I shall remember your contributions. Shaya smiled at the Fidian scientists, nodding in acknowledgement before vanishing from the spacecraft via instant teleportation. On Earth, Shaya reappeared in a vast expanse of rugged terrain. Towering rocks jutted from the ground like bamboo shoots, forming small hills, while the central boulders, weathered by the elements, had taken on unique hollow shapes. Upon his arrival, Shaya eagerly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar. Pressing the button, instantly, a series of beeping sounds resonated as 7 shimmering points illuminated on the radar's spherical simulator. The origin point of the radar, 2 bright spots clustered together. There's a Dragon Ball located 500 kilometers to the east. Glancing at the luminous points on the radar, Shaya ascended into the air, swiftly disappearing beyond the horizon. This area was a severely eroded plateau. Due to harsh conditions, the surroundings were nearly barren, unsuitable for sustaining large populations of life. Yet, some forms of existence managed to endure in this desolate environment. Roar. With a furious roar, Shaya witnessed a gray dinosaur chasing a wild dog as it thundered towards him, its massive form crashing against the ground like a small mountain, causing tremors to ripple through the earth. Truly, it was a spectacle of unrestrained primal wildness. Casting a fleeting glance at the dinosaur, Shaya, disinterested, turned to walk away, for his paramount concern now lay in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Unless hunger struck him, the dinosaur held no allure. In a swift blur, Shaya's figure flickered, appearing 100 meters ahead, quickly reaching a thicket. The Dragon Ball should be nearby. He surveyed the surroundings, searching for potential hiding spots. Yet, after a prolonged search yielded no trace of the Dragon Balls, a gust of wind sliced through the air as Shaya severed the dead shrubs, delving deeper into the underbrush. After parting nearly half of the foliage, he finally spotted a glimmer within a cluster of bushes. Found it. With a leap, he plunged into the thicket, discovering an orange-red Dragon Ball wedged between the branches, reflecting the sun's brilliance, prizing it from the branches. Shaya examined it closely, realizing it was the one-star Dragon Ball that had a smooth start to his journey. This marked the third Dragon Ball. Elated, he stowed the Dragon Ball into his dimensional space and retrieved the Dragon Radar. Preparing to locate the next one, beeping twice. The radar indicated the presence of 4 additional Dragon Balls. The nearest one was over 1,000 kilometers away, but utilizing his instantaneous movement ability, Shaya arrived in the blink of an eye. He found himself in a tranquil mountain village. Quack! Crows cawed among the branches, flapping past in a flurry. The small village, encircled by mountains, lay in a low-lying area, where thin mist lingered in the shadows cast by the insufficient sunlight. A gentle breeze caressing his cheeks, bringing a refreshing chill that soon dampened the tips of his hair. The search for the 4th Dragon Ball proceeded smoothly. Shaya discovered a 6-star Dragon Ball nestled within a bird's nest. Placing the 4 Dragon Balls together, they shimmered with golden brilliance, twinkling at a rhythmic frequency, reminiscent of stars in a clear night sky. A sight to behold. It seemed one of the Dragon Balls was with Master Roshi. Shaya smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling this detail. In the original tale, Bulma and Goku's first quest for the Dragon Balls involved trading with Master Roshi to obtain a 5-star Dragon Ball. Having lingered in this world for so long, he had surprisingly forgotten this detail. Shaya consulted the Dragon Radar and realized he would need to pay a visit to Master Roshi's place to retrieve the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck. Chapter 68. Wishing to the Dragon God with the assistance of a more advanced Dragon Radar, Shaya successfully located the 5th and 6th Dragon Balls in the primeval forest and the Gobi Desert, respectively. Notably, the one found in the Gobi was the 7-star Dragon Ball from the original tale, discovered within the castle of the Ox King. After gathering 6 Dragon Balls, Shaya promptly flew towards the location of the final one. According to the descriptions from the original story, Master Roshi's abode should not be too far from the small island town where Shaya had previously encountered Master Mateto. A speedboat could easily reach it. With a brief flicker of light, Shaya materialized thousands of kilometers above the ocean, the azure waters swirling magnificently beneath him as towering waves crashed violently. Checking the Dragon Radar, he swiftly navigated towards the direction indicated. Before long, a dark spot appeared on the ocean's horizon. It was a small island, swaying upon the waves, scarcely over 100 square meters in size, featuring only a quaint pink house and a few scattered coconut trees. At last, he had located Master Roshi's island. A smile broke across Shaya's face as he beheld the outline of the island ahead. With a whoosh, he accelerated towards it. Upon Master Roshi's island, the sea breeze rustled, and seabirds called out. The gentle sunlight bathed the scene in warmth. Dappled sunlight filtered through the coconut trees, resembling starry flecks from the sun. Master Roshi, donning sunglasses, reclined comfortably on a sun chair, basking in the sun's rays while indulging in a leisurely nap. A Riska magazine clutched in his relaxed hand. What a delightful scene it was! Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, swirling sand and debris, momentarily obscuring visibility as the coconut trees swayed violently in the gust. Master Roshi awoke from his slumber, squinting at the tempestuous wind sweeping across the island. After observing for a moment without concern, he resumed his rest, for such sea winds were commonplace on the ocean and hardly warranted his attention. It wasn't until evening that Master Roshi noticed the crystal ball hanging around his neck had vanished, leaving only a piece of twine dangling there. Where could it have gone? After pondering for a moment without recollection, he dismissed it from his mind, though he felt a twinge of regret. He had worn that crystal ball for over a century and was somewhat reluctant to part with it on an uninhabited island several dozen kilometers away from Master Roshi's abode. Shaya placed the 7 dragon balls on the ground. The moment they touched, they erupted into a dazzling display of golden light, each flicker resonating with a sound reminiscent of the dragon's gentle hum. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The dragon balls pulsed rhythmically with their luminous glow. Watching the radiant orbs, Shaya felt an exhilarating anticipation. Although he had dwelled in the Dragon Ball world for 11 years, this marked his first summoning of the Dragon God. Come forth, Dragon God! Shaya inhaled deeply, calling out to the Dragon Balls, then fell silent, awaiting the outcome. In the original tale, summoning the Dragon God seemed to require such a loud declaration, albeit a bit juvenile, yet undeniably effective. Indeed, as Shaya's voice echoed, the 7 Dragon Balls began to flicker more rapidly and intensely, and soon a mass of dark clouds rolled in from the horizon, swiftly enveloping the sky in ominous darkness. Boom! Thunder rumbled ominously within the darkness. Golden lightning resembling furious dragons danced amidst the black clouds, striking down with ferocity, the thunderous roar echoing as if heralding the apocalypse. The golden radiance of the Dragon Balls intensified, brightening in response to the celestial lightning. The Dragon God was about to emerge, containing his excitement. Shaya fixed his gaze, his heart racing. He had only witnessed the dragon's appearance in animations before, and witnessing it firsthand was a magnificent spectacle. Roar! With a resounding dragon's cry, a torrent of golden light surged forth from the 7 Dragon Balls, spiraling skyward, intertwining with the lightning above, as a tremendous roar reverberated through the cosmos, in the sky. The emerald dragon circled amidst the dark clouds, finally fixing its glowing red eyes upon Shaya below. Human, state your wish. I can fulfill any desire you have. Shaya looked at the Dragon God, calmed his emotions, and declared, Dragon God, I possess a list of Saiyans. My wish is to transport all the Saiyans on this list to East Galaxy's Red Mountain Star at the moment Planet Vegeta is destroyed. As he spoke, Shaya raised a roster high above his head, gazing expectantly at the dragon. This list contained the names of over 10,000 Saiyans, a culmination of considerable effort from Edri and his companions. Each individual listed was deemed worthy of evacuation to Red Mountain Star after thorough deliberation, yet could not depart early for various reasons, if such a multitude of Saiyans were to evacuate at the last moment. Even Shaya's immense abilities would prove insufficient for a single, simultaneous withdrawal. Thus, the assistance of the Dragon Balls from Earth became imperative. Naturally, the staunch loyalists of King Vegeta and the admirers of Frieza were conspicuously absent from this list, effectively eliminating the majority of Saiyans from Vegeta Star. The remaining candidates comprised those who were indecisive or at odds in temperament, ultimately narrowing the selection to a mere 12,000 individuals. However, even Shaya could not ascertain how many would survive the journey to Red Mountain Star, for the matter was deeply intertwined with the heritage of the Saiyan lineage on Red Mountain Star. Thus, he regarded it with utmost seriousness as he stared intently at the dragon. Yet the dragon, suspended in midair, remained silent for an extended duration, just as Shaya began to lose hope of his wish being granted. The dragon finally spoke. Its resonant voice echoed through the skies. Human, as your wish pertains to future events, I cannot fulfill it immediately. However, I can bestow the power of the Dragon Balls upon those Saiyans. When Vegeta Star meets its demise, this power shall activate automatically, but this is contingent upon their survival. If those Saiyans perish before the destruction of Vegeta Star, the power of the Dragon Balls will not be triggered. The dragon's response aligned perfectly with Shaya's desires, prompting him to declare, Dragon, please grant my wish. With an authoritative voice, the dragon responded, and its eyes emanated a crimson glow. Shaya understood that the dragon was now channeling the power of the Dragon Balls. The number of individuals ultimately reaching Red Mountain Star would hinge upon their ability to survive until the destruction of Vegeta Star. Human, your wish has been granted. Farewell. Upon completing its statement, the dragon spiraled in the air, transforming back into 7 Dragon Balls, which then whirled a few times before preparing to disperse across the globe at that moment. Shaya, well prepared, leaped high into the air, activating his spatial abilities to catch the soon-to-be flying 2-star, 4-star, and 5-star balls. Upon inspection, he discovered that the 3 Dragon Balls had transformed into white stones, which would not revert to their original form for a year. Shaya chuckled nonchalantly, creating a rift in midair to toss the Dragon Ball stones inside, intending to return them to Goku and the others later. With the primary mission on Earth successfully accomplished, Shaya felt a wave of elation wash over him. He then took the opportunity to explore the various landscapes of Earth and procure a substantial amount of food before departing. Chapter 69. King Vegeta Vegeta Star, Royal Palace, a magnificent hall illuminated by brilliant lights. The ivory-white stone walls, devoid of embellishment, revealed alternating patterns under the glow, and the bold, unrefined style exuded an overwhelming grandeur and majesty. The Saiyans, as a warrior race, scorned triviality and pretentiousness, thriving instead on an awe-inspiring vigor. In the palace hall, a crimson carpet stretched forward, extending from the entrance to the throne. Perched upon the elevated throne, King Vegeta donned a resplendent dark red battle suit, resting one hand against the armrest while deep in contemplation, his chest armor gleaming like white jade, subtly shimmering with light, presenting an air of opulence. Suddenly, King Vegeta opened his eyes and summoned his aide nearby, inquiring, "Pudel, how is our personnel preparation progressing?" Pudel, a robust bald Saiyan and a high-ranking warrior responsible for all palace affairs, replied, "Your Majesty, we have gathered over 200,000 Saiyans, all responding to your call, eager to confront that scoundrel Frieza in a fight to the death." The glint of ferocity shone in Pudel's eyes as he spoke, barely containing his excitement. "Only 200,000 Saiyans? That is woefully insufficient. Have the others forgotten the pride of the Saiyan race? Frieza is not to be trifled with. Just look at how many of those who once followed him remain now. The Saiyans must not perish at his hands." King Vegeta suddenly rose, his tone laced with fury and dissatisfaction, his dark brown hair standing erect, an overwhelming aura sweeping through the entire palace in an instant. Though ambitious, King Vegeta was wholeheartedly devoted to the Saiyan race, unwilling to witness its decline in the past. During the fierce battle with the Zaphel people, the Saiyans had seized Vegeta's star, yet the process of reconstruction faced immense challenges. It was during this tumultuous time that Frieza's forces appeared before the Saiyans, attempting to recruit them that, in hindsight, accepting Frieza's employment had proven to be a grave error. King Vegeta had sensed for many years that Frieza's surveillance over the Saiyan race was tightening, which he regarded as a profound insult. As a warrior race, the Saiyans could accept dying on the battlefield, but could not abide being treated like livestock. Thus, King Vegeta had long been accumulating strength, preparing for the day he would confront Frieza. However, many within the Saiyan race failed to understand this, with numerous Saiyans even developing a sense of admiration for Frieza, a sentiment King Vegeta would not tolerate. He could allow them to abstain from rebellion, but could not permit them to side with the enemy. Once King Vegeta's rebellion succeeded, these individuals would need to be dealt with. Is there anything else? Your Majesty, recent investigations have revealed that someone is secretly engaging in dubious activities, seemingly plotting something. Pudel perused the documents in his hand. Despite his robust physique, his mind was astute, quickly discerning the subtle movements of Edri and his group. Is that so? Pudel, investigate this matter thoroughly. Understood. Pudel stood tall, responding loudly before turning to exit the palace. In the opulent hall, only King Vegeta remained seated on his throne, eyes closed in meditation, pondering his thoughts. Days later, Pudel returned to the palace, holding a thick list of missing persons. Your Majesty, the investigation has yielded results. This is the list of Saiyans who have mysteriously disappeared from Vegeta Star over the past few months. It seems they have already left the planet? Oh, they managed to vanish from Vegeta Star without a trace, and the Taji people were unaware? King Vegeta's eyes sparkled suddenly, a smirk playing on his lips. The Taji people controlled the transportation to and from Vegeta's star. All vessels departing the planet were documented by them. King Vegeta had long harbored discontent toward the Taji, for if it weren't to avoid drawing Frisia's attention, they would hardly have survived on Vegeta's star. They seemingly did not leave aboard any vessels. Pudel shared his confusion. How did these individuals manage to depart? Who are these individuals that left Vegeta's star? Mainly lower-tier warriors, along with about 100 mid-tier warriors. There are only 5 or 6 high-ranking warriors at the helm. Only these worthless individuals? King Vegeta perused the list, and an expression of disdainful derision immediately appeared on his face as he incinerated the documents with an energy wave. Forget them for now. Let us erase their names from the Saiyan lineage. Humph, these individuals are unworthy of being called Saiyans. Our primary focus must remain on gathering strength, avoiding unnecessary distractions, that we shall address these matters after the decisive battle with Frisia. Pudelu, witnessing King Vegeta's destruction of the list, found himself perplexed by the king's thoughts, struggling to voice his concerns. Logically, such rebellious intentions should have been dealt with promptly. Yet, King Vegeta chose not to do so. Instead, he eliminated their existence from the Saiyan roster. Perhaps, in the recesses of King Vegeta's mind, he was leaving a sliver of hope for the Saiyan race. Should he succeed in his rebellion against Frisia, those who had departed from Planet Vegeta would undoubtedly meet their doom. However, if he were to fail, those individuals might represent the last flicker of hope for the Saiyan people. Yet, this hope rested precariously upon a few frail shoulders.